We're live.
We are.
Hi. Happy Saturday.
Hey.
How you doing, Rossi?
I am fantastic. It's Saturday, blazing hot outside. You got the pedicure, right? Oh, no. No. Oh.
There we go. Let's do it now. There we go.
I just ate
That's something to wake up to right there.
Like, our poor West Coasters, it's like 9 a.m. and they just get a face full of toes. Face full of toes. But anyways, it looks good. The foot's a little disturbing, but yeah, they disturbing. But it looks like they shaved down what they needed to.
You set me up for that one, so I couldn't help it. I had to take a swing. So it's an ultimate getaway day as well.
Yes,
is good. Oh, that's disgusting.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, just your foot on my screen is bizarre.
Yeah, that's a great way to start the game. Right when everyone starts to file in. Producer Terrell Lynn is here. We have Daniel as well. Patrick from Game Ops. Rossi did not get a lineup in. It's really too bad. He tried.
Idiot.
He tried his best.
No, I didn't. I really didn't. I totally forgot about it. I was talking with the crew and then just didn't do it.
Andrew L. makes a valid point and says, the toe's better than a hairy nipple.
Is it, though? Is it? Depends.
Super Bowl baby says, thanks, Glash. I just ate. Needed a toe jam to top it off. First, you take the gram.
Yep.
Wow. All right, here we go. Lions, Vikings. Who captained Dalvin Cook? Who took the easy way out?
Everyone. I'll be honest. If I were to, as Daniel says, do better, if I were to have set a lineup, I would not have captained Dalvin Cook. I likely would have captained Thielen or Jefferson because I feel like, or Tarjay Sharp if I want to go super cheap. But again, I always look at the value of these Vikings receivers because normally there's going to be a few touchdown passes. Now, Dalvin Cook's going to dominate. He's going to get his. He's probably one of the most likely to give you double digits. Like he's got to be like one of the top three guys when you see him, like him, Lamar, and Mostert, and Derrick Henry. But sometimes he can be fadeable. Like Christian McCaffrey's lost his luster at moments. So I just feel like if you can't fade Dalvin Cook. That's the way I look at it.
Okay. So I'm actually, I don't know why I'm doing it, but I'm giving the Lions some love, and I really think hopefully we get some production out of them on offense. I put Marvin Jones in the captain spot. I played Stafford. I played Amendola, and then I played Cook, Jefferson, and Sharp.
Yeah, it's a great lineup. The Marvin Jones one's going to be hit or miss for you, but love the value with Amendola, especially against a Vikings secondary that's pretty stacked and pretty good in this game. So we shall see, Glash. I like the lineup, though. I like the play.
Already 3 dislikes on the stream. If that is because of my toes, I understand. Really apologize. Maybe we'll show them again if you're interested. If not, we can keep them down here. Nate says, TJ Hawkinson is my captain. Rest of my lineup is Minnesota and DST.
Go get TJ.
Cool.
By the way, Glash, I was saving this for today because it's also a getaway day, as you mentioned, for you, as you're about to be suspended as of the end of the sem. But I've been doing this third degree thing in the third quarter. Basically, we just have the chat pepper questions, and it would be for you. And I'm not talking about trivia. I'm not talking about like Jeopardy. I'm talking like, what's your favorite ice cream flavor, etc. So if you're down, third quarter, we could get down with it. It's called the third degree with Jason Rossi.
In. Right. So in.
Good.
The third degree with Jason Rossi.
Yeah, that's like Dr. Seuss rhymes. It's not really a rhyme, but if you enunciate it a certain way, it works.
All right. In. Rich Sharp. I know it's your opinion. I think pedicures are in for everybody. Ultimately necessary. A necessary evil. It's very ticklish getting a pedicure. My footsies are being tickled.
Yeah, it depends on how numb your feet are at that point, too. Like, for me, I don't know what it is. I barely feel anything. I have, like, caveman feet. I look like Mr. Deeds down there.
I know it's gross, but grab it. See you on Twitch as well. River Rat says good morning and good luck to everyone today.
I love that. Thanks, River Rat.
Kevin Porter from the Houston Rockets. Vikings defense should roll this Lions team. Kevin says, I'm very comfortable with the Petty myself. I was saying this to Rossi yesterday. It's kind of like a dentist appointment. Like you kind of need it, like every once in a while, to go like get your crap cleaned.
We use our feet every day. Like our feet take a beating, an absolute beating on the daily, whether you work out or you just walk around or anything, getting around in general. So I think it's absolutely, I look at the two things that are completely, we don't take enough care of our feet and our eyes. And that comes from the guy who can't see. And I will go get my glasses. I think this week it's going to happen.
Okay. Good. Yeah, vision's important too. We now have a new YouTube user.
Ooh.
Glash's blue toenail.
Oh.
Someone found my Instagram and noticed I have one toenail painted blue by my niece a couple weeks ago.
Something about the word toenail I'm not a big fan of.
That's a buzzword down the road.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Aliens exist. What's up, Sim fam? Good to have you with us, everybody. Happy Saturday. Carry on Johnson, the vulture play for Rich.
Yeah, Kerryon Johnson's oddly been playing a lot more. Like back in the day, a few months ago, I feel like Adrian Peterson was that guy. And now it's like, not that Peterson won't score here and there, but I feel like he's harder and harder to justify in the lineup. But again, he gets that one touchdown in like we had yesterday with a guy like Malcolm Brown. Same deal.
The Guru, morning. I love the noon sim, especially at the end of a week when you get the consistent crowd that shows up every day, and you really do feel like a family as you unite. And then for some of us here, you part ways for suspension reasons, of course.
By the way, I can see you have your suspension packing going on behind us.
Yeah, I feel like Tara Lynn yesterday. Tara Lynn had crap everywhere moving into her new place. And we were like, oh, you ever clean up? And she's like, well, I'm working on it. And now I kind of relate.
Like, geez, I could imagine. Geez, guys, give me a break. Just trying to get my life together. 90 million degrees. My sweat is sweating.
Nice play there by Galladay, running after contact to the 35 of Minnesota. Stafford's 4 for 5.
Knew it.
Rich Sharp says, Glash, that's so funny. I'm ticklish. That's probably why I never had one. That was just a moment when they take that, what do you call that thing? The scraper?
The scraper. I call it the scraper. The cheese grater. The cheese grater.
Yeah.
You're like, was my foot about to start bleeding? No, but just, we're super dry. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I had the giggles for a little bit.
I can picture. As long as you don't boot the woman in the face or person.
Tara Lynn, my toenail was blue because my niece got a new nail kit for a birthday gift, and I let her try it on me. The end. There's the story. Thomas Perez, great energy in the sim. Oh, yeah. It's
Love
a getaway day. Love you, mean it. Matthew says, literally have been here almost every day through my breakups, loss of my grandfather, on and off the clock. I really dig you guys. You are infectious.
That's the one word you could describe us. But hey, Matthew, appreciate you, buddy. And hopefully, there's going to be, it seems like there was a lot of downs there, but hopefully there's a lot of ups also.
Try not to look at me sideways, a.k.a. Mike Drama. Sop, Sean Preston, Jesse Simmons. Nate says suspended, but still doing a stream before you start your suspension. Yeah, it's the new thing now. It's in.
It's like the NBA when they challenge it to start, or like baseball. Baseball does it all the time. Like, you're going to be suspended, but hey, you got to start. We need some ratings. So, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think if so say you get thrown out of a game in a baseball game as a pitcher. You throw at a guy's head. You get suspended. What if you appeal it? Until the appeal is complete, I think you still get to play.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
Like Tom Brady in Deflategate,
Well, kind of.
You signed off on that?
Who did?
You.
Me.
Yeah, cheating's allowed.
Yeah,
Your
I don't think he cheated. I'm not hearing any Brady cheats. I'll hear Belichick cheats. That's the conversation, even though I don't think he did either. And all the arguments are ridiculous. And don't do this, Flash. Don't do this. Because somebody's going to say something that's going to trigger me.
Yeah.
I'm going to get super defensive. I'm going to get very emotional. Oh, good. At least we get a kicker. At least we got a kicker here. Calm it down.
Yeah. The pride of UCF, Matt Prater coming out to kick.
I still think people are going to forget to talk about this, but I will say it every time. The Arizona Cardinals signing Prater at this point in his career, indoors, wait a minute! Hold on!
Oh, we got him! Touchdown! Burks! Fat guy touchdown.
Wow!
That got kid.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
What a play. Look he did like a play action on the snap too. Caca! I don't even know. I'm not even giving you a caca. That's not even a vulture. That's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
That was
freaking big. Is that Tyler Decker? Who scored that? Doesn't even matter. Nobody owned it. I apologize. By the way,
that wasn't Prater though. That was the holder who threw it.
And I want to know, and Tara Lynn might know. I'm sorry, and also P. Fry right now, his head's exploding. I don't know if the holder is a backup quarterback or a punter in this, because it would be funny if it was a backup quarterback, because Tara Lynn, she always plays the backup quarterback.
Oh, true.
But I think it was the punter. We'll see.
Number 4 on the Lions. I couldn't tell you.
I'll pull up the roster.
I'm doing it right now. Let's see. Number 4 would be Randy. No, not Randy Bullock. That's this year's team. How about last year's team?
I'm looking at the depth chart. QB1. It doesn't. Yes, Chase Daniel. It was Chase Daniel.
Wow. So if Tara Lynn did the backup quarterback plan, that would have worked. That was not Prater. That was Chase Daniel.
Get some with Chase freaking Daniel. DFS Queenie says that's super vulture. I'm not even giving it a vulture call. That is beyond. That is like the depths of that's zero ownership because you can't draft an offensive lineman. Prater gets that tud. No, sorry, Scotty Tuati. No, he did not throw it. D-Rod, Jordy Lee, leave. No time for that. Come on, baby. That was insane. By the way, what's Prater's ownership anyways?
We'll check it out. And folks, just to clarify, you do not get DST points for that.
No, there would be no.
We've been over this a million times, and I'm sorry if you're new, and I don't mean to yell at you, but no, you don't get DST points. It was a fake. It was an offensive play.
Yeah, Mac Lion says caca. That's like an emu scoring.
Yes, it's a fake field goal, but it's still just a regular. It's technically it's a formation.
Yeah, it was amazing. Fat vultures exist, says your blue toe. I'm not even finishing the full word. I'm just gonna call it toe. Damon says he throws him in there. There you go. Sean Preston, I'm guessing you are Adam Coughlin.
Trying to find the ownership here. My Slack is so messed up. I got to work on this when I come back next week. My Slack is messed up. It's just delayed.
Yeah, I don't see.
Looking for the Matt Prater, just for the heck of it, because folks are like, "Oh, I wish it was Prater." It doesn't matter. He didn't throw it.
D-Rod, you don't have to apologize necessarily. I don't like when people. It's a foolish comment. That's all. It's like me calling you a name. That doesn't really exist. And you don't have to be here. Remember, appreciate you being here. But just say, remember, you don't have to do this.
Here it is. Prater, $4,000 in the flex, 17% owned.
So Prater, 17%. So the 83% that did not own him. So that you're telling me the people that are upset are the 17. Everyone all of a sudden banking on kickers. Where you been my whole sim career? I love kickers.
Jesse Simmons, exactly. The DST doesn't get points for a field goal. Why would they get points for a fake field goal? Exactly. Just give it some thought. Think about it. And you're like, oh, that makes sense.
I get some of these arguments, like Sean says, that should totally be a defensive special teams points play, but it's not. It's an offensive play. That's just. I get it, but it's just the way it is.
Right. It's a good way of looking at it, though, by Jesse Simmons. So thank you. You all are very smart. It's good to have you here to help make sense of things.
It's true. And that is the deepest. Look at that. Chase Daniel with the perfect quarterback rating, 17 yards. By the way, really underestimating that throw. That throw was an absolute beaut. We've seen some. That's why backup quarterbacks should be holders in this game more, because we've all seen the backup punter or the punter throw passes. We had a pick 6 the other day from a punter. So listen, that's what you're going to get from. I know we're still in the offense with Matt Patricia, but just you wait until Dan Campbell with his race car helmet on is going to start. He's going to be pulling out plays like that left and right.
Glash's blue toenail. Smash the like for Rossi.
Ugh, the toenail. Oh.
I think the guy who caught it, Taylor Decker, who we actually saw quite a bit. If you've been here since day one, I remember like it was yesterday. I did a sim with Reed. It was Cardinals Lions, same deal. Like the holder throw. It was a fake punt though.
Okay. Oh,
Hunter threw the touchdown.
nice.
To the O lineman. So yeah.
Fun size. I see you. I see your comment. That's all I'm saying. I see you. I ain't touching anything today. I'm in too good of a mood.
Mo on Twitch. What's up, man? How are you? 20 plus on Twitch. We got about 300 people watching on YouTube. So thanks for being here. Yeah, Chase Daniel, touchdown to a fat guy.
You know what's funny though? Taylor Decker, not really a fat guy, just a big lineman. He's one of those offensive linemen that's like a hunk. He's like what? His number 6'7", 318. 318 pounds, 6'7". I'm 318 and I'm 4'3". So just think about that.
Wow. Amazing.
It is.
We wound up with 127 entries in the Glash and Rossi It's Not Goodbye, It's See You Later contest. Good number.
I can't believe I missed that. That was so dumb.
Sometimes before I sit down at my desk, I try to set the lineup on my phone just so I don't have to okay, all set, done, sit, and ready. Don't even have to think about it.
Yeah.
But I've been in your shoes before. I'm like, oh crap, my lineup. Gotta make that.
I'm usually really, you know what it is too, when you're used to being imagine if, let's just say when you do a game with Koff, I think Koff potentially creates a contest, right?
Yes.
And you're used to doing it every day. So when you don't do it, you almost forget that it's because it's like a natural thing. So when I'm in the, we'll call it, for lack of a better term, 1 seat or whatever, it's I forget, it literally right before I came down, oh crap. As soon as you popped on, I'm like, oh, I didn't do it. You just, I don't know. Cause usually I would have done it at whatever time you made this contest. Yesterday or early this morning.
I think I made it last night.
Yeah.
People are asking about Chase Daniel's ownership. Well, if Tara Lynn made a lineup, she is the producer today. I think Tara Lynn would have had him.
I will just say one thing while we figure that out. I want to tell you a fun thing about toenails. You may or may not know this, Clash, but they regenerate. They're like worms. You know, if you cut a worm in half, the worm will regenerate. Same thing with toenails.
Really?
Yeah, if you ever lose one. Whoa, Dalvin Cook. Woo! Yeah, if you ever lose one, there's another one waiting for you. I've had unfortunate experience. So maybe that's the reason I don't like them. In football with my friends, a buddy of mine had a cleat just stepped on my foot. Oh, I'm actually getting sick thinking about it. Whew. A little lightheaded. Let me drink some water.
A lot of ice there, Rossi.
Yeah, well, it's super, you know how warm it is. I was outside for the majority of the morning, so it's I have to wait for it all to melt. So I'm actually not in love. I'm taking small sips, but getting that water in.
There you go. All right, well, I'm not finding Chase Daniel here.
He could not be owned. Let's be honest. He's probably not owned.
Yeah. And I'm looking at the free public contest, of course, the $250 free contest on DraftKings. I'm daddy's always. It's in first place.
I have to break the fourth wall with Tara Lynn just telling you to F off. That just made me laugh.
No, I was giving her a compliment. If she had made a lineup, she would have had Chase Daniel. That was my point.
It just makes me laugh, like the way this whole like communication through like talking with the sim fam, us, like we're verbally communicating with each other. Then we have Daniel and Tarolin who are chatting with us, and then you have like P-Fry who can chat with us through our Zoom window. But it's so funny when you say something and then you have to look and just like F off. I'm just like, oh my God. And now Tarolin's demanding to go back to an office because she's sitting in a heat box of an apartment right now in like the greatest area. Hopefully she's going to the beach after this, or in between sims. Go put some salt water on your feet.
Carolyn, here's the other thing. The office is not going to solve anything. The office, we'll be in the office for 2 days, and then it's just going to be back to what we've been doing here, virtually. It's the same jargon, the same annoying things are going to come up. If anything, I think I would hate all of you more, in a way, if I saw you in person. Like, I'll look at Kaufman and go, damn it, I have to actually now come and look at you in the office? Like, that's going to be really annoying. And nothing will get accomplished. Nothing will get done.
Good point. Ooh. Nice catch there. But yeah, I actually look forward because I forget who I was talking to. But imagine if like the office when fully ramped and everything, or I don't really know all the situations. I just get my trickle down info from Babysitter Billy. But like, imagine if we did like 3 sims in a row together. Like if they did that, like, hey, you know what? You can come in the office and do them. We'll have the cool background. We'll have the set up. But it's like me and you right now. We'll do the noon, the 2, the 4. And then you had like Tarolin, Daniel, like everybody, still some virtual, of course, but like, how funny would that be?
That'd be amazing.
Like, what would we do during that hour? Like, it would just be so interesting to be like, what do you do during that hour anyways when you do back to back, let alone if you're like, don't really have anywhere to go.
Rich says the highlight of our game so far. Hopefully it's not the highlight of our day. Tarolin says she's an angry elf. Yeah, Care Bear, I don't take that back. I would hate you all more, I think, if I had to see you on a daily basis. Be fun at first. Like, oh, hey, good to see you. How you been? Like, yeah, I really don't need to know how you've been. I've talked to you pretty much like every day. Like, let's just skip that crap.
Wait.
Now I actually have to be a person in front of you.
This is vacation Clash we're getting. We're getting raw vacation Clash.
Yeah. Oh, 1 foot is out the door. Dalvin, touchdown.
2 feet in the end zone. For Dalvin Cook, baby. Oh, look at him. What is he doing the bird for? Is he trying to say he's a cacaw? Is he trying to say I'm the Vulture King? No, Dalvin, there's no reason you should ever be waving your arms. You're a Viking. What are you even trying to allude to? You're playing the Lions. Who are you goofing on? Me? Me, Dalvin? You trying to get mad at me, bro? Dalvin, obviously, highest owned in the contest. Probably highest owned in the early classic. Guys, just dominant.
Yeah, he's 48% captained, 88% owned overall in the showdown.
It's got to be one of the most narrow margins from just played to captain I've ever heard. Only a 40% difference, but that high, by the way. Like, it's not
right.
Like 50 and 10. But that's amazing.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Well, I mean, good if he does well, of course. And so far, so good, in a way.
The Guru wants to know if you're going to the beach.
No, I'm going to Florida.
Save those questions for the
there's a beach in Florida, I think.
Yeah, it's surrounded by water, but nonetheless. I have a couple places. Where are you going in Florida?
Yeah, I don't want to share.
Okay, good point. Good point. I already know. You told me yesterday, so I'm going to hit you up. I'm going to have you do some business for me.
Okay.
I'll
tell you off the air, Rossi. I don't want people coming looking for me.
No, you already told. You talked yesterday. I remember. I don't know why. I just asked because I try to involve people, but you're right. I shouldn't have done that. Like the other day, who was like, I was talking with Emerson for Jesse's wedding. I was like, where is it? And he's like, yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, that's...
Because I forget. I'm like,
last thing I'll say is it's been a long year. I'll say that.
Yeah. Good point.
Most of you seem like great people. Some of you, though... I won't name names. Some folks will.
Let's be honest. Once Jesse...
They'll go the extra mile.
Imagine if he said the location and like several DK SimFam members showed up at the door, or at like the church if she's getting married in church. I don't know, but like just like, yeah, I'm just gonna pull D-Rod. I'm D-Rod from the DK SimFam. I should be on the list. It's like, what? Yeah, I'm Rich Sharp. You know, I'm on YouTube. It's like, sir, what are you talking about? It's like, yeah, I'll just take some of those nice appetizers.
Jesse Simmons says, if you go to Orlando, beer's on me.
Ooh. Well, motivation.
The Guru, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. There's a nice, is this AP?
There he
Get
is.
out of here.
That's what I'm talking about. You
44-yard run.
Dude, there's a vulture. Yeah, Guru, you would honestly be like, yeah. See everything.
Again, Wade, you think you're that famous? No, that's not what I said.
Nope. It's
Not what I
to do
said.
with fame. Nothing to do with fame. Availability.
Tara Lynn, first time playing Fortnite on Twitch, is wondering if you found a new cardboard box to sit in. D-Rod says, Koff, better commentators than y'all.
Cool.
I don't know, is Koff here today? He is. He's here at 2. So be sure to set your alarm for 2.
Yeah, tell him that compliment, D-Rod.
Nah, it's okay. Good for Koff.
Oh, absolutely. Like who you like. If you don't like anybody, it's okay to not say that too. Okay to be nice and positive. I'm sad.
It's broken up.
I would have went the other way.
Jesse Simmons says Vulture lineup is going to win it all today.
Well, right now, obviously, nobody I don't think had Chase Daniel. But imagine if you had like Chase Daniel, Adrian Peterson. Obviously, Dalvin Cook's going to be there because you're going to find a way. But who else? Like Kerryon Johnson.
Yeah, Carry-On's a good Vulture pick. What was I going to read? I forget. There we go. First down. Marvin Jones, my captain.
There's your guy getting involved.
DFS Queenie, hello. Ernest, what's up? Speaking of Kaufman, his NBA, he made an NBA contest for last night's game between the Clippers and the Mavs, and then today's game between the Rockets, the Nets, and Bucks, but it didn't fill. I don't think, unless I'm missing something, I don't think it filled, so therefore it did not take place. It has to fill.
Oh, no. He's going to be so bitter. Thank God I'm not doing the 2 o'clock with him. He's going to be so bitter about that. He gets so bitter when these contests don't fill. I literally love working with everybody. But everyone has their touch points, and Koff, when his contests don't fill, he gets very ticked off. What the heck? Wait, no, isn't the game, but the game's tonight. So you mean last night's didn't fill or tonight?
No, so it's a 2-game classic, but it started last night. Yeah.
Oh.
Amendola, let's go, dude. Danny Amendola, touchdown.
Get in there. See,
Right.
there he goes. By the way, my cat just attacked me. I don't know where he went. I hate when he does that.
Amendola in our contest, 44% owned. The Glash and Rossi free roll, $4,600 to roster. Patrick is updating scores. He is very quick. Ownership very similar in the free public contest, 46.5% owned. Amendola. Joe says Glass is just being socially responsible. Yeah. Damon says, I like the energy guys better than 2 mellow guys at the same time.
Call me mellow? That's the first time I've ever heard that. Appreciate that.
Kyle says he's going on a safari later today.
Wait, what? A safari? Dude, that's awesome. Hopefully you take pictures.
Kyle, take a picture with a giraffe, because giraffe kings.
Oh. But
No, that's a thing. Like, the way Lamarcus says DraftKings, someone in the chat, I think it was the night of the Super Bowl. We did one of those sims, the big holiday tournament weekend thing.
The one after. You did the sim after the Super Bowl.
Yeah. And I was laughing so hard because the way Kaufman, or the way Lamarcus says giraffe kings, like giraffe. Someone sent us giraffe ears to the office. I've got them right here.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Someone sent us these. Look at them. See?
Those are beauties. Look at those little giraffes.
Yeah. Maybe I should wear these down south.
Dude, now that I'm into the Wiggles, I'm all about giraffes.
I should wear this on the airplane.
Yeah. Where you guys going? Nowhere.
Oh, to Animal Kingdom.
I'm just so just like, what do you mean? Why you ask?
Kyle, are you going to chat on YouTube from the Safari?
Oh, that'd be cool. Calm, cough down because it's probably gonna be an emotional wreck.
Would be cool if you, on YouTube and Twitch, if you could like comment pictures. Maybe not.
Got you, Damon. Yeah, you don't want that.
That'd be dangerous.
Yeah.
Very entertaining. But... Rich says your pretty little toes are going to burn up. Yeah. Important to sunscreen everywhere.
That's the truth. I've had, we talked about this, and next week when I buzz the old dome, gotta remember, like, I'm gonna wear a lot of hats, and like remember, because I think the worst place to get a sunburn is your head. Like, it's just brutal. Because the neck's bad too. Don't get me wrong, but like when you have like a shaved head, it's really bad. But then feet, very quietly, people don't talk enough about if you have a sunburn on your feet. Brutal.
We've had this discussion. We definitely did this last summer.
It's when I got my head shaved. We talked it because I swear this is it's when it all happened. Because it was like August when I did it. And yeah, we talked about all the bad places to get sunburns. Deja vu.
Daniel, where did you get this picture of Lamarca?
Oh my god, that is insane.
Google.
Oh, that's good to know.
It's like, I've never seen that. Looks handsome. Wish he was smiling.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm just chilling out. There's nothing better than Lamarca. Like when he just shows up, you can tell he probably 5 minutes before that was either sleeping or watching something on like television, just rolls over, knocks out of the park.
The sign on Twitch, and thanks to First Time Playing Fortnite for letting him know. Yeah, Chase Daniel, the backup quarterback, the holder on field goals, took the snap and threw it to an offensive lineman for a touchdown. Hey, may I add, Thursday night, we did an NBA follow-along show between the 8 p.m. sim and the 10 o'clock, and I thought Lamarca did a fantastic, I had a great time. I thought it was a fantastic show. I thought it went really well. I enjoyed it. The chat was excellent. Very, very chatty and involved per usual, but just, I thought you guys were great Thursday night when we were following Lakers, Suns, and Denver, Portland. So thank you all. It's really much appreciated.
I do like those shows. I think it's smart to keep evolving as we go. That's great. Oh, I like that. Glash's toe saying 302 people here. Smash the like or smash your toe. How about smash a like with your toe? Yeah. Ooh. An actual field goal.
Care Bear says, Rossi, you clearly never went and got a burn while wearing a bikini because it's clearly the butt cheeks that are the worst.
As I told him, this summer, I guess it'll be cheeks out. Yeah, it's all right. I usually keep those bad boys covered up. But you know what? Maybe it's, put some toast in the buns this summer. We'll see.
Joker says, DK customer support rocks. I asked for best ball satellites yesterday, and bam, there they are. Cool stuff.
Love that.
Our support team and even the CX team on Twitter, very responsive if something goes wrong. Remember last year, well, not just, a lot of last year during football and even when stuff was coming back, stuff getting canceled and games getting postponed. They had their work cut out for them last year. It was another big run for Kerryon Johnson.
All the timeout, too.
Yeah, they got the timeout. Yeah, got 63 likes. Let's make our way to 100 likes. If you have a like to give, you feel good, it's a Saturday, you're off, you're not working, watching Sims, kicking it back and relaxing.
Yeah, and we're gonna get deep into the brain of one Glash coming up in the third, so I'll give you the cue because, like we say, there's always like a little delay from when we actually speak out loud to when it translates over to YouTube for you guys.
Ooh, Stafford has the mustard. Incomplete.
I already know I'll start the question, but good start.
The next sim is at 2 Eastern. Eagles at the Panthers. You'll have Kaufman and Jeff. And then 4 o'clock to wrap up the early slate. Saints at the Washington football team. It's Jeff and Terrell in.
Woo! Oh, look at this. This Chase Daniel. Oh, it's too much.
Good old Chase Daniel replay.
Then you got whew. A lot of moves. Yeah, 2 moves. I like when the schedule. It always makes me laugh during this time of the year. Cough, Moose. Moose, Terrell in. Lamarca, Tom for 2. Cough comes back with Tom.
Hey, our man D-Rod in the chat right now. He's in first place in our contest.
Hey, yo, congrats, dude. Hold on.
Amendola captained. Cook, Stafford, Thielen, Marvin Jones, and Dan Bailey. Cook has 38 yards and a touchdown. Peterson has Adrian Peterson on 1 carry, 44 yards. Dalvin Cook, 9 carries for 38.
There it is.
Cook has the touchdown for Minnesota. For Detroit, the fat guy, the fake, and then
You talking about touchdown?
Amendola. There it is. Yeah.
Oh, jinx. You can keep talking though. I'm just
okay. Thielen 4 for 50. Amendola, like we just mentioned, has a touchdown, 3 for 22. Hawkinson 3 for 25. Kicking Club, biggest ears I've ever seen on a giraffe. Clash's Blue Toenail, yeah. Game tonight, New York Liberty in town in Connecticut. So right after this, gotta wash up. The feet are all done, but gotta wash up everywhere else, and then make the trip to Mohegan Sun. That is where I am actually public about where I'm going to be. So see you there if you want to go.
Excuse me, do you know where Glash is? What? Oh.
Yeah, I'm at the slot machine. Oh, which one? That's for you to find out.
Back to the Future. I don't know if there is one of those, but I always assume.
All right, Rossi. So what you got to remind me, what's the title of this game again?
It's not a game, my friend. This is a true segment. This is the most pressing thing ever. For Abby Rizzle, still no Rossi's glasses. You lied to us. No, I didn't put a date on it. I did not put a date. All right, I will do it. And yes, oh wait, Damon, yeah, I still have that football. I have it right here. But yeah, we're going 3rd degree with Jason Rossi. So here's what's gonna happen.
Okay.
We're gonna let the chat just start peppering questions in. And I'm gonna get to them all. I'm gonna do my best. Again, keep it classy. No trivia. We're not into that like Glash this or that or what's your favorite. So I'll start one here, and then you guys start throwing them out. And take your time answering. Go quick, whatever you want. I have Twitch. I got the YouTubes. Everything's open. So first off, you have a cheeseburger. What are you putting on it? What are your toppings of choice for a cheeseburger? Condiments, should I say?
Ketchup and mustard.
Okay.
I don't mind barbecue sauce.
It's getting interesting.
You know what? Let me show you this thing.
Abby, if I promised, I apologize. I lied. I guess you're right. Didn't mean to. I'm lazy. It better be GU's. If he doesn't pull out GU's barbecue sauce, I'm gonna puke.
So this isn't barbecue sauce, but you can get this. You can get this at Trader Joe's.
What do we got here? Oh, the Colt.
Magnificauce. This stuff is amazing.
What do we got for cals on that thing? Is this like a little
110 calories per serving.
Okay, that's not bad though. Like how many are we looking at? Like per serving? 12 grams, 14?
32.
Oh yeah, please. You can make that. That's a lot.
You don't need that much.
Right. No, that's good. All right. So that's the Colt Trader Joe's.
Yep, it's very good.
I like that.
Carolyn, why are you gonna puke?
Andrew L says, "Do you use your turn signal?"
Yes. The only time I don't is when I turn into my garage.
No, That's not. I'm not. Abby, I appreciate she let me slide. I love. Here's the other thing that you'll find with this game, Glash, is that a lot of people answer it too. So I like it. I hate barbecue sauces. ATL aliens exist. No pickle. Mayo is gross, says the guru.
Love pickles.
Ketchup, ew, says Abby also.
What?
You know,
Get out of here.
yeah, a lot of people. Bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, onion, says James. Who did Daniels throw the touchdown to? That was Decker.
Decker. Offensive lineman. Taylor Decker.
Oh, they want to know if you can give the SimFam a shout out tonight.
How?
Yeah, no. I'm gonna answer. No. Not there yet.
How about if you tune into the game? It's a 7 o'clock tip. At 8 p.m. If the game is on, I will pick a time. Or no, you know what we'll do? We'll do 8:59. The 59 mark as an honor of the buzzword. I will drop there's a good energy in the gym.
Okay. I like that. See? Look at that. The man of the people.
You have to tune in, though. We're on Nesson tonight. Nesson, regular Nesson. Because the Bruins are on, the Bruins... Are the Bruins on tonight?
Mm-hmm.
But the Bruins are on NBC.
NBC.
Yeah, they're not on Nesson.
And the Red Sox are Fox, I believe.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Sox are national as well. So we're on Nesson, the Yes Network in New York, and I think we're on Sportsnet in Canada tonight.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Love that. Here's another one for you. Mike Bauer, how about pineapple on pizza? Where do you stand?
F that. To use Tara Lynn's phrase.
Oh. No. Daniel says he'll be tuning in now. He's changed his plans just to hear you say that. Sean Preston says mayo and ketchup is nasty. Ketchup and mustard. A1 is okay. A1, Sean. Come on, man. You better. No, I'm just kidding. You like what you like. Jerry Kilgore, what are we doing here? Ask a question. They're just throwing out facts on me. It says, catch it. Coach of the Titans, Mike Vrabel, caught 10 passes in his career, all for TDs. Well, thank you. Fun fact. I got another one for you. I'll keep it food related for now because I feel like that gets people's, muscles going. Ice cream. What's your favorite? What's like your go-to single flavor? We're not talking about like going wild at. Well, I don't even know if Friendlies exist anymore, but no Sunday. What is like if you need to say, okay, we're having a ice cream party, you and Sarah tonight. What's the flavor?
Moose Tracks.
Ooh, in honor of Moose.
Oh, didn't even think about that. Yeah. Edward Garcia.
We're done with that.
It's sarcasm, I think.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a good one. What do you say is your best meal that you make?
I make chicken at the grill like 2 days a week. I think I do a good job at the grill with the chicken. Make grilled chicken. And I make buffalo cauliflower. It's pretty awesome. Buffalo cauliflower, if you're looking for a healthy vegetable. You're trying to eat more vegetables.
Yep.
Cauliflower, chop it all up. Put it in a bowl. And then marinate that stuff in hot sauce. Hot sauce is not bad for you. It's actually pretty good for you. It's not awful for you. I think it's like there's like a small... It's kind of good for you. I think. And then put it in the oven for like 45 minutes.
Love that. This is
Carolyn, okay. I'm telling them to put it in a bowl so you can make sure the sauce touches every angle. And then you put it on a tray. Yeah, you want to see me in person. Okay.
First time says, Glash, how many holes in a pair of socks before you throw them away?
3. Meaning 2 I can be fine with. Because sometimes there's a sock I really like, and I don't want to get rid of it.
Ryan Pride over on YouTube wants to know, who is your favorite Patriots player of all time not named Tom Brady? While you think of it, just want to let everybody know, real shocker, Steve Clifford, just like everybody else for the Magic that started last year, no longer going to be the coach of the Orlando Magic, so they will be on the hunt for a new head coach.
I'd say Hightower.
Good call.
I'd say Hightower.
See here.
Yeah, David, exactly. It tastes good, but it's not good for your butt. Yeah, I can
No, it's not. It's Buffalo people. It's not like
No,
crush it.
well, I mean, I mean, I won't speak for you, but I mean, I do run into some trouble.
Hey, Glash, if there were
I'm being honest.
I know, I'm just. You want me to harp on this? Let's talk more about your Hershey issues. Glash, first time asked if you were restricted, what state or city would be your dream place to live? Like, where would you like take everything out? We'll take money out of it as well. What would you say is like if you could for a year? Because I'm sure family, you don't want to live away forever, maybe. But where's like a dream situation for you to live?
I'm right where I want to be. I mean, if I could live in downtown Boston in like one of those sweet, like fancy apartments, like if I was making like a Celtics player salary or Red Sox player, live right in Boston, like a skyscraper. That'd be cool. But this is good. This is good enough. I like it here.
Okay. Norrad, Glash, if you could be an announcer for the Boston Celtics for the next 25 years during the time the Celtics don't win a championship, would you do it? So
yeah, yes.
I was just gonna say, what if you just told somebody you have 25 years of employment, but the team doesn't win, like you should say the team never like makes the playoffs, like historically awful.
Yeah, that would be. But of course, no. I mean, they could be. I would hope that's brutal, honestly. Like, they don't make the playoffs for 25 years.
That's what I mean. That's how you got to make those, it's like, would you rather have a handful of like fingers for toes or toes for fingers?
Toes for fingers. I like my toes. I take pride in them. As we started the show today.
That little guy's struggling. Care Bear says, wow, not dreaming too big there, Glash, with your Boston. Where you'd want to live.
Well, you said take out work?
Yeah, take everything. Like if you just could live anywhere, but you want to live in Boston, there's nothing wrong with that.
I don't really. It doesn't. I like New England because when I go away to a Florida or go to Europe somewhere nice or go to the Bahamas or the Dominican or Cancun, like I don't know, it's a trip, like I'm more excited for it. I get up for it.
I like it. What is your go-to late night snack?
So, you guys might think I'm a monster, but I take shredded cheese and I like waterfall it, like a bag of shredded cheese, and that's what I love cheese. I freaking love it.
So it's like, let's just say, like I'm a little tired, but I need to eat a little something. Maybe I'll pop a little handful.
I know I'm not alone on this one. Okay.
No, I've done it.
Emerson brought this up. We did the sim together, or we brought this up off a sim. You might just be laying in bed. You just brushed your teeth, and you're like, damn, I could use one more little handful of shredded cheese.
Who thinks that after I brush my teeth, it's game over? That and Tums. I'm a big Tums guy. But yeah, Tara Lynn says, I'm picturing you crawl out of your bedroom in your big orange blanket chugging cheese.
Yeah. It's a fair image.
Oh, I got another one. This is interesting. Favorite donut flavor?
Give me a strawberry frosted.
So we're talking like a regular donut with not like a glazed donut, like just strawberry frosting on top with the sprinkles.
Yeah.
Like that?
Sprinkles are a nice touch.
Oh, my wife would. That was me giving her a shout out. She loves sprinkles on pizza.
Damon says he takes shots of real maple syrup, swishes it around in his mouth. Wow.
Okay, interesting.
That's different.
Damon, go sugar free on that thing. Don't kill yourself right before bed. Sugar going to the system. Yikes! That night's sleep must be interesting. Shredded cheese tastes better than regular cheese for some strange reason. Brian, see, I actually agree with that. I'm not a big cheese guy, but like shredded cheese does, like I don't like blocks of cheese. It's a good call.
I could eat either one, but I'm into the shredded.
Flash just gets out of bed, just grabs a big wheel of cheese and just starts gnawing on it like a cartoon rat. This is interesting. Who is somebody that maybe like people would be shocked? Well, I guess I'll just ask. Who do you call the most? Like, who do you pick up the phone? Because like you live with Sarah, so I don't know how many phone calls you guys exchange. Maybe your parents, I don't know. But who do you call the most? And while you're answering that, I actually want to hear that from Terrell and Daniel too, because I always find this to be a very fascinating, especially in this last year. Like there could be a buddy, it could be anybody. But who do you think you have the most call time with?
It's probably my brother.
Okay.
Yeah, my younger brother.
The younger Glash.
My older brother has kids and stuff, so he's like, I just know, like, when I think about calling him, I call maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock when the kids are in bed. Like, I don't know. Like, I just try to, like, he's working at home. So more frequently, it's my younger brother than my older one because of those reasons.
Listen, as someone who has a kid, you feel like you're always bothering them, but they might welcome the call. Even though I just got a phone call and I had to deny it from my sister. That's what made me think of the call. Tara Lynn says she's a big FaceTimer. That doesn't answer the question necessarily, but it is interesting. So if I ever need to call you. My production company associate. There you go. It says, based in Switzerland. Daniel, that's the most Daniel answer ever. I knew it. Knew it wouldn't just be like, oh, blank. It's somebody in Switzerland. Daniel just crushing those long distance. Here's an interesting one. Who's your favorite quarterback of all time? Again, not named Tom Brady. Or who do you like the most that wasn't Tom Brady to this day? Maybe as a kid growing up, a youngin' Glash with buck teeth, bleeding nose, and during the night. I just feel like all kids do that.
Well, you can relate to this. We were like raised to hate Peyton Manning. I gotta admit it. I liked watching Favre a lot.
Well, Favre was one of the more, I didn't like him after, 96 Super Bowl being a Patriots fan, but, I really wish I never had any of that type of feeling because he was probably, I've said to this day, he's probably, top 3 most fun to watch quarterbacks of all time.
Yeah. Packers Favre. And then at the end, I got sick of it,
But, he was, it was, you know what it is? I love Tom Brady, right? Even if people hate Tom Brady, but he's pretty, what you're going to get. It's 2-step drop, deliver. He's just really
You're not going to be in awe of much. Right?
No, Peyton, you're going to be in awe of the play, but, Brett Favre, you'd see scrambling out, he just was literally, you had no idea what was going to happen every snap. That's how I feel about Michael Vick. I don't get that. Patrick Mahomes is on that level to a degree, but not. He's also so good. Lamar, I know people have related that, they think Lamar, but he also, there's kind of more system, I feel in today's game than there was even 15 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think those are fair answers, by the way. I'm not going to say Mahomes because I don't, still so new, but going back to when I was younger, it was fun to watch too was Steve Young.
Yep, he's one of the guys I would put on that list because it was always it was an adventure every snap. That's what people they didn't fit a mold, and there's very few guys even Lamar Jackson was a scrambler. It's not about being a hybrid. It's must be says Cam Newton. I see that and I'm not disagreeing. Obviously, you guys like who you like, but for me it still never felt like it did Favre, Vick, Young. And maybe it's a lefty thing, 2 of those, but we'll see.
Aaron Rodgers is pretty good too.
Oh, Elway, that's a good one. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers.
I wasn't old enough to see Elway, or I was too young.
Yeah, but Elway to me, another guy, just an adventure when the drop back.
Solomon, I like Russell Wilson too. And now we're at a point now where Russell Wilson is not, and same for Aaron Rodgers. They're both not young guys anymore. Especially Rodgers. I still look at Aaron Rodgers and think, he's only 32 and he's 37.
Dude, well, here's the reason why, because there's guys like Tom Brady still in the league. So it almost still kind of sets a weird bar. Because Rodgers was drafted 7 years later. But it's
Hi, Zachariah.
Zachariah, take that garbage out of here. Oh, yeah, drink your water, by the way. Everyone, take a sip. It's a warm day across the country.
Cheers.
Sorry, when I was at, the only time I ever see national weather is when you're at a gym, and it's just on the TV.
Yeah, hydrate your feet, everybody.
Yogi says, what's the story with Flash? That's it.
Is he wearing giraffe horn?
No. I just wanted that to be the only comment. Like, what's the story with Glash? But I don't know, dude.
How about, Tara Lynn knows where I'm going with this. How about last night? So I put out that picture of my feet before my pedicure.
Yes.
And, or no, I put it on Instagram, and then Tara Lynn tweets, "I want Brendan Glasheen arrested for posting his feet on Instagram." And then Greg Ehrenberg blacked out for posting his feet on Instagram story and just says, "I want Brendan Glasheen arrested."
Well, listen, anything, you and your feet, man. First time says Glash, if you had not gotten into Syracuse, where would you have gone to college?
UMass Amherst.
Oh, boy, we'd be talking to a much different person. First of all, he wouldn't be here. Like, he'd be alive, but he wouldn't be a DK Saint.
Whoa! Dalvin Cook. To the 16-yard game. No, I was actually, Rossi, that was the plan, man. That was the plan. I was in at UMass, and then I got waitlisted at Syracuse. And then they let me in. They let me into the program.
Sorry, my cat just attacked me again.
The Newhouse program.
Good for you. That's an awesome story, by the way. Like, I've never, like, usually people that get waitlisted, they just stop. Like I'm not going to even bother.
Well, I got waitlisted, and I'm like, oh, well, I want to do the program they have there. Of course, I go to school, and I'm like, oh, I didn't even really need to be in the program to do what I actually did as a student. But I didn't know that at the time, of course. I was just some dumb high school kid, which I'm still pretty dumb, but I was in high school. But yeah, like I changed my mind last second, like April of 2011. Yeah.
Just like that.
Got a letter in the mail like, hey, you're in. You're welcome to come and visit. And I went for a visit. It was pouring rain in like the first week of May. But made the swap. I already had a UMass Amherst sweatshirt and everything. I was kind of on board to go to UMass.
You already had your books.
No books.
Go. By the way, shout out to Dalvin Cook, second touchdown. Guys, something else. Here's another one. When you brush your teeth, do you go in circles or up and down?
I go like side to side.
Do you have an electric toothbrush or a non-electric?
Electric.
Does all the work for you. Boston Joe, that's why he's here. He says Syracuse has an excellent communication and broadcasting program. There you go. Hence why Glash has dominated since the day he walked off campus.
Super Bowl baby 67. Well, yeah. I understand I could go to YouTube and NFL Network, but nothing beats watching something live and soaking it in as a kid, right? Like, it wouldn't mean the same if I went and watched Elway highlights on YouTube than it did me watching Favre or watching Young live when I was in middle school, and then going to school on Monday and being like, dude, did you watch that game on Monday or on Sunday? Like, that raw emotion, that side of it, you can't get that. You can't. No. That can't process the same way on YouTube. Yeah, same with Jordan.
I'll play both sides with this. Like, I've done a lot of like YouTube or like NFL. Like, I have subscriptions. We can go back and watch old games, but that's just because I'm like a super fan of different things. But I completely understand also because even if I watch, the 85 Bears defense, like 6 games of them, it's not the same as being, of a certain age watching them.
Yeah.
And when it happened.
And there's definitely value in that. I understand. Like, I think younger kids should go watch Jordan and watch The Last Dance and watch highlights and understand, like, this guy was great. And we're going to say the same about LeBron when he's done in a couple of years. Like, you got to go back and watch this guy if you didn't see him live. Same with Montana, Elway, like you brought up.
Babe Ruth.
Marino. Babe Ruth.
A lot of people watching Mickey Mantle. No, like, I get it. That's also why it's great to have historians as well. Ooh, you're going to be a pass interference.
Yep.
But I love history, like sports history specifically. I'm not really good. Well, I know a lot of U.S. history, but I'm not really caring.
Hey, good vibes in the chat today on the stream. Only 18 likes from 100. Let's see if we can get there. That's complete to Amendola inside the 5. Lions down by 3 at the 3-yard line. Midway through the fourth quarter. We've got Terrellin, Daniel here, Patrick from Ops, Glash, and Rossi. Great to have you with us. The guru says kids nowadays are historically dumb AF. Yeah, and Super Bowl, baby. Yeah, I hear you. Like, watching the games live and being in the moment. Yeah, just to feel it.
That's like, think about it, like, we'll just say everyone here has grandkids, you know, in the future, like, or future grandkids, wherever you are in life, and, like, they're not going to witness Tom Brady, right? Like, young kids, like, my son's not going to witness Tom Brady.
Yeah.
He's alive, but he's not seeing it.
Rossi, how old are you?
36. Sorry.
Okay, there's a touchdown. Kenny Galladay. No, he dropped it. Crap. My bad.
This
I thought he
happens.
had that.
No, it's not your bad, because the animation looks like he catches it. He doesn't have, like, the ball isn't scattered around. It's happened a couple times. It gets me too.
So you got to watch Jordan, Michael Jordan, like legit. Like you were old enough where you knew the game and you were watching games like, okay, this guy, like I got to go watch this guy.
No, I hated him, so I didn't watch him, which is another issue.
Really?
Yeah, I never liked the best players. I'm weird, dude. Then, of course, like when the Patriots became like a dynasty, I'm like, people who don't watch Tom Brady are fools. But I was foolish. I was like 7, so I was like.
So I was like 4 or 5 years old when Jordan was in his prime. Like I cringe at people that are my age that get involved with the Jordan LeBron debate. I'm like, I'm not even qualified to talk about it because I wasn't old enough in that era to like really get it, the meaning he had. In my opinion, that's my opinion.
You can still have the argument if you know your stuff, and that's where like numbers come in. But I know what you mean by like, you know, eye test. Like, you know, you can really like depict like, okay, like Jordan, like watching him, like it's because numbers reflect the end product. But when you watch a game, there's so many nuances to it. And I mean, all sports, hockey, basketball, you know, wherever sport you're into. So. Listen, I've seen Michael Jordan do things I thought nobody else could ever do, and then I saw LeBron James do things, and I'm like, holy cow, this guy might be the greatest ever. Because the thing about LeBron James that people don't, like, he's also a big dude. Like, he is a much bigger man than Michael Jordan was. So that's where, like, the hypothetical one-on-ones or like, what they did for their teams, like, it's just different. Like, when LeBron wants to take over, it's physically taking over a game. When Jordan just was, like, almost, and I know this is a weird thing, I'm not putting them together, but I'm saying like Steph Curry-esque, like give him the ball, drains it. Like Jordan just had a way of like never being able to be denied, which is incredible. Like you've seen LeBron on like, whether you're a fan of his or not, miss big shots in moments where that was very few and far between, especially not in the playoffs when it came to Michael Jordan.
Marcus says those Chicago celebrations were fantastic back then. I was old enough. I'm 43.
Oh, yeah, when the cigars popping out, sitting on the bench. And the one thing I love about Michael Jordan that I didn't respect then was that, like, as soon as the season was over and you saw this in The Last Dance, like, he almost felt like a hole in his life. Like, he's like, there's something, like, I want to keep going.
Yeah.
And you get that with Tom Brady. That's what he says once Super Bowl's over, it's like, I'm not ready to be done. Like, let's keep going.
The Guru, I see your comments. Remember, you're not the only one commenting. I'm kind of skipping along here. A lot of things that are written in this chat are out of context. But I read it. I know what you're saying.
Trying to catch up. I haven't really.
Okay, hit that like button for us if you don't mind. Kaufman and Jeff coming up at 2. They will have Eagles, Panthers, and then Jeff and Terrell in at 4 to wrap up the early slate. 6 and 8, LaMarca and Tommy Freeze Pops. Titans, Jags, Dolphins, Bucks. And then Madden After Dark, Packers, Bengals, Kaufman, and Freeze Pops. That's the schedule for the rest of the day.
Love to see it. Must be. Rossi only watches wrestling. That's it.
Glash's Blue Toenail, 10 rebounds for Jonquel. Her average is 10.1, 10.5. And she scores a double-double. The team does very well. I think I would say over for Jonquel because New York is down a couple of front court players. I think she'll hit her average.
There you go. From the man calls the game.
So take that and
Bank
hope it
on
helps
it.
you. Yeah.
Take it to the bank. Take it to Mohegan.
Robes 05, not even a debate, Glash. Don't worry. Just know Jordan is the GOAT.
Yeah, but see, this is what I truly believe. Being someone that doesn't care, like doesn't love either player, I think it all comes down to age. I think if you grew up watching Jordan, you think Jordan's better. If you grew up watching LeBron, you think LeBron's better. Like, even if you saw, like, let's say you were like my age is really like the people that, like, you're more in LeBron because I think I'm like the same age as him, but I watched Jordan, but I was young, so it's like, oh, I would, like, I'm not saying this, but like I would probably side with LeBron unless I just didn't like him. I just think that there's no like strict really way to do it. And at the end of the day, you have two magnificent players, and that's the best part.
Two different eras. A lot of things have changed too. Scottie Pippen. Keep this in mind when you watch LeBron now with Anthony Davis getting hurt, Kyrie, Kevin Love, Flaky getting hurt. At the end of the Miami run, we thought the Miami thing would last a decade, and he got a lot of heat for that. LeBron, that's probably LeBron's low of his career. Not only the decision and how he handled it, but also the finals loss to Dallas. But towards the end, we thought the Miami thing would last like 10 years. It lasted 4 because Dwayne Wade was getting older faster than everybody.
I just think
Scottie Pippen was a fantastic number 2 and was sick, was nasty.
Yes.
Like, was really good and like never hurt, like consistently on the court. Great wingman. Now look, LeBron made choices to bounce around. Okay? Like, that was his call. I wonder if he stayed, not Cleveland, but if he stayed in Miami when he went. If he had stayed there, say, the rest of his career, I bet you Pat Riley would have taken care of him.
Yeah.
But what's Pat Riley supposed to do? Dump Dwayne Wade at the end? I mean, Dwayne Wade means so much to that franchise.
Yeah, but he should have. Unfortunately, like, obviously the Heat have kind of made their way back, but you always have to be ahead of those things. Must be says, Rossi, be quiet. MJ is the GOAT. LeBron is a better Scottie. Did I make an argument saying that MJ or LeBron? I was saying it's an age thing, I think. Same thing with, just to relate it to football, Tom Brady or Joe Montana. I think at this point it's kind of tough to be on the Joe Montana side, but it was always an age. It was like, it was people that were older. Like, oh, but Joe Montana, he was the guy. Like, I'm sure in 15 years there's going to be another potential quarterback that steps in and wins a ton. Maybe maybe it's even a guy like Patrick Mahomes, but it's obviously, in the game evolves too. These games are very different. The NBA today is nothing like the NBA in the 90s. Not even close.
If Michael Jordan's career, the way it's played out, I was not old enough to really get it. If Michael Jordan played in the same time frame as LeBron, and all those first round exits, couldn't beat the Celtics, couldn't beat the Pistons.
Yeah.
With social media, Jordan would have been hammered, just like LeBron has. So just keep that in mind. If the two switched eras, the world's different now. Social media was hammering LeBron.
Yeah, and
he gets hammered for everything.
Yeah. I just want to say, I know we're probably going to get a game-winning field goal unless they get another fake. Just to get this point across, I see fun size, and that's where I think LeBron's going to get hurt a lot, because he left the team he was with, and they tried. Like, people want to say, like, the Cavaliers didn't try. You say what you want about the Antoine Jamesons of the world. What was his name? Who's the other? Not Andrew Bogut. That was later, but, like, you know, they
Mo
tried.
Williams and Antoine Jameson.
But those were like the free. Yeah, like they tried. Like, you can't,
because he couldn't get players to go there.
But, like, at the end of the day, that's still no excuse to me. If you're one of the greatest, you make it happen. But anyways, walk off there. Your glossy toe player of the game is going to be Chase freaking Daniels. Eat it, Sim fam. Sorry, it's just the way it happened. You're not my. I know it could have been Dalvin Cook, but come on, Chase Daniels threw a touchdown. Like, it was incredible. Not my kid award. I feel like Adam Thielen. Adam Thielen's going to be my not my kid.
Okay.
That's it.
Word.
Dunzo.
And who's our player of the game?
That is Chase Daniel.
Okay. I'm like, wait a second. Who did he say?
Yeah.
Now I remember what happened. So
had to. Like, the guy threw a touchdown pass. Come on.
Always a good idea, Rossi, to get into Michael Jordan and LeBron James, light the chat on fire, and then just get out.
Bye, everybody. I'll be back at noon. Glash, I think because of that argument, you should be suspended.
Yeah, I'm suspended for lighting the chat on fire with LeBron Jordan debate. Hey, but you know what? Look, people clearly chiming in about it. It's a fun talking point, no matter which side you're on. It's fun. The fact that it's a discussion means it's kind of a legit thing.
Conversation. That's all we're about is conversation.
It's good. I think it's great. And we did the great job of straddling the fence and not picking a side. So we're doing a good job.
Better.
Okay, so I am not back till next Sunday night. So you all have a fantastic week. I know, got to step out of the sim bubble, take these feet that are now clean and somewhat delightful, and just take a break, cleanse, and just regroup. Maybe I should go back to costumes or something when I come back. Really spice things up.
Hey, listen, next Sunday when you're back, it's me and you for a doubleheader, and I may not have face. May not have a face, may not have any hair, so it's going to get wild.
Okay. I want to read some of these comments so bad to go back and forth.
Move on. Close it out. Let's get out of here.
Okay. So you all have a fantastic week. Thank you for being here as you always are. I am just going to step out for a week. I'll be back next Sunday night for Madden After Dark with you. And Rossi might have a shaved head at that point.
Happening sooner or later. I just don't know the exact date and time. I know I'm hosting the event next Sunday, but I got to find out if I'm shaving it that day too. I think I'm gonna.
Okay. All right, coming up, 2 p.m., Kaufman and Jeff. Rossi, you, my friend, have a great rest of your day. Thanks to Tara Lynn, Daniel, and Patrick from Game Ops. Toodaloo. Here's Ross Tucker.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast presented by DraftKings. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. A bunch of podcasts. Andrew Brandt was fantastic on today's Ross Tucker football podcast. He always is. We'll have Greg Cosell on tomorrow's Ross Tucker football podcast. All of our shows, the best 30 minutes of on-demand audio or video, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL that you can get. Fantasy fees for fantasy, even money for betting. Ross Tucker Football Podcast for just general awesomeness and football. And the College Draft Podcast has been awesome with Emory Hunt going over every single draft choice in the 2021 NFL Draft. Why not, right? I have also been loving the series we've been doing here on the Fantasy Feast Podcast, where we are getting the great Joe Dolan's rankings for every rookie of consequence. We did quarterbacks. We did tight ends. We did running backs. We had a brief interlude where we made sure you knew about the quarterback veteran situations and rookies for DraftKings Best Ball, which has launched, which is awesome. We will have some very cool opportunities for you as it relates to Best Ball and me and Joe and DraftKings in future weeks. Next week, by the way, we're going to dive into little Rookie of the Year conversation, some rookie props, really into the rookies these days. Tom Brawley from Fantasy Points, an absolute stud. But I mentioned Joe Dolan, at FG_Dolan on Twitter. He's the fantasy gangster, FG_Dolan, the master of all he oversees at fantasypoints.com, where you should put in the code 21Feast. And Joe, this is it. This is the end of our rookie skill guy rankings post-draft.
Yeah, for us, but this is the kind of ranking system where, fortunately, we're having some semblance of a normal offseason this year. So there might be guys where I say, right now I don't have a whole lot of interest, where come July and August, you're starting to hear the buzz. Maybe somebody gets hurt. Somebody like, for instance, we're going to talk about a lot of the day 2 wide receivers on this podcast. But for instance, somebody like a Josh Palmer, who is the 3rd round pick of the Chargers at the wide receiver position, somebody you might not think has a whole lot of value right now, but Keenan Allen's gotten dinged up at times in recent years. I don't want to call him injury prone, but Mike Williams has had a big time problem with injuries. He might be somebody who shoots up draft boards in July and August. So remember, these are just initial rankings where I'm looking at guys, and from a best ball perspective, a lot of the guys we talk about today are going to be last round, last 2 or 3 rounds type of guys. But certainly in the second and third rounds, even into the 4th and 5th rounds, a lot of talented receivers came off the board in the NFL draft.
Well, and to that point, Joe, last week we talked about Devontae Smith through Rashad Bateman. So we ranked, or at least not we, you gave us your rankings. By the way, I'm at Ross Tucker NFL, and we are at Ross Tucker Pod. But you gave us your rankings for all the first-round picks: Jamar Chase, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, Kadarius Toney, Rashad Bateman. This week we're talking about the second and third round guys in particular, and maybe you have a 4th round guy or somebody later that you have your eye on. But here's the thing, Joe. There have been some ridiculous seasons as far as rookies are concerned.
Of course.
From round 2 and round 3 recently. I mean, Terry McLaurin, DK Metcalf, T. Higgins. I know I'm missing like 5. I mean, there have been a bunch of legit second and third round rookies, Joe.
And I mean, even dating back, Ross, a couple of years. I mean, I know he's kind of out of the league now, but Jordan Matthews produced big time numbers as a rookie. Devontae Adams was a 2nd round pick. Dating back, Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco, I believe, was a 2nd round pick. He was a late 1st or early 2nd round pick. Even dating back to, I believe, 2002, one of the greatest rookie seasons of all time, Anquan Bolden was a 2nd round pick. So you're looking at guys here who Michael Pittman last year was a 2nd round pick. Chase Claypool was a 2nd round pick. To suggest that these guys, they weren't 1st round picks, so they're not going to produce. I mean, it's just lazy analysis at this point, Ross. It's just lazy analysis to suggest that guys aren't going to produce simply because of their that they weren't a 1st round pick. I had some questions about guys like Kadarius Toney and Rashad Bateman, who were 1st round picks, about their opportunities to produce for fantasy. But there are some guys certainly who went on day 2 who I'm looking at potentially producing early on.
It's a great point. Let's dive into them, Joe. The highest ranked guy, the first guy taken, very curious about this guy. I could see this guy putting up some pretty legit numbers.
Yeah.
2nd pick of round 2, Elijah Moore goes to the New York Jets, which I thought was a little weird, Joe, considering arguably the best skill player for the Jets was a slot receiver, and then they go ahead and draft the slot receiver.
Well, I think Elijah Moore can do a little bit more than that. The problem is his size. He's not very big. I think he was listed at 5'9", or measured in at 5'9". But this is a really talented guy. This is somebody, our guy Scott Barrett came on the podcast a number of months ago and sung the praises of Elijah Moore. And then I had a conversation with Greg Cosell just yesterday. As this is Wednesday, the 2nd of June. Just yesterday, the 1st of June, I had a conversation with him where he said he liked Elijah Moore's tape more than that of Kadarius Toney. Now, that's not a mind-blowing statement. They went about 10 to 15 picks apart, so it's not that controversial statement. But you see that line of demarcation between 1st and 2nd rounder. But I do believe Elijah Moore's got a chance to produce right away. There is a little bit of a roadblock here, though, and I think you were alluding to Jamison Crowder. And Jamison Crowder, now everybody's always a cut candidate. They can save $10 million. But the thing about Jamison Crowder is they have the cap space. They don't need that money. They can keep Jamison Crowder and they can help him ease Zach Wilson into his job. But right now, I've got Elijah Moore in like the wide receiver 55 to 60 range for a rookie wide receiver. Now, you might be looking at that and saying, whoa, that's a little too low. Well, keep in mind, I have him above 2 first-round picks. I have him above both Rashad Bateman and I have him above Kadarius Toney on my personal fantasy depth chart just because I like the opportunity a little bit more. But all of a sudden, and if you're somebody who's a Sam Darnold stan and you're kind of making excuses for Sam Darnold, well, all of a sudden, you look at this receiving core with Corey Davis and Denzel Mims, and now you got Moore, and then they they still have Jamison Crowder. Right. They still have Crowder there. It's super deep now, so there is a little bit of a competition for targets. But I think that wide receiver 55 to 60 range is the right kind of spot to be taking Elijah Moore. I wouldn't be overly shocked if he ended up leading this team in receptions just because of what he can do. But right now, I don't think that's the most likely outcome. But Elijah Moore is a guy I will be peppering a ton in the double-digit rounds in best ball.
You know what? While we're at it, why don't I ask you about the other Moore, Rondale Moore, who also went in the second round. You know, he's a weird guy in the sense that, first of all, unbelievable high school football player. He was in the U.S. Army Bowl, and I called it. And he might have had, Joe, like the best freshman season by a receiver almost ever. I mean, he's at Purdue killing Ohio State, killing these teams. And then his second year he gets hurt. Last year, he played like a game or two and
then he opted out.
But he goes to the Arizona Cardinals where they wanted speed. They wanted big playability. Now, they still have A.J. Green, who you point out last week had a horrific season. They do have DeAndre Hopkins. So what are we thinking about Rondale Moore?
Well, Ross, the Commodores wrote a song about him. He is a brick you-know-what house. I mean, he's 5'7", but this guy is built like a tank. I mean, so he's really good after the catch. Now, the question becomes, do you look at that 5'7" frame and say that's not a full-time player? That's somebody who we're going to play 45 to 50% of the snaps, and we're going to manufacture touches for him. Cliff Kingsbury has been good at manufacturing touches in his NFL career as a coach thus far. And does that mean that he's not going to produce a whole lot for fantasy? Or is he more of like a really good NFL player who doesn't get it done for fantasy all that much? I can tell you our projection for Rondale Moore at fantasypoints.com right now. We have him for 46 catches as a rookie. And now that's presupposing Larry Fitzgerald does retire. I certainly think if Larry Fitzgerald says, I'm going to come in and I'm going to be a part-time player, the Cardinals would accommodate that. But certainly at this point, Rondale Moore gives you more, no pun intended, as a slot receiver than Larry Fitzgerald does. Just a really good after-the-catch type of guy. I would think in leagues where you might have return yardage, Rondale Moore could contribute there. I currently have him at, let me find him in my rankings here. I currently have him at wide receiver 68 in my personal best ball rankings. Coincidentally, that's where we have him in our staff projections at fantasypoints.com, wide receiver 68. I'm just not sure the volume's going to be there, but certainly an explosive player, somebody who I will be dabbling in when I take him towards in the background of a best ball draft. He certainly just gives you more juice than some of the, for instance, A.J. Green. I think I'd rather have Rondale Moore than A.J. Green. Maybe that ends up looking stupid because I think the Cardinals are counting on A.J. Green to start for them on the perimeter, but I just truly believe that Rondale Moore offers more upside at this stage.
Well, especially best ball, right? Like, doesn't it seem like Rondale Moore is a good candidate to have 2 or 3 big games because of his big playability?
Right. And I mean, there's a chance here where Rondale Moore has like 3 games where he has 3 catches for 100 yards and a touchdown. Now, he might end up with 40 catches on the season. He might have 5 or 6 games where he doesn't catch a football. But as your 6th receiver on a best ball team, those spike games are what matter. You know, take it from me, the guy who keeps falling into the Deshaun Jackson trap every single year. Those spike games do matter. And I think Rondale Moore gives you an opportunity to get those spike games. Guaranteed they're going to manufacture touches for him. That includes jet sweeps. That includes the little pop passes that Sean McVay has made popular, you know, throwing to Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods with the Rams. So I certainly think Rondale Moore is going to be utilized in that kind of role.
Joe, can I ask you a personal question quick?
Yes, you can.
Are you losing your hair at all?
Yeah, I am. Ross, it's a slow death right now, but you do notice I try to switch up the hats here. I wasn't ask any of my college friends. I wasn't a hat guy in college. Now my wife, she tells me, she's like, I like when you wear hats now. And I was like, that's a backhanded compliment.
No, you know what? My wife has always liked when I wore hats, but a lot of times for the TV stuff and speaking engagements, so a lot of stuff I do, you can't wear hats. I don't know if you're using Keeps or not yet, Joe, but if you want to keep your hair, and most people do, You absolutely should. Look, we know about the FDA now with all the pandemic stuff. They've approved 2 medications that prevent hair loss. That means in multiple studies, there is evidence and proof that they prevent hair loss. This isn't like, oh, I think that might. No, it does. And I've been a customer for years. In fact, I was putting the topical solution on my head and taking the pill before I heard about Keeps. And then Keeps came out, and I was like, hold on a second. I don't have to go to the doctor anymore to get the prescription for the pill. I don't have to go buy the topical solution or go to the drugstore to pick it up. No, you don't. It's an online doctor. It's beautiful. They send them both to my house now. The topical solution and the pill. If you are ready to take action and prevent hair loss like Joe Dolan needs to, go to keeps.com/feast to receive your first month of treatment for free. Joe, I'm going to give you that. I'm going to give you that as a bonus for doing the show. I'm going to sign you up for Keeps. KEEPS.com/feast.
Oh, give me that topical, Ross.
Free.
What is that? KEEPS?
Yeah, KEEPS.com/feast. That would be, Joe, if you sign up and send me the screenshot, I will get you something legit because I'm just telling you, dude, look at my hair. Look at go back to see me on TV 5 years ago, 8 years ago. I actually think it looks even better. Anyway, let's keep it going because there's some more receivers to get to, including round 2 guys. The next guy, believe it or not, to go off the board was to the Seattle Seahawks. Dwayne Eskridge was the 24th pick of round 2, Joe. I don't know, man. DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Julio Jones rumors, which I highly doubt, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm feeling Eskridge feels like he's maybe more of a dynasty longer-term play than he is a best ball guy or a guy for this year.
Yeah, I think you can make the argument that he's a worthwhile final round best ball kind of pick, Dwayne Eskridge. He is super explosive. One of the problems that I think dynasty players might run into with Dwayne Eskridge is reconciling that he's a super old rookie. Here's me. I turned 35 in a month and a half, but he's 24. As a rookie, which is it's old for a rookie, Ross. Let's call it like it is. There's some guys who haven't turned 21 yet who are entering the NFL. But the Seahawks see a guy who was super explosive in college. He was a special teams player of the year. I think he's going to be a return man. But I don't think they're going to let Russ cook. They tried it for a bit, and then Ross was cooking some spoiled food. I mean, let's be honest with it. So I don't think they're going to let Russ cook this year. I think they're going to be, once again, a low volume passing offense that's going to filter a significant number of targets to those 2 very good receivers, Metcalf and Lockett. Eskridge is a guy, I think if you draft him as a 6th or 7th wide receiver, you hope for him to have a game or 2 where he pops off and uses that explosiveness.
That's interesting that you don't think they're going to let Russ cook.
I just don't think so. I mean, look, Pete Carroll, they have told you constantly over the years that they want to run the football. They re-signed Chris Carson this offseason. Russell Wilson is coming off arguably the worst 8-game stretch of his entire career after he started the season, on that hot streak. Oh, they're doing it. And then just something happened. They bring in Waldron. They bring him in from the McVay offense is they base everything around the run game. That outside zone run game, that wide zone, that is the basis for the passing game. Again, you don't need to run to set up the play action, but your concepts are based off that run game. That is exactly what Seattle's still going to be. I don't know if the summer of discontent for Russell Wilson's over or not, but I just don't see this as the kind of offense that's going to support 3 wide receivers for fantasy. Now, I think if you're looking at Dwayne Eskridge, I think you look at somebody like David Moore, who I think had 35 catches and 6 touchdowns last year. And I wonder if that's kind of Eskridge's upside. Remember, David Moore is gone. He's not there anymore. So I wonder if you're looking at that and you're saying it was exactly that, 35 catches, 6 touchdowns for David Moore. There's best ball value in that. Drafting that guy in the week where he scores a touchdown or 2, but there's not redraft value there.
Okay, let's get to Terrace Marshall Jr. 2nd round pick goes to the Carolina Panthers. Remember, played at LSU. Carolina Panthers offensive coordinator Joe Brady came from LSU, played for him. Is that enough? the combination of Terrace Marshall in, familiarity with Joe Brady, Curtis Samuel out. Very curious to hear your ranking on Marshall.
Well, I think they can play him in the slot. We have him at wide receiver 74 right now, just as a kind of a guide. That's right in the same range as Emmanuel Sanders and Demarcus Robinson. So I think you understand that there's missing targets there. Maybe Marshall is the slot receiver there. Now, it seems like they might put DJ Moore more in the slot, which bodes well because, Sam Darnold's had a lot of success throwing the ball to Jamison Crowder. But I think Marshall can play all over, including in the slot. You would think he's got a shot to be one of their top 3 receivers with Robbie Anderson, who obviously also has a rapport with Sam Darnold, and DJ Moore. They have David Moore, who I just talked about from Seattle. They brought him over. So Terrace Marshall's going to have to compete for a job, but I do believe there's a shot for him to come in here, take some snaps right away. They have Shi Smith as well, the rookie out of South Carolina. But yeah, I think he's a guy who I kind of rank higher than Dwayne Eskridge, quite frankly, because I think there's a better path to targets here. He knows the offense. I think there's a better path. He knows the offense, Joe Brady, if he's using the same terminology. I think there's a better path to targets for Terrace Marshall here than there is for somebody like Dwayne Eskridge.
What about Tutu Atwell with the Rams? Now, there's not a lot of targets available with the Rams necessarily. However, they took him in the second round for a reason. Maybe they give him some manufactured touches, 3 to 5 a game. Maybe he's the jet sweep guy now. Is there a place for Atwell, especially in best ball, to maybe have a couple weeks where he scores for you?
Well, and then you have to keep in mind what else is there. Deshaun Jackson's there, Mr. 1 week. Every season, Deshaun Jackson has one game where he blows up and then he blows out his hamstring and he's done for the year. So he's there. And look, Tutu Atwell's not an insurance policy against Deshaun Jackson. The Rams aren't as invested in Deshaun Jackson succeeding as the Eagles foolishly were the last couple of seasons. So what I think Tutu Atwell is Sean McVay saw a player here who has a rare trait. He is unbelievably explosive. He's also a complete outlier. Ross, when's the last time you weighed 148 pounds?
That would have been 7th or 8th grade.
I had a growth spurt probably around 8th grade, 9th grade, but my playing weight in high school when I first got to the varsity team as a sophomore was 175. So
varsity what?
Defensive end, Ross. I played 2A football.
I didn't know you played high school football.
Oh,
Joe.
Yeah. Let me just say there's a reason I'm talking about it now.
That's okay, though, dude. You served your country. I loved it. You played high school football. It's amazing.
Yeah, I did. There's a reason I'm talking about. One thing that I wish I would do in hindsight is I was a very meek player, and I would be so much more aggressive now. Just like you get into your 30s and you don't worry about pissing. It's like, dude, you're playing football. You're allowed to piss people off. I was a meek player, and that just didn't fly. For me to succeed, I needed to be a motor guy, Ross, and I didn't. My motor was inconsistent. Anyway, let's just say this: Tutu Atwell. When guys talking fantasy football outweigh a wide receiver by 100 pounds, that ain't good. I mean, now I don't think he's a 90% snap guy. I think he's a 35-40% snap guy. I just pulled him off I just drafted him in the 18th round in a startup dynasty draft. Nobody expects Tutu Atwell to be a volume guy, but in best ball, maybe you get into some of these deeper best ball drafts. Like the NFFC does these 33 round best ball champions drafts. And those are the types of leagues where he's going to go. He's got an ADP that's barely registering right now. And I can't really knock that. Right now you're considering they've got Cooper Kupp. They've got Robert Woods. They've got Deshaun Jackson for however long Deshaun Jackson stays healthy. They have Van Jefferson. There is a lot of competition for snaps and targets here. Josh Reynolds is gone. He's off to Tennessee, but Josh Reynolds is gone. So you have to keep that in mind. There is not a lot of snaps to be had here for Tutu Atwell, but he's the kind of guy who, if he plays 10 snaps, one of them might be a 65-yard touchdown. So he's more of a deeper best ball kind of guy. I don't think you're going to be seeing him getting drafted a whole lot in your standard DraftKings best ball drafts.
All right, Joe, speaking of DraftKings, they got a ridiculous deal if you go and sign up for DraftKings Sportsbook and you use the code Ross, you can turn $1 into $100 in free credits by betting on a basketball team. Embiid is not playing tonight. What are we doing, Joe?
Sixers are winning anyway.
First of all, what are we doing with our bet? Secondly, I saw Dr. Chow said the meniscus tear can get worse. I'm very upset right now, Joe. I'm very upset.
I'm upset too. The Sixers, the hope seems to be that he's been playing with this for a while and they just noticed it. That seems to be the hope, but the Sixers are closing the series out tonight, Ross. Take it to the bank.
I hope so, man. Even without him, huh?
Yeah, but even without him, they're taking it. They're taking it tonight. The Sixers had to have a terrible shooting performance and the refs in the pockets of the Wizards in order for the Sixers, even without Embiid, to lose in Washington. They're winning tonight, and then we just go say a few rosaries.
All right, well, just use the code Ross. That's all that matters at DraftKings Sportsbook for that 100-1 odds. All right, I'm going to throw some names at you, Joe. I want you to tell me if any of these guys are on your radar screen and/or ranked and/or relevant, okay? Nico Collins went to the Texans in the 3rd round. Tylan Wallace went to the Ravens in the 4th round. Amari Rodgers to the Packers in the 3rd round. Josh Palmer to the Chargers in the 3rd round. I'll tell you one that's interesting to me a little bit. Amon-Ra St. Brown and the Lions in the 4th round. That interests me. De'Ami Brown, 3rd round to the Washington football team. Well, I'll stop there for right now. Any of those guys that you're like, yes, Ross, I need to talk about this guy.
So, I mean, we can't talk about all of them. I think Nico Collins is going to see the field because, well, the Texans have no reason not to let him on the field, and they traded multiple picks up to get him. I think Amari Rodgers is interesting for the Packers, especially if Aaron Rodgers plays, because I think he can step into the slot. But the name that stood out to me, and maybe this isn't the exciting best ball pick, because I don't think there's a ton of upside. But to be quite frank, we actually have Amon-Ra St. Brown projected to lead the Detroit Lions wide receivers in catches. Now, I mean, that's like saying I'm the fastest guy on the fantasy point staff. That's not which I almost certainly am not, by the way. But it's not exactly the kind of race that you're going to sell tickets for. It's what I think it's a really, really thin receiving group. You have Tyrell Williams and Brashad Perriman who have had injury problems. Quintez Cephas is talented. I think he can step up there as well. But I thought Amon-Ra St. Brown should have gone higher in the draft. Tylan Wallace is making a buzz in Ravens minicamps, but keep in mind, that's where wide receivers go to die, and they spent a 1st-round pick on Rashad Bateman. So he already has an uphill climb. The other guy that I said it at the beginning of the show, Josh Palmer. If Mike Williams, who's in the final year of his rookie deal, if he has some issues, Josh Palmer doesn't have a whole lot of capital competition there. Now, they had guys last year in Jalen Guyton and Tyron Johnson who came out and made a splash. But you look at that wide receiver depth chart, if Mike Williams goes down, there's not a whole lot there. So you got Tyron Johnson and Jalen Guyton, Joe Reed, KJ Hill. Josh Palmer's going to have an opportunity to go in there and make an impact, and he's got Justin Herbert throwing him the football. So if Mike Williams has some issues, there's somebody I'm going to be very interested in as well. And when it comes to De'Ami Brown with Washington, Fitz is YOLO. Fitz is going to go out there and he's going to throw the ball down the field. Unfortunately, you have McLaurin, you have Curtis Samuel. The question is, can De'Ami Brown come in there and beat out Kelvin Harmon and Antonio Gandy Golden for snaps? And that's something that remains to be seen. But there is certainly an opportunity for him to be one of their top 3 receivers by any point midway through the season.
I'll throw you a couple more names just to see that Anthony Schwartz was a 3rd-round pick. We talked Atwell. Jacob Harris, gosh, the Rams.
Yeah, Jacob Harris is interesting, Ross, because he might be listed as a tight end. And if he's listed as a tight end, he is an absolute freak show. And that's where I have be more interested in him. The Rams took a bunch of freak shows in this draft. They even took Jake Funk in the 7th round, the running back from Maryland, and he's a super athlete. You talked about Atwell having the explosiveness. Jacob Harris is somebody, if he's listed as a tight end, that is where I'm going to have my dynasty interest. I think it's going to take some time for him, but he's a freak show. So keep in mind, if he's listed as a tight end in your league, I'm interested in him. Let me throw 2 more names out there. Both of them are 5th-round picks. Amir Smith-Marset, who played at Iowa. Again, Minnesota's got those 2 big-time receivers in Jefferson and Thielen, but beyond Jefferson and Thielen, BC Johnson's a scrub. Chad Beebe's a special teamer. Dan Chisena's a special teamer. Amir Smith-Marset's got a shot to be the number 3 wide receiver for Minnesota. And then let's look at Kansas City. Kansas City, sorry about that, by the way, I hit the microphone. Kansas City is extremely thin at wide receiver. For all the talent that they have on that offense, they are thin at wide receiver. Mecole Hardman's a part-time player. He's got to step up. Demarcus Robinson's been mostly a backup in his career. How about Cornell Powell, who was a late bloomer at Clemson, but he stayed and his tape was really impressive. I think Cornell Powell, the 5th-round pick out of Clemson, he's got a shot to make an impact with Kansas City.
Next week on the Feast, Rookie of the Year, betting with Tom Brawley from fantasypoints.com, where you should use the code 21Feast and some rookie prop bets. Cannot wait. Check out Joe on Twitter at FG_Dolan. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. That wraps up the rookie rankings. We'll dive into some of these rookie prop bets and Rookie of the Year bets next week here on the Fantasy Feast. Other than that, I'm stuffed.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, DK Sim fam? It's great to be back with you. It's great to have almost full range of voice, and it's even best of all those things to be joined by Moose. Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman here with you. How are you, man?
I'm doing great, man. Glad to see you're still milking your simple
Thank you.
cold virus that you got
Yes.
like 3 weeks ago, too. Really play that out as long as
3 weeks ago. It was less than a week ago. Although I will say though, Glash, who apparently now is either on a week-long suspension or vacation or whatever, you're not going to hear from him for a little while. He is out of town. He's flown the coop. He's off in another state or whatever the heck he's doing. I don't think he's doing any WNBA games. I think he's actually just taking some, I was going to call it deserved time off. He's just taking time off. He really didn't earn it at all. He needs to work a lot harder than that to take deserved time off. But he hit me with a pretty good one the other day when I was like right in the height of me really feeling and sounding like crap. It was the day that all the Celtics stuff happened a couple days ago, and BK sent a text to me and Glash saying something about like, we need to have on the Dream Stream and an hour between sims just for Koff to unload on all of his Celtics thoughts or something like that.
Right.
And I responded saying, what a day for me to lose my voice. Like, cause I was that sick. I had nothing. And Glash responds with, well, your fingers aren't sick. You're still tweeting like crazy. I thought that was pretty good, actually.
It's good. I had some allergy issues on a sim like a few weeks ago. He really hit me with it, like just for sniffling. So
Man.
he's really, maybe just, he's just become a little bit meaner in his old age. Either way, he's on suspension / holiday. So we'll see if that smartens him up. Probably not.
So apparently, I'm told he does have a game tonight. He is doing a Connecticut Sun game tonight. So he's probably created a WNBA contest to try and pressure the DK Sim fam into. But I hope everyone does join it. Not only obviously support the WNBA and the DraftKings contest. That part goes without saying. But like now Glash is like trying to steal my gimmick and have his own contest that he thinks people are just going to run and flock to. And, I don't think that reality is going to stand. But nevertheless, give it a go. Give it a go.
Hey, it's a good way to start following sports. Never followed the WNBA. Get into it. Force you to do a little bit of research. Never hurts.
I am a little disappointed, though. I have to mention. I think people were. Normally I would be all bewildered and come in on the attack and whatever. I'm not going to do that because I think people were caught a little off guard. I created yesterday and I did it like mid-afternoon, so there was time. Normal circumstances, normal slate, it would have filled. We got like 70 out of 75, so it didn't run, but it was a weird. DraftKings had a 2-day classic because there was one NBA game last night, another one today. So it was a Friday-Saturday classic, and I created that and I put it out there for the people, and I think people were a little confused by it. I think that's what happened there.
Had the old 2-day got people.
The old 2-day classic.
What the H is this? Is probably what people were doing. Hey. That's what time of year it is, though. Playoffs. We don't have 7-game slates every night, so
which is it's a rude awakening. It's such a bummer.
Yeah, it kind of is. Like NHL, we're still getting 2-game slates every day, but it's getting a little tiresome. But not tiresome. It's just if you're used to having big, huge contests every day and massive slates.
Like in your perfect world, I guess. For you, you'd more fixate on hockey than basketball, and you could bring football into it if you want. Although football, we know what it looks like all the time. Like it's either a full Sunday slate or it's a showdown on a Monday or a Thursday. But generally speaking, I guess if you're to focus more on hockey, what is your preference? And this is to the individual. Everyone seems to feel a little bit differently. Do you like a 4, 5, 6 game slate? Do you like a 9, 10, 11 game slate? What is your perfect scenario?
Yeah, for hockey, I mean, I don't really want 13 or 12 games, and sometimes you end up with that. But I do feel like hockey, bigger the better, because you get a lot of variance, and obviously just the goals are such a big factor. Where if you have a little bit more spread ownership, Like, let's say you miss out on a guy who gets a hat trick, it's not going to be as big a deal, and you can also benefit more off it because he'll be lower owned most likely. Whereas if you miss a guy who has a hat trick on like a 4-game slate, you either have him or you don't. So hockey is very close to baseball. I think the baseball and hockey, I really like the bigger slates. I don't mind smaller slates for football, to be honest, just because we know football is that kind of sport, and football is also just once a week, so kind of just take what you can get. But yeah, for hockey and baseball, if I'm being honest, I prefer the bigger slates like a lot more. I think most people prefer bigger slates for the most part anyways, but I don't know. This argument's in the other direction. I certainly am not against playing like 2 or 3 game slates or anything like that.
Noah Moon says, when I saw your contest, Koff, I just assumed it was a showdown, so I didn't do it. I bet a lot of people felt that way, and I don't blame you. I wouldn't personally be all that interested in a 75-person showdown contest either. That's just me. Lindenbaum says, Koff, it was bad karma your contest not filling because you did not join mine, which did fill, by the way. I didn't even see yours, Jordan. How many people were in it? You can let me know in the chat. Apparently, Glass said, this is from producer Tara Lynn and Daniel, our technical director. We also had P-Fry, Patrick, and Ops doing the manual scoring. TL says, Glass said he's not looking forward to being back in the office and seeing your face so much. Well, listen, I got news for you. I mean, we're not opening up the office until like after Labor Day. So I'm not going to see his stupid face for quite some time. It's going to be a while.
After Labor Day, hey, okay. So got a couple more months of just, bickering over Zoom before you guys actually got to make up, man up, really just, see each other all the time.
Well, just to let people behind the curtain a little bit, we had a meeting yesterday. I don't know who within our call was on it, but we had a staff meeting yesterday, and we were talking a little bit about the reopening. And I asked the question of our boss, not exactly in these words, but I more or less said, so short of doing other, shows and things that we really need the studio for, obviously, if we're just doing more Madden Sims, as obviously we are, like the Dream Stream's not going anywhere, the Madden Sims aren't going anywhere, if I'm not needed in to do something involving the studio, because I don't need the studio to do a Madden Sim, I have my DVD wall. It looks great. If I don't, if I don't need the studio, like, do you even want me in there, or should I just be at home like I am right now? And I said, and honestly, like, this kind of applies to, whether it's me or Flash or Emerson or like, a whole bunch of us.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of the answer was more or less to be determined. Like, we're just still working through all that. We're figuring it all out. But I don't know. I'm not so sure that even come Labor Day, all that much is going to change.
No, for sure, because there's only some stuff that is done in studio, whether it's some promotional stuff or some shows that you'll necessarily be needed. So,
like, maybe if I'm hosting the Sweat, I'd come in. We got a rushing touchdown by a new Indianapolis Colt, Carson Wentz.
Eagles with their sharp uniforms on today. I was
looks good.
Not expecting that rushing touchdown. I was about to say Randall Cunningham scored, but
what's your lineup, by the way?
Yeah, let's go through my lineup. I put it together in about 10 seconds here. So I don't even know. Let's see. I got DJ Moore in the captain, Bridgewater, Jake Elliott, Deshaun Jackson, Samuel, and Miles Sanders. It's actually a pretty strong lineup, if I'm being dead honest, for 10 seconds. Hasn't started out well because I think I have like 5 points, but.
Well, I made mine in about 20 seconds. So you were twice as quick. So we'll find out. But I have I faded the QBs. Which was not difficult with regard to Teddy Bridgewater. Carson Wentz is usually a guy that I will work in there involving the Eagles. But I went Curtis Samuel at captain, Christian McCaffrey, Miles Sanders, got both those RB1s. We know their potential. DJ Moore, your captain. Marquise Goodwin, who always liked to play, and he already has an 11-yard grab. In fact, he's basically the only guy in my lineup with points. And Alshon Jeffrey. So all about the pass catchers and the RB1s.
Yeah, and someone was asking for a little bit of context in the chat. They kind of did it rudely, but I'm still going to respond to it anyways. What is that?
Oh, Cook's looking? Is that what you're
Cook's looking.
Yeah.
If you're doing a full season, give us a bit of context, he says. The Eagles are actually 1-3, and the Panthers are 3-1. It's a very legitimate question. I'm just bugging you.
It is.
But, yeah. Eagles are 1-3.
Not relevant to the free-to-play pool if you were thinking either of these teams had the potential of going undefeated through the first 8 games, because as we know, that didn't materialize.
That's fair. And you can, by the way, just to remind people, if you go on the DK, actually what you do, if you want to look at the season results, you get on the Google machine and you put in DK Nation Madden season results or season standings, and it'll come right up. So if you ever want to check it for yourself, type in DK Nation Madden season standings, and it'll come up for you on the DK Nation page. So
I like this from our pal Alana Kilgore in the chat. Says, DVD wall looks so good. Koff's basement should be the new studio for everyone.
Well, you just need to build a Blockbuster in your basement. And, like, legitimately, you just need to get some old promotional signs and like.
You guys thought Bend, Oregon was the last Blockbuster? Nope.
Have you watched that?
Come on over to Koff's house.
Have you watched that documentary?
I did. It was really good. Have you watched it?
No, I did. I actually watched it.
The one guy, I wish I could for the life of me remember his name, because he's not there. There were a lot of famous people, or kind of like whatever, like B-list, C, D-list actors.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
That were in it being interviewed, talking about like how they used to work at Blockbuster, like Jamie Kennedy or the dude from the League, or some other people that were. I don't know who the guy was that had the. He kind of had a lisp and a high-pitched voice. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah. I do.
Well, anyway, every time they cut to him, I laughed my butt off. Like, he was just, everything out of his mouth was funny.
Yeah, it was.
I just wanted to hear from him for an hour and a half.
It's a very weird collection of people they had, but it worked because like some of them were legitimately funny. I can't remember who that dude is or what his name was, but yeah, I know who you're talking about.
I don't even know if he was famous or if he's just
I don't think he was actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he was.
I can't even remember off the top of my head like what his connection was. If he was just like a former worker, or if he was just like some kind of DVD aficionado or something.
Right.
Like,
because there were some of those.
Yeah.
In this, absolutely, and as well as like everyone who's a part of that family that runs the last one in Bend, Oregon, and the other one wherever the second to last one, I think in Alaska, second to last one that had all of the all the Russell Crowe Gladiator merchandise sent to it, courtesy of who was it? The Stephen Colbert bought it all, right? Or was it him or Jimmy Kimmel?
Oh, it was Oliver.
Oh, Oliver, that's right, John Oliver. Yeah, John Oliver bought it all and sent it free of charge, like to display there, which was great.
Yeah.
Know what I'm really enjoying about this sim? 7-0 Philadelphia, by the way, a couple minutes left in the opening quarter. As you know, because I popped up in the chat, or dropped in, whatever, said hello. You and I don't even remember who it was you were working with yesterday. It might have even been Tara Lynn, who again is producing right now. You guys were doing the sim, and I turned it on, and I just hear you go, "It's Friday. I'm not talking about the sim." I do not care. It cracked me up.
It's true though. It's Friday afternoon. It's like, it's just that feeling. It's you just 4 p.m. on a Friday. Like, I'm not talking about the sim. Who cares?
Tara Lynn says we should put that on a shirt. Yeah, Daniel, have you done Jeff's trading card yet? Because if you haven't, that might be the quote.
They're updatable. We can release a version 2 or like
it's Friday. Yeah, the 2020 card is out. Need to make a 2021 card. It's Friday. I'm not talking about the sim.
Well, plus you have 3 people in there. It's more conversational. There's more things you can talk about. So like, why waste it on doing like the stats of the sim and to? I mean, we will give you updates. Obviously, I'm not gonna whatever, but anyways,
it was great. I do have a movie and DVD binging and streaming and all that like related sort of. I feel like I've landed on a resolution, so it's not a full-on conundrum. But as of this morning, it was a semi-conundrum that I do want to get into with you. But because we're so close to the quarter break and reading some stats, I'll save it for the start of quarter number 2, because I value your opinion on these things.
What? Just to like how I'm
handling this situation.
Well, what's the situation? Just
I will
like your
give you
streaming
the
options?
situation when we get to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the big reveal. Okay, I got
Yeah,
it.
so I mean, I don't want to start because then I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
pause and then go. Let's just do it all at once.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything because often.
Yeah, no, you've missed nothing. Dan Russell says some guys collect old gas station signs, but Kaufman, he collects signs from Blockbuster and old video stores. That would be something. Get like Hollywood Video and Nap Video and any other number of video stores that
was
exist all
one of
around.
the most interesting things about that documentary. Just all the whole Blockbuster craze, how they just started taking over all the old video stores.
Right.
Like there was like a Blockbuster opening like every 7 hours or something at one point.
Yeah, they said something. What was it? It was this ridiculous stat that truly
something
every
it was legitimately every 24 hours at some point.
It was like every 90 minutes. It
Yeah.
was like some ridiculous stat of, I think people do forget. I certainly forgot how just insane this 20-year period of Blockbuster just being the biggest thing in the world.
Yep. Yeah, interesting documentary. It's not that long.
And they had an opportunity to absorb Netflix and said, no, we're good.
Yeah. I mean, they had an opportunity. They could have just gone into the streaming business themselves, but they just chose to just keep trying to push the rental thing. And it's a really interesting history of the company, just how they came about and why they didn't take over Netflix, and they had debt issues and their parent company and all this stuff. So if you're into that kind of stuff, it's actually really interesting too.
Absolutely. So we're going to have the Panthers in scoring position here when we come back for quarter number 2. First, though, some quick numbers. Of course, Carson Wentz, a rushing touchdown. That's your only offense. 57 passing yards for him. Bridgewater, 7 out of 8 for 48 yards. They each have only 1 incompletion to this point. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers. Let's see. Scotty Tuhati, former Blockbuster manager. There's a fun fact.
Oh, I'm sure there's tons of people. Actually,
Yeah.
that's one place I never worked, admittedly, was a Blockbuster, but I'm sure there's a million people around our
100%.
ages who worked at Blockbuster.
Oh, I mean, I never worked at a video store, which might surprise some, but friends of mine in high school, really good friends of mine, did. And it wasn't a Blockbuster. It was another chain. I think it was Hollywood Video, which at some point either was or may have become a Blockbuster. I don't remember. But they worked there, and I was certainly there all the time, because that's what you did. Your friends worked at video stores. You just went and hung out. It was like the movie Clerks.
Yeah.
All the time, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. The old video stores, man. I miss them.
McCaffrey, 19 on the ground, by the way. Again, the touchdown for Wentz. 36 for Deshaun. Excuse me. It's still there. A little bit of the cough is still there. 2 catches for, all the cough is still here, but you know what I mean. Jackson, 2 for 36, the leading receiver. 2 for 12 for McCaffrey. 2 for 15 for Anderson. Tara Lynn says, I'm milking it. It's fair. Boston Joe says you rent a video for $3, turned in 10 days late, and you owe them your firstborn. Well, who was it? I think it was Jimmy Kimmel. I do think that was Kimmel within the documentary that said he had hung on to a VHS forever. It just decided at one point he was going to keep it because it wasn't worth all the late fees that were going to come along with it.
I mean, I legitimately, I don't even want to even guess at how much late fees I probably paid Blockbuster and other video stores over my time on Earth. It's
absolutely
pretty disgusting. But anyways, I was like their prime. I probably supported that company for a good 5 to 10 years, just in terms of that. So,
man, I hope that last Blockbuster does last a long time.
I think it will.
Not even because you want the Blockbuster franchise to live on. I don't even really care about that. It's because when you watch that documentary and see what that family has put into its existence.
Oh, completely, exactly.
It would be so soul crushing for that town and for that family and its friends in particular if that store went out, didn't get the extension of its lease.
Yeah, it's basically like a tourist attraction for the town too at this point. So yeah, it would be ridiculous. I don't know why they wouldn't keep just doing it. I can't even remember who owns the Blockbuster name now. I can't remember the company, Viacom or something.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I don't know why they wouldn't just
Bridgewater, a little dump off of a touchdown. Piece of cake. Robbie Anderson.
Yeah, Always mix up, but Samuel's 10, Anderson's 11, DJ Moore's 12.
Yeah. Nailed it. All right, so here's my little pseudo conundrum as we are about to have ourselves a 7-7 game. So, as we know, as the people should know, certainly Glash and I have been talking about it, but you're into this too. Fast 9, the new Fast and Furious movie, is out later this month. Finally. I mean, obviously, if not for the pandemic, it would have come out last summer, but it's out later this month. So, in order to give myself a bit of a refresher, as one does, I decided just in the last few days I'm going to binge the first 8 in Hobbs and Shaw. I'm gonna get myself all caught up again, and I discovered that I own most of them, not all of them.
Uh-oh.
And it's a mixture of they're mostly DVD. I think maybe 1 or 2 are on Blu-ray. Now the first outlet, the first avenue here, just out of pure laziness, when I want to watch one, is let's see if it's streaming. Before I even get the disc, let's just see if it's streaming. And so the first 2 work. So I watched the first one a couple nights ago. I watched the second one last night. Second one not being Tokyo Drift. Second one, because that's another thing. If you want to watch these in the right order, apparently, and follow the proper storyline, Tokyo Drift is
2.
It's like the 6th one you're supposed to watch.
Oh, really?
To properly follow the Han storyline, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it's a mess, but everything else is completely in order. So I watch. They're so creative with these names. So I watch the Fast and the Furious, and then I watch Too Fast, Too Furious, and then last night I did a double feature. I watched Fast and Furious. Okay, so those are the first.
It's 3. Fast and Furious. Technically, it was 4.
Technically, it was 4.
Correct. But okay.
Interception, by the way, on the part of Carolina. They're going to take it back the whole way. They are. It's score, Panthers. Heck yeah.
Exciting stuff.
The Guru says HBO Max has some, yes, but not all. The Guru. So I am now up to Fast 5. So I'm getting.
This actually interests me just because I want to try and remember all the titles. So what's Fast 5 called? Was it just called Fast 5?
It's called Fast 5.
Okay.
That's what it's called.
So we have the Fast and the Furious, Too Fast, Too Furious, Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift, Fast and Furious,
and then Fast 5.
Fast 5. Okay.
Now Tokyo Drift technically is number 2. Technically.
It's technically number 3, wasn't it?
No, it's technically number 2.
Didn't it come out as...
Was it 3? Daniel says it's 3. I thought it was 2.
It's 3. It came out as the 3rd movie. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense that Too Fast, Too Furious would be number 2.
Yeah, because it had the 2 in the...
Yeah, I just for some reason thought it was number 3. But all right, fine, whatever. It's number 3. So the Fast and the Furious, Too Fast, Too Furious, Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift, Fast and Furious, and then Fast 5. So I'm up to Fast 5.
Okay.
And so I go confidently over to my wall, and I went, oh crap, I don't own Fast 5. And it's not streaming for free anywhere, except I did notice, and Daniel brought this up, it's on Peacock. So fine, everyone can have Peacock Basic, like Peacock Premium, you got to pay for.
Right.
But so I loaded up this morning just to see, and sure enough, there's like 6 or 7 commercial breaks on regular Peacock, to watch it through. Like, yeah, it's free, but there are a whole bunch of commercial breaks, that probably last a minute or 2 each, and who knows what may or may not have been edited out. I don't know if Peacock does that. Maybe Daniel could tell me. I have no idea. But I don't want to. I don't have. I have Comcast, Daniel. I do. I have Xfinity. So Daniel's gonna give me some workaround after I spent I don't even know how much time this morning on all of this. He's gonna give me some information, I'm sure, and cure. Anyway, whatever. So Daniel can help me through all this after I at least explain all of this, and then he can fix it all up. But so I decide, okay, well, so I start looking into options, like purchase options. So you could rent any of these for $3.99.
Yep.
Okay, but that's a one-time viewing. I feel like I should own all. If I'm gonna just be committed.
How many don't you own? How many don't?
Two. There are two. So I don't own. I have 6 and 7. I don't have Fast 5, and I don't have Hobbs and Shaw, but that's streaming. That's still available. And I don't have number 8, which is Fate, F8, Fate of the Furious, which is not streamed. That's another one you got to pay for. Okay? So there are 2 that I don't have that I got to pay for. So here's what I was trying to decide. Do I rent these? 1. You can buy the whole collection 1 through 8 on Blu-ray for like $30.
Really? It's that cheap now, eh?
Yeah. Do I just do that even though I already own most of them, but I'm upgrading, they're all on Blu-ray as opposed to DVD? Or do I, like save the money, not unnecessarily splurge on movies that I already have, and just get the singular units on Amazon, for like $6-7 each?
Yeah.
So you tell me how you would have handled this, and I can tell you ultimately what I did.
I mean, I would take all the Fast and Furious DVDs that you own, put them in a trash can, and then throw lighter fluid on it and light it match. But
you don't like the Fast and Furious movies? I
no,
thought you did.
I've told you this like 3 times.
For some reason, I thought you actually enjoyed these.
No, I hate these. That said, I have seen them. I actually think the first one is a good movie. Anyways.
It's amazing to me that you would think the first one is a good movie. Like, they get better with each one. The first one might be the worst one.
Or worse.
Other than Tokyo Drift.
No, Paul Walker's terrific in the first one. It goes downhill.
He is. He's terrific in others.
Goes downhill. You either have to... I would be very tempted if I was in your shoes and I like the Fast and Furious, I'd be very tempted to just get them all on Blu-ray.
I was very tempted. I said that to my
$30.
wife. And
I thought you were going to say
ridiculous.
like 60 or $80, like $30. I mean, it is a bit of an extravagant purchase because you own them, but get them all on Blu-ray. You have the whole set. I don't know.
Well, it's not the whole set though, because again, like number 9's coming out. There's a number 10 still.
That you know what?
Like if you were going to get the whole set, you would just wait another few years until they're all done.
What I would do then is I would just find the cheapest option to watch them now, and then
you would just do like the $4 rental.
Yeah, and then just buy them. Oh, there's Sanders.
Sanders touchdown.
And then just buy them when the series is done. When they're like, "Okay, we're done finally," which might be like 2030, but still.
Brian, I'm not a big Vin Diesel fan. Actually, I'm not. I just really enjoy those movies. Boston Joe
like
says
the
Fast and Furious movies promise to deliver fast cars, shady criminal subplots, and they do. Jordan says the first one can never be touched.
Yeah, I don't. Boston Joe's right. I mean, they don't pretend to be something they're not. I actually like Tokyo Drift too. I agree, Jordan. I thought Tokyo Drift was pretty good. I would actually say Tokyo Drift was like the second best in the franchise.
You know what I will say, and I knew this, or I felt this way previously. I was reminded of this watching, because for anyone that doesn't remember, Too Fast, Too Furious, Vin Diesel is not in. That's
except at the very end.
That's just Paul Walker. And then obviously, as we know, since Paul Walker, may he rest in peace, has passed, he's not been, he wasn't in the last one. He's not in this one. The movies very successfully, and I'm not talking about the actors. I'm not talking about the people. The movies, if we're just living within the cinematic universe, to be clear with this comment, the movies do a really good job of not making you miss that character. Like, I didn't watch Too Fast, Too Furious and think like, man, this could really use Vin Diesel. Like, Dom needs to be in this movie. Nor did I watch the latest, the Fate of the Furious and say, man, like, this just isn't the same without Paul Walker. Like, it was fine. Like, it was still a good movie. It didn't need him. And that's a credit to the writers and the directors and everybody else.
Fair. So what is Fast 6 called? We have the Fate of the Furious for 8. What's Fast 9 is just called like F9 or something?
Yeah, Dan's asking if I've seen Fast 9 yet. That's not out yet, Dan. Maybe you watched an earlier one. It comes out later this month. Let's see. Fast, Furious movies. So yeah, it goes The Fast and the Furious, Too Fast, Too Furious, Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift, Fast and Furious, Fast 5, Fast and Furious 6, Furious 7. So you had Fast 5, Furious 7, The Fate, F8, The Fate of the Furious, Fast and the Furious Presents Hobbs and Shaw, and then this is Fast and Furious 9. And Daniel, is there one more after this or two more? I know they've already announced it. Two more. So they're going to do 11 of these. Oh, I'm here for it. I hope that I feel the same way about these movies that I did the Expendables. Like, do them forever.
Unbelievable.
I just wish that Vin Diesel and The Rock there, Dwayne Johnson, had that falling out, because now they won't be in the movies together anymore.
Well, I hope Dwayne Johnson doesn't do any more Fast and Furious stuff.
He's terrific in these.
He's gonna do Black Adam for the DC universe. That's gonna be amazing. He needs to do more superhero stuff. He's perfect.
One thing has nothing to do with the other. You think he's
Doesn't
not going to
need
make
waste
time?
his
He's got all the time in the world.
Loser franchise. Give me a break.
Loser franchise. You know how much these movies have made? It's the reason they keep making them.
No, it's disgusting.
Darth and Dan both say F9's available on the dark web. I believe it. I haven't seen it. I have not seen it yet. But please, let me know if you thought it was good.
What's the release date for that?
End of the month, like the 25th.
I mean, look, I'll admit, I'm probably going to watch it because, the movie's releases are so ridiculously slow right now, and they're not going to pick up for at least a couple months. So, but
anyway, here ultimately is what I decided to do, by the way. I purchased Fast 9 on Blu-ray, or Fast 5 on Blu-ray, pardon me.
Okay.
For it was like $6, $7, and then I got Fate of the Furious on DVD for $5, because it was like $5 for DVD and like $14 for Blu-ray.
Oof,
and
yeah.
And I didn't. I'm sorry. To me, it doesn't make that big a difference that I need to pay 2.5 times.
Well, not if you can get 8 for $30 on Blu-ray too.
Well, that's the other thing too. Yeah, I can get 1 through 8 for $36.
Yeah. That's a really good deal. So,
which I still honestly might do, because the two that I just bought, it's not it's Amazon. I can put them right back in the mail and return them. I haven't done anything with them. They haven't even come yet.
True. It's very easy to do.
So Daniel says the franchise has grossed over $6 billion worldwide at the box office, which does not include Hobbs and Shaw.
Redonkulous.
Loser franchise, he says. Oh, and Hobbs and Shaw was almost $1 billion by itself.
Really?
760 million.
Really? That's just.
What it should tell you is that people like action movies that don't require a ton of thought.
Yeah, I guess we already knew that.
But what I will say, because Daniel says the world loves this franchise.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, but no, I think the world is the world views the Fast and the Furious movies kind of like the Dreamstream SimFam views Kenny. You either love it or you hate it, and there's no in between. Nobody is just ambivalent to the Fast and Furious movies. Yeah, those are okay. No. You swear by them like your church, like Glash and I do, or you hate them like you and some other people do. They're wonderful.
This is America.
A lot happening in the chat right now.
Oh yeah, lots going on. Love it.
The Guru says Vin Diesel's best role is Groot. He says 3 words and never shows his face.
Oh, I know, and he made $1 million for it. It's just insane.
I've talked about this I don't know how many times.
Yeah.
I cannot, short of just having name recognition behind the character,
yeah,
I could have played Groot just as well.
Yeah.
It took 0 talent to play Groot. They
Like, why
didn't
didn't
need a name to play Groot.
Why
You could
didn't
have had a robot play Groot.
Why didn't
I
the
don't
director get
understand.
like their loser, like relative? You know,
You could have had like somebody's cousin play Groot, and it would have been just as good.
pay them like $100.
Yeah. Hey, you want a percentage of ticket sales and no salary? Here you go. Like, I don't understand. I will never understand how Vin Diesel got that role. Like Bradley Cooper, sure, excellent as the raccoon.
Yeah.
Groot did not need a name. Groot could have been anyone.
You basically needed to have someone say "I am Groot" once, and then that's it. You could have just like probably
Just
computerized
manipulated through the machine, through the computer.
That's probably actually what happened. Vin Diesel showed up for one day, said "I am Groot," and then just left.
Like, have you ever watched the behind the scenes stuff? Like, documentaries, the making ofs, all that with the Guardians movies, and you see Bradley Cooper actually doing the lines into the computer, into the microphone in the studio session, and then you see Vin Diesel doing it, and it's just like Bradley Cooper's all animated, and he's he basically looks the way you would expect him to look, reading the lines in the way that the raccoon is acting on screen. You just have Vin Diesel like with a t-shirt and sunglasses on, just going, "I am Groot."
Got like a Starbucks in one hand.
Yeah, seriously, like bored out of his mind.
Yeah, working on his phone. I'm Groot.
What are we doing?
As far as wastes of money go, it's probably high up there.
Daniel says Vin Diesel must have something on Kevin Feige.
I'm sure, like
14, couple seconds to go in the half.
Like you said, they just wanted the
wanted name recognition. That's it.
Oh, Vin Diesel's in this movie. Here he is. He's a tree. It's actually the perfect role for Vin Diesel because he can't act.
Oh, Vin Diesel's in this. He's a tree.
Yeah. It's perfect role for Vin Diesel, if we're being dead honest.
That's so good. Well, I'm glad we spent the whole quarter on that. Genuinely.
I mean, there's not like that much out right now. I mean, I'm even considering like I kind of want to go back and watch Fast 3 now to see if it holds up because I know I liked it when I first saw it. It was okay.
You're talking Tokyo Drift.
Yeah, Tokyo Drift. Because I want to see. I haven't seen the first. I haven't watched the first one in a while, so I want to see if that holds up too.
It does hold up. I watched it a few nights ago.
I'm gonna have to. I might actually watch a couple of those this week. We'll see.
You know what's
I'm not
funny,
watching like Fast 7 or whatever. Those are terrible.
So I've always said, and I'm not alone, obviously, in saying this. 128 for Bridgewater and touchdown. By the way, Wentz 81 passing with a pick. We'll give you rushing and receiving numbers, and then I'll finish that point real quick. Executive sessions. Cough, why they stopped the Pitch Black series? I don't know. Good question. Miles Sanders 8 for 59, a score. Wentz 1 for 14 with that touchdown. McCaffrey a disappointing 5 for 21. Excuse me, as I continue milking it. Jordan said, or Jim says, Tokyo Drift is embarrassing. Daniel says they had flip phones in it and a lot of drifting. Tokyo drifting.
Yeah, a lot of drifting.
McCaffrey, while disappointing on the ground, 6 for 31 in the air. Touchdown for Anderson, 4 for 36. 2 for 36 for Deshaun Jackson. 3 for 26 for Ian Thomas. And those are your most notable numbers to this point. So I've always said, again, not alone in this, it's not a hot take, that obviously the Fast and Furious movies have gone from, like fun, fast car action movies to effectively superhero movies. Like they're basically superhero movies, like cars jumping between buildings, but it's not even that. Like nobody even gets hurt anymore. Like they'll come out of these epic chases, explosions, cars rolling over, don't even have scratches. And I have always wondered, and I just never went and binged them the way I'm doing it now, I've always wondered, like, where does that transformation happen? Where do they go from sort of
semi-realism, exactly,
semi-realism to outright cartoons? And I honestly, I think I found it. So Daniel says Fast and Furious, the fourth one. He's dead right. But it's not even just that movie. There's a specific moment in that movie. And I'm not giving anything away. If anyone hasn't seen anything, this is not a huge plot point necessarily. So for anyone that, excuse me, that remembers these movies well, because this was like my eureka moment watching this last night. So Vin Diesel goes, he says, Daniel says, racing the U.S.-Mexico border. Nope, it's before that. Although it was kind of right before that. So it was when they have a meetup with Braga, and they're trying to establish who Braga is to, you know, drop the for their exchange and everything without going into too much. And Vin Diesel is like a melee breaks out, a big fight. And Vin Diesel's going after a guy, and a dude who he just knocked down on the ground is on the ground, and he like thinks he's out of it or whatever. And he rolls over and shoots Vin Diesel in the shoulder as he's walking away. Vin Diesel, not only, and this is his dominant arm, shoulder, whatever, you know, like it would be your throwing arm, your punching arm in this case.
Right.
Vin Diesel does not even flinch. He takes the bullet to the shoulder, just turns around and looks at him, and then goes back and slugs him in the face a half dozen times, effortlessly. That is the moment. That is the exact moment where these movies turn from semi-realistic with the same arm, Daniel. Yeah, same arm. That and then you go all the way through to, like, you remember the iconic scene of The Rock in the hospital where he just decides he's going to join the fight and he rips off the cast. Yeah, he's like, no, I'm good.
40 hours.
Right. Like, no, you're going to be like, you know, bedridden for weeks. No. Watch this. And then like jumps out the window. But that right there, like, seriously, go watch it. Watch the fourth movie. Watch Fast and Furious. That is the moment. That is the moment that this franchise goes from semi-realistic to cartoon to superhero movies. Is Vin Diesel getting shot in the shoulder, not flinching, and beating the hell out of a guy with the same arm seconds later.
Yeah.
It's really something.
That's kind of where the franchise lost me as well. So, whatever. Anyways, it is what it is. Glad some people like them.
Daniel giving us the gif of The Rock ripping off the cast and then again abusing a dude with the same arm. Couple minutes into this third quarter, it's 17-14. Smash that like. Let's get to 150. See if I have any voice by the end of it. Terrellin's like, please get a cough drop. You would just hear me talking while something is clanging around against my teeth the whole time. It's ridiculous. Poppy Herb says, come on, Cough. These guys jump the shark a dozen times per movie. Not so, Poppy. Watch the first two movies, and you can buy some semblance of realism in some of those chases and stunts and that sort of thing.
That's why I like the first movie, and doesn't someone die in the first movie? Like one of his, like a younger kid in his gang or something? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's consequences, you know.
But he gets shot. But yeah,
okay, still.
But you're right. There are consequences because, like, to your point, how many times, and I won't go into detail here for anyone that actually wants to watch these movies ever, but how many times have we seen main characters die and come back to life? I mean, multiple. At least two characters who immediately come to mind.
Yeah, right. That's why I kind of like the first one. So.
Yep. Yeah, Daniel says, yeah, there's one in F9. And for some reason, they decided to give it away in the trailer.
Yeah.
Which is bananas to me.
Yeah, I still don't know why they've just revealed that John Cena is why they've even revealed that he's in the movie, and B, why they've revealed that he's
his brother. Why do they need to tell you that in the trailer?
It's not even a spoiler because, like I said, everyone knows that already. So.
Right. Why? You don't need
Maybe there's like
Even
a
if you
double
wanna show
reveal.
Cena in the movie to get more people out there. Fine.
Maybe it's like a double reveal, like, oh, I'm your brother, and then it's like, oh, I'm actually a cyborg or something. I don't know. Probably not.
But like even Han appearing in the trailer, unnecessary.
Completely.
Unnecessary. Completely unnecessary.
Yes,
Like,
sir.
oh, hey guys, what are you doing here? Doesn't make any sense.
You know what the best movie reveal I ever saw was when I saw the first Matrix. Because the trailers for that movie, nobody knew what the movie was about. Legitimately, you went into the Matrix, and this was back in like 1990-something, 99 maybe. You went into that movie, no idea what was it on. The trailers were like, what is the Matrix? That's it. Like basically like a picture of like Lawrence Fishburne in sunglasses and Keanu Reeves going, whoa. And that's it. That was like the trailer. So when you revealed that it was like this big cyber world and like the machines were like, you know, inoculating humans and stuff, you were just like legitimately blown away. Maybe the best movie just experience from a stun standpoint I've ever had, but trailers for the most part just doesn't happen like that. So
Well, part of the problem too is that everything is publicized, everything is leaked, nothing is.
Social media, obviously, back then.
Yeah, it ruins it. Like
it does. It really does.
To your point, I mean, one of those that two actually, and they're different, although they inadvertently involve the same person. So, Tropic Thunder, like nobody knew Tom Cruise was in that movie. Nobody.
Right.
That was entirely kept quiet.
Yeah, some people weren't even, when they watched it, they're like,
you didn't even recognize him. Yeah.
They're like, seriously? Yeah.
And then you come to realize it. It's oh my God, you know, wait a minute, that's Tom Cruise in the fat suit as Les Grossman and all that. Also related to Tom Cruise, I mean, I will never forget the awe, the wow from the theater in the very first scene. Do you remember the very first scene of Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me? I think it was The Spy Who.
I do,
one?
actually.
Or was it Goldmember? Whichever one it was.
Second one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Second or third? I don't remember. Whichever one it was
Second one.
that had that opening that, you know, you think you're about to see, obviously, you know, Mike Myers and a whole bunch of it's Tom Cruise. It's was it Gwyneth Paltrow? Was that who it was? All these random stars, you know, like basically filming an Austin Powers movie.
Yeah.
But it took your breath away. It was insane. Nobody had a clue going into that.
No, it's true.
It's great. Loved it. All about it.
Rare thing these days.
Yeah. Daniel says, I was surprised by the two cameos in Hobbs and Shaw. Those came out of left field. Honestly, Daniel, I don't even remember them. It's been so long.
I still haven't seen that movie. So. Is Hobbs and Shaw good?
Oh, that's right. Those. Yeah, I enjoyed it. But again, you need to enjoy those movies in general.
True. Those are pretty big cameos.
Abby Rizzle says, Koff never believes Moose is calling the number of film it was. He's always right, shaking my head. I'm not saying he's wrong. I just don't remember. We could Google it. Whichever intro to Austin Powers that had all the celebrities. Goodness gracious. Tom's Microwave. I watched that movie 3 times talking about Tropic Thunder, as we have a field goal here for Philadelphia. It's a touchdown game again. I watched that movie 3 times before someone informed me that was Tom Cruise. Boots with the fur. You know who steals that scene, though, if not Tom Cruise himself, is Bill Hader's incredible as his assistant.
I don't even remember that. Bill Hader, eh? I don't even have to rewatch that.
Yeah.
He's Cruise's assistant?
Yeah, that's one of those movies that...
There's so many people in it, like you just forget stuff like that.
Yeah,
like I forget Jack
Monahan
Black's in that
is
sometimes.
his agent. That's one of those movies that if it's just on TV and I'm like going through the guide and I stumble upon it, I'll put it on at any point.
And it's one of those movies you can watch for like 30 minutes, and like basically there's so many funny parts that you can just pick right up. So
Robert Downey Jr. obviously gets so much credit, and rightfully so, for Iron Man and his role in the Marvel Universe and everything, that it almost detracts from how amazing he was in that movie.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hilarious. He's just a good actor.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's a good comedic actor. He's funny in that one with Zach Galifianakis too. I think it's
Due Date.
I can't remember what it's called.
Due Date.
Due Date. Yeah.
Yeah. That movie didn't do much for me, which I was really let down by because I love him and I love Galifianakis, and I just didn't.
It's not like the greatest movie, but he's funny in it, just because he's Robert Downey Jr. and he's just like the smart alecky guy, which is his best role, right? So
Boston Joseph's Cruise opening was Goldmember, which was the third one, right?
That's the third one. I couldn't remember which one the opening was. The Spy Who Shagged Me is 2, Goldmember's 3. Yeah.
Right. James just talking about Kenny Powers now.
Kenny Powers, yeah.
Sure. Danny McBride, classic. Don't entirely know how we got on Kenny Powers, but I won't reject it. It's a funny show. Abby Rizzle says, seriously though, Koff, you going to thrill us and make an NBA contest tonight? So I made one yesterday. I made the 2-day classic one. Didn't run. But now it's just a showdown tonight because there's only one game. Jared Wood says, just rewatched Tropic Thunder recently, Koff. Not as good as you're talking it up to be, although Tommy Cruise was fantastic. Best part. James, or Jared, pardon me, this is a to each their own situation. I really enjoy Tropic Thunder. Holds up for me. Evan says, it's a cough down. Showdown tonight. It's a cough down.
Who's playing tonight? Is it Clippers, Mavs, Game 7?
Tonight is Nets and Bucks.
Oh, Game 1. Okay.
Yeah, it's a fun one. Yeah, the Clippers Mavs, that was last night, and that's the only round 1 series still going.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean, yeah. Kawhi carrying the Clippers on his
That's
on
right.
back.
Orlando. So Tom Cruise, Gwyneth Paltrow, Kevin Spacey, and Danny DeVito were in that Austin Powers opening. Boston Joe. I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. Yes.
Clips Mavs, 10 p.m. Sunday. Fair enough. Or 12 p.m., excuse me.
I haven't looked ahead to the slates at all. Do we, tomorrow, do we get back to at least multiple games? We must. Must be some game 1s going on.
I would assume.
159 for Bridgewater. Daniel says,
how much
2
passing?
game 1s today? Are there 2 today? Hang on.
McCaffrey, 72 yards. Sanders, 64 yards. As Kaufman tries to figure out his NBA schedule.
This is very
both running backs score touchdown. Wentz with the rushing touchdown.
No, it's just 1 today, Daniel. There are 2 tomorrow. 2 in the afternoon. Atlanta, Philly, and the Dallas Clippers wrapping up. Hopefully with Dallas.
What do you think's going on in the West? Think Denver's going to take out Phoenix?
I don't know. I was wrong about both those. I thought Suns were going to go down to the Lakers, and I really did believe the Blazers were going to beat the Nuggets. So that's a tough one to call. I would say between the two, I'm rooting for the Suns. I like that team a lot.
Sure.
Not to say Denver's unlikable or anything. Nuggets are fun too, and obviously Jokic is great, but it's just something kind of, it's cliche in sports, but there's something kind of magical about that Suns team that makes them a lot of, fun to watch over the course of this year, ever since really going back to the bubble last year. But I guess nothing will really surprise. No, it's a boring opinion because it really isn't one, but nothing will really surprise me in that series.
Good. It's a better matchup for Jokic than
Yeah.
it would have been against Anthony Davis, obviously. Plus, but yeah, I mean, I'd like to see Chris Paul get a ring, or at least get to the
I
finals.
have to assume, without looking at the odds, I'm just guessing. I have to assume that if the Clippers do go down to the Mavs, the Nuggets are the favorites to come out of the West.
The Nuggets are the favorites?
I'm assuming. You think the Suns would be the favorites?
What about Utah?
Ugh, I don't take them seriously at all.
I don't know if the Nuggets would be the favorites, though.
Let me see. I'm gonna look.
I mean, I think you're talking to someone. I haven't looked at the NBA odds since like the playoffs began. So
I mean, I realized the Jazz were great in the regular season and all that. I
don't think the Nuggets would be the favorites. I
honestly-
could be dead wrong on that, though.
Let me see. Look at some team futures. I know we can't do much on this. Jazz are currently
Yeah, they're
in
the
the
big
West.
favorites.
In the West, the Jazz are currently.
Yeah, Nuggets are like
In this order, it's for West teams: Jazz, Clippers, Suns, Nuggets, Mavericks.
yeah. Nuggets are just they don't have full strength yet. You know, no Jamal Murray. It's all Jokic. But they're not. I mean, they're not that much bigger in odds than Phoenix. I mean, I guess they're double, but still, it's not like crazy spread.
Tara Lynn is putting in the chat, Koff, you are back tomorrow with Rossi at 12. Okay. Why are you telling me that? We're still here doing this game. I got another one tonight. I got Madden After Dark tonight with Tommy C, I think. Tomorrow's problem. TL? 24-17 early fourth. Carolina in front.
Yeah, Philly is driving here, trying to make this a game. 3 receptions from Miles Sanders. Decent game, just in terms of some points. Haven't seen that much passing, though. Running backs doing some work. Wentz. What are you going to do, pal? What are you going to do,
Daniel
Carson
says Tara
Wentz?
Lynn is coming up at 4 with Jeff. Today? Is
Yeah,
that a thing?
yes.
Tara Lynn's going from producing to on camera? Just
Yeah,
flipping the
she's going to
switch?
spend a whole sim with me. I feel bad for her.
Are you, Tara Lynn, are you producing that sim as well?
Probably.
Who backed out?
I don't think anybody backed out. It's just,
We're just
Flash.
that big this weekend, huh?
Flash on vacay. Tom already had like 4 spots. Ross is probably busy. I don't know.
And I don't say that because Tara Lynn is on camera. I say it because it is rare that we will go from the producer to on camera same day shift.
Yeah.
Just in case anyone thinks I'm taking a jab at Tara Lynn. When I do that, it's way more obvious. There's no beating around the bush. One straight shot. Daniel says she's a dual threat. One of a kind.
Triple threat. Triple threat. Host, producer, analyst.
Analyst.
Well, she's going to be in the analyst chair. I'm going to be
That's
doing
true.
play-by-play.
That's a good point.
Color analyst. I don't know. Color whatever you want.
Color commentator.
We'll cover lots of stuff.
We're just going to talk about the Fast and Furious franchise.
Definitely not going to talk about Fast and Furious next sim. Even if she wants to, we're not going to talk about it.
Speaking of the Eagles, she did include in our pregame notes here. I don't want people to think she didn't do anything. She said pregame notes. The Eagles agreed to terms with 10th overall pick and noted Celtics fan, Devontae Smith.
Noted Celtics fan.
Yep, big Celtics fan, Devontae Smith. Touchdown! It's not Smith. Alshon Jeffrey.
Will be Smith next year, though.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to watching Devontae Smith play.
in The Sims.
No. I mean, maybe in The Sims too, but mostly real life. I think he's going to make a lot of people look stupid for his, he's only 170 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, you don't accidentally have the game that he had in the national championship or so many others that came before it.
Yeah, people were just so ready. I mean, he's a Heisman winner. And they're like, he's the third best receiver. The other guys are better. I don't really know about that.
Well, also, can we give credit to somebody? Because it's a lot of Mac Jones isn't any good. Look at what he had around him. It's Devontae Smith. Well, Devontae Smith isn't any good. Look, he had Mac Jones. Well, so which is it? Or maybe they're both good. But obviously it can't be a situation where neither is.
Yeah, I know. There's way too much picking apart. I mean, I'm part of the problem. I'm not gonna lie. That's what
I've always said. That
that's what we do on the Sweat. We pick apart, we analyze and stuff. But I'm excited. I'm excited to see both those guys play this year. Mac Jones, I think, definitely could make some people look dumb too.
I am 96th in our standings out of 120, which is bad. Our pal Herb and Get That Cheddar. Get That Cheddar. Not Chowder, Cheddar. They are tied for first currently. Barely over Stud and Robbie Noble.
DJ Moore heading for the Babysitter Billy Award here. 2 receptions, 20 yards so far.
Taryn's in our chat blessing us. Obviously, she didn't hear all my digs. She must have stepped away from the computer. Yeah, DJ Moore stinks right now, and I can tell you that because I got a front row seat. He's in my lineup.
Yeah, he did a nice little run.
Speaking of runs, Christian McCaffrey and Miles Sanders, both good games. Sanders basically at 20 in the flex. McCaffrey is cruising toward 30. See if he gets there. He's got time. There's a first down pick up to the 39. Ian Thomas, 4 for almost 40.
Yeah, neither guy in the bonus, but both having good games. Getting close. McCaffrey, 72 yards. No one's hit the bonus for anything, have they?
Daniel, I don't want to ignore this, by the way. He is a new card drop as he builds the collection out of DK. I was going to say commentators, but in this case, it's Leafy. Glash's best friend, it says on the card. A sim monument, Daniel puts it. I think that's a good way to put it. Nickname Glash's side piece. Number of sims, 200 plus. That feels high. I'm not sure Leafy's been around that long. But I'd have to ask Glash. He would know better. Homer team, DK Sim fan. Favorite NFL player, Aaron Rodgers. And the hot take, I can't read here.
Yeah, we don't need you to go on suspension too. We don't need you to go to Florida for a week.
That take is too hot for the Sims, says Daniel. So who's still missing a card, Daniel, at this point? If you're at the point of creating them for sim monuments.
Yeah, I think he's covered all the major players. That's why we're moving on to monuments and things.
I'm trying to think of people that I've never seen. I'm not sure I've ever seen Christians. I've definitely never seen Emerson's. I don't know if I've seen BK's. Maybe I have. I've only seen 7 of them maybe. TL says yours. No, I've seen mine. Reed I haven't seen. Oh, Tara says I've only seen mine because I only care about myself. Tom's Microwave obviously deserves one for sure.
Yep.
Does my DVD wall get one?
Probably.
I really don't. I don't know what the gimmicky stuff would be. Although Daniel being the cinephile that he is, he could get pretty creative with that.
Your DVD wall, Tom's Microwave. Leafy obviously already has one.
Oh, so all right, here we go. So we got some others. All right, yeah. So there are a few here that I've not seen. So Emerson, Sim Original. Hello to all my sweet chinchillas. Nickname Quadfather. Number of Sims 100 plus. Soft. Homer team UCF Jaguars. Favorite NFL player Trevor Lawrence. Hot take. What's up with Kenny's bunk bed? Maybe the hot take should be Kenny has to Venmo me $20. Reed T. Did you know? Nickname Reed T. Number of Sims 100 plus. Homer team. CU Boulder. Favorite NFL player Aaron Rodgers. Hot take. My research is better than yours. That's about right. BK. Spoke to Peyton Manning last night. Nickname is BK. Number of Sims 100 plus. Cowboys and Kansas. Homer teams. Primetime Deion Sanders. Favorite NFL player. Hot take. Rodgers to the Broncos June 2nd. Well, I guess he missed the boat on that. Christian. Best hair in the Sims. C-Train Island. Nickname. Number of Sims 100 plus. Homer team Vanderbilt. Postroute.substack.com. Favorite NFL player. Hot take. I use antlers in all of my decorating. Which I can never remember what movie reference that is.
Oh, yeah. I can't remember it either. I know that is definitely a movie reference.
Skip Perkins apparently has one. Skip Perkins, dead. I'm on deadline. Nickname, hashtag Skip for Justice. Number of Sims, not enough. Some might say too many. Homer team, the Sunday Sim Times. Favorite NFL player, Sid Luckman. Hot take, what is this microwave you speak of? Oh, Bry Guy's got one. Brian Berard. Baby Brock. No, it's Chickpot. Nickname Bry Guy. Number of Sims, so many. Homer team, Boston College. Favorite NFL player. Who's the Pats QB? And hot take, I'm not a chunky peanut butter guy. Daniel does not get enough credit, I tell you. Oh, Lamarca. Yeah, haven't seen that one either. That's another one. I gotta download all these so I
don't
can
know if I have seen.
print a collection. Matt
King.
Lamarca, Sim veteran, Giraffe King. Nickname Big Saxy. Number of Sims 100 plus. Homer team Mets. Favorite NFL player Mac Jones. Lunch meat. I'm not sure I get that one. Hot take. Being a Mets fan builds character. Top Shot's fun, but it's all about the hard cards. Gotta get your hands on the rips and pats. $24 all, by the way, here in this sim. We actually do have a good sim on our hands.
Yeah, Eagles in.
Can we get to 150?
Smash the like button, people. Do it. Eagles in field goal range down at the 14. We're going to have some shots at the end zone here. Carolina's out of timeouts as well. So, actually, all the
up
Eagles
over 40 in the captain spot.
For being honest, all they need to do is kneel the ball twice and take a field goal. But they'll probably turn it over just because I'm hungry now and I want to go have lunch. So
sure. Daniel has sent us all his cards, and I'm downloading them.
They're all fantastic, obviously.
I want to have them.
We'll have to get on the NFT. We'll pay up.
Gotta pay up. Anytime now. I'm even going to download Tara Lynn's.
Even. Wow.
Even.
So like
That's
she's
right.
you're just basically saying she's like last ranking. You're ranking her last by saying that.
No, I mean her card is pink. It looks different from the rest. It's like the Joker card if you're putting a deck together.
Wow.
Now she is writing things that I cannot repeat in our internal channel. I could have said Old Maid. It's like playing Old Maid. Who's got the pink card?
God. For your sake, you better hope they keep the office closed, man. Like,
field goal to win it at the end of regulation. Oh, that's a disappointing situation. That's a tough go
yeah,
for Carolina.
Really wanted overtime.
Matt LaFleur. Tough break.
Matt
Good
LaFleur.
for you, Philly.
Matt Rule.
Matt Rule, pardon me. Matt Rule. I'm sorry, I see kicks and I just assume Matt LaFleur is involved. Oh, that's great. So good. Abby Rizzo, way to downplay TL cough. Rich. Tara Lynn knows I am a huge fan. I give her that brotherly, sisterly poking and prodding, of which I'm certain when she's on the next sim with you in about 50 minutes, while I won't be sitting here to listen, I will be the recipient of. Got to go to soccer. It's a soccer day.
She wants to vent. She can vent.
Yeah.
That way. All up to TL.
My eyes rolled out of my head and across the floor. Would you like to give us some awards, my friend?
Sure.
Here we go.
McCaffrey, player of the game.
Playing a Rossi here.
McCaffrey, player of the game. He had 8 receptions, 27 points in the flex.
Whoops. There we go.
All right. Yeah, you good over there. Stop moving around. Shut up. McCaffrey, 27 points, 40 points in the captain spot. DJ Moore, as I already alluded to, is not the player of the game.
Awesome. All right. So DJ Moore, Babysitter Billy, Krusty Koff, Christian McCaffrey. Wait, I got to watch this replay on YouTube of me breaking my camera. Oh, there it is. Oh, you saw a whole bunch of bobbleheads, though. And I look like Wilson from Home Improvement. Co-leaders, barring any manual scoring adjustments from our guy P. Fry. Poppy Herb, get that cheddar. Winning lineup, projected winning lineup of CMC in the captain slot, Wentz, Sanders, Goodwin, Anderson, because the Andersons got tickets to the game, and Joey Sly. Nice. Good stuff. You're not done with me yet. I'll be back for Madden After Dark tonight. Tom Carroll. Packers Bengals. We can talk about this Aaron Rodgers news. Evidently, his situation is dividing fans in Wisconsin, specifically Green Bay. It's not good. Not good at all. TL and Moose coming up next. Saints in Washington in about 45 minutes. You will have, after the early bird special, the happy, excuse me, I'm almost done. Happy Hour Sim, Titans, Jaguars, Matt LaMarca and Tom Carroll. Tommy, his second of 3 with LaMarca. That will be Dolphins, Bucks for prime time. And then again, me and Tommy, by then I will have no voice and we'll be keeping an eye on what is left of that basketball game. Might even be over. Moose, pleasure, man. Let's do it again at some point, sometime, whenever Drew tells us to.
Doing a million Sims next week, so sure we'll
Can't
be on
wait.
one. Have a great 40 minutes, DK Sim fam. I'll be back soon. So.
All right, I'm going to go talk to Daniel and find out how I can watch these Fast and Furious movies and return them to Amazon. Thanks to Pete Fry, to Daniel, to TL. She's coming up next on camera with Moose. See you a little bit later.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Memorial Day Monster Monday presented by DraftKings. Hopefully you guys have already had an awesome weekend so far. Finish strong, whether that's with the daddy sodas or grilling the food. Check out my social media at Ross Tucker NFL so you can see some of the stuff I've been eating and drinking over the weekend. Look, that's part of what life's about, right? Check it out on social at Ross Tucker NFL. All of our stuff is always available at Ross Tucker Pod as well. Speaking of available, you guys made this request for today's guest. A couple weeks ago, multiple people, it might have been some patrons, patreon.com/RTmedia said, can you get on a financial advisor? Can you get on a guy that advises some players? I'd be curious to hear what advice they give or what they say. How about I did even better than that. I got my financial advisor who played 10 years in the NFL, 129 games, and was my boss when I interned for him. So this is going to be amazing. His name's Kurt Schultz. You remember him, 8 years with the Bills, 2 years with the Lions. Can't wait to talk with him momentarily. We will have a new Spread the Word winner this week. You know what to do. Just engage anyway. I like the Facebook shares. I'm not going to lie. I like those Facebook shares. Or maybe on Instagram, you put it on your story. I don't even know. Just do whatever it takes that more people see it. I love it. I'll notice it, and I'll sign something for you, whatever you want. sponsor confirmations. I love Keeps. Keep your hair like I am. Keeps.com/Ross. More on that a little bit later. And the YouTube shout out. You know, people are winning the YouTube shout out, and then they're not emailing me to tell me who they want me to give the shout out for. So you're kind of blowing it, guys. I'll give you a Cameo style shout out, which I love. We also have some news to get to, but first, it is Big Show time.
The Big Show.
As promised, 10-year NFL veteran who's also like a soccer stud. This is a legitimately awesome guy on so many levels. My financial advisor and friend, Kurt Schultz. Kurt, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Ross, you're too kind. I appreciate it. It's good to be on the show.
All right. So, man, there's a million things that we could get into. I guess I'll start with how we met, which is every offseason when I was in the NFL, I would do an internship. So after my rookie year, I interned with Merrill Lynch in DC because I'd interned with Merrill Lynch Investment Managers before my senior year of college. So somehow the guys at Merrill Lynch Investment Managers they knew I was in DC. They found these guys, JC McKnight, Pete Kenny, awesome guys. They got me hooked up with them. Okay. Then I go to Dallas. I want to try something different. I want to see what else I might be interested in. So I work for Roger Staubach. You might have heard of him. His commercial real estate company in Dallas. Then I get cut again, and I go to Buffalo, have a good year. And I don't remember if it was the DC guys that hooked me up with, I barely remember these guys' names, like Nowakowski and these guys. I think I got hooked up with a group, and I don't think I got hooked up. I don't think I was hooked up with you. I think I got hooked up with a group. And then we made the connection, or they brought you on while we were. Do you remember that?
Actually, I think that we met at the Chop House, the Buffalo Chop House, eating steak with Reuben Brown. I believe that's when it was. And you had asked about what I did, and hey, next to have you coming in the office, and there's a lot of heads turned since you're likable big guy, and you were definitely hitting the office, that's for sure.
That is funny, man. Yeah, I remember that. And you were just getting started.
Yeah, I think at the time I had already, it was my second or third year, and no, you're right. And, Reuben, that was my connection with some of the offensive linemen, and he's just a great guy, obviously. And no, we hit it off, and you barely fit into the cubicle that was right next to me. If you remember that, it was kind of odd, but no, it was great. It was great having you in, man. I mean, obviously you're very bright, and you had an aptitude for it, and it was fun having you for sure, man.
Yeah, I remember, man, there's a lot. I remember one thing I did was call agents to, try to strike up relationships with them on behalf of you, because, when you're trying to get players as clients, a lot of times the agents are able to talk with them when they're in college. So it was funny though, Kurt, and I didn't even know I was going to talk to you about this. It's funny though, because I'm calling these agents. I'm an active player. I started the last 5 games that year. I was a restricted free agent. I made the USA Today All Joe team or whatever. So these agents would call me right back thinking that I wanted to switch, thinking that they were about to get a client. They'd be like, "Hey, Ross, how are you?" I'm like, yeah, hey, Joe. Anyway, so I'm calling on behalf of Kurt. They'd be like, "Oh." It's a great idea, by the way. It's a great way to go about it.
Brilliant. Right? Because, I'm a has-been. You were already in the league. You're playing. So, yeah, that was, I guess I kind of knew that. But
so
anyway, that's hilarious.
So, Kurt, I don't think I realized you started 93 games, man. You played in 129, just regular season, 72 starts in Buffalo, 107 games played in Buffalo, 8 years, then 2 years in Detroit, an amazing 10-year career. For people that don't remember the type of player you were, how would you describe yourself? Were you more of a box safety, more of a middle of the field safety, or was your strength that you were pretty good at both? Like, how would you describe your game as an NFL player?
You know, for me, I think it was just I was good at anticipating what they may do, and you know, that was play recognition. It was communicating with the corners, with the linebackers, and just kind of knowing the defensive scheme in and out, and then more importantly, knowing what the offense might do on certain circumstances, whether it be alignment or what have you. And I think that's pretty much it. I mean, I was pretty adept at intercepting the ball. And I think, you know, I like to think I was a decent tackler, but you know, that probably wasn't the biggest, you know, benefit to the team. I think more importantly, it was just somebody that they could trust to be back there and not give up the big play, and you know, occasionally come up with the ball. You know, in various different circumstances. You know, I had 30 interceptions, so I must have been doing something right on that end. And I would just attribute to, you know, long hours. You know, I can remember with Chris Spielman early in the morning before, you know, practice started, 6:30 in the morning, and we're studying film. And I learned a lot from him. And I think it was just general studying the offensive scheme and seeing if I could get any type of edge for that one play that, you know, hopefully I could make a difference in the game.
So, Kurt, you didn't start your first 3 years, and then
Right.
you started 93 games over the last 7 years. Your last 7 years, you had at least 2 picks each year, and you had 30 total. I mean, 30 picks in 7 years. You're averaging 4.5 picks a year. That is legit, man. I mean, that is a lot. That is taking the ball. I mean, 6, 4, 2, 6, 3, 7, 2. That would compare. I mean, I'm surprised you never made a Pro Bowl. That's a lot of interceptions, especially back then when they weren't throwing the ball as much.
Yeah, well, you know, obviously, as you know, we had an unbelievable defensive line in Buffalo. I mean, you have Bruce Smith, Phil Hansen, Ted Washington up the middle. You know, and the same was with Detroit. I mean, Robert Porcher. We had some ballers. And as a defensive back, I mean, it's huge to have that front line and that pass rush. And that was so much of it. You know, I'd love to take the credit for all of it, but you know, obviously it goes hand in hand with a great defensive line, and we had that both. I had that in both places. You know. But yeah, no, I'm pretty proud of those. It was a lot of fun, and yeah, like I said, it was a lot of study in the offensive scheme to see if you could get any type of edge, you know. And you know, as you know, in the league, it's hard to get that, you know. So it was basically just hard-nosed studying.
So I ask any former player that comes on this question. You're 52 years old now. How's your body feel? Like brain and body, like how are you doing?
Well, you know, I'm actually feeling pretty good. I did have the first, believe this or not, I do play soccer, as you know, Ross, like competitively on a weekly basis. Well, last year during COVID, I was probably playing a little too much and running a little too much. And I finally had my first knee injury in, you know, 51 years. And so I had knee surgery about 8 months ago, but I'm recovering. I'm back, and I do yoga, you know, 2 or 3 times a week. I play soccer. I keep active, so my body feels pretty darn good, actually. And you know, part of the NFL have that brain and body where you can go to the Cleveland Clinic, and I've taken part of that every 5 years, and it's just it makes you feel good when you come out of it, and it's just a great benefit that the NFL provided for us retirees.
Yeah, I did it in April. Phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal.
Great.
You're still, even after the knee surgery, you're still back to playing competitive soccer?
Yeah, I've got this team, and you know, obviously the competition. I've aged up quite a bit, right? So I've got this team that we've got players from all over the U.S., and we play every year in Vegas, and it is such a great weekend. But literally, they've got an over 60 division, so that's my goal. I'm gonna be out there with a bunch of old guys, you know, 60-year-olds kicking the ball around, and you know. For those that love soccer, it's a passion, and you get people players from all over the U.S. We get some from Mexico. There was a team from Peru. up in Montreal. So it's pretty cool. It's definitely a fun. I don't see that I'm going to be quitting soccer anytime soon. Hopefully.
Wow. You got to be the only 10-year NFL vet that plays competitive soccer other than a kicker, you know?
Probably. I think I got Steve. Remember Steve Christie? I tried to get him out there a few times because I know he was quite the soccer player up in Canada, and he lasted, I think, until I think until he was maybe like 35, and I think he hung up the cleats. So you're probably right.
So you end up making your home in Buffalo, and getting into finance. How'd that happen? Like how did the whole financial advisor finance thing happen?
Well, good question. So, my degree in college was accounting. So I was studying for the CPA when I got drafted, taking the Becker review class. And so I always really liked numbers and balance sheets. And it's just kind of an odd thing to think about, but that was my thing, numbers. And my uncle at the time was a pretty big money manager, and I kind of always looked up to him. And he was like this small growth manager. I think he had a hedge fund at one point in his career, and just super, super successful on CNBC. And I would intern with him, and I just dug it. It was something that I felt really passionate about, and I just loved investing. I loved hearing about it. I loved talking about it, and so that's kind of how I parlayed it into a career. Just basically out of passion, something that, hey, listen, I was following, I was a financial junkie as it was. Might as well just share that with other people.
So you were like into it, investing in finance as a player. So it was like a no-brainer career for you.
It was, I think the hardest piece of it all was trying to sell, right? I mean, there's that segment of it that is a big piece of being a financial advisor is the selling piece. And, I'm not very adept at that. But hey, listen, if you're passionate about what you are doing, it's not really a job. It's more of, hey, listen, I want to help people. And so I kind of have taken that route. I'm not a great salesman, but hey, listen, I love what I do and I love to help people. And, that's what I'm all about.
How important do you think it is for current players or former players to have a financial advisor that knows about all the player benefits? Because, I was amazed how few guys when I was playing really knew about the 401k, all of the pension, severance, annuity, health savings, all that stuff. A lot of guys really don't know much about. I mean, there were guys that didn't do Kurt, and we talked about this back in the day. Mm-hmm. They didn't do the 200% 401k match as players.
Yeah, crazy. I think it's hugely beneficial. And just to give you just an idea of the importance of that, I mean, as you know, through the NFL, there's tons of different benefits, and some of the NFL does a great job of marketing themselves, but they don't always do a great job of explaining certain things. And, some of it's just the benefits are kind of cobbled together, it seems like. And I think they're trying to do a better job of explaining some of that. But, one of the things that the NFL provides when you're a player is life insurance. And so, if you don't know how to find that, where to find that, and don't understand the benefits, you could be a financial advisor that's, soliciting life insurance for a player where they need to incorporate a lot of the benefits that they already have. And so you're kind of, and so I've run into that quite a bit where players might, be solicited for life insurance. And I'm like, well, hey, listen, when you're done, that makes sense. But when you're playing, I mean, you're kind of, you don't necessarily need it. So I think that incorporating that in any plan makes a heck of a lot of sense, and it's the right thing to do. And if you're not adept at knowing and how to figure out what the benefits are and what they mean, because they change, as you know, they change almost every year. So you got to be up to date on all of that all the time.
What are the pros and cons in particular of advising current or former players? Because I as you know, I got my Series 7 and 66 while I was playing. I thought I was going to get into that. And then I had the back surgery, got cut in Buffalo. And it's, my idea was to try to get the guys as clients while I was still playing. But if you're not on a team where you're established and you're bouncing around, you can't have the first time you meet guys be like, oh, by the way, let me talk about your finances. It just doesn't work that way. But
Right.
I've also heard horror stories over the years from financial advisors where it's like you tell the guy he doesn't need to buy a third car or whatever, and he does anyway.
Right.
What are sort of the pros and cons of representing and advising players?
Well, you make a really good point, and I would say, the probably the most frustrating part of the job is for them not to take the advice. The experience that somebody's had. I been in the league, been an advisor for years. Just not understanding the X's and O's and not that they need to understand the X's and O's of finance, but they need to trust somebody. Because it's at the end of the day, it's just a math equation. If you look at how much money is coming in, how much money is going out. And so, the biggest mistake the players make is they just spend too much, right? And so that's the most frustrating piece of it, is just to try to get them and educate them enough where they can understand and make good decisions. And at the end of the day, that's what I'm all about, is like helping clients make good, smart decisions. And the biggest, I think the biggest problem, or the biggest task for me, is to kind of educate them on what the money can do for them and what kind of lifestyle that they could provide for themselves for the rest of their lives, and for them to not adhere to a budget or whatnot. That's probably the most frustrating, because I could easily see certain clients where you're like, okay, I know where this is going to end. It's going to end badly. And so try to paint the picture of what is to come with too much spending is a challenge. And I would say that's probably the most frustrating part of the job, because, hey, listen, they think they have millions, and they do, but as you know, I mean, it's got to last another 50 years, 45 years, whatever the case. So, that's probably the biggest frustration.
Yeah, I think if I had to describe it from my time as a player, they are not a lot of the guys. It's hard to be an NFL player and not be intelligent. It's just hard. But
Right.
I think a lot of the guys that I spoke with are very uneducated when it comes to financial matters. They're not unintelligent, because with the football stuff, they know they're smart. Like, they know their stuff, but they've never done the background or research or have any background to be educated on the financial stuff. And they either don't trust anybody, or, unfortunately, Kurt, a lot of times they trust the wrong people.
Right. And, and I've always, I've heard horror stories and been involved with hearing about, horrible things happening to players with giving agents and or whoever powers of attorney. And then it's just all, at the end of the day, they thought they had money that they didn't have, and it gets stolen. And that's just super, super unfortunate. I mean, it's horrible. It's a nightmare. So, I mean, I always kind of preach, hey, listen, you need to have checks and balances. You need to have your CPA and your agent and your financial advisor, your attorney. They all may have different hats, right? I'm good at finance, and let me stick to that, right? I don't know anything about plumbing. I would not do any plumbing, because I'm horrible at it. I may cause a flood in my house. So, hey, listen, I'm going to go use a plumber. If you don't know about finance, use a financial advisor, and everybody should use a financial advisor at some point, because, hey, listen, at the end of the day, you buy securities and you need to have some type of advice. I think even Warren Buffett deals with somebody that, has got a long time advisor. He's, create a relationship. So, I think it's important to have those checks and balances, and just not, throw all your eggs in one basket, and trusting one person it's maybe too much,
Kurt, I know my listeners and the people that watch on YouTube now, they're going to absolutely love this episode. First of all, because I think they like that when they make a request that I listen. Multiple people requested getting a financial advisor on, so I'm glad we did that. And then this was even better than I thought it would be. Can't wait to get tremendous feedback on this interview. Thank you so much for coming on the show. I really appreciate it.
All right, buddy. I did. Great seeing you. Glad to be of help.
There he is, Kurt Schultz. Now, if you noticed, first of all, Kurt is an awesome guy. Secondly, Kurt is bald. And I've seen videos of Kurt when he was with the Bills, and his hair was struggling. And he made the decision to shave it all off, which I think is great. if that's not you and you don't look as good with a shaved head as Kurt Schultz, Keeps. Be like me. Keeps.com. I just watched, and I talked about this on the College Draft podcast. Every year on our anniversary, we watch our wedding video. Me, my wife, and my daughters. We think that's important, right? I was starting to lose my hair at age 26. And I didn't even realize it, because you can only tell from like the side angle. I wish I had started the only 2 FDA-approved medications that can prevent hair loss earlier. Keeps offers both. If you're not familiar with these, go to Keeps.com. If you are already taking the FDA-approved medications, don't go to the drugstore to pick them up. Don't go to the doctor for the prescription. Go to Keeps.com/Ross to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's KEEPS.com/Ross to get your first month free. Keeps.com/Ross. Trust me, I am a longtime customer now at this point.
Tux Takes.
Morning, Ross. A few news items to dive into since last Thursday, including the NFL greatly relaxing COVID rules for vaccinated individuals.
Well, and this is what the NFL does. They follow the science. They follow the data. Everything indicates that the more people get vaccinated, the lower the cases are, the lower the positivity rate. Everyone listening, everyone watching has the right to make the decision they want to make for their life, their body, etc. But the NFL follows the science, and the science is pretty clear. And Andrew Brandt talked about this last week about teams, if it's a bubble guy or if it's a guy on the practice squad, my guess is they're going to go with the vaccinated guys so that everybody can have the relaxed rules if you have over 85%. So the NFL, if you look at the relaxed COVID rules for vaccinated individuals, it's a huge difference and a major incentive to get vaccinated for players.
Tux Takes.
The Atlanta Falcons reportedly have been offered a first-round pick for wide receiver Julio Jones. Do we know who, though?
I think it was Diana Rossini reported that. That can mean a lot of things, right? Like that could be a second-round pick that turns into a first-round pick if he does stuff. It could be okay, we'll give you our first-round pick. We want your second and third. Don't ever be fooled by the reporting, right? Like they're not going to do the deal until June 2nd officially, whatever they end up doing, because of salary cap purposes. But don't let yourself be fooled, right? That information's out for a reason, and that team is trying to get as much in return for Julio as they can.
Tux Takes.
Philadelphia Eagles announced a number of scouting department changes, including hiring former Jags GM Dave Caldwell, promoting Catherine. How do you pronounce her last name?
I don't know. She's from Montreal. I think it might be French, but I don't know how to pronounce it yet. It's Raiche. Try to give it some French flavor, Bri.
I'm going to say Raiche.
Raiche. Okay.
And Catherine, I'm sorry if I butchered that. Anyway, she becomes the highest-ranking female in an NFL front office, and the Eagles also hired Amina Soliman as a scout.
Soliman. I would have gone Solomon, but I think you're right. I think it is Soliman. That's excellent. So, Catherine, we're going with Raiche. I will find that out for sure because she works for the Eagles. People believe that she is the most likely woman to be the first woman to be a GM. So that's pretty cool. And then for Amina Soliman, this is a big deal. I didn't realize how big a deal it was. So I think a lot of people remember, I watch the news as little as anyone. But I think a lot of people know there's a lot going on in the Middle East, Israel, and the Palestinians, etc. Well, the owner for the Eagles, Jeffrey Lurie, is Jewish. Howie Roseman, the GM, is Jewish. I believe, based on some tweets from David Cantor, the agent, I believe Amina Soliman is Palestinian. So that's a pretty major statement for the Philadelphia Eagles organization to make. Again, I'm just going off of David Canner's tweet. I don't know Amina, but I saw some people retweeting that. Seems to be very significant to some folks.
Tux Takes.
Let's get to some injuries. They are mounting with Lions D lineman Joel Heath. He's done for the year with a torn ACL. Niners running back Jeff Wilson tearing his meniscus, and the Bengals claiming linebacker Joe Bachie. Is that how we're pronouncing it?
I think it's Bachie.
Bachie, Bachie. Again, Joe, sorry for butchering your name. And they claimed him off waivers from Philadelphia.
So, yeah, I think several teams wanted to get Bachie, the linebacker. Several teams put a claim in for him. You know, injuries are going to happen. The good news for Heath and Wilson, it happened at the facility on team property, so they'll get paid every dime. Wilson might be able to come back this year, but they'll get paid every dime, which is very, very important. What a fun show. I hope you guys enjoyed Kurt Schultz coming on as much as I did. I got to get Kurt to get some of his clients' stories from my front page story for Father's Day, or maybe if they have a business or whatever. Shout outs are in order for Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. If you are a Broncos, Chiefs, Chargers, or Raiders fan, make sure you listen to today's College Draft podcast, because we went over every single draft choice for your team. I think you'll enjoy that. Other than that, I think we're done here. Have a great Memorial Day Monday, everybody. Check my social for food and eats and drinks.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome on back into the DraftKings Dream Stream. My name's Jeff Ulrich. We're in our what? 1, 2, 3. I don't know. I think third sim of the day. We'll go with that. It's May. It's June. It's June.
I don't know what month it is, to be honest. We're just here.
I don't really know. I mean, between Tara Lynn and I, we probably just don't even know what year it is. But that's cool because we're going to be more entertaining than Kaufman was at the very least. So That's all we care about, DK Sim. Obviously, the great, the wonderful Tara Lynn ASAC joining me, riding shotgun here for this 4 p.m. Eastern sim. So we got, just to get this out, we got New Orleans, we got Washington, and we got us. So settle on in, DK Sim fan. If you haven't hit the like button, do that. Smash the like button, get it off. Tara Lynn her apartment looks fantastic at this point. You know, if you've been in the whole moving saga and stuff like that, if you're with us yesterday, I just saw it, the whole thing. It looks like a complete, it looks fantastic. You just
mind blowing, right?
I'm sure the rest of it looks great, right?
Yeah, if anybody needs me to help them move, please let me know. I'm really good at it, and I highly suggest my skills. It's just called take one thing from a corner and toss it to the next.
Hey. So much better than the box you were sitting on yesterday. So
I'm on a different box because that box obviously couldn't hold my weight. I've been just eating pizza on the floor here, so obviously something's happening. But we're on to this box because I broke that box.
Do you have a chair?
Okay, so I explained this the other day. I had an awesome chair, but I had it for the last 4 years. So I moved every year besides. I have moved so many times. It's actually disgusting. But whatever. So it didn't survive the last move. The wheel just completely went off and it was like, hey, Tara, screw you. Quit moving me. Get some stability in your life. So we lost the chair. Now we're on to boxes. But I'm just deciding I really want this next chair to be with me for a while. So I got to pick out a chair.
Okay. So you're in the chair market is what we're...
Chair market. We got in the chair market done, and now I'm in the chair market. If anybody knows where I can get a good chair, please let me know. I already went through a week of deciding between duvet cover and comforter because one year at my apartment I did duvet. I kind of wanted to kill myself. I kind of loved the look of it. Then another year I did straight up comforter. I'm like, that doesn't look fluffy like when I'm at a hotel. But so I got over that. I'm like, stop ruining your brain. You need it for Simland, you need it for producing, you need it to talk. Get rid of the duvet, just do the comforter. Why are you stressing yourself out? But now we're on to this damn chair. I don't know what to do.
Got to go chair shop and drop some suggestions in there for Tara Lynn in the chat, man. I mean, if you got some nice budget chairs, I don't know, or you're not budget.
Hey, if anybody has a coupon code, I'm a bargain shopper. Please leave me a code. I'm currently searching for a code for Wayfair. If you have a code, drop it in.
Wayfair is great, man. I just throw things in my cart there all the time, and then I don't buy the half of them, but they look
right. And it gets here so quick.
Yeah, no, it does. It's
way better than Overstock. Overstock is like, we'll see you in 18 weeks. Wayfair is like, it's at your door. Please come get it.
I bought lots of stuff off Wayfair. So, but if anyone's, out there, maybe you're like a vintage chair guy or something, go for it. So, yeah, I made the free roll. I actually went in and made the free roll. I made it about 3 minutes before the contest started. So that is on me. I just wanted to have an official free roll, since to mark Tara Lynn. I didn't even think I entered it, by the way, but it's out there. There's probably like 10 people in it, but it's more just for significance. Did you actually make a lineup, Tara Lynn, or did you get one?
I'm impressed that you made it. Nope. And I said yesterday, I really don't like when I don't make a lineup. Going to really work on that moving forward because, we were talking about this. It gets a little bit more competitive, but I was going from producer Tara Lynn, which kind of looks like a troll that lives under a bridge, to let's kind of get on camera quick, Tara Lynn. So I didn't make the lineup. But next time.
You have a life excuse. Like you're moving, you've got lots of stuff to do. I'm just lazy, and I was lying on my couch. I could have made it like 30 minutes ago, and I didn't. So don't worry about it. It's Saturday. We have tons of stuff to talk about. DK Sim Fam is here. It's hot and sweaty out. DK Sim Fam's feeling good. Like I said, hit that like button, guys, if you're just coming in. Hopefully everyone's having a great Saturday. Throw some cues up for Tara Lynn as long as they're, normal and appropriate. I'm sure she'll answer them.
I want normal and appropriate on a Saturday, okay? I'll take it during the week. Yeah, I will take it during the week, all of your little evil comments, and I'll just vent to Jeff about it. He's been promoted to my therapist, and I'll just vent to everybody else. But on a Saturday, let's have a day. Let's be nice and positive in the chat. We've been like that all day. I haven't really seen that much negativity in the chat, but also Ducey hasn't been commentating today. It's me and you, it's Kaufman, it's Flash, Rossi, everybody loves all of us, so it's fine. Wait, people are saying LaMarca has a dope chair. Does he?
Yeah, he's got one of those. Does he have one of those like secret gaming ones or whatever they're called? I think he's got a gaming chair. Those are comfortable. I almost bought one last year. I kind of wish I did, because I did buy a new chair. You know what? I actually may have bought this chair from Wayfair. Now that we're talking about that subject.
Yeah,
it kind of
people
sucks.
are saying they love the gamer chairs.
Yeah, the gamer chair. That's like the next thing I'm buying is an actual gamer chair. I thought I could get away with just like a little lumbar support, but like it's really not that good. So
yeah.
Andrew in the chat, our producer, says he hates it. So LaMarca hates his chair. So
all right, guys, if you were wondering if LaMarca likes his chair, he hates it.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe there just isn't a good chair. I think I've kind of come to that conclusion that, like, your chair is gonna just suck.
Yeah, it's gonna stink.
Boston Joe wants to know what your favorite restaurant is. How about this? You can give us a favorite restaurant from Boston if you want, or if you don't want to give out specific locales, that's fine too. Go your favorite food. Just what do you like to eat when it's like the weekend, or you're feeling saucy and you have a couple days off.
Yeah, 100%. So I have to say, well, can I go first with a beverage? Because I've been talking about it all day, because one of my friends is actually, she works for cryptocurrency. She's at the Bitcoin conference in Miami this weekend.
Oh, wow.
And I told her she has to get coffee. If you're ever in South Beach, people, you have to go to, okay, are you kidding me, Tara? I literally was just talking about it all day. It's right next to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. It's the best coffee I've ever had. Probably anyway, what were we just talking about? All right, we'll move on for that. I'll get it in a second. But best coffee, I'm a coffee lover. I drink way too much coffee for my own good. I'm on my third cup right now just to stay alive. But favorite food, I love Mexican food. Favorite restaurant in Boston for that, I love Loco Taqueria Oyster Bar. It's in South Boston. Highly suggest it. They have the best quesadillas. They have the best tacos and great margaritas. So I love spicy food.
I like spicy food too. It does kind of, I'm sensitive. Like I'm a sensitive male. So my stomach does my tummy gets upset sometimes when I eat too much spicy food, but I do love it. Like I wish I could just eat Mexican food all the time. I'm kind of just a wimp like that, so
yeah.
I like that.
Okay,
I love tacos and quesadillas and stuff like that.
Tacos and quesadillas are great, and they're so easy to make too if you don't want to go buy them. It's very easy just to make at your house too if you're not like Flash and just ordering Uber Eats all the time, which I've been doing as well because I've been moving. But if you are in Miami Beach, go to the Shelbourne Hotel. I forgot the name because I am kind of half brainless today. But best coffee I've ever had in my life, Jeff. And I have tried I'm a big I'm in a new city I'm visiting. Let me go try a random coffee shop.
Right.
I was just in New Jersey. Their coffee stinks. Even their Dunkin' Donuts was horrible and their Starbucks. But yeah, Shelbourne Hotel, it's my favorite.
Hey, there's your South Beach recommendation, Shelbourne Hotel. We did get a Steven Sims touchdown there from Haskins. Start the game, so nice start there for Washington. Steven Sims and the Sims. Always.
Who has them in their lineup? Drop it in the chat.
Okay. I love coffee too, man. That's
getting
good
coffee guy?
is so underrated. It's so underrated. Finding good coffee. I don't spend enough on coffee. I just too many days I just get generic coffee, and we have generic coffee, or I make a Keurig, which is terrible. I know.
Keurig. Yeah. Are you iced coffee or hot coffee?
I like them both. Okay. Iced coffee in the summer is the go afternoon drink. You've had a little bit of coffee in the morning, but you need more. Iced coffee. I could have one of those every day. All right, DK Sim fam. We got a little bit of NBA going on today. We got NHL. Yeah.
Not much else, right?
Pretty much 3 more Sims coming your way after. Saints with the ball. 7-0 Washington. Putting up to a quick score. And, oh, no. Drew's going to get that away. Have you always been a Pats fan? Like, did you grow up in Boston?
Grew up in Boston. Yeah, always been a Patriots fan.
Okay. So you're like lifelong, like never cheered for another team?
Never. Except when I dated a guy from Philly, I was forced to love the Eagles.
Like watch the Eagles.
And I was like, really? This is the team I'm forced to like? Jesus Christ. And they completely stunk last year too. So it was just a lot of turmoil and tears. And I was like, this team stinks. Even the Patriots, obviously they didn't have their greatest season last year, but I'd rather cheer for the Patriots over the Eagles.
So basically the Eagles ruined at least one relationship for you.
Yeah, the Eagles ruined my relationship and partly my life. But no, yeah, other than that, I really haven't cheered for another team. My nephews, they're born and raised in Florida, so they're big Bucks fans, so they had themselves a year. So I was happy for them.
Nice.
That's
yeah. Great. Are you excited for Tom Brady coming back, or are you just like kind of over Tom Brady and you just don't care?
I'm pumped for Tom Brady to come back. I love how he proved a lot of people wrong that were saying, oh, he's going to stink when he goes to the Bucs, or Tom's washed up and he's nothing without Belichick. That was the greatest feeling in the world, to prove all of them wrong.
Hey, I think that's the same Patriots fan response to be happy for Tom Brady. How many years was Tom Brady in New England? Like you literally grew up with Tom Brady, right?
Right. I knew no one else besides Tom Brady. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So he's brought the city 6 championships, Super Bowls. You got to watch him play for 15 plus years. Why wouldn't you be happy for him? You know, how much more can you give him? Then you got people like Kaufman being like, oh, I don't like him anymore. I'm not going to cheer for him. So I think that's the perfectly sane response. That's actually how Glash feels too. So I think if I was a Patriot, if I had grown up in Boston and watched Tom Brady always lose, that's how I'd feel about him too. Like I'd be happy for him in Tampa. So.
Yeah, I mean, Glash refers to Tom as his ex-boyfriend, so I mean that's a whole other issue we could talk about. But
well, I mean, there's a ton of Glasheen issues we could talk about. We could just go over Glasheen's greatest hits for the entire sim if we wanted to. You know, from the eyebrow shaving to the Colts logo in the back of his head. Alvin Kamara almost broke a touchdown, but I don't know. What was your favorite Glasheen moment on these sims so far?
Favorite Glasheen moment?
Well, is there one that you've been a part of that really strikes you?
No, so I just started jumping on the Sims, obviously.
Yeah, and, producing, 2 months ago?
Yeah, or
was it even that? It was
not even.
Yeah, like a month and a half.
Mm-hmm. So I would see clips that people would post, and then I did the hosting like Jesse, but you weren't really involved in the Sims with that. We would just leave and go do our own thing and then come back and say a few things. But I'll never forget. I mean, when he shaved his eyebrows, I was like, oh, so the world is coming to an end. This is getting weird, because remember, it was at the start of the quarantine. I'm already thinking oh, this is the end is near. I'm not going to be able to get married and have kids. We're all going to die. Then all of a sudden I wake up the next day to Glash with no eyebrows, and I'm like, Jesus Christ.
And you're like,
Doomsday
is really just hitting here. There's a touchdown, and the other way, Michael Thomas. I think I put him in my captain for my lineup, but we don't need to talk about lineups and stuff today. I'll keep you guys updated on the stats there. So far, we've had a Michael Thomas touchdown now, and we had a Steven Sims touchdown. So my question to you is, was Glash obviously this eccentric and crazy when you were working with him before? Were you very surprised when we started doing the Sims that this is that he started doing all this stuff and dressing up?
Yes, I honestly was.
Yeah.
When I worked in the office, Glash's cube was next to mine, but we would be doing different assignments. I basically went in there and shot headlines for the day that would go out on all social platforms, and I would be writing, and then Glash would be doing basically promos, stuff for the sweat, stuff like that. So we really weren't working together. And then when I would see him, I would be like, hey, what's up? And he was like a little shy. And then we started getting this banter going, more of like brother and sister and close. But I never thought that the man had the capabilities of being an absolute crazy person when I saw him dressing up in all of these costumes, shaving the eyebrows. I mean,
yeah.
No,
okay.
I did not see that side of him in the office. He kept it way more reserved. Glash was known in the office. Everybody, please remind him of this next time. I would always see Glash with like a juice, like, because we had snacks fully stacked in the office. So like, but like a crappy juice. Like I almost think it was like a high C too, like a soda.
Like a juice box?
Yeah, like a juice box. Like I'm prepping to go on camera with like tea and lozenges, water. He has a juice box and a string cheese. Always had a string cheese in his hand.
So
I'm surprised we didn't have a shortage in the office. And he would like pack them two to go. I'm like, really? You can't just go to the grocery store and get your own string cheese?
So basically, Glash's like parents packed his lunch for him while he was working at DraftKings.
Yes.
That's the news story, anyways. That's good. No, I like this info because I worked for Glash, but we didn't work together that much either. Like we shot some stuff, and I think I joked around with him once, and I started calling him Brandon just to bug him instead of Brendan. And I could tell he didn't like it, but I didn't really know that, like, you know, he had all this other stuff inside him. So it was interesting to hear that, like, I wasn't the only one who was shocked by, you know, what The Sims really did bring out in Brandon Glasheen. So, yeah, those first couple months working on The Sims with him was...
I feel like Glash, too, has come into his own. He's way more confident, and I feel like he really feels confident in his craft, because I would sometimes go watch, because I love learning from all of you too. I think it's awesome that we get the chance to do that. So I would watch Glash go do his stand-ups. Obviously he wouldn't know that I'm there, or he would totally mess up, but he would just do it in one take and like be so worried after the one take if it was bad or not. And I'm like, that was the best thing I've ever seen. And he like did it perfectly. So I feel like he's too, like the quarantine, whatever dress up character he needed to get the confidence, but it's there now. So that is my one positive thing I'll give to Glash.
Yeah, no, he's very much as we get to the end of the, here, I'll do a few stats here.
Yeah, let's hear the stats.
Fam here before we get to that, but what do we have here? 7-7, obviously. Haskins, 2 passing touchdowns. Thomas and Steven Sims. I don't think anyone had like a big play we missed. Doesn't matter. Anyways, yeah. He's like very like attentive to his craft. Like he probably doesn't get enough credit for that because he's so like goofy and on air and stuff. But he always asks whenever we do something with him, or if he's hosting, he's like, "Oh, but yeah, was that good? Like, was I too fast?" Or so yeah, I get that. He's definitely into his craft. Loves the announcing biz and stuff like that. So yeah, Kamara two rushes, 20 yards, not missing much there. Obviously, Jeremy Sprinkle had a carry. That's exciting.
Very exciting.
Anyways, hopefully everyone's doing good. Welcome back into the stream. Like I said, guys, hopefully everyone's having a good Saturday.
Great Saturday. Hot.
Is it hot in Boston?
It's 90 degrees.
Do you have AC in your apartment?
Nope, Jeff. Still working on that.
Okay.
Gotta get a chair, gotta get an AC, but I do have a fan, but I left the fan in the other room, and that's where we're at. I'll just blast it when I get into my car.
Still work in progress. But like I said, it's a big improvement over yesterday where you just like went through the box halfway through the sim or whatever. So that's good. Small
I wish that was recorded.
Oh, actually, was that Daniel on it? I don't know if Daniel
it was before we started, or maybe it was recorded.
Right before the sim. It was before the sim. Yeah, that's right. It was. Hopefully somebody got that on camera somewhere. Do you have more sims after this?
No, only sim, and then have the night off, which I'm happy about.
Oh, well, there you go.
There you go.
I won't ask you for specific plans, but I assume some outdoor activities in your future.
Oh, I'm getting right outside. I am jumping right outside. I hope any rays that are out there will hit me quickly. Yeah, I've been cooped up like a little like house cat all day. I can't wait to enjoy the weather. I've been seeing people posting the beach.
That's the worst.
I know.
That's like the one bad thing about summer. Social media is so bad for that too. Like it's nice to see other people enjoying and having time, but when you have to when you're not like forced to be inside, but when you have to be inside for a bit in the summer or you're working, you have to get something done. Then you see other people's beach posts.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a killer.
There is Inman. Dontrell Inman on the catch there. I don't know about these Washington football teams. I think they're going to be good next year, but.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. So, people have been saying that this is the team that we have to look out for in 2021 because it's a young team, hungry team, driven. I mean, great defense, but I feel like that no one really talks about the Washington football team. Ever since the name change, I feel like we're just kind of like, oh, and there's the Washington football team. I still haven't gotten over the name change. I wanted something way better than that.
Yeah,
that's like how I call my plant.
It's very much. It's like getting a dog and calling them Doggy or something like that. Like it's a ridiculous name. Have they confirmed that's like what the name they're keeping? Maybe our producer knows. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask. That's it?
I think they're definitely keeping it for at least one more year. Yeah. So Drew, our producer, says yes for at least one more year, I think.
Okay.
I would have thought they would have like gone to a mascot pretty quickly. I do like their kit. Like I really like the look of their new uniforms, but you're right. I feel like since the name change, everybody who watches football is like, oh yeah, and then like they just kind of like whatever. They're just this team in the league that like nobody cares about. Like they're almost like a fake team or something.
Yes, which we shouldn't be discrediting them, but I have to say across the board, that's the feeling I get whenever the Washington football team is playing or I hear it in conversation. It's not like, oh, that Washington football team. No, they're just,
Yeah, they're just there. People just like don't give them much credit. So they're good though. I like them. Like I've said this on most of the NFL videos we've done. We've touched on the AFC or the NFC East. I think they're the best bet right now, preferred division winner. They're double the Cowboys. They had the second best defense in the league essentially last year. Yeah.
Are you all in on Darren Payne?
Payne, Samuels, Curtis Samuels they signed. Like it's I like this team, man. Like I like Ron Rivera too, so I don't know. It is kind of weird though. They still don't have a name, but Fitzpatrick. I don't think Fitzpatrick has worked with Samuels before. No, because he wasn't on Carolina. But I'm not worried about that. I think Fitzpatrick will be a bit of a upgrade Sean Preston at QB at the very least.
So the Washington football team, the team that everybody likes to forget about, hopefully they'll change that this year and have a breakthrough year. They play first game Sunday, September 12th, 1 p.m. versus the Chargers. Win or lose, Jeff?
That'll actually be a really interesting game. The Washington's at home. I'll give them the edge there, but I do like the Chargers. I mean, definitely going to have an edge at QB, but I think when you look at the rest of the teams, like I think Washington is the better team. So they're at home. I'll take Washington in that scenario. I think it'll be a really close game. It's one of the more interesting week one games, Chargers versus Washington.
Yeah.
Era up the middle.
Then at 4:25, it's Packers at Saints.
Packers at Saints. That's all going to come down to what Aaron Rodgers does.
What is he going to do?
I don't know. I wish he'd. I actually like
Twitter every morning. I'm like, Aaron, Julio, something.
I know, right? Like it's getting annoying because we both work for a sports company, but it's also like media, and we got to keep up to date. And every day I'm like, oh my God, I forgot to check Twitter if something happened to Aaron Rodgers today. So I have to go and check. It's getting annoying. Like it's actually getting annoying. I want something to happen so I don't have to like have this thing in the back of my mind where I'm like anxious about it. And then I come on like a sim here and everyone's like talking about it and I'm the only dummy who doesn't know, right? And I'm the guy who should know because obviously
Right. Oh, and the chat would destroy you.
Yeah, would just take me to the cleaners. Well deserved too.
Well
I
deserved.
love the chat. Chat's great. Hopefully everybody is having a good Saturday, though. Throw out some more questions, guys. Like I said, we're here to talk. I'll keep you updated on the game, but I mean, like, how many more Tara Lynn episodes do you get of Simville? Who knows, man? You know, they can open up the office soon. They might just pop it back in front of the camera. Who knows? So,
you might never see me again.
Right, she could just keep moving. Down the middle, that is a tight end, and that is not Jared Cook. Is that, oh my God, I forgot his name. Josh Hill? No. Who is that? Gonna have to go to the producer. It is Josh Hill, 1.9% owned. At least I was right on the name throw. My brain spat out. Tight end 2 or 3, I don't know, but very, very low owned there. James, did you just call that? James Smiley called the tight end Hill before it happened.
Yeah, James, are you a psychic?
Dude, can you throw some lottery numbers in the chat?
Yeah, I would like that. Please, James.
That was sick.
Wow.
That was pretty sick. Most everyone else is barfing. James Smiley, did you captain Hill? James Smiley, let us know, man. That was 1.9% owned. I assume you're the guy who has him, and maybe other people. Not taking Josh Hill, yeah. Tight end 2 or 3, we're not sure. He did. He played him. James Smiley winning all the money here. Okay. All right, that was pretty cool. Brian wants us to play the schedule game with these. We could do that. Why don't we do that in the second half? Why don't we do Washington's schedule in the second half? We'll see where we end up at. Schedule games just when we go through their schedule.
Okay, the fun little exercise.
We'll do Washington for sure in the second half.
Okay.
Since we already talked them up too. I'm getting no respect. They'll be our team. The Washington football team will be our team next year.
Jeff, I say we go all in on Washington. Like, even when we play the game, I'm just going to say that they win them all because I actually want to be a huge Washington fan now, and I want everybody to question why. And I'm just going to be like, are you kidding me? Like, why are you not a Washington fan?
Just go out Boston every night, just decked in Washington football.
Yeah, going to get a Payne jersey. Everybody get away from me.
If you did that, you'd probably get a lot of questions if you went out just dressed in like a random football, like especially being in Boston. Hey, don't you think? Do you think you just get a ton of questions? Like,
I think, yeah, I would get so many questions. I think I'm going to do it. I think it'll be a good conversation piece.
Oh, for sure it would.
And I can like try to be like Glash on TikTok and do like a TikTok of people's reactions. And then I go viral and then I leave Glash in the dust. Yep, that's my master plan. Yeah, I want to go in all on Washington because like I see other people wear like, you know, I see a lot of Seahawks jerseys too out in Southie. Don't understand why during football season, but yeah, a lot of people love Seahawks. Or then there's like a couple Bears fans there. It's funny. But it's mostly obviously all Patriots, Red Sox, diehards.
Yeah, the Sox, bro.
The snacks, bruh. Gotta get my coffee at Dunkin' Donuts and watch the game at Lincoln with a couple beers.
I like how everybody who lives in Boston can do awesome Southie accents.
Tommy Freeze Pops, his accent actually cracks me up because it's like raspy.
Yeah, I know.
Like he's like on the corner of like a Southie like.
It's like he's actually smoked a pack of cigarettes today, you know?
He's like, yeah, I was just sitting at the corner in Al's Liquors. Like I'm like, what, Tommy?
You can just smell the like cigarette smoke on him. He basically is like a character in like, you know, the next Martin Scorsese movie.
Seriously.
Oh, producer Drew has a Heath Schuler Washington jersey you can wear. Wow.
All right, let's go.
There's a name you don't hear very often. Heath Schuler, one of the bigger busts the NFL. Doesn't get brought up enough, to be honest.
Yeah, I want a random name that no one talks about, and I want to rep it. And maybe we'll do little videos, right, of me wearing this jersey out. Let's see what the people say, and that can be the loop for the sim instead of our little loop that people say it puts them to sleep because of the music. So see, people, we're trying to make you feel better. It'll be me getting yelled at by random Patriots fans on the street for wearing a Washington jersey.
You get a Sims Washington jersey, and then when people talk to you, you're like, well, I work for the Madden Sims, and so this has to be my favorite player, just by default. And then you can tell them about the Madden Sims, and then they can think you're a huge weirdo because you commentate on video games, which we all are, obviously. So,
yep, here we are.
Here we are, just part of the life, obviously, bringing you guys as much DraftKings fantasy stuff as possible. 2-minute warning, 14-7. We've had a Josh Hill touchdown, which James Smiley completely predicted in the chat, and that was one of the scariest things ever at under 2% owned. And we've had a Steven Sims and a Mike Thomas touchdown. So that's where we stand. Saints ball. We'll play action. Gonna go for it all. He is. Lone nut. Drew Brees. Drew Brees. Oh my God. Oh, it was a flag. Is this gonna be PI?
No.
It is. Defensive PI. Oh man, Drew Brees got all the way down to Kendall Ford. All right. Oh, still, like over a minute left. I thought it was like 10 seconds. Not even paying attention. As per usual, DK Simfan knows. Kamara. So, is there a UFC? Oh, Tom's Microwave says my UFC card is toast. I didn't even know there was UFC going on right now. It was on at weird times, though. Do you watch the UFC at all, Tara? Or you just kind of...
I don't.
You can say no. It's okay. Yeah.
No, I really don't.
There's a touchdown. Traquan Smith. Good to see you, Traquan. Good to show up. I think that might be his first catch of these Sims. Yeah, UFC is... I used to bet on it lots, so I used to be into it more. I used to be into it more when it first came out. But you kind of got to like really be into it, or you're just kind of... there's so many UFC cards these days that it's hard to follow. Like you have to be like
a little confusing, to be honest.
Like, why is it on in it's like 2 p.m. my time and there's like UFC fights? It just is
right.
Weird. I don't know why. So, anyways, it's a good sport. I'm not saying it's not a good sport. I'm not trying to get in a fight with UFC people. Obviously, that wouldn't be very.
No,
smart.
Definitely not. But what? So is everybody though geared up and pumped for tomorrow night, which is Logan Paul and Floyd Mayweather?
Oh, right. Yes.
Isn't that the big fight that I've been hearing everybody talk about? I obviously know Logan Paul from his YouTube world, and then his brother Jake also got into fighting. They just picked it up too as a hobby. Like they just decided to, let's do this. It's aggressive, it's funny, and we can just really bleep talk to everybody, and they love doing that in the first place.
I know. I don't like to give these guys credits, but like for what they do, they had a huge following. They're young. Getting into boxing is insanely smart because they can sign these stupid mega purse circus fights that pay a bunch of money. And, it's basically a good money-making scheme for guys like that. So, and then obviously they went and picked a fight with Floyd Mayweather, who was happy to pick the fight because he's getting paid a boatload of money too. I mean, so, I don't know. I mean, I have no idea what's going on in this fight. There's like no judges or something. I don't know. The chat probably knows more about it than us, but I'd be pretty shocked if Floyd Mayweather didn't just like hit him with jabs for 12 rounds straight. And he probably won't even get hit once because there's such a skill differential there. Oh, we can get a little break. Oh, that's Inman again. Inman on the break down the sidelines.
But if Logan Paul causes an upset here, it's going to be huge.
He's not, though. No way.
I hope not.
I hope not either.
Because they're already so cocky as it is. I really hope not.
I just don't think.
I'm going to say this was staged too. If he walks away with the win.
I think most people. I think most of the chat would agree with me. There's just such a skill differential. Like I just don't think that it's possible. So he's a lot bigger than Floyd. So there's the whole if he hits one punch, I guess, but. Like, he's just not going to be able to hit Floyd. Even at, Floyd is old now. He's, legit, into his 40s, but he just still moves so well, so. Probably be much like the McGregor fight, maybe even like more one-sided. So should be. I would never. It's not something I would ever pay for, but I still kind of want to watch it.
I know, I do too, but I really don't want to pay for it. I gotta get a chair.
I think I watched the Conor McGregor fight on like someone else's Periscope. I can't even remember how I watched that fight, but it was like.
Oh, so
it was very weird.
You're right. This is a different type of fight. So it says, while the rules for this exhibition match prevent an actual winner from being named, Mayweather will still have the opportunity to dismantle Paul, embarrass him in front of millions of people, and show that there are levels to the sport of boxing. It's going to be Mayweather's second exhibition.
Yeah.
So why are they choosing to do it that way? Just something different?
I just don't even think they could get approval or something. I don't actually know. Yeah, I think it's basically just to so that Floyd can like just bat him around for a few rounds. So I think Boston Joe's right. Logan Paul probably won't land many punches, if any.
I hope Boston Joe.
It would be a pretty big upset. I mean, it wouldn't be that big. I mean, Floyd is pretty like 44, but so. But you
know the media loves to discredit everyone and everything. I mean, look what they're doing to LeBron. They're basically saying that LeBron has 1 foot in the grave.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. I know. There's another. Oh no, that wasn't a touchdown. Out of the back of the end zone. I know it is pretty ridiculous with LeBron. It's LeBron and Steph Curry. They've been to the finals for an entire decade. You know, LeBron's got championships with 3 different teams. Like, I don't know why people keep trying to discredit him. It's just weird.
Yeah. Now, do you like that Steph and LeBron aren't in it, or are you missing that factor? I know Kaufman was saying the other day that he's going to miss having them, and they're probably going to see low ratings because you don't have a LeBron or a Steph Curry.
Sure.
What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I don't mind the new teams, but I'm also like, you know, I like things like that. I mean, I think for the general audience, you know, having the LeBron definitely helps them in the ratings. We need a field goal here. Haskins missed like a wide open receiver there. But for me, I don't mind. I mean, I think it's good to get like a new team in there, like the Suns for sure. It just creates more drama for next year when LeBron comes back and the Lakers are probably better, right? So I like it. I think a lot of the people who are like not that big on LeBron like it, but for the general ratings of the NBA, it's bad because no LeBron, no Steph Curry. Those are the 2 biggest names.
Right.
Maybe in the league still, just from a draw standpoint. I'm not saying from a skill standpoint, just from a draw standpoint. So I could see the argument both ways, but
I think a lot of people really got sick of LeBron's attitude post-bubble because he kept referring to everything that was going wrong back to the bubble. And then you see other players that also played in the bubble, but they persevered and overcame that and still killed it. I mean, Devin Booker was in the bubble. But also with him not getting in trouble with the COVID protocols. I think people really loved this because he was also another really cocky about that. So when I posted it too, I posted it on my Instagram. I did a poll if people are going to watch without Steph and LeBron or they, you know, whatever, they don't care. And people like that Steph and LeBron aren't in it.
I don't mind it. Again, I think it'll create, you know, give more hype to guys like Devin Booker who deserve it. Chris Paul deserves it.
Yep.
In the long run, it's probably good for the NBA. It puts the spotlight on more players, which again, just can create more draws going forward. But I agree with you about that. I forgot about that stupid LeBron thing. What did he host again? Like, didn't he? What was
he was at a party promoting a tequila brand. And like, really, we had to go, LeBron?
Yeah, like you had to go. Hey, like, I mean, yeah. So yeah, I get, some people pointed this out in the chat. LeBron does it to himself. I don't disagree, I guess. So I guess I'm not maybe as like pro LeBron as everyone. I just feel like from a player and legacy standpoint, it's pretty hard to argue against them. But
yeah,
so we had 4 touchdowns. Drew Brees with 3 passing touchdowns. Kamara with 50 yards rushing. Haskins with 1 touchdown. Haskins missed like 3 open guys there at the end of the half. We've had Sims for Washington, Sims for Washington, Josh Hill, Traquan Smith, and Michael Thomas for the Saints scoring those touchdowns. I think anyone's super close to the bonus. Kamara's at 50 rush yards. See what the receivers are at in a sec. Oh, Dontrell Inman's having a game, 6 for 96. Yeah, I guess he racked up some. Oh, he had that one long pass. Yeah, no one else is above 50 receiving yards. Dontrell Inman, 6 for 96. So, all right. Oh, DK Sim fam. Love ya. We're going to do the Washington football team schedule in the second half. We're going to go over their wins and losses. Hopefully you guys like that. And anything else you got going in the chat, let us know.
Yeah, drop it in.
Anything else you got you want to talk about, Terrell? Are you a big Fast and Furious fan like Kaufman, or do you watch those movies?
No, like what you said, the loser franchise or whatever. Yeah, that conversation bored me to death. It's just no, and he's so passionate about it.
I just don't know
how things is Kaufman actually passionate about, because once a topic comes up that he really likes, he can go on for hours.
Oh, I know. And like, that's great. We're here for a bit, so I always let him rant, but yeah.
I think it's actually kind of amazing. And I would like his brain to be studied, like how he can remember all these weird little facts about the Fast and the Furious franchise. And then he's tweeting at the Celtics, and then he's going to soccer practice. It's wild. Then he's coughing on camera and getting us sick through Zoom. It's crazy.
I know. If I do get sick, I'm going to blame him.
Me too.
It's not his fault. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know. Once he gets on a topic, he's hard to stop. Let's bring up the Washington football team schedule. You're going to give them all wins, you said, but I'm going to.
Let's do it. No, I'll switch it up. Let me get some water, though, because I'm feeling parched. I'm going to start coughing.
Go. Yeah. No. Yeah. By all means, take a break. Get a great view of Terrelyn's new apartment there. Her clean wall. Look how clean it is. Amazing. Call her Superwoman.
All right.
In between Sims, I saw her. It was amazing.
Yep. Did a little quick scrub-a-dub-dub. Yeah, but you know what was hard last night? I built my bed. I don't recommend anyone to do that. Have you ever done that?
I mean, I haven't built a bed. I have like a small metal bed frame that I screwed together. But it's not like a huge like wooden. Like, what kind of bed are we talking about? With like big like posts, or?
I was like a carpenter last night. It was all wood everywhere, screws. I don't even know, wood pallets.
Yeah, it's intense. I put together my daughter's beds. Actually, those are like way fancier than the bed we sleep in, like my wife and I. So that took like a whole day. That was annoying. So I guess I can kind of relate to that.
Yeah, what?
We got them fancy beds for some reason. Like, don't spend money on ourselves anymore. That's just part of like having kids. It's really lame, for being honest. It sucks. You spend all your money on your kids.
Jeff, you're getting me really excited to have kids. I say that to everybody in Simland that has kids. Whenever they talk about it, I'm like, yeah, you're really getting me excited. Like, coughing, like, oh, I got like 90 practices today. It's too hot.
Yeah. I mean, it's fun, but like, yeah, just get ready to like spend more time and effort on other people than yourself, which, as someone who likes to like just do whatever they want, can be annoying.
100%. I have 3 nephews and a niece, and they give me a run for my money. So like, my sister always was like, "This is your practice," and I'm like, "All right, you can take them back now."
Practice, aka I need a break.
Yeah.
You're my free babies.
Yeah. AKA I'm putting my phone on do not disturb.
Yeah. All right. Enough slandering my kids, who are actually extremely awesome little dudes.
Yeah.
Where are their dance practice?
Do the schedule. Time.
Chargers at Washington. Who you got? You got Washington come out with the win at home week 1.
Like we said earlier, At home. I will say win because that's my team, and they're gonna come out strong.
It's a close line right now. It's like 2 points, and they're at home. It's completely reasonable to give them a win. I'm giving them the win here too. I think that's going to be a really interesting game here for Week 1. Chargers Washington. Second week. This one, it's Giants at Washington. So what do you think of the Giants? I guess next year is really what we. Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley. They got Galladay. But is that enough to beat Washington on the road?
I'm gonna say that Washington will win.
Okay, me too. I'm gonna go 2-0 here. I think they can do it. They're at home for both. Week 3, things get a little dicey though. They're on the road at Buffalo.
Oh, at Buffalo. The Bills. I'm gonna say it's a loss.
Yeah. I think these are the sort of games where Washington might actually pull out a few upsets this year because their defense is so good, and Fitzpatrick, it's one of his old teams too, Buffalo, but I'm going to have to give him a loss here. If I gave him the 2 wins at home, Buffalo was a division winner last year. I can't give him the win on the road too. So 2-1, we both got him at 2-1. Breeze drops back here a little middle, looks like Jared Cook. Okay, week 4, we both got him at 2-1. They're staying on the road, but they're taking on Atlanta.
The Falcons. Yeah. I'm going to say they lose.
It's an interesting one. I'm going to say they lose too. I'm going to say this is also the type of game that could give them trouble. Matt Ryan, veteran quarterback, in the dome, maybe down goes Breeze. So we got them at 2-2. I'm going to give them the loss on the road, the wins at home. Week 5 is really interesting because they're at home. Taking on the Saints. This team. This is where we're at right now in the schedule, by the way. We're at Week 5, Washington and the Saints. So this is the game that we're about to comment on. Right now, Washington's getting smoked. But again, they have Dwayne Haskins in at quarterback. Right. Drew Brees is playing. He's got like a bajillion rating in Madden. But what do you think is going to happen Week 5 next year when these teams meet?
Also, can I just say, too, I was reading about Drew Brees yesterday, and it's so funny when an NFL player, or any athlete for that matter, retires. They also, the media headlines it like they have one foot in the grave. They're like, well, what on earth is Drew Brees going to do after retirement? Read down here. Like, what? He's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Crazy. But let's get back to that. I think Washington will win.
I do too. I like it. Washington at home. They're going to have a weaker quarterback. They're going to force Taysom Hill into some turnovers or Jameis Winston. I think they're going to win too. I think they're going to bounce back. So 3-2. We're on the same page. This is why they linked us up on the weekend. Just
literally
vibing already. 5 games. Tara Lynn and I both got them 3-2. We're on the same schedule. This one's ugly here. Week 6 at home, but the Chiefs are coming to town.
Oh, they're going to lose against the Chiefs.
Yeah. As much as I like Washington,
sorry,
I'm not going to pick against Patrick Mahomes.
No.
Yeah. That's a tough sled right there. So I think we'll both give them a loss pretty easily.
What did Mahomes say the other day that they're going to have a 20-0 season?
His goal.
He
said his goal. He didn't say they were going to go 20-0. He said his goal is to go 20-0, which, again, I say makes sense. I mean, what did they lose once last year? Why not set the bar high, right? I mean, that's the goal of the team. So, but yeah, I don't. Honestly, it's probably one of the tougher games on the Chiefs' schedule, like going on the road to Washington. But I'm still going to give the Chiefs the win there. So, okay, so we got them at 3-3, Week 7, another tough game actually. And don't forget, Washington does have the division winner schedule on the road at the Packers. I guess we can assume Aaron Rodgers is a starting quarterback, although I don't.
Yeah, are we assuming though? I think he's not. I don't think he's going to show up.
Then that's fine. Then say he's not going to show up. Go on that. Go whatever you go with your heart.
I have to start going with my heart because the other night I was saying, I'm like, who was like Blash? I was like, no, I think the Suns are going. Chris Paul, he needs to prove to everybody because he's so underrated and undervalued that he is a real contender. And he's like, oh no, he's not going to do well. And I was like, and they got Booker, they got this. And he's like, it's the Lakers, it's the Lake Show. And I was like, you're right, I can't go against the Lakers. Nope, should have. Okay,
Package?
this is my new apartment, and I don't like that. Who is it?
Should you get it, or should you ignore it?
I don't know. I keep ignoring it. Is it Chris Paul? Saying thank you for supporting me, but you should have went and told everybody to go with the Suns, even though I was like, it's Lake Show. Go with
Maybe
the
it's Aaron Rodgers just showing up and being like,
yeah, Aaron Rodgers is probably sick of my shit. I keep talking so much crap about Aaron Rodgers.
all right.
Look out the window.
All right, so she's going to go look. I'm going to say it's a package.
I think it is, right? But that was an aggressive doorbell ring.
It was a little bit like, hey, you.
Yeah, I'm like, is someone coming for me? Dad?
Oh, boy. Lots of intrigue here on a Saturday afternoon. Little dump over the middle of Steven Sims. All right, well, now we got some drama going on here. Just need a little music, a little like tense music, like, you know, Law and Order. Dun, dun, dun.
Okay, people, we survived. It was a package,
Okay.
but not even for me.
Oh, man. Who else is it for?
Oh,
Is it
what
the
a
wrong,
bummer.
is it the wrong apartment or something?
For the people upstairs, but let me tell you, when I see that Amazon guy, I'm going to say, can we just do one ring? I don't think we need to do the 3 pounding.
That really freaks you out, yeah. No,
I
I know. It was like ding, 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 ding.
I was like, can everybody please listen to me? I might get taken. No, but we're fine.
So
Yeah, you're right. Usually the delivery people ring every bell. Okay, at my old apartment though, like they never rang. And I was always like, is the package here or not?
Yeah,
So
it's
you
very
live in an
random.
apartment-
I know. What can we
Yeah.
just get like a serious like everybody does the same thing? Sometimes
Alright,
packages
across
get
the board.
dropped off, it's sitting on my step for 2 hours, no one rang the bell. Other times you get guys doing that like you just did like 10 times. It's like, okay, pal.
Yeah,
less
that's
aggressive.
why I love Uber Eats. They'll text me. They're like, hey,
Yes.
your food out there. And then I remember it was pouring raining and I'm like, you can leave it because it was COVID times. I'm like, I don't want to go and see them, have any person interaction. And I was like, you can leave it out on my steps. And he was like, well, it's raining, so you better hurry up. And I like that. He respected my wrap that I got from Sal's in Boston. Thank you.
Mark asking if your chair arrived.
I wish. No.
Mr. Big Cheese says
I haven't ordered one yet.
someone sent you a pizza. Maybe it was Glash in the pizza game. Did you win the pizza? Remember when Glash gave away pizzas?
I would
Maniac.
love a pizza from Pizzeria Regina, actually. Too bad that that wasn't my delivery. It was just somebody else's random package.
All right. I kind of want you to open it on camera, but I guess we get busted. It's like a federal violation. So
Yeah,
maybe-
what?
Dwayne Haskins, 190 yards. Breeze, 148. Not much going on. Daniel saying Amazon sends you pictures of the delivery with the notification. That is actually true, don't they?
Oh, yeah, they do.
Well, I
do
feel like
that.
that's random. Sometimes I don't get that picture.
Yeah, Daniel, because I got sunglasses the other day from Amazon and they didn't take a picture of them. I just went outside and said, ooh, surprise.
Yeah, that's what happens to me like every day. It's like I just forget about it. I get no notification. There's something there. Luckily, I live in like the nicest neighborhood, and well, not the nicest, like richest, best, just like nice people around me.
Daniel probably has like the nicest Amazon people because he's so kind. And then they probably hear me like yelling and screaming in the apartment.
Right.
And they're like, screw her. We'll just throw her sunglasses on the sidewalk. We don't need to take a picture.
Really didn't have much offense in that quarter. Inman's still stuck at 96 yards. Sanders 4 for 40. All right, we interrupted our Washington schedule. We'll have to pick that back up. I don't even know where we are. We were at the
Take it back because I really liked that.
We were at the Chiefs. We had them at 3-4. Did we have them at 3-4 or 3-3? 3-3. And then they're on the road at the Packers. That's right. We were talking about Aaron Rodgers. I was saying, go with your heart. Do you think he's going to be there next
Yeah, I'm
year?
going with my heart.
Do you think he's going to follow Shailene to Denver?
Yeah, he's going to.
I do too. You know, I've said that since the start. I just don't think Aaron Rodgers is coming back.
No, I really don't. We saw
Let's
those
give
vacation
Washington
pictures
the
too.
win. Let's
He's
give
so
Washington.
happy.
Let's give them the win over the Green Bay.
Let's go Washington. We love you.
Karma win here for Washington over Green Bay. Green Bay, you ran Aaron Rodgers out of town, straight into the arms of Shailene Woodley, the Denver Broncos. Shame on you, Packers management. Good for Washington, though. They're 4-3 now after 7 games. This will dump off to Kamara. Okay, next up, on the road versus. Okay, well this is very interesting. They're on the road at Denver, so now they have to face Aaron Rodgers in Denver.
Damn it.
We've screwed ourselves.
Plot
completely
twist.
screwed ourselves. I guess we have to give them the loss here. It is in Denver. It's a tough road game.
We're giving them the loss. I'm like, oh no.
The karma only lasted for 1 week. Okay, they're still 4-4. That's okay. 4-4. Man, they have a tough schedule. Now they're at home against the Bucks.
Wow, they do have a tough schedule.
Tough, yeah.
They're going to lose.
The upset. I'm going to give them the upset. I'm going to do it. I don't care.
I want you to do that. I want you to support our team, but I'm going to be
You're going to divert?
a little realistic and just give them the loss. I still love you, Washington. I'd ride or die for you, but we're going to give you the loss.
Diverge from the path. That's okay. You got to be your own person. You're young. I get it. So Terrell's got him at 4-5. I got him at 5-4. Week 10? Week 10 already? Yeah, week 10. Oh, they do get the Bucks after a bye too. I'm definitely giving them the win, 5-4.
Oh, okay.
Week 10 though, they have Panthers on the road. I mean, you can. What do you think of the Panthers? Do you think they're good enough to beat Washington?
I'm gonna go with the loss.
Really? You can give Washington the loss on the road. Okay, I'm gonna give them the win.
All right.
I don't think much of the Panthers. I don't think much of Sam Bradford. 6-4 for me. Tara's got him at 4-6. God, this is another tough game. At home versus the Seahawks.
At home versus the Seahawks.
The Seahawks are a bit of a polarizing team. They might get Julio. They might be the worst team in the NFC West. They might be the best team in the NFC West. I don't know. I mean, you can characterize them a number of different ways.
When are we going to find out who Julio goes to? I wish it was right
I don't
now.
know. Probably like August 1st because it tortures both of us, like we said. We have to get up every morning and check Twitter. Whether Julio...
All right. Honestly, it's not right. I'm going to say they win.
Okay. I like it. I'm going to give them the loss, though. 6-5. You got them at 5-6. So that's through 11. Little dump off. Michael Thomas broke 1 tackle and break 2. Okay. Saints are driving. Tara's got him at 5-6. I got him at 6-5. We got week 12 at the Raiders in Vegas. Ooh, I might go to that game. December. Well, sunshine.
Oh, you should. I bet you like Lamarck is going to go to that game.
I get Lamarck was tweeting something about Vegas. I should maybe hook up with him. Anyways.
Yeah, hook up with him there.
I'm going to give him the win over the Raiders.
I'm also going to give them a win over the Raiders, even though that's another team I would support. I've been very vocal that I love John Gruden. I feel like he's my father, except he's a coach for the Las Vegas Raiders. That's just literally how my dad acts. So I've been watching the Hard Knocks special too. I loved it. But yeah, that's another team. I'll support them after Washington, but I'm going to give Washington a win.
Okay. So I got them at 7-5. You got them at 6-6 through 12 games. We got 5 left.
Okay.
Watch here. Okay, Saints in the red zone. Okay, so I'm not missing a touchdown or anything. Okay, week 13 at home versus the Cowboys. Ooh, that'll be interesting. I mean, the two
Are you
favorites.
on the Cowboys this year? What are you thinking? With Dak back?
I like Dak. I do. I really respect him, but I also know that Mike McCarthy is the coach. I don't think their defense is going to be improved enough. I don't think they did enough on the corners. I think Washington's a better team. I'm going to give Washington the win here, at least at home. I think if you say they split the season series with Dallas, that's fine. But the home game, I'm definitely going to give it to Washington. So I'll put them at 8-5. They will have an edge at quarterback. Dallas will definitely have a big edge at quarterback. So
right, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, Dak is well rested coming off the injury. They're still pretty lopsided. I'm going to go with Washington.
Okay. So you got him at 7-6. I got him at 8-5. We got a touchdown to Michael Thomas. Second one of the game. New Orleans just taking this one apart, up by how many points? That 18 now after this extra point. 4 minutes left. So Michael Thomas owners rejoice. Chat definitely gonna like that.
Rejoice and be glad.
Super Bowl baby 67 says Cowboys are awful. Signed a Cowboys fan. Okay. Anyways, we got a few more weeks here. Let's get this done because this game is actually in close standing. Okay. We got a bunch of division matchups to end the season. We got week 13. Yeah, week 14. Washington at the Eagles.
They're gonna win.
Okay, I will also. Yeah, I'll give them the win. So I got them at 9-5. You've got them at 8-6. That's correct. Washington at the Cowboys. I'm going to give them the loss. Like I said, I gave them the win versus the Cowboys at home, but I'll give them the loss on the road. So that'll put them at 9-6 for me.
I'm also giving them the loss on the road.
Okay. We're good there. So you got them at 8-7. Now, week 16, again, another division game at home versus the Eagles this time. So same Eagles team they just saw 2 weeks ago, but at home this time.
Eagles stink. They're going to win.
Yeah, I like Jalen Hurts, but
okay, true. Different.
No, I do. I just don't think that's enough to like give Washington a loss though, especially at home. So I'm gonna give Washington the win there too. That'll put them at 10-6 for me, and that'll put them at 9-7 for you. So week 17, Washington on the road again, another division opponent at the Giants. That's on the road at the Giants to end the year. 5 division games to end the year for Washington. Interesting schedule.
How does Washington do regularly on the road?
Well, I think they're going to be a good road team this year because they have a better QB and they have a great defense. And Daniel in our chat just said, like, Washington defense is going to feast on these teams. And I agree.
Yeah.
I think the Washington defense is going to absolutely murder some of these weak NFC East quarterbacks. I think Dak might be able to pick up the win, but I don't know if I trust the other teams. So I'm bullish on Washington. I'm going to give them the win. I'm going to put them at 11-6. They do have a tough schedule, but I think they can do it.
So on the road, they're 4-4. That was last year.
That's a good road schedule.
Really good road schedule.
That's a good road record. Excuse me. Good road record.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna go with you, Jeff.
You gonna come along?
Coming along.
10-7. Carolyn.
Everybody get on the Washington train.
That's probably at least a wild card right there for Washington. And with how weak the division is, could easily win it. So it's a tough schedule, no doubt about it. As Haskins trying to get a little bit of garbage time going here. Another dump off. What is that? Sims? I think so. Steven Sims, 5 catches now, 47. But yeah, some tough. Okay, let's just go over the tough games. They have the Chargers to start. They have the Bills. I won't count the Saints. The Chiefs, the Packers, the Bucks, the Seahawks. That's 6 really tough games right there. So I think Washington's good enough that they could like grab a couple wins from those teams. So
yeah. Who has the easiest NFL schedule this year? Is it? People are saying the stupid Eagles.
The stupid Eagles.
They're saying the stupid Eagles have the easiest schedule in the NFL in 2021. They're the only team that has a strength of blah, 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 blah. Let me see. Oh, we ranked them all, huh? They should be like, poor Washington. Tara and Jeff's team has the hardest schedule.
Simon Slay says, my daughter delivers Amazon. She dropped 190 packages. Is that
what?
Yesterday? That is crazy. I've heard some stories of some young people really like just making some huge bank for Amazon. And I agree, man. I would be proud of her. That is hustling, taking advantage of the situation. That's great, dude. That is seriously.
Go her. That's amazing.
So you make bank. You invest a little bit, you put a little bit off to the side. You're young. You can work a little longer. Yeah, dude. That's amazing stuff. All right. 3rd and goal. Yeah, I guess the Eagles, apparently, from what Tara Lynn was dropping, have a really easy schedule. I can see it. They were one of the worst teams last year. Typically I think the Jets have a really easy schedule, too. That doesn't mean the Jets are going to be any good because they're still going to suck. Oh, we get turnover. Okay, that's going to end it. That is going to do it. Turnover for the Saints D. Where are we at here? Okay. What is... How owned was the Saints D? I wonder if that made any difference. Let's bring up the free roll. Inman in the captain spot in the winning lineup. Steve Sims, Michael Thomas, 25 points. Kamara, 14 points.
Sorry, YouTube. You put my volume off, YouTube. Rude.
I used to do that all the time. When we started doing that, I used to do that all the time.
Yeah, I like
all of a
refresh
sudden,
it.
blaring, and then I'd have like 30 screens open. So I'd be like, which screen is making the noise?
Yeah, where is it?
Where's it
Yeah, I
coming from?
refreshed it to see my friends in the chat's comments, and then, of course, the volume decided to go on.
This one's done.
Disrespect, just like that Amazon person today disrespected me by ringing the doorbell 3 times, giving me a heart attack. Hey.
All right, you want to do player of the game?
Yeah, but I'll give it to you. Who do you think the player of the game is?
I don't really know. Actually, let's give it to Dontrell Inman. Let's give it to a Washington player, first of all. But Dontrell Inman, 4,600. He hit the bonus.
I was going to say just Washington overall, just because that's how much I love Washington. So I'm glad that you're giving it to just.
He's got, you know what? Dontrell Inman has a solid profile picture on DraftKings, too. He's got like a little mini fro going, but I like his haircut. He's got a good smile. I think he deserves player of the game here. What about, like, as I like to call them, the scrub of the game?
Oh, not a babysitter Billy?
Or babysitter Billy. Let's give it to
No,
Jared
I
Cook.
like scrub.
Let's give it to Jared Cook. 2 receptions, 9 yards, 45%. That's pretty terrible.
Yeah, Jared Cook was not cooking today.
No, he got outshined by Josh Hill, who, again, I think it was James in the chat, called the touchdown right before it happened.
Yeah, psychic.
I have no idea
James.
how I did that. Anyways,
Yeah.
so there you go. We got Jared Cook, not my kid. We got Dontrell Inman, player of the game. And what's coming up next? We got some on next, guys? I don't know. We got 3 more Sims coming up. 3
We
is
got
that
great stuff coming up.
We got 3 more Sims. We've got 6 p.m. Eastern, Titans at Jags, Lamarca and Tom. We got 8 p.m. Eastern, Dolphins at Bucks. You can get more Lamarca and Tom. Hopefully
Wow.
Lamarca doesn't take a nap today because that would
Yeah,
suck.
I hope he slept in late.
Let me put it this way. We got Titans, Jaguars, Dolphins at Bucks. Definitely Tom will be on there. I can't 100% say Lamarca won't sleep through at least half of those.
Yeah.
But he is scheduled 10 p.m. Eastern, Madden After Dark. You got Packers at Bengals, and Kaufman's coming back to do one with Tom as well. So
Of course he is.
that's it. That's the rest of your Saturday, folks. We got a little preview coming up next. But Tara, this was fun, man. Like, you should hang out more often.
Great. Yeah, this was probably one of my best, I have to say. We have a good flow.
One of your best. I mean, I think all of yours are good, but
Wow. Steph.
I appreciate you coming in. I know the DK Sim fam appreciates you hanging out on a Saturday as well. So, boys
Yeah.
and girls, smash the like for Tara Lynn once more, please. Show her some appreciation. Say goodbye in the chat because she's off for the rest of the day. I'm off for the rest of the day too. But coming up right now, Pat Mayo previewing the AFC East. So you can talk all about the Bills, the Patriots, all that stuff. That's coming up right now. So stay tuned, guys.
The Pat Mayo Experience. Batman Experience. Batman Experience. Batman Experience.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience, presented by DraftKings 2021 Fantasy Football Rankings AFC East team previews. If you don't give a about the Buffalo Bills and only care about the New York Jets, first, very sad life you have. But you can just use the time codes and skip right to the players you want to hear about. What we're doing in this series is going team by team and then position by position and just discussing each of the players, providing a profile where they're going in current fantasy football drafts and what the outlook is like for the season and how the roster may actually shake out in terms of market share of targets, market share of running back touches and receptions in the backfield. Are there potential sleepers on the back end of this roster that you might want to put at the very, very back end if you play in deeper leagues? We're going to cover all of that for you. If you missed the NFC East, we've already done that. Hit the description, find the link, smash the like, and we'll be good to go. In fact, you should do that right now. Smash the like button for the video. And we're going to throw quarterbacks out of this discussion. But of every non-quarterback in the AFC East, which player overall has the most fantasy points in 2021? I'm curious to see what your guys' response is to that. Also, rate, review, and subscribe to the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast. Content coming at you all the time. Joining me on the line to break this all down, you can catch him at theathletic.com. It is Jake Seeley at Owen Kidd. What's up?
Are you going to ban the first person that says like Josh Allen?
I only ban people during the live chats.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. I didn't know it was only during the live ones.
No, because I'm forced to read the comments in the live chats. I don't have to read them after that.
Okay. Oh, that's also true. You said that many times before that you don't read the comments.
And no one should read the comments. I like that people comment. I get someone to aggregate it for me and give me like the who wins at the poll. It's a cesspool in there most of the time. Actually, that's not true. Most of the time it is not a cesspool, but like 10% of people are just the absolute worst people on the planet. I just don't need that negativity in my life, Jake. I just don't need it.
That's certainly fair. I've actually responded to a few of your followers in the comments before when they've been
Christ.
like no, when they've been like legitimate, like about the show or questions or stuff like that. I've jumped in once. I'd say more like maybe even 10 times over the course of the 2 years. 3 years.
Well, I do.
We've been doing.
For golf season, I do the live chats on Wednesday. So if people want to get at me, that's when they can kind of get at me when it comes down to it. And then Fridays, if they ask stupid questions, I get banned for life. So you do it at your own risk. And then Fridays during football season, I also I do the Friday show with the injuries and the DraftKings ownership. And then I actually do open a question and answer period in the comment section for that. And that is when I will go into the comments and reply to people. Then I see all the negative stuff about myself. Then my wife will be like, why does this guy say this about you? It's like, I don't on the internet. Just like I said, don't need it in my life. Let's talk about the Buffalo Bills. That's where we're going to be starting right now. Jake, what do you think that the over-under is without looking at the screen?
10.5.
It is not. It is 11. As you keep getting
close.
caught with the hook. Sometimes you use the hook and it's an even number. The other times you don't use the hook and it's an even number. With the 17-game schedule, do you think that the Bills just overall repeat the performance that they had from last year?
I think I could see them easily doing it. You look at the rest of this division, yes, you could say everybody's improved, but we've done this before. We just did it on the NFC show. Like every division, everybody's better. Like that's why people love to bet the over. But honestly, if you're looking at the Bills and if you look at what that team is constructed like and say, where's their weakness? Good God, where is their weakness? Tight end? Like that's really how good this team is. And they came out of the draft just adding depth. Like, they're getting picks that are just like, okay, they're going to be rotational pieces that on a lot of teams out of coming out of this draft would have been like starters. That's just a team that you look from top to bottom. The biggest one is going to be, I jokingly said his name before, the biggest question here is, can Josh Allen repeat? Of course, nobody expected him to improve as much as he did last year. But if he can just stay who he was last year, then this team should be one of the best in the NFL, probably a top 5 team. So if you told me I have to put money on the table, I would take the over on 11, especially with 17 games. I think 12, 13 is realistic. I say 13 is realistic. 13. If they went 13-4, I wouldn't be shocked.
Well, let's start with Josh Allen because I think that he is going to be the biggest question mark for a lot of people coming into this year because his performance is going to completely affect every other player on the roster, Stefon Diggs most notably. And maybe that was the cause of the leap. They went out and got a legitimate wide receiver one, someone who can create separation, run crisp routes, and adjust to the ball when it's in the air. Because although his passing accuracy went up, he's still not the most accurate guy in the world. But as we've talked about over the past 2 years, the way that they've constructed this team with its receiving core, that they went out and got receivers who create quick separation off the line of scrimmage, and they can adjust to the ball when it's in the air. Like Cole Beasley, pretty good at catching the ball when it's like, a foot behind him while he's still in stride. Stefan Diggs, very good at adjusting to the ball and adjusting his route to go get it. And Josh Allen's like, I'm going to throw it up and give you a chance. You go get it. And he has the guys who can actually do this. It was the biggest fatal flaw, like year one, when, let's go out and sign Kelvin Benjamin, like absolute scrubs like that. No, like just because someone has a gigantic body, and it's almost like, remember when Jameis kept overthrowing everyone? It's like, well, Mike Evans is going to solve that problem because he's so tall. Now, Mike Evans has been awesome when Jameis was the quarterback, but it's not like Jameis still wasn't overthrowing the super tall Mike Evans at times too.
Right. You and I talked about this last year. And let me preface this with, I did not expect Josh Allen to be this good. So I'm putting that out there. But you and I talked about, and I did expect quite an improvement for Josh Allen for what you just said. And the comparison I made to you last year when we talked about was the Carolina Panthers towards the end of Cam Newton's career there, you just mentioned Kelvin Benjamin and Devin Funchess. It's like, what do we do with an inaccurate quarterback? Well, we give them giants to throw to. Well, the problem is the Giants can't separate. The Giants are slow. The Giants don't run good routes. And instead of doing that, they pivoted away. They started to bring in more elusive talent. Of course, it was at the very end. It kind of overlapped with him leaving the team. But you saw that slight improvement, especially markedly improvement in the completion percentage. And that's really what it comes down to is Josh Allen, as you said. They traded for Stefan Diggs. Cole Beasley has been a rock-solid, reliable receiver for him. And you get the guys who can get open. So when you are off target just a little bit, or you're not throwing the best catchable pass because they're open and they're not already covered, they can adjust to the ball because a Diggs and a Beasley and all these type of receivers can adjust to the ball. And when they don't have a defender on top of them and it's behind them a little bit, well, now you're not throwing it to the defender. You're still throwing it to the receiver because they came back to it. So that's what the Bills did. And again, I say all to say nobody expected Josh Allen to be as good as he was, but that's why. That's why when you have a Josh Allen, and that's why you have some of these other guys, that's why we talked about on the NFC East show. I don't know that Kenny Golladay is going to make Daniel Jones better. I think Daniel Jones might be better with somebody like a Stefan Diggs if they could have found that.
I guess the biggest question as it pertains to fantasy this year, Josh Allen's being drafted as the number 2 quarterbacks off draft boards. Early 4th round is where he's going right now. Only Mahomes is going ahead of him. Is there going to get a point with Josh Allen where they have to tell him you can't run this much, you're eventually going to get clocked, and we can't have you out of the game? Now, if they're down in games in the 4th quarter, he's going to be running. In important games, he's going to be running. I do worry that they eventually start scaling him back. Like in my early projections right now, I have him at a 25% rushing market share of this team. He has basically devalued the entire running back core for the Buffalo Bills. Like if it was just one guy in the backfield, that would be fine to an extent. That still wouldn't be a first-round pick running back or even a second-round pick running back. But at least it would be a running back that you can play. But because of the rushing attempts, the rushing yards, and most importantly, the rushing touchdowns, Josh Allen the value of all of the ground game and puts it on to himself. However, his entire fantasy value is wrapped up in that. So do you think that that takes a step back?
I don't think it does unless he tweaks something. Like maybe, he gets hit hard at the goal line and all of a sudden it's his non-throwing shoulder and it's a little bit banged up. Like, I don't think they're going to, because I'm going to compare. Let's go back to Cam Newton. He's not a Kyler Murray runner. He's not running for 800-900 yards. He's running for 400, maybe 500. Like last year, I think he barely got over 400 yards. It's the rushing touchdowns, and that's why I say it's Cam Newton all over again. It's 400 or 500 rushing yards, but 7, 8, 9 rushing touchdowns. That's where his value comes in because he calls his own number. And whereas Cam Newton, we heard that for the longest time. When are the Panthers going to stop letting Cam Newton bang himself up and get hurt at the goal line and go for all these runs? The problem is you can't stop the quarterback. The ball is in his hands. Yes, you can call plays, but if you have that where, hey, Josh Allen, if you think you need to do this, and that being whether it's a pass or a run or whatever it might be, and he sees the opportunity, there's not a lot of this is specifically a Josh Allen run that they ran. It just happens to be Josh Allen tucked it and ran. So I don't think as much as even if they wanted to, limit him, to prevent their franchise quarterback from getting hurt, that he's going to stop. So I'm not that concerned because his value lies in the rushing touchdowns anyway. It's the 6, 7, 8 rushing touchdowns. So I'm not that concerned. What you said is the concern of all, is it really just hurts the running back. So that's like, even if you get excited about Zach Moss maybe being a post-hype sleeper after his rookie season, still, what is Zach Moss going to run for? 5, 6 maybe touchdowns over the full season?
Is Josh Allen the second best fantasy quarterback?
I still say third. I would still go Mahomes, and I would still go Kyler Murray, just because of what we're talking about here. If Josh Allen calls, even keeps calling his own number, but if he only rushes for 5 touchdowns, it's a big difference between those 3 rushes, because Kyler Murray doesn't need the touchdowns as much as Josh Allen does because he's running for 800 plus rushing yards. So if you want to say Josh Allen, I'm not going to say you're crazy. I'd lean slightly Kyler Murray. Like, I have him neck and neck, and Patrick Mahomes number 1. But if you want to go Allen 2, then Murray, I'm okay with it. If you want to go Murray 2, then Allen 3, I'm okay with it. I think those are the clear big 3 anyway.
I think you could make a compelling case that Lamar is probably the number 2 fantasy running back or quarterback if you wanted to. I don't know if I'm going to make that case, but I see the tea leaves that are there for it.
I've been talking about that for, I'm not the only one, but been saying that for the longest time. Like, stop Lamar Jackson falling in the 6th round is just dumb at this point. Like, the fantasy community is so reactionary and forgetting what happened 2 years ago and forgetting the fact that even with everything that possibly went wrong for how his play was last year, and he still finished as what, QB 6, 7? Where did he finish? I'm going to pull it up.
Yeah, he
was 7. Yeah,
QB 7. If you include rushing along with passing, he was the most efficient quarterback per fantasy point on dropbacks last year. Just they didn't run the same volume of plays. When you run so often as the Ravens do, you just inherently don't run as many plays during the course of a game. Plus, they were up in a lot of these games at the same time until they weren't at the very end.
Until they weren't.
But the way that I look at it right now is everyone's, us included, really like Jalen Hurts and what he brings to the table. But the separation between those two guys in fantasy drafts right now is like a round and a half, maybe 2 rounds. Like, I would just take the known quantity in Lamar Jackson, knowing that I'm 100%. Drafting Jalen Hurts to be Lamar Jackson, essentially, is what I would want if I was drafting Jalen Hurts, when I could just go up around and get Lamar Jackson anyway. Like, people do talk themselves into weird stuff. I don't think that Allen regresses, but I don't know if he reaches the same fantasy heights as he did a year ago.
Yeah, and I'm 100% with you. And if you're going to talk about the fact that we get that discount Lamar Jackson, there's other quarterbacks you could talk about the discount and just where you have to take them, because we talk about this every single year too, is that quarterbacks are easy to find of these guys who get close to the top 5. Justin Herbert feels like the easy one from last year, but Justin Herbert's not the first to do it. We did it the year before that. We've done it the year before that. We've done it the year before that. Every year there's at least 1, if not 2, potentially 3 that are not just not drafted inside the top 12 for quarterbacks that finish inside the top 12 and even top 10. We're talking about undrafted quarterbacks that finish there every single year. So I only bring that up to say, like, I understand getting the elite quarterback. And of course, if your specific scoring out there weighs heavily to quarterback, there's a whole nother argument for it. But, if you're going to give me Lamar Jackson 2 rounds later, even 3 rounds later in some drafts that I've seen, I'm taking that every single time. If you're going to tell me I can get Russell Wilson 5 rounds later, yes, Russell Wilson isn't Josh Allen, but on a points per game basis, what's the difference? 2? I'll take the 4 round savings.
Yeah, the difference right now in drafts would be like the difference between Justin Jefferson and, I don't know, some not great wide receiver.
I thought you were going to pull out that word I already forgot from yesterday. Well, not yesterday for everybody listening, from the other show.
Just some.
Jamoke.
There's the word.
Jamoke.
Running backs on this team. So it's not just the Zach Moss and Devin Singletary show anymore. No. Matt Breida's a part of this team now too, who will just inherently get random 13 carry games because that's just what the Bills are going to do. So when I have the market share divvied up, I do have Zach Moss in the lead at 32%, Singletary at 30%, Breida at 10%, but I have Josh Allen at 25% of the market share of rushing attempts, and Josh Allen is the most likely to score a touchdown of any of these guys. So are they even draftable?
They are draftable for where Zach Moss is going.
Like, where are they going? I'll look up where they're going, but like, is he going like the 14th round?
No, I think Zach Moss, my guess would be 9th, 10th, somewhere around there. You tell me. But at that point, so you know this, I preface this again to say this is coming from somebody who didn't like Zach Moss last year. So I put that out there so people understand. And like, I'm somebody who didn't like him, and now I do. So you're not getting somebody who was already a fan. I didn't like Zach Moss because I felt like he was overrated for the broken tackles in college, all that type of stuff. And people focus on one stat. Like, stats matter. All stats matter, but you got to take the full picture of it. And also the ability matters. Zach Moss is a good running back. Where he was going and the excitement for last year was overrated, even before we even factor in Josh Allen. But because of the disappointment from everybody that was excited for him last year, and because of everything we talk about what Josh Allen does to this backfield, he's now becoming a price where it's almost just pure upside because Zach Moss.
But here's the thing: there is no upside because Josh Allen is going to steal his
that's
upside.
Where I disagree.
That's
where I disagree.
What is his upside? Let's say Devin Singletary gets hurt, blows his knee out, last game of the preseason or the week before the season starts, and hey, Zach Moss is the starter. That makes him running back what for the season? 26?
Okay, so I would say a little bit higher, but let's just say running back 26. What is he going at? Running back 40 something?
Running back 40, he's going at running back 43. 2 spots behind Tony Pollard, a spot behind Gus Edwards, a spot ahead of Phillip Lindsay, and a spot of Jamal Williams, a spot ahead of Jamal Williams. I'd rather have all 4 of those guys. I
Tony Pollard? No.
I would rather have Pollard. I never want to play Zach Moss, ever, on my team. I can envision a scenario where I do play Tony Pollard, because if Zeke goes down, I would play Tony Pollard.
Okay, but here's where I was going to say where my initial disagreement comes down to is I don't think this backfield is split like it was last year. I think Zach Moss wasn't healthy for part of the season. Well, he wasn't healthy for part of the season. He got off to a rough start. He was a rookie who got off to a rough start. I think this backfield could be, forget Josh Allen for a second and just talk about the 2 running backs and their split. I think we could see a lot more of a 60, 65 to 40 or 35% for Singletary this year, where Singletary's had his chance. Singletary's proven the fact that in the NFL, he is a complementary running back in the passing game. Zach Moss can be the lead power and a little bit in the receiving game. So, yes, you take away an immediate 20% from Josh Allen, but of that remaining 80%, I think he gets 60, 65% of that. It's not the best case scenario for anybody. You don't want that for a lot of backfields to be like, oh, yeah, I want a running back that already has to start at 80%. But at the same time, when you're still talking about that still has RB3 value. And if Singletary ever gets hurt, I think you're looking at RB2. So I can agree with you and say that Josh Allen is going to always hurt this backfield. But at the same time, I still think there is now value because I do think he's much better than RB, what do you say, 40, whatever. I'd say he's more like RB high 30s before Singletary even gets hurt.
There are even guys behind him on this list that I would rather draft just for the potential that they could be better. Because when we talk about upside, you say running back 2, I said running back like 26. Yeah, a low-end running back 2 is like best-case scenario. I'd just rather draft someone like Alexander Madison is going number 47. Far cry from last year, but if Dalvin goes down, I'd rather have Madison. And it's not like I'm playing. You don't think so? Like, I know that he kind of struggled in the big game when everyone got on him. But if he was the featured back and he was the one getting 65% of the snaps in the Vikings backfield, I'd much rather have that than Zach Moss getting 65% of the snaps in the Bills backfield.
And I think that's what we'll disagree a little bit also because I don't know that it's not Ngannou who they drafted. But again, it really comes down to, I think, you're kind of also making a little bit of a different, and correct me if I'm wrong, but like kind of a little bit different argument than the one I'm making because you're saying if Zeke goes down, if Cook goes down. What I'm saying is that draft Zach Moss.
You know what? If that's your argument, you're wrong because Zach Moss is terrible. He's going to have like 3 good games because he'll score 2 one-yard touchdowns to go along with his 30 yards.
No, and that's the problem is that everybody's reacting off the excitement of what he could have been and the disappointment of what he was as a rookie. He's better than this, and this is from somebody who doesn't like Zach
Bills
Moss's
running backs have no value. None.
I disagree.
Don't draft him.
Disagree.
That's the move.
Disagree.
Wide receivers on the Bills. Diggs, top 5?
Yeah. Cool. I could tell you where I had him in my rankings.
Hit me.
Scroll up. I'll tell you. I think he's like 3, honestly. He is Stephon Diggs. Oh, Wait, I'm in Dynasty. Hold on a second. Stefon Diggs, number 5. There you go.
Number 5.
He is number 5.
He's being drafted as wide receiver number 3 right now behind Devontae and Tyreek Hill, right at the turn. Pick number 13 is his current average draft position. Seems like it's a bit high, but at the same time, when you go look at his numbers, it's like, oh no, that actually makes perfect sense. I don't know if he overachieved a little bit or if Allen regresses a little bit. Diggs probably comes along with him, or maybe it's the other guys that tend to regress a little bit, and Diggs remains as his status as the clear guy that you need to have in this offense. And this is a pretty pass-happy offense, to be perfectly honest with you. That's another reason not to love the running backs is they really like to throw. And they like to throw downfield a lot, or if they're going to throw short, it's probably going to be to Cole Beasley. So who would be the second wide receiver on this team for you? Because for the past 2 years, ever since Allen has been there, John Brown has been a pretty effective receiver when he's been healthy. Brown's gone now, and they have my guy, the Colonel, Manny Sanders. And why doesn't he just fill the same role John Brown does?
Well, for two things, even if he does, the number 2 receiver is actually your boy and has been your boy, is Cole Beasley. He's been the consistent number 2 rely on. You know, John Brown's been very up and down, even when healthy. Cole Beasley's been the consistent, especially because everybody plays in half and full point PPR these days. Well, everybody that's, you know, still not playing from the 80s, but it's been Cole Beasley. So I think the number 3 could be Emmanuel Sanders, but honestly, the way that Sanders looked last year with the Saints, and I know part of that was Drew Brees at this point, right before he retired, obviously, is that arm. But at the same time, I think Sanders looked struggling at times, getting up there in age, struggling to separate at times. I'd be surprised that Gabriel Davis is the number 3. And I go back to what I'm saying here is Cole Beasley is the number 2, in my opinion.
So Beasley's the number 2. Like, I have Diggs projected one of the highest target shares in the league at around 29%.
He had 168 targets last year, so yeah, I would hope so.
Yeah, I mean, he was above 29% last year. So that is a baked in bit of regression. That's like a median projection. I have Beasley second at 16. Gabe Davis actually above Emmanuel Sanders. In like when I simulated the season, that's how it would go. But I think intuitively, like there's a reason that they brought in Emmanuel Sanders to give him some time. It feels like they don't want to fully go full throttle on Gabriel Davis. I know he was a rookie last year, but it seems like they have certain packages for him where they want to get him involved, just like they do with like Isaiah McKenzie, where you can almost bank on a Isaiah McKenzie reverse at least once a game. But he's just randomly on the field in these weird 4 wide receiver sets. And that's all he actually does, except for that one game where he caught 3 touchdowns.
Well, they're also, Emmanuel Sanders and Gabriel Davis are almost like completely opposite wide receivers, too.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. There's different packages for both these guys. I would assume that it's Sanders who's on the field more, and then Gabe Davis would be on the field in like different sorts of scenarios and different sorts of formations.
100%. Yeah, I don't disagree with you there. But if you told me, look, you have it that way. So if you told me at the end of the season, whereas on a week-to-week basis, it could alternate, I think come the end of the season, Gabriel Davis could easily be in front of Emmanuel Sanders as the 3rd most targeted, biggest share, and most productive.
So what does that make Beasley then? So obviously Diggs is like a must draft. Beasley is a draft. Is he a wide receiver 3? Or, I mean, let's not talk about like ideally. Like ideally on your team, he's like your 5th receiver, and he's a guy that you can deploy off the bench. What a great asset to have. But in reality, where you have to draft him, like would you be comfortable with him as your wide receiver 3 and whatever the hell round he's going? I'll go find that
out. If he's my wide receiver 3 and I went running back, I already have 2 solid, great running backs, potentially even a 3rd, no problem with it. Ideally, like you said, wide receiver 5, you're not getting. That's just if you, unless you want wide receivers just out of the gate, wide receivers are the first 5 rounds. I guess 5 of the first 6 rounds, I could see him making it to the 6th round. Is that where his ADP is? 6th round? 7th?
No, it's not actually. He's going as wide receiver 45 in the 10th round.
Oh, just forget about it. That's taking money.
Yeah, he's actually going behind Jamison Crowder and Antonio Brown.
That's free money. Just go draft Cole Beasley and laugh at everybody else. Draft him in the 8th round just to make sure you get him, that there's nobody else smart watching the show that tries to take him in the 9th. Take him in the 8th because the 8th is still value because, yes, he's going to probably finish right in that wide receiver 3 range. And the only thing that keeps him in the wide receiver 3 range and not wide receiver 2 is just that he's not a touchdown guy. 4, maybe 5 on a season. So, but 8 easy, probably 900 plus yards. I think he got close to 1,000 last year. The receptions to boot. Yeah, he's a fine wide receiver 3. You get him as a wide receiver 5, and on most teams, he should be a wide receiver 4, and you're loving it. You can play him in your flex. Put it this way. I'd rather have Cole Beasley in my flex as my 4th wide receiver than a lot of running backs that are out there this year as the flex running back.
Yeah, like Zach Moss.
I will agree with that, of course.
Will tight ends on the Bills ever be a thing? Will Dawson Knox ever be
Don't care.
I'll say a consistent thing, because they did pick up Jacob Hollister.
I still don't care. This is trying to grasp at an offense that looks like a lot of fun. And the truth is some offenses just don't utilize the tight end enough. Dawson Knox on another team where they feature the tight end in the passing game frequently, sure. But Dawson Knox on this team, Jacob Hollister, I don't care who it is, just because this is similar to the Carolina Panthers of last year when everybody was super excited about Ian Thomas. The problem is it's just they're not. It's the 3 wide receivers. This is Josh Allen, 3 wide receivers, potentially a 4th. Some running back usage. It's just the tight end's an afterthought in this offense.
Yeah, they even go 5 wide, no backfield sometimes. Like they use that offense.
I think they were the most last year.
They use that offense far more than I did want to say every other team, but like their top 3 in 5 wide receiver sets. And Dawson Knox ain't on the field then. I am curious about Hollister, though. I just think that maybe it was just Russell Wilson propping him up in the way that they use tight ends in that offense, but it does seem strange to me, especially with the draft capital that they spent on Dawson Knox, that he isn't a bigger part of this offense. Maybe he just wasn't able to pick up the playbook or isn't as good as they thought that he was. It was a misevaluation. They go out and they get Hollister, and maybe he becomes a thing every 3rd game.
And you really care if it is even every 3rd game? Do you even care?
No, probably not. Do you have any opinions on no class Tyler Bass?
No.
No.
I told you I don't care about anybody here.
No, so no kicker questions?
No.
Hello. Welcome. I'm Matt LaMarca. This is the Dream Stream. We've got some Madden simulated football for y'all today. Joining me, my distinguished colleague. You may know him from being someone who loves Freeze Pops. You may know him from his podcast with Hall of Famer Morton Anderson. You may know him from the July edition of Sexy Simland magazine. He is Tom Carroll. Tom, what's going on?
What is going on? I still haven't received a paycheck for the Sexy July magazine spread that
That's
I did.
all for charity. It's for charity.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I don't think I when I read the fine print, I missed that. So, okay.
Yeah.
Well, as long as it went to a good cause, I'm cool.
Oh, for sure. For sure. We got the Jags. We got the Titans today. Little AFC South showdown. What are your thoughts here? You got any lineup construction issues?
So in real life, I think the Titans are going to beat the Jaguars. Let's just put it out there now. I think the Jags have a bad season. In Simland, it could go either way here. If Derrick Henry takes over, which I hope he does, he's in my captain spot. I think the Titans are going to roll the Jags. But the Jags can be feisty. Gardner's pretty good in Simland. They got good receivers for this Madden game here. So I kind of have a semi-Jag stack. I have DJ Chark. I got Chris Conley. I fired up the Lambo. And I got D.D. Westbrook all in my lineup. Skirt. And I got Derrick Henry, like I said, in the captain spot along with Tannenhill. Those are my two Titans. So.
Have you ever seen that episode of It's a skit from SNL called Friendos?
No.
And it's like it's Kenan Thompson.
Love Kenan.
Childish Gambino.
Nice.
And Chris Redd. And they play a group called Friendos, which is like a
oh, and it's like Migos. Yes,
Migos.
I have seen that. Yes.
Right, and they're like in therapy, and every time one of them says Lambo, Kenan just goes skirt skirt, and it kills me every time.
Yes.
Or just Lambo.
Honestly, like ad lib rap like that, just it really doesn't do it for me, except like very specific Migos songs where I'm like, okay, like this is sick. The beat's sick here. But in general, like just adding in ad libs, just I don't get it, man. Like I actually had an idea for a segment. No one at my old radio station wanted to do it because they all lacked creativity. Shots fired. But I had an idea. It was something like sports talk with ad libs. So we'd have a segment where a regular conversation's happening and we'd throw like a Migos beat underneath it. And then I would just like get on mic and just throw ad libs in about the conversation the whole time. So I'd be like, yeah, the Cardinals, they really need a lefty at the deadline. Arms. I just have the beat going in the background the whole time. But no, it was poo-pooed. I think it could have been fun.
Sounds good to me. There was also Migos did a carpool karaoke with James Corden, and they did like that, because James was like, "Can you just do that with any song?" So they did it with "Mary Had a Little Lamb," I think, or
that's
some
awesome.
sort of children's song, and it was.
You could. I think you can do it in real life.
I would love to be in the booth while they're recording the ad libs, because it's just one guy in the booth, and he would just be like, Lambo. You wouldn't hear any of the other song.
Right. Yeah. Just making noises like skirt skirt.
Yeah. The Guru says he's watching that skit now. Check it out. I highly recommend it. One of the better SNL sketches in recent memory.
I'm not like an SNL hater, like, oh, they talk too much politics, blah, blah, blah. But it's just hard for me to wrap my head around SNL these days compared to when I was a kid, when it was like Andy Samberg, Bill Hader, Jason Sudeikis, like that cast, Kristen Wiig.
They did have a nice
just
little resurgence.
Stacked. It was totally stacked. Yeah, for like a 5-year stretch, just unreal stack. When I was in high school, really, that kind of was that stretch. But now it's like, yeah, Keenan's there and Kate McKinnon is there. I like the Weekend Update guys, but like Pete Davidson, from when I watch here and there, he's not even really involved in that many skits.
No.
And he's a polarizing guy.
Yeah, I mean, Pete's like biggest impact on SNL in his early career came when he would go on Weekend Update.
Yeah.
And it would just be like, and now Pete Davidson with a like he couldn't even
With,
play
like,
a
his
character.
take
He had
on
to play
life.
himself.
Yeah.
Producer Drew says, did you watch The Mayor of Easttown? And
no.
2, have you seen the SNL parody trailer Murder Dirter? Can't say I've seen either of them yet.
No, I haven't. Yeah, I'm not cool enough yet to watch it. It's on the list, though. What is that, HBO?
Who knows? There's too much freaking television these days.
There's
It's
so much
impossible
TV, man.
to stay up on everything.
It's so impossible. That's the one that everyone's talking about on the interwebs these days, though.
It does fit my theory, like anything that sounds British is cool. Like yesterday we were
That's a
talking
good
about
theory.
Spencer Turnbull, pitcher for the Detroit Tigers. And I said Spencer Turnbull could definitely be like a member of parliament.
Yep. 100%.
So throw the mayor of Easttown in there.
Could 100% be a part of the royal family. The Duke of Trumbo.
The other Drew, we got double Drews in
Drew
the
stack.
background today, stacking them Drews. Says it was very good. So
Okay. I'm in. That's all I need to hear.
police detective in a town outside of Philly. Oh, so it's not even like a British thing. It just sounds British. Okay. Even better. Things that aren't British but sound British, the best.
People often mistake London for Philly.
I almost had the good joke. If it was Pittsburgh, I could have said they both have a Big Ben.
Oh, but
pretty close. Pretty close.
Thank you. I'll be here until Saturday night. Try the veal.
The Jaguars have the ball. They're moving. They're matriculating that ball down their field.
I like when
Chris Thompson.
broadcasters say matriculating.
It's a good word. It's a fun word to say. It's better than moving.
Yeah, matriculate, because it has a very specific cadence to it. Because you go and you stop, and you go and you stop, and you go and you stop. Matriculate, perfect football verb. Good job.
Hey, Gorilla Jimbo in the chat says, LaMarca, you called the Vogel bomb. Thanks for the advice last night. I did. I called a $2,600 batter hitting a home run on DraftKings last night.
Wow.
One of
See,
my.
this is why I said
my
it before. I say it again. LaMarca is a genius with this stuff, man. Listen to my man. Genius.
Not a genius. But, occasionally I get one right. I also, kind of gave out the optimal lineup for yesterday's showdown contest. Yes, Drew said my miss was Snell. That's true. I take my wins. I take my losses. Snell held the Mets out of the hit column for the first 7 innings. So, safe to say I missed that one.
Yeah, that's a miss. DFS Queenie owes you an apology, according to our production staff here.
No apologies necessary. I told her that I would give her an apology if Jake Arrieta was good. She was very pro Arrieta. I was, me and Steve Buchanan were more anti Arrieta. And he kind of got lit up. So it is what it is. We all take our shots. We all get them wrong. I don't feel like she needs to apologize, but at the same time, I certainly don't owe her an apology.
Remember how good Arrieta was when he sort of came
Oh,
on
the best
scene?
pitcher in the league for like a year or two.
Dominant. Totally dominant. I remember I was at a Sox-Cubs game when they were at Fenway, the Cubs, a few years ago. I randomly went to every game of that series. I just kept getting free tickets to 3 straight games. One of those games, Arrieta, was sort of an unknown at that point, and he no-hit the Sox through 8. And I was like, who is this guy? Are we really this bad? We're about to get no-hit by a guy named Arrieta? I don't even know who this dude is.
Super Bowl, baby, says Lamarca. Who do you like in the Belmont? They're about to run. Hurry up with your selections. That is, I have zero knowledge of the horse racing game, so it would just be a pure guess at this point.
I usually just pick my favorite name in the bunch. They all have great names. Tate says my guy Arrieta has 2 no-hitters and a World Series ring. It's a fact. That Cubs team was loaded.
The fun part is that the Orioles basically just gave him away to the Cubs for free. And then the Cubs just unlocked something in him.
He was a late bloomer. He's yoked. I think he's one of those dudes that just recommitted to working out. And like, I remember baseball, Sunday Night Baseball did a package on him once about like Pilates and stuff. 4th and 1. Here we go.
Easy work.
CT picking up the first. But yeah, he's like one of those dudes, at least at that point in his career, that was on the Pilates machine, just getting after it. All about that pliability, but was also yoked.
All right, now these are the kind of questions we can really dive into. Lamarca, if you were to fall asleep right now, what would you dream about?
Ooh. I don't have a specific answer for you to that question, but I know this morning as Morgan and I were waking up, she was talking in her sleep. And she just kept saying over and over again, no, I got the keys. I got the keys. No, I got the keys. And then she was giggling. I got the keys. For like 3 minutes straight. No, I got the keys. I got the keys. So when I woke her up, finally, because she, it was getting late in the day, we got to get our day going. I'm like, hey, what were you dreaming about? She's like, I got no idea. It's like, you had the keys to something.
Isn't that funny how that works? Because I remember waking up this morning and being like, wow, that was a weird dream. And now that I'm trying to think back as to what it was, can't remember at all.
Well, that's why some people keep a pad and paper right next to their bed, so when they first wake up, they write it down, because that's what happens. Yep. You remember it vividly when you first wake up, and then it goes away.
The thing is, I do have that near my bed, but I use it more for random thoughts that I have while I'm sleeping, not to necessarily write down.
Dream journal.
Exactly.
I was doing this thing.
I've taken up basically this whole quarter. We have a
long
2nd
drive.
and 11 here in the red zone.
A definition of matriculation here.
Total matriculation.
I kind of want to get a T-shirt that just says matriculating on it. And if you know, you know. For a while, I was using this app called Sleep Talk that you activate it before you go to bed, and you just, go to bed. You wake up the next morning, and it records all the sounds that happen in your room. So you hear what you say during your sleep.
I don't trust that. I don't trust
Dude, it's
that.
weird.
I don't want my
weird
sleep
stuff
talk recorded in some database.
It's
who knows
creepy.
what you're saying in there, Tom?
Well, I was saying some weird stuff, but the weird thing about it, well, not the weird thing, the unfortunate thing about it is if you sleep with a fan or like you have an apartment in like a noisy area, it picks up all ambient sounds. So there'll be like a 500-second recording in there that you have to listen to, and it's just a fan going the whole time.
I do.
Like I listened to 500 straight seconds of this, and I have nothing to show for it. So that's why I stopped doing it. I was like, because I sleep with a fan. I have kind of a noisy apartment. When I was doing it at the time, I was living at a house up in Waltham with a bunch of buddies. And, they would like to get after it, as the kids say, on random nights of the week. So there'd be a recording of just them playing games late at night upstairs. It's like, I don't need to hear that the next day. I'm trying to hear what I'm saying in my sleep. The Lambo.
So, end of the first quarter, the Lambo gets the Jaguars on the board. They are London's team, after all, the Jacksonville Jaguars. And that will bring what was a pretty uneventful first quarter to a close. Gardie Minch here, 5 for 5 to start the game, 55 yards. Tannehill, just 2 throws, 1 completion for 9 yards. Rushing side, Chris Thompson had a pretty good first quarter. 18 yards, but a lot of attempts, 7 attempts. Derrick Henry just 1 carry, -1 yards. So that's not going to make a lot of people happy. He was almost 45% owned in the captain spot. He did have a catch, though. Chris Thompson also had a catch. No one with more than 1 catch. Chris Conley leads all receivers with 15 receiving yards. And that's it. That's everything. Josh Lambo field goal. We had a sack by Tennessee. But let's get some more fantasy scoring going in this second quarter. Let's get back down to the field. We've got Tennessee about to receive the kickoff here to start the second quarter. Back to dreams, though. Back to dreams.
Yeah. Let's get back to the good stuff here.
Have you ever had a lucid dream, aka a dream? Oh, maybe I'm not using that term right, but a dream where you know that you are dreaming. Because I have, and it's super weird.
Yeah, I think I have too. It's one of those things where you know you're dreaming and you're like, I don't want to wake up because I want to keep this dream going.
Yeah.
I've had that before. Yeah.
But like you can like it's kind of like Inception. Like apparently you can fly. I didn't fly. I don't, but like you can read stuff about this and like you can legitimately do the stuff like they do in Inception.
I just sweat a lot when I have dreams like that. Like it's usually dreams like that are just like really intense, like weird stuff's going on. Like I should go see a therapist type things. Like, whoa, what is going on here?
So Drew says, sometimes I know I'm in a dream and wake up, but I'm in another Inception level where I'm awake in my bedroom, but still dreaming.
Yeah,
so
weird.
I don't know if we're like at the same level here, but I have a similar feeling where there will be times where I'm sleeping and I'll be like, okay, I know I have to get up. And in my dream, in my head, I get up and I get out of bed and I start like doing stuff, whatever needs to be done. But in reality, I'm still sleeping.
It's crazy. It's totally crazy. I have this thing that happens for me to time. Definitely was happening to me a lot when I was working mornings, where if I take a nap in the afternoon, or even if I go to bed, there'll be times where I'm sleeping for like an hour or so, and I just somehow am so deep in sleep, and then I wake up and I'm scared that I overslept, and I jump out of bed and I take like 3 steps towards the shower or start putting on my clothes, and then I realize like, oh no, Tom, you've only been asleep for an hour. Or like, no, Tom, it's the middle of the afternoon. You don't need to go to work yet. That would happen to me all the time because I'd be afraid that I wasn't going to wake up for my 3 a.m. alarm. The worst is when it would happen to me at like 1:30 in the morning, and I'd be like, oh, gotta go. I can go back to bed for 90 minutes, and then you're just awake. It's brutal.
What's the level where you'll push it? So like I have had this before, and I'm not even gonna lie, where like I'll set my alarm for 9 o'clock or whatever, and I'll wake up at 8:45, and I'll be like, oh, I can go back to sleep for 15 minutes. Like,
totally.
I don't know if that's normal.
I always try to go back to bed every time, no matter what. If I wake up 5 minutes before my alarm, I will just lay there for 5 minutes and try and sleep.
Catching up with the chat, Brian C says, fun dream fact, you'll never see a clock when you're dreaming. I've heard that, or I've heard that clocks exist, but like the numbers are all messed up.
Weird.
And that's a way that you can tell that you're dreaming. So I've heard that. And Brian says, I had a dream where LaMarco
how
was
is that a
late to
uniform
sim
thing?
because he was sleeping. Oh, wait, that actually happened. LOL. It did happen.
Wow, shots
And I
fired.
wish I could say, like, oh, I thought I got out of bed, but I was still... Nah, I just overslept.
How is that clock thing uniform across, like, all dreams? Like, how can they
I don't
say
know,
that
maybe your
definitively?
dream brain can't process numbers.
Interesting.
I watched this show. I think it's actually somewhat popular, but it was on Netflix. It's called Fear.
I've never heard
And one of the people that is like the star of the show had a theory that she was dreaming and doing all that. So she wrote herself a message, and she couldn't read it when she was dreaming. So I don't know. Maybe it's something about processing visual data that you can't really do it in a dream state. I don't know. This is fun though.
It's fascinating. The whole concept of dreams is just
branding the Dream Stream.
Yeah. The whole process of dreams and the whole just like concept around it is totally fascinating to me. Like subconscious brain activity it's different. That's different level stuff right there. Like I sometimes wish I could go back and like change my major and like have really gotten into that. So like I'm very, very interested in how all that works. That's why I was trying to like record my sleep talks. You know, I'm like, I want to dive into this and understand what's going on here.
I don't think that's necessarily like a science. You know, I don't think you need to go to college to learn that. You could just kind of do it.
I guess I could just Google a couple things.
Must Be says the name of the show that I'm talking about is Evil, not Fear. It is Evil, and he is correct, and I apologize for that. Speaking of waking up, seems as though this Titans offense has woken up. They are at the 13-yard line here. Derrick Henry got them down here. Now Jonnu Smith with a nice completion from Ryan Tannehill to move the chains.
Is it a movie or a TV show? Or
it's
like
a
series?
TV show. I think it's like a network TV show. I don't know.
Okay.
But it's on Netflix now, the first season at least.
All right, let's give it to Derrick Henry
again.
here, huh? Tyler Tom's
wants to
asking
know if anybody's watching the MMA tonight. Won't be me. I've got a date with Nets Bucks as we get a Corey Davis touchdown. That game starts at 7:30, so I'll be watching that. And by the time that game is coming to a conclusion, you know what time it is. It's Jacob deGrom time. 10 p.m. start out in San Diego. So that's my sports watching schedule for the evening.
Ah, yes, San Diego. I like that the Padres have. I like that they reverted back to the brown and yellow unis over the last few years.
I agree.
Yeah, they needed to do
They
that.
were commenting about that on the Mets broadcast, but they were calling it mustard and mud as opposed to yellow and brown.
I like that. The mustard and mud combos. Too many teams have like the blue and orange or the blue and red, or a lot of. I think a few years ago this might have changed since then, but I read somewhere that like 8 different teams in baseball had red in their uniform. It's just too many.
Yep.
I know the Padres weren't one of them, but
you want to have a unique combination.
Yeah, the brown and yellow is legit.
That's why I always like the orange with the Mets. The orange kind of pops,
Yeah.
Like you got the Orioles, I guess, but there's not a lot of orange in baseball.
No. The Padres back in the day had a little orange.
Right. They were kind of orange and blue. Oh, the Tigers. But yeah, that's like a very, very minor.
Yeah, that's
I guess
just
the
the
Giants are orange. All right, so maybe it's more popular than I thought.
But it's the Mets' like second color, Like I think of orange with the Mets more than I think of orange with the Tigers for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Giants have that orange unis. I guess the Astros reverted back to the orange. That's another team. I'm happy that they kind of went back to their old unis. Those red and
their
gold
orange
ones.
looks good.
Yeah.
Their orange looks good. I like their unis.
Yeah, there's way more orange than we thought. Low-key great uniform, Rockies.
Yeah, I like
the purple and black looks good.
I like the purple. There's a fine line between being like gaudy and like, I don't know, like what would you consider the worst uniforms in baseball?
Ooh, good question. I want to think about this one.
Yeah. It's a question that requires some thought.
Yeah. Ooh,
Juice
Drew,
says
that's
the
a
Diamondbacks.
good
I
call.
disagree.
The gradient. The gradient's awful, dude. It's so bad.
I disagree. I like it. I like that.
Oh,
baby
it's
blue.
awful. They should bring back the purple ones where they won the World Series in them.
Those were cool too. For me, it's
the purple and green. That looks great.
For me, it's gonna be like a classic uniform that's kind of boring but doesn't have like the Yankees. You can never say the Yankees because the
Yankees gray uniforms
so
kind of stink.
Fair, but the pinstripes are what you think about
Those
with the
look great,
Yankees,
yeah.
and they're classical.
Yep.
But like
Braves, kind of boring.
What about like the Cubs? It's just blue.
See, I kind of like the Cubs, but they have the pinstripe uniform that looks good.
Tate says the Orioles. I'm always going to be partial to the orange. I like the orange.
I like the
I'm
orange.
an orange
too.
man.
I like the
Hawk
orange.
might have it. Hawk says the Oakland A's, and those are pretty boring.
Well, the gray ones for sure. Yeah, even the white
even
ones.
the green is boring. It's just green with a.
I like their hats
blast of
though.
yellow.
That's the thing. I like the green hat with the yellow bill. But in general, they're pretty boring.
Speaking
Honestly,
of uniforms, did you happen to see the White Sox unis that they were rocking today?
Yeah, Southside.
Yeah, I kind of liked them when I first saw them, and that all changed once I saw Tony La Russa in them.
You're like, oh, now the tuxedos seem kind of effed up.
I was like, yeah, this might be too much for baseball. I always just think about that too. Like, imagine if an NBA coach had to wear a uniform.
It's such a dumb
Popovich
thing.
Just rocking a Spurs uni on the bench. It's one of the dumbest things in sports.
100%. I don't understand it. Or like a hockey coach just on the sideline wearing skates. I would say this: most baseball teams' gray uniforms are ugly.
Yeah, I mean, gray's kind of boring, right?
The gray
it's
uni,
not even a color.
It's gross.
So something.
The road grays. The road grays are a bad call for every team. I can't think of one team where I like the gray. Think about it.
Yeah,
it's bad.
Good point. The Giraffe King says Tom Seaver, Carlton Fisk era White Sox uniforms are the worst ever.
No, I actually really like those uniforms with the red, white, and blue that just say Sox. I like those.
Yeah, no, I think those are pretty hideous.
I wouldn't mind rocking a like a 70s Sox uni, just the pullover ones. Hitting the town.
So the Guru says they don't have to wear the uniforms. It's because they go out into the field to change pitchers.
No, that's still dumb.
A manager can wear no uniform, but then they can't leave the dugout. Well, then that's just a stupid rule.
That's a dumb rule. Yeah, it's a really dumb rule.
Imagine if Bill Belichick couldn't go. I guess he doesn't go on the field, but it's a dumb rule. I don't care.
It's a stupid rule.
I don't
yeah.
care about the logic behind it. It's stupid.
Baseball has so many rules like that where you're like, what are we doing here? The unwritten rules, although apparently that one's written. Although I will say this, LaMarca, it was always a tradition for head coaches in the NBA to wear shirts and ties, and now they're all like rocking polos and stuff. I kind of liked it better when the coaches were wearing suits. Is that weird?
No, I don't think so.
I don't really love this casual look thing going on. I feel like I'm watching high school basketball now.
I mean, that's like, just the world, Tom. People
throw
will
a
tell
suit
you there
on,
was
man.
There was a time and place where men would just wear suits to work. Now, unless you're like an executive banker or something, you're probably not wearing a suit to work.
I don't know, man. I want some uniformity with my basketball coaches. I grew up with them wearing suits. I think they should still wear suits.
Wow,
Call me
so
old-fashioned.
Rich Sharp here with a little bit of breaking news. John Rahm, and I'm just going to fact check this here. but John Rahm is forced to withdraw from the Memorial. Positive COVID test. He had a 6-stroke lead.
Wow.
6-stroke lead, forced to withdraw. Absolutely crazy. He won this tournament last year, was looking to go back-to-back, and now his run is over.
Wow, we haven't heard news like this in any sport in a while. So it's interesting that this is happening now. People are still getting COVID in these streets.
I mean, that's an all-time bad beat if you had Rahm at the start of the tournament. You know what I'm saying?
Terrible.
DFS,
Yes.
whatever. Like that is a rough beat. I mean, rules are the rules, obviously.
Totally.
There's a reason, but it's that's a rough beat. Basically, the only thing that would keep him from winning.
Wow. That's big news. Big golf news.
Jaguars here with the ball will probably they're actually going to try and get into field goal range. I don't think they have enough time for it, but
Ooh, gets out of bounds though.
Did
Oh, no,
not
that-
get out of bounds. They're gonna rule him in, and that should pretty much do it.
Wow. Low scoring half. I
Did you
oversold
expect anything
Minshew.
else? Did you expect anything else from the
I was
Titans
trying to
Jaguars?
sell it. I was trying to sell it pregame, Lamarca. I'm like, Minshew's pretty good in Simland, blah, blah, blah. I got a Jaguar stack, blah, blah, blah. Not so much.
Not so much. Hello, we are back on camera. Matt Lamarca, Tom Carroll. I'm not sure what direction. Might be this one, might be this one. Let's run through the stats real quick. Gardner Minshew, 9 for 12. So he hasn't been bad, Freeze Pops. You weren't necessarily wrong about that. 119 yards. Tannehill has 79 yards and a touchdown. On the rushing side, Chris Thompson, a lot of carries, not doing much with them, only 21 yards. Derrick Henry, only 9 yards. Woof.
4
Absolute
carries.
woof.
What are we doing?
Tannehill has 18 on the ground. Minshew added 15 on a scramble. And even Adam Humphries got into the action. His 3.0 yards per carry, better than Thompson and Henry. Jonnu leading the way with 6 for 66 at the receiver position. Corey Davis, just 1 catch, but it was a touchdown, the only touchdown in this game. DJ Chark leading things for the Jaguars with 62 yards. That's the half.
Front seven's having a nice game today. Really, really stifling that run game. Didn't expect it. Did not expect Derrick Henry to get shut down by the Jacksonville Jaguars. But hey, any given sim day, baby.
Any given sim day. That's why they sim the games, Tom. That famous saying that we all know and love. We'll see if we can get a little bit more scoring in the second half. Guardie Minch, that mustache looking tight.
Ooh,
Mike
who has
Vrabel
better mustache, him or
looking
Vrabel?
Tight.
Which one's better?
Oh, Minshew's for sure.
Interesting. I guess he has the old handlebar situation going on, but Vrabel though, like, it just feels out of place so much that it's great. Like, nothing else about Vrabel screams this guy should have a mustache, and then boom, random mustache. You know?
I don't know. Mike Vrabel he seems like a mustache guy.
I don't know. He's pretty, but you look at him, he's got like he always has like a clean cut haircut, always rocking like a golf shirt, polo situation.
And you think that makes him less susceptible to the mustache? I'm
think
just
the
saying,
dude-
if I got pulled over one day and Mike Vrabel came to the windshield, I would not be surprised.
Okay,
You know what I'm
okay. So
saying?
you're saying like state cop look.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Okay.
He's a
See,
trooper
I'm thinking,
for sure.
but I'm thinking like you look at Minshew, who's got like that bohemian.
Yeah,
sort
his
of
is more
hippie look.
hipster vibe
Yeah.
mustache.
And I'm not catching that vibe from Vrabel, but I guess if you're looking at it through a police force,
To me, that will
then
always
yes.
be the mustache aficionados, you know?
You're thinking
There's
Super
Chris
Troopers.
Thompson starting the half off, basically doubling his rushing production with one play.
You're talking Super Troopers.
That's right. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah, okay. I haven't seen that movie in so long. I know it's one of Koff's favorites. He's always dropping in references, and I'm like, I know kind of what you're talking about, but
Oh, that's a great movie, Tom.
I need to watch that again. It's been such a long time. I watched a chick flick last night.
Oh yeah, what was that?
I had never seen it. It's one of Morgan's favorites, Father of the Bride.
Ding,
Steve
ding,
Martin.
ding, take a father of mine. Tell me, where have you been? Never seen that one, actually.
Yeah, it was cute, we'll say. I gotta admit, it's not a movie I'd like to see again. It's not a movie I probably would have ever seen if I wasn't engaged or dating someone. But you know what? Saw it. I that's a win. That's a win for me, right?
What would you say is your favorite chick flick?
Yeah,
and we're
it's- I
using
mean,
the
it's
term loosely here. It's
yeah,
just,
rom-com.
Right.
That's what we're
sure.
Does 50 First Dates count?
No.
Or is that too comedy?
Absolutely
Okay.
not.
All right.
This is
I
a
don't
tough
know the
question. I
answer.
got to really
Yeah.
think about this one.
I mean, there's so many. See, when I'm thinking rom-coms that I like, I'm thinking, but they would like Wedding Crashers is technically a wall.
No, it's not.
It's
That's
kind
a
of a
comedy
rom-com.
movie. That's
kind of a
comedy.
rom-com, though.
No, it's not. I disagree.
It's a little mushy, at the end there.
A rom-com, the placement of the word rom is crucial.
Okay, what about
The rom has to be the main focus.
It's got rom-com tendencies. How about
No, disagree.
Okay,
I disagree.
All right. What about have you ever seen Crazy Stupid Love?
I have not.
Steve Carell, Ryan Gosling, Emma Stone. That's a
I
good
have
flick.
not, but I think that's closer. If it
Yeah.
doesn't just flat
I'm sure
out
people
bomb.
in here have seen that. It's a good flick. Great twist. Super Bowl Baby 67 saying, "Dude, I'll sell you Father of the Bride on VHS for only 3 installments of $24.99." No, thank you. It is one of the very few DVDs that Morgan owns for some reason, and was in our apartment, so we were able to watch it on DVD last night. Easy Head saying that I am correct that Wedding Crashers is a rom-com.
I disagree.
Oh, maybe they're saying that Crazy Stupid Love is good. Yeah, it is a good movie. You should watch that. Honestly, I highly recommend that movie. And I think it is a rom-com. Never saw Dear John, Brian.
How about 10 Things I Hate About You? Is that a rom-com?
I would say so, and I think it's good. Oh, 500 Days of Summer. That's a rom-com, right? That's a good movie.
That one I've never seen. Brian says he's seen Dear John 3 times, cried every time. That's high praise right there. That's high
I think
praise.
500 Days of Summer. I'm going to put that up there, right, with Crazy Stupid Love. The Guru 805 asking about Forgetting Sarah Marshall. That's a good one. Do we consider that a rom-com?
I disagree
You
again.
think it's too much calm, not enough rom?
I think that's a comedy. When I'm thinking about rom-coms, I'm thinking like You've Got Mail, Sleepless
Oh.
in Seattle, like
Yeah,
movies
okay.
like that.
Sleepless in Seattle, good movie, actually.
I see again. I haven't seen either of those, but those are
Harry
like
Met
when
Sally.
Harry Met Sally. Type
Yeah.
of movie.
Say Anything, a good rom-com.
Classic rom-com.
Yep. He's holding up the boom box. Super Bowl Baby 67 saying failure to launch. Ooh, Titanic.
That's the one with
So that's,
Matthew McConaughey.
I would say Titanic isn't a chick flick. That's more of just a emotional movie.
Yeah, that's like a drama, if anything.
Yeah.
I will say I enjoyed The Devil Wears Prada. I watched that.
Oh, good flick.
A couple weeks ago.
Good flick. Yeah, that's a good call by you. Meryl Streep, awesome in that movie. Just very easy to hate her. Oh, nice move.
By A.J. Brown getting into the end zone. Tate says Titanic is a documentary. No? I don't think so, Tate.
I'm sure there's people out there that think it is. Shutter Island, definitely not a rom-com.
Good film, though.
Oh, here we go. 200 best romantic comedies of all time. As told to us by our friends at Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh, okay. Incredible.
So I'm not going to start at 200. So give me a second. I'm going to scroll all the way down. Because we don't need to start at 200. That's a lot. Got to go through the hundreds here. Got to let this thing load. All right, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20. Here we go. All right, so what do you think number one? You won't get this.
There's no
It happened one night. It's got a 99% on Rotten Tomatoes. Came out in 1934. Where do you stand on watching like really old movies? I don't like that. Like get out of here with that.
It happened one night. Was right on the tip of my tongue, Tom. Right on the tip of my tongue.
1934.
I remember seeing that when it first came out in 1934. If you had given me a minute, I would have got it.
Starring Claudette Colbert, Clark Gable, Walter Conley, and Jason Thomas.
What a wonderful performance. She was robbed that year, truly.
The synopsis. Frank Capra's seminal screwball comedy, which won all 5 major Academy Awards in 1934. Oh no, I clicked the link and it brought me somewhere. Dang it. I gotta scroll all the way back. Okay, good, it brought me back there. All right, whatever, I don't need to read that. So yeah, there we go. It happened one night, 1934. Go find it on your streamers. Apparently it's the greatest rom-com of all time. Number 2 is The Big Sick.
I remember that movie got a lot of attention.
I saw it. It was good. It was good. I watched it.
Look, yeah, Giraffe King knows. He said It Happened One Night won the top 5 Oscars. Good flick, Clark Gable. So apparently, the actress where I was making the joke about it did not get snubbed. She won the award.
Okay, I'll scroll past the ones that are definitely super old that are for some reason on this list.
Okay.
Philadelphia Story, The Lady Eye, His Girl Friday. The next one on the list that's recent enough where people would have heard of it, 2018, Crazy Rich Asians. Never saw it, but everyone loved that movie.
Yes, I am in the same boat where I have never seen it, but have heard good things.
People were
Drew and
obsessed
Ops
with that.
Says liked it a lot.
Yeah. Number 7 on the list, Annie Hall. Everyone's probably seen that.
That's pretty much considered
That's a classic.
Yeah.
Yep.
Again, another film I haven't seen. Maybe I'm not a great person to have for this conversation.
Yeah, maybe Koff better, but then again, Koff specifically likes bad movies, so I don't know if he'd be good either. The Artist, number 8, 2011. That was that silent film that won the Oscar.
Right, and everybody was up in arms.
Everyone was mad. Yes. Okay, we got movie from 31, 53, 38, 40. So many old movies on this list. 36. 1987, The Princess Bride. That's the one with Andre the Giant.
Of course,
right?
yes.
Yeah.
That is a classic. As you wish. I've seen that one multiple times, and I'll stand for that.
One of our Andrews here saying, so apparently they don't make good rom-coms anymore. It's true. Everything is from pre-1970 here. Palm Springs is 15th from 2020. That's a movie on Hulu that's on my list. Everyone loves it. I didn't know it was a rom-com.
I would say that's borderline. I've watched that one, believe it or not, and it's really good. It's of the ilk of Groundhog's Day, but
okay, I love that movie.
Yeah, but it's
is Groundhog Day a rom-com?
See, I would have said no, but I've been Googling some stuff too, and it keeps popping up on the list. So perhaps I'm wrong.
Okay, next one, 38, 57. Okay, 1993, Groundhog Day, number 18 for greatest rom-coms of all time. Awesome movie.
Yeah. I would say that I liked Palm Springs more than Groundhog Day. Now, obviously, Groundhog
that's really
Day
high praise.
Was kind of the predecessor for that movie, but I think that they did it better. Anyway.
That's extremely high praise.
That's high praise. That's the end of the quarter. It's
higher on the list, though, so the people of Rotten Tomatoes agree with you.
Titans with an 11-point lead here. Ryan Tannehill has now thrown 2 touchdowns. He's up to 156 yards. Gardner Minshew, no touchdowns, but 158 yards. And he's done a little bit of work on the ground. He had a very nice long run there in the third period.
I'm in 44th right now.
He's up to 46 yards on the ground, which makes him the leading rusher in this game. Chris Thompson with 37. Derrick Henry with 10.
I mean, should we just give him the Babysitter Billy Award now?
I mean, he's got a fourth quarter to try
He's
and
got to
right
have
the
a
ship,
monster
but
fourth.
Goodness. A.J. Brown and Corey Davis have the receiving touchdowns. Jonnu's still leading the way. 6 catches for 66 yards. DJ Chark, 4 catches for 62 yards. So again, not a lot happening here.
Yeah, I feel like Jonnu Smith might be in the driver's seat for the wooden nickel right now. Him or Gardner.
It might be Tannehill, but we'll get there when we get there. We still got a whole quarter of football left. I'm rooting for Derrick Henry to turn things around. His team does have the lead. They could get the ball back here and just be looking to grind this clock into oblivion. So I think Derrick Henry has a big fourth quarter. If you're playing the quarter specific showdowns for these contests, which don't exist and are completely made up, make sure to get Derrick Henry into your captain spot.
Number 20 on this list is Enough Said with James Gandolfini. That's the movie that he made, but then he passed away before it came out. Never saw it. Always been on my list. Love Sopranos. Gandolfini, man. That's
pretty
a
much
tough
in on
one. Still,
with Jimmy Gandolf.
Dude, to this day, that's a tough one. I mean, God, what a legend. And especially when they've been having, I think it was last year or 2 years ago, was the 20-year anniversary of the first episode of Sopranos. So they were doing all these reunion shows. And they have everyone there except him. It's like, should we even be doing this without him? Like, yeah, I know Paulie Walnuts is over there, and, AJ is a full-grown adult now, and it's weird. But, I mean, how are you going to do these reunions without Tony?
I want to meet Paulie Walnuts in real life. Is he just like he is on the show, or is he toned down?
Yes, 100%. Except so he's like, so I watched one of those, like I said, those reunion things. He's way older now. 10 years when you're already in your 60s, the difference between someone at 67 and 77, he probably wasn't that old, but he just felt really old in the reunion. Still awesome, but I was like, oh, this is kind of a bummer. Like, his speech isn't that good. It's just not good. All right, old movie. Bull Durham, overrated movie.
Disagree, but okay.
Don't love it. You know what's? Here's
I guess if your take is it's the greatest sports movie ever, then yes, it's
that's
overrated.
That's what I mean. There's people that have that take, as we have a touchdown here for the Jaguars.
I think it's a very good movie.
Kevin Costner kind of bugs me.
Okay.
He just rubs me the wrong way.
Anything in particular?
You know how someone just, their voice just goes right through you? Jaguars going for 2 here.
Makes sense. Try to cut it to a field goal game.
Costner just has this cockiness about him that bugs me.
That's
James
even
O'Shaughnessy! No, actually, it's Eifert. Got excited for a hot sec, not the same tight end. Yeah, no, Costner just bugs me, man. Although I will say I love Field of Dreams, so I know I'm kind of contradicting myself. But
I stand
anything
for Tin
else?
Cup as the best Costner film, but
Great, that's an underrated movie. You know what? I think I like more of. I just really don't like Bull Durham.
all right. I think talking it through, that's where we've
Yeah.
arrived.
Right? Yeah. I don't like him in that movie specifically. Again, old movie. Here we go. Oh, Broadcast News. Good movie. Good movie. William Hurt, Holly Hunter, Albert Brooks, Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson doesn't really do anything anymore.
He's at the Lakers games, man. You know,
He's just hanging.
He's living the dream.
He's semi-retired.
I honestly am shocked at the amount of people who are wealthy and decide that they still want to work.
Right. At that age, too, like, I don't blame him for, like, just sit on your cash, bro.
Like, what? Like, why does Tony Romo need to work for CBS? I get that he's good at it.
Ego.
Just retire, Tony. You got a mountain full of money. You know, work on becoming a pro golfer or whatever. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but I think there are way too many rich people out there working.
Taking jobs over here from guys like me. No, Tony Romo is a great call by you, but I mean, he's making what, $17 million a year to call like 20 football games?
Yep.
Not bad cash to just throw on top of your already big fat stack of cash. And he's doing commercials and stuff too. So like he's getting that Skechers money, he's got the Corona money. Like Romo still, he might be making more right now than he was when he was playing.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I guess you're right. At that level, that's a lot of cheddar cheese.
That's a lot of dough.
Brian says, Lamarca, if you had 10 mil in the savings account, would you still do the Sims?
No way.
Probably not. No. I mean, 10 mil is borderline. You know, like that's not live the rest of your life off of that kind of money.
You could.
But
I read an article once that you could live comfortably at a certain age. If you receive $10 million at the age of 21, you could live comfortably the rest of your life if you invest it correctly.
yeah, I don't trust myself to do that. I don't trust myself to do that at all.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would definitely ball out. I'd spend $1 million probably in the first month.
I mean, the first thing I would do is like charter a plane to Vegas with a bunch of people.
Yeah, and just go wild.
So there goes at least one of those millions.
Yeah, exactly. Just gone. Silver Linings Playbook at 26. Good movie. I think it was slightly overrated when it came out, personally.
I'll agree with you there.
Yeah. And actually, I remember seeing it with some friends, and the thing I didn't like about it is I thought it was going to be more serious than it was. It was too rom-com-y. I went into it expecting, like, heavy stuff, and it tried to be too funny. I was like, this movie doesn't need to be funny. Like, let's have real conversations. Let's have a good cry here. Yes, exactly. Drew, great call. Too many silver linings for you? Exactly. Too many silver linings. And too many Eagles fans, too. Sorry, Eagles fans. Too many Philly accents. One of the worst accents. Hey, can you pass the worder?
PhD says 40 years times 50,000 per year tax-free is only $2 million. I will tell you with 100% certainty, I could not live off $50,000 a year. I can't. I could not do it. I could not do it. Now, granted, I live in one of the most expensive parts of the country.
Yeah, exactly.
But I would fly through 50. That might get me through 2/3 of the year.
LaMarca, he's got expensive taste, man.
I mean, I'm not trying to. Yeah, I'm just not good with money. Tom is the answer. I'm just to be flat honest with you and the sim folk out there.
Yep, fair. Hey, you know your strengths, you know your weaknesses.
I'm not a saver. I am a spender, 100%.
Yep. Hey, I like that mentality. Spend it if you got it, baby. Scared money don't make money.
Can't take it with you, as someone once
That's
told
a
me.
great call. Great call. Manhattan from 1979. That's one of those classic movies people have seen. Cyrano de Bergerac. I don't know anything. I've never heard it. It seems like it's a foreign film. It's apparently the 28th best rom-com of all time. Juno, 30th. Good
Ooh,
movie.
okay. I like Juno.
Yeah, Michael Cera. Elliot Page. Haven't seen it in a while. Say Anything. We mentioned that one earlier. 1989. There's another old one. Love, Simon from 2018. Don't remember that one.
Me neither. We do have a little news update here. Super Bowl Baby 67 says Essential Quality wins the Belmont. I heard at least one person in the chat throw that name out there. So congratulations.
That was the favorite. I believe that was the favorite heading into the Kentucky Derby.
Okay.
So that makes sense. Congratulations to Essential
We need
Quality.
producer Michael. He would know all
Yeah,
this stuff.
he's probably at this race right now. He is the horse racing king of DraftKings. 4 Weddings and a Funeral, 1994. That's a classic.
Never seen it.
Never seen it either, but it's a classic. 1994.
Classic film, let me tell you.
It's a classic. Shakespeare in Love, not my scene. 1998. Gwyneth.
Well,
Colin
let's
Firth.
we'll take a quick break from your list here. We're at the 2-minute warning.
Okay, yeah, let's
First and 10.
retire this. If I see anything
First
else
and
worth
10,
bringing up.
Jaguars ball. They're at the 49-yard line. Field goal ties it. Touchdown takes the lead. So we'll see if
Bridesmaids.
Minshew can orchestrate it. He's going to start the drive with a little check down to Eifert.
Knocked up on here, nice.
A lot of
Harry
people
Met
saying
Sally.
50K a year is more than enough. I don't know. I don't live in an exorbitant place, but my rent is like $2,500-ish. That's just rent. It doesn't count anything else.
Look, cost of living in different parts of the country is it's different, man. Like, I live in the Midwest, and I feel like I get a ton for my money out here. And
That's why
as,
I've always
you know,
talked about moving, because I can
Yeah.
live anywhere in the country and my salary would stay the same. I just choose to live in one of the
Telling
most
you, man.
expensive places in the world. 'cause it's where I'm from.
If you saw the place I'd live, you'd be shocked at what I pay. It's
Yeah,
insane.
I mean, my cousin owns a house, nice house, and pays $1,000 a month for his mortgage, his taxes, and his insurance combined.
Mhm.
And I'm like, well, why aren't I living there? I'm an idiot. I'm just an idiot.
Yeah. Gotta pay to play, LaMarca.
PhD says move to Florida. I don't think I could handle the heat of Florida. The no taxes, the no state taxes will be.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
But
You-
I
you
would
big-
be just a sweaty mess in the summer.
You a big AC guy?
I have it running literally right now. I'm a
Yeah,
big
same.
AC guy.
Yeah, same. I keep mine at 70, basically year round.
All right, that's going to bring up 4th down here. We'll see if the Titans should probably take a timeout, give themselves a chance, but it doesn't look like they're going to go that route.
Vrabel's mustache just blessing us right now. You missed it. It was on screen for a while.
Oh, I saw it. It was a beaut.
Scotty Too Hottie saying South Florida is expensive. Yeah, I bet. Miami situation.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't live in South Florida, though.
Yeah.
I am so not a South Florida guy.
No.
I'm like 95% sure I'd be the fattest person in South Florida.
Dude, but those Cuban sandwiches.
Ooh, yeah, that would be nice. That would
Love a
be
good
nice.
Cuban. The Lambo.
All right, that's gonna tie this game up. And
Staring down some OT here.
Yeah, it seems like overtime is a real good bet.
I mean, there's less than 20 seconds left in its side.
So James Smiley says Oklahoma is cheap. I've actually looked into Tulsa. Tulsa's
I've heard
on
Tulsa's
the
cool.
list. Tulsa's on the list of places I would like to potentially live.
Explore, but you're not moving. Like you're a New York guy. I don't see you moving.
The thing is, like, my sister just had a kid, and I like being around. You know,
Uncle
I like,
Matt.
I like seeing my niece, and you know, I'm 31. I don't want to go restart and make new friends and do all that stuff.
Yeah, that's honestly very hard to do. I moved in my late 20s to St. Louis, not knowing anyone other than like one person, and they already have a life, right? So you can't just come in and be like, okay, hang out with me all the time. It's tough. It's really tough to move somewhere and not know anybody, no doubt. I'm speaking from experience.
Right, and that's why Michigan's on my list, because at least I know my cousin, and
There
we're
you go.
like super close, but Michigan is just brutally cold in the winter.
Yeah, that's a place that you're not moving unless you have to, you know?
Brutally cold in the winter.
Yeah.
Oh, I would hate that.
Yep, and Drew going through it right now. Just moved down to Florida, so it's tough. Sometimes you got to do it, though. You know, sometimes your significant other gets a new gig, you got to move. Sometimes you get a new gig, you got to move. It's just part of life. Honestly, if I hadn't moved, would have never met my my fiance Morgan. So, best decision I ever made.
So it all works out in the end.
Exactly. So maybe you got to move to Tulsa to find your gal, Lamarca. Marry a nice Southern belle.
That would, you know what? That don't sound that bad.
So St. Louis isn't really south, but she drops the y'all a lot. My family always gets a kick out of it when she says y'all.
Yeah, the y'all is nice.
It's a nice thing to get in the mix, y'all.
So Gorilla Jimbo wants to know, 15 minutes from lineup lock, who is my Vogelbaum homer call for the night? And I like this. I'm going to try and make this a recurring segment. I'm going, again, here are the rules in my head. Sub 3K on DraftKings, but will hit a homer. And I'm landing on Steven Piscotty. Absolute
okay.
minimum at 2K. And he's facing a left-handed pitcher, so he'll be on the positive side of his splits.
He's got some pop.
Oh, yeah, he can hit. He can hit
He's
for
been
sure.
an all-star in the past.
He can hit for sure. This year, he is 118 WRC plus against lefties, 169 ISO. So that's my call.
All right, I like that.
We get a fumble here on the first drive of overtime, but Taylor Lewan scoops it back up. Andrew Scarcella throwing his hat in the ring. He's saying Stassi going deep tonight. Max Stassi going deep. So if y'all want to throw your own cheap home run shots in the chat, feel free to do so. And while you're there, consider pushing the like button. You know, we'd appreciate it. Every like is an extra 10 cents on Tommy Freeze Pop's paycheck at the end of the month.
That's right.
So
Hit that like, baby.
do it for the Pops.
Throw those dimes my way. That's how I'm paid every month. They just send me a sack of dimes.
That's how he gets all those wooden nickels.
That's why I have this enormous mason jar full of dimes right next to me.
Why dimes?
It's not just dimes. It's all sorts
Oh,
of coins.
okay.
You said 10 cents. That's why I said the dimes thing.
So Chris Boyd says you would like Austin. I guarantee.
I've heard Austin's good, but it's also expensive.
Yeah, exactly. That was exactly where I was going. I'm trying to go somewhere where I can maximize that dollar, but I do also want to keep that metro type feel, which is why Tulsa popped up on my radar.
Yeah, no doubt. You want to be near a city.
Right, city adjacent.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, St. Louis. It's a good spot, man. Cheap. You can live right near Busch Stadium for a very affordable rate. Some of the best barbecue in the world. Great beer scene, if you're into that.
I only drink Diet Cokes, Tom. You know that.
Hey. You can look at the Atch.
Look at the arch. Okay.
Yeah, the
It's
Atch.
like the Atch? What is the Atch?
That's what my mom calls it, the Atch.
I thought they got the first there, but it's going to be 3rd and inches. Andrew says, don't come to Baltimore. Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Noted. I've heard Baltimore's nice, but down by the water?
Yeah, on the bay is cool.
Yeah. I've been to an Orioles game.
The harbor, as they say.
Harbor. There you
Ooh,
go.
there's
Nice.
Chris Thompson breaking
There we
along.
go.
Robbie
Ken
Noble
Freeman.
calling his shot with Mike Talkman tonight, a.k.a. Walk It Like I Talk It.
Ken Freeman saying it's the worst sim ever.
Sorry, Ken. We're doing our best.
I don't know if he's talking about us or the football. Probably the football, because this conversation has been fantastic. There we go. All right, this thing's going to end soon.
Don't come to Connecticut. Too many. This is Brian C. Too many liberals. Well,
Yeah.
how do you know I wouldn't fit in up there, Brian?
Also, I disagree with that. Connecticut, healthy mix of everything up there.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what part.
What about Vegas? How would you survive in Vegas?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. For sure, that's on the list.
I feel like that's sneaky affordable to live in Vegas because people don't
super.
live there.
Super.
Yeah.
If you can stay out of the casinos and stuff,
Yeah,
the cost of
that's what'll
living
get
is
you.
low. My concerns with Vegas are twofold, really threefold. Because one is I don't know if I
Staying
should
out of
say.
the casinos.
2, the movement to the West Coast time would be an issue with my job. You know, like I have certain shifts that start at 9, 10 in the morning. So now move those 3 hours in the other direction.
Yeah, not good.
That would be tough for me. And then 3,
That would
again,
ruin. Honestly, that would ruin your life.
Yeah, well, I would just have to be going to bed super early.
Which stinks.
Yeah, which is not me. But then 3 is just, again, the weather. I don't want to be like super sweaty man.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
and I get
That
it. It's
dry-
a dry
that
heat.
dry heat.
It's
Yeah,
a dry,
dry
heat.
heat.
I've been in Vegas in the dry heat.
That's what
and I
people always say.
sweat.
Oh, it's a dry heat. It's dry. It's heat. I'm still sweating.
Kate K says Vegas is literally in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that's why they call it the Oasis.
I like Vegas. I miss Vegas. Great boys trip down to Vegas. I'm in. It's over. I'm overdue. It's been too long. I saw one of my friends is there for his bachelor party this weekend. I just messaged him like, "Oh, dude, I'm so jealous right now. I wish I was in Vegas with the boys."
I just booked my trip.
Oh, nice.
Booked
When are
the
you
trip.
going?
I'm going depart November 10th, and I get back home on the 15th.
Oh wow,
Oh,
that's
the
a long
the
time in
16th
Vegas.
I get back actually. The 16th.
Oh my! I would never see. My rule for the rest of my life now is no more than 2 days in Vegas.
Well, that's not even worth flying out there for 2 days. basically spend as much time in the airplane.
Get in on Friday morning, get a full day there, fly back Sunday night. That's as much time as you need in Vegas. If you're doing Vegas right.
We're going, it's a family trip. My dad, technically he turned 60 last year. We were supposed to go last year. We ended up postponing the trip. So we're going back this year. We're all booked up. It'll be me, my mom, my dad, my sisters.
Wow.
Yeah. So we're going to do some other stuff, or at least they are. I don't know if I will. They like to go out and do some hiking.
Go
in
to
the
the
Red
shows.
Rock.
Oh, God, no. No thanks.
But yeah, the only thing that's definitively on my schedule, because my dad loves it, is we're just going to post up in the sports book on Sunday.
Got to do that.
And, take in all the NFL festivities.
Oh, that's great. Are you so you're not going to go to a Raiders game? Doesn't work. Does that work?
I don't think it's even possible for me to get tickets.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's going to be
Vegas
crazy.
is popping right now.
Yeah.
If you go online and try to book and you want to go through one of the casinos, they are sold out for the most part through January. So I had to flex a little muscle on them.
Ayo.
And
they
were able
some
to
connects.
I do, believe it or not, Tom, I do have a Vegas Connect.
Yeah. LaMarcus got a guy for everything.
So
that's a Long Island thing. Oh, I got a guy. I got a guy here. I got a guy here.
Yeah, as producer Drew says, I just had to throw him a signed vinyl of Saxy Christmas. There's a field goal there by the Jaguars, and that will bring this sim to a halt. Rough sim, not gonna lie. Not a lot going on. The scoring was low.
Rom-coms.
The scoring was low, but hey, we did get 2 field goals from the Lambeau.
Rev it up, baby.
Gardner Minshew, though, not a bad game. 251 yards through the air with a touchdown. Tannehill, an efficient 170 yards with 2 touchdowns. Rushing-wise, Minshew definitely had some contributions there as well. He was able to rack up 84 yards on the ground. Wow. 84 yards. So he was threatening the double-double. Thompson got up to 74. Derrick Henry only 21 yards on 10 carries.
Brutal showing.
Brutal
for Derrick Henry. Just brutal.
We had 4 players catch 6 passes, including Dede Westbrook, who scored a touchdown. Corey Davis and A.J. Brown had the other 2 touchdowns in this game. So Freeze Pops, I think we have a pretty easy call for Babysitter Billy.
Obviously Derrick Henry, but the wooden nickel. Tell me if you agree with me here. It's got to be Minshew, right? I mean, he's 50 yards away from the passing bonus, or less than 20 yards away from the rushing bonus. I think it's Minshew.
I like it a lot.
Yeah. Let's give him the wooden nickel.
Minch.
I don't think he has a lot of them, so congratulations. If you're ever in St. Louis, we'll go get a free cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef.
Hey, shout out to the Lambeau, too, though. 3 field goals from the Lambeau.
Also in my lineup.
All right. That's going to do it for this edition of The Sweat. Stick around. We've got 2 more Sims tonight. Me and Freeze Pops are back at 8 p.m. for Dolphins Bucks. 10 o'clock, Packers Bengals with Kaufman Tom. And in between, for your viewing pleasure, right now, we've got the Ross Tucker podcast coming up. So check out what Ross has to say, and we will be back in approximately 45 minutes.
Hop in the free roll, baby.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Wisdom Wednesday presented by DraftKings. I am Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years, classic journeyman, as they say. And Wednesdays are very often when we get wisdom from the one and only Andrew Brandt. It's crazy. Every time you think people say to you, there's nothing going on in the NFL, man. There's nothing. Nope. Wrong. Incorrect. Just a few of the things I hope I can even get to with Andrew today. The Julio Jones trade leaks, NFL loosened vaccination procedures, the laundry list of female hires in the NFL recently. We have a mental health hire. The NFL sets a salary cap ceiling. June 1st was yesterday. That's an important date in the NFL. So listen, point is especially in the offseason, it's always Andrew Brandt time. It's also always a good time to spread the word via social media at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. I am always looking for new engagers. Engage, Maverick. Engage. I'm looking for new engagers. Just engage anyway. Quote, tweet, retweet, reply, love on Instagram, share on Facebook. I'm really into the sharers on Facebook. Sponsor confirmation email winner. Take advantage of a sponsor. Send it to me. YouTube shout out. Love, love, love the YouTube shout outs. All you have to do is subscribe to the channel and then go ahead and make any comment, and I'll do one of those cameo style shout outs for you. I just did one today, by the way, a cameo style shout out for one of the listeners, which was awesome. Patron of the week, Michael Camilleri, patreon.com/RT Media. I love it. Welcome, Michael, and welcome, Andrew Brandt. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
Always love talking with my man, Andrew Brandt, for so many reasons. Check him out on social media at Andrew Brandt. He's the host of the Business of Sports podcast, which is growing. And if you aren't watching or listening, or just listening or watching the clips, watching the social media clips are a good way to entice you to listen more. You are doing it wrong. Great story already this week in Sports Illustrated. And you did a triathlon this weekend, Andrew.
I did a duathlon. I'm not into the swimming, Ross. I'll swim in a pool, but I'm not going to do the open water swim. Sometimes I just say triathlon because people, it takes too long to explain duathlon. But I did a run, bike, run. That's my thing. Run, bike, run. So this one was a sprint, 2 5Ks wrapped around a 15-mile bag. So a 5K, 15-mile bike, another 5K. Ross, I don't know how many people watching were in the East Coast and felt that weather this weekend. It took every ounce of willpower that I had to get out of bed at 4 a.m. on Saturday morning with a howling rainstorm, get my butt to Central Jersey and stand at that start line, toe the line, man. But and this is a lesson for everyone. If I didn't do it, I'd have been kicking myself all holiday weekend. I would have, I'd be like, you just stayed in bed. You're no good. That's how I roll. So it went well. I won the old guys group. There were 70 something entrants. I wanted to get top 10. Ideally, I got 12. So I'm happy with that because I don't mind losing a bunch of 30-year-olds.
12th overall at 60 years of age. That is amazing, Andrew.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's some fast guys out there that are in their 50s, but now that I hit this advanced age group, I can win that one pretty easily.
That is awesome. All right, let's dive into some of the football topics here. But I saw your tweets this weekend. I was admiring it from afar. So let's start with the Julio Jones stuff. I think it's interesting. When you see Diana Rossini say the Falcons have been offered a first-round pick, or these reports that the Titans are going to, have offered a second-round pick, and then the Seahawks are interested. When you were in the NFL, with the Packers, and even now, what do you think when you see those leaks? Are you pretty good at kind of reading between the lines?
Yeah, I think I was then, and I think I am now, and I think anyone who's sort of been around the business knows that. It's just kind of trying to leverage the best offer you can for a player like Julio. And we talked about this last week, Ross, that maybe the Falcons were upset it got out on TV and Julio didn't know he was being televised. Come on, this has been known for months. They're going to trade Julio Jones once the cap can be pushed into 2022. So now it's just a question of what they can get. And I think they're putting out word that they can get XYZ. And I'm like other people, if they could have gotten a first round pick, it would have been announced already, just transacted after today, after June 1st. So we'll see, we'll see what they got. They got a number 1 for Stephon Diggs, but a number 2 for DeAndre Hopkins. So we'll just see where this comes out, but obviously he'll be traded. And obviously this, my broken record, this is a massive mistake for the Falcons. I keep saying this. They did a contract extension for Julio. The contract extension years kick in, when? 2021. So they're going to pay the piper for this contract, just like, the Wentz and the Goff trades.
We talked last week about, these protocols the NFL has for vaccinated players and the quote from Sean McDermott. And, it's funny, your quote and my tweet of it got a lot of attention from people saying they shouldn't have to vaccinate. They shouldn't have to. It's their choice. I just want to be clear from my perspective. I'm not saying they have to or even that they should. I'm just saying it would be naive to not think it could be a factor in some of the decisions. And so these young men, when they're making their decision, should take that into account. I think that was the point you were making too.
I mean, today's June 2nd. On September 2nd, so what is that? 3 months from today, I think, is the cut down. So we'll go from 90 players to 53 plus a practice squad. So again, it's numbers to me, like exactly what you're saying. It's business. The business of football will win. So if you've got a coach, a GM, a decision maker, player personnel coordinator, whatever it is, and they see 2 guys are relatively equal and one's not vaccinated, come on. Let's just be real here. We don't need to talk about politics. It's reality. And these guys, my experience representing players and seeing players on the bottom of the roster, they don't want to give any reason for a team to potentially cut them because there are already 1,000 reasons. Because they're bucking uphill to begin with against higher draft picks, against veterans, whatever it may be. Same thing we talked about with showing up for workouts, Ross. It's really the same thing. And I use my example again. If the boss says, hey, we're going to be in here this weekend, and you're at a law firm or business firm, and you say, I don't know if I will be. Of course you will be. So that's the way it is in football as well.
Curious to get your thoughts, Andrew, and what you think the thoughts are of the people in the league with the spate of female hires recently. I mean, it feels like every team has announced the hiring of at least one female into the front office or into the coaching staff. Feels like all of them have. And then there are some more recently in Denver, and now Catherine, we believe it's Raish with the Eagles that are in pretty high-ranking roles now. Your thoughts on what clearly seems like it's an initiative for the NFL, because it just wouldn't be a coincidence that all these women would be getting hired and getting promoted at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, this is great. I mean, for equality, for gender diversity, Samantha Rappaport at the league has been pushing this for a long time. Again, taking you back to the day I was working in the NFL from 99 to 09, there are a lot of women working for teams, but I can't remember a single one except for an administrative role working in football operations. So let's just be clear for people who don't understand the difference. There are really two sides of every NFL team. There's kind of the business administrative side of the team, and there's the football side of the team. And the business side is PR, it's marketing, it's finance, it's accounting, it's pro shop, it's business development. And the football operations, everyone knows, is coaching and scouting and cap management. So this is where we are. We are now seeing hires on the football side, and this is not new. It's been going on for a few years, but as you've noted, it's a plethora of it these days. It's happening everywhere. which is great. I mean, equality has hit the NFL. It takes longer in the NFL, it seems, than other sports. But wow, again, back in my day, lots of women working in PR and finance and marketing and accounting, but not on the football side. That has changed.
Along with it, Andrew, we had recently this week, Washington hired Dr. Barbara Roberts for wellness, director of wellness for an NFL team, which I feel like is something that's probably right up your alley.
I hired a woman in Green Bay, and I don't know if I was the first, but it's far from a director of wellness. She was a counselor, and all I asked her was to just have office hours because she had a real practice in town. So she had office hours, and she was used in the building on a confidential basis by not only players, but their families and significant others. Maybe that was a harbinger. We're at a different age now with mental illness and wellness and everything else. I love it. You know me as well as anyone with all my modalities, all my workouts and my cryo and my acupuncture and everything else. So, and meditation, I think all that's great. I mean, listen, Ross, this is not your father's NFL. And me personally, I love it. I love seeing more women hires, directors of wellness, mental health awareness. This is great, especially coming off the pandemic.
You know, I think there's a lot of value in NFL teams having someone that players and or their families can just talk to.
Yeah.
Can just talk to about life issues and or football issues.
You know, you have something different again from back in the day, and we've talked about this a lot, and they're talking about it now with the NBA a lot in the playoffs. You have social media, and I see a lot of value in social media, and you and I both do well on Twitter because we can provide information nuggets that maybe others can't. But obviously there's a dark side, and the dark side is not only affecting teens, but I think it affects athletes. I just think it's a way that it's hard to stay away. And you could have 100 great comments and you have 2 bad ones and it stays with you. So I feel for athletes in this age of social media. I really do, because it takes a lot of willpower to stay away from the comments. And the more resources you can provide against that, other than telling them don't look, which obviously is a good advice, but it's hard not to.
You know, Andrew, that's such an interesting point, because I've always thought of it and looked at it like, man, these guys are so lucky that they're able to build up their following and build their brands while they're athletes. You know, there are guys that have gotten in the media who played for a number of years while social media was booming, and their careers, their followings are much bigger, and they're able to get more business opportunities and have more clout as a result of it. And I'm jealous on some levels that we didn't have that when I was playing, but there is a flip side to it. You know, I mean, I can just imagine I give up a sack or whatever, and after the game, I check my social media and people are killing me for it.
Yeah, I mean, the mental health aspects, I don't want to be cliche about it, but it's so important. Listen, I think back long ago in my career, I was the first general manager of the Barcelona Dragons. It was pre-social media. It was pre-internet. That's how old I am. But you know what, Ross? We had 40 guys, 45 guys living in Barcelona, Spain, couldn't understand the newspapers, couldn't understand the television, didn't have internet. 4 months, who'd never been out of the country, and some of them never been out of their state. So my job was as much a mental health counselor in those 4 months as anything. I learned with second level players, obviously World League, NFL Europe players, how important it was. And we had some real issues, like real issues, dramatic issues back in the day of the NFL Europe. So just think about that magnified by social media if you have something in your past that you don't want triggered. So I get it. I really do.
Wow, that's an interesting perspective, Andrew. I think we've done it. We might have done it like 5 years ago or so, but we should do an episode sometime just on NFL Europe. You're just on your experience there, in Barcelona. What about the NFL coming out after we spoke last week, Andrew, and said, here's the ceiling for the 2022 salary cap. It's 208.2 or whatever they said. Why do that now, and why is that important?
You know, it's interesting. I don't know this, Ross, because here we are at the opposite of a year ago. So in July or June a year ago, it was like the cap for next year is going to be no less than 175. And now we hear the cap for next year is going to be no more than 208. And it's just an interesting posturing, right? So I don't know if the NFL and NFLPA says, okay, we had the pandemic, let's just create brace for the worst coming into 2021. But now coming out of the pandemic in 2022, let's be optimistic. I've never seen it. You know, I've been to cap projection meetings in my whole career. I've seen projections, but they never say the maximum or they never say the minimum. And now we're 2 years. So just so everyone knows, the cap, they're not saying the cap's going to be 208 next year. The cap could be 198, which it was a year ago, but it can't be more than 208. So this is going to be interesting to watch. Listen, full stadiums. I'm going to the Sixers game. You know, we're going to have a full stadium tonight. So this is happening. And if it's happening in the NBA, believe me, it's going to happen in the NFL in many jurisdictions, if not all.
Yeah, I guess
that's revenue. That's the revenue key.
Yeah, I guess it just helps the salary cap folks know, well, it probably will be 208, but it's definitely not going to be more than that. They can at least have some idea of what the ceiling is that they have to make sure they're under, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important visually and optics, right? For the salary cap in 2022 to be more than the salary cap in 2020. So 2020 was 198. Now we have this incredibly low pandemic year. Got it. But I think visually and optically, forget about 208. It's got to be more than 198. It has to be, because then the union's going to look like, oh my God, we're still back before 2020 here. So I think that's a key number, getting above 198.
Last question, June 1st. A lot of talk this week about June 1st, and we discussed Julio Jones and Zach Ertz and all this stuff. Why is June 1st important? You know, I know the answer to this, but, you know, I always have to remember, not everybody's like you and I that lives and breathes this all day and knows all the nooks and crannies.
Yeah, I don't want to get too cap legalese, I guess, here, but the unamortized bonus of cap proration, so I just did get too legalese, didn't I? When you have dead money, if you cut a guy or trade a guy or he retires before June 1st, it all counts in the year of retirement or cut or release or trade. If you do it after June 1st, only the part for the year, in other words, for 2021, will stay on the cap in 2021, and the rest will be pushed out. I think you're talking to one of the more conservative cap managers ever, and you know that. Everyone who follows me knows that. If I was in the shoes of these teams, I would take it all in 2021 and not push it out, because I don't want to be dealing with that. But it's going to happen. And Julio Jones, obviously the Falcons are going to be dealing with Julio Jones cap number. Think about it. For 18 months, they're going to be dealing with Julio Jones cap number. Not just 6 months, 18 months. So that's what happens. And teams, again, go for short-term relief for long-term pain. I just say take the pain. But, you know, we'll see what happens. I think I'm going to be tweeting out in like 16 months that the highest cap charge of the Atlanta receivers is Julio Jones. So that's where we are.
That's a great point. You will be tweeting that. That will be accurate. 16 months, and that's really funny. Check him out on social media at Andrew Brandt. He's phenomenal. The business of sports, we talked about it last week. Love that discussion that you had with as it relates to college athletics. Very, very cool. What can people look for this week, Andrew?
I'm going to dive in a few things. And It's amazing, Ross. We just went through a podcast, and the two words Aaron Rodgers did not come up. But since I'm the supposed expert, because I know both parties, I'll dive in a little more about that. And I don't see anything happening June 1st or not. That's the little spoiler alert. I didn't get to Adam Vinatieri in my last podcast because I had guests. I'm going to talk about him retiring and my personal experiences with him. And you know what I want to do, Ross? We just talked about mental health. I want to talk about Naomi Osaka. I think this is a huge issue in the business of sports. I really want to dive into that on my podcast this week.
Ooh, I've been reading about that a little bit. I'm looking forward to it. Sounds awesome. And the Andrew Brandt Sunday 7, where can they get it?
Andrew-Brandt.com. Getting a lot of signups each week. Little nuggets for you every Sunday morning. Thanks, Ross.
Thank you, Andrew. There he is, Andrew Brandt. Look, he's asking you to sign up for the Sunday 7, which you should absolutely do. I mean, why not? It's a free weekly email where you can see some more stuff from Andrew. Hopefully you already listen to Business of Sports. I'm just asking you to rate and review the show. It means a lot to us. It counts as a sponsor confirmation email. So if you rate and review the show on your phone, takes 2 seconds. Then you do a screenshot, email it to me, ross@rosstucker.com. Ask me any email question you want.
Tuck's Takes.
Hey, Ross. Well, let's start today. Most notable transaction, in fact, since Monday, the Houston Texans signing running back Rex Burkhead.
Man, they are hilarious. They are just signing everybody. I mean, competition, sign. Rex is from Texas. Go for it. They got a bunch of running backs. I mean, this is kind of the Patriot way. They'll see who the 3 or 4 guys are that should be on the roster this year. Start to try to build this team.
Tuck's Takes.
Other moves include the Jets signing defensive end Ronald Blair and the Lions signing D-tackle Brian Price.
So sometimes these moves are just to get through OTAs because you need a veteran body who can come in and practice. Sometimes it's you realize during OTAs you need a veteran there to be your 4th D end or 5th D tackle or whatever it'll be. And sometimes they're just bodies.
Tuck's Takes.
And finally, your thoughts on Washington hiring Dr. Barbara Roberts as their director of wellness.
Well, Andrew and I obviously talked about it a little bit. I think it's wonderful. I really do. In fact, I am going to effort. You ever use that word like that, Brian?
No.
You've never said, like, I'm going to effort to call this person or I'm going to effort. It's kind of like you're trying to say a fancier way of try.
Yeah, I could say I will make an effort, but I would never say I'm going to effort.
I'm going to effort to try to get one of these team director of wellness, mental health coordinators. I'm going to effort to try to get one of them on the show. It really sounds weird, but does it make me sound smart and sophisticated or like a loser?
I think it makes you sound British without the accent.
Is that a British thing?
I don't know. It kind of sounds like it. I have no idea.
People all say, I'm efforting. I'm efforting to get Brett Favre on the show. I'm not really. I'm just saying that. Efforting. Anyway, I think it's great. I might even, it's been a while since I sent out a newsletter. My own newsletter was supposed to be monthly. I've got a mental health story, actually a couple of them from when I was a player, that actually 3 of them where I really could have used somebody to talk to and was really fortunate to have a good support system with my wife and family, but not every guy has that, which is why it's important. Speaking of important, download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code ROSS when you sign up to turn $1 into $100. I mean, dude, you get to watch a basketball game and turn $1 into $100? It's $100 in free credits. Promo code Ross, limited time, DraftKings Sportsbook. Let's get you an email, Bri.
Ever wanted to ask an NFL player a question? Well, here's your chance. It's time to Ask Ross.
The email address, ross@rosstucker.com. One of my favorite things that we do is we get your emails and we answer them. So fun. You take advantage of a sponsor or you rate and review the show. What do you got, Bri?
This one is from Connor. Hey, Ross, what is up? I'm a sophomore playing defensive end out in Connecticut. Can you tell me what you ate before every game? Do you have any pregame rituals? Love the podcasts and go Birds.
Interesting that a kid in Connecticut is an Eagles fan, number one. Number two, I love this. I'm assuming sophomore in high school, right? Not a sophomore in college. You probably would have said what college.
Yeah.
So it's cool. When I do this show, I guess I picture it being mainly people in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. Although I know we have older, and obviously we have younger. We've had people say they listen with their kids. It's very cool. So, Connor, I don't know if they're still like this, but they used to tell us carbs, carbs, carbs. So I used to eat a lot of carbs before games, like pancakes in high school, or we'd have like pasta. Is that how it is still, Bri? Did they say eat a lot of carbs before competition?
Yeah, from what I know, yeah, but I don't know anything.
I really don't even know. That's another person we should get on the show. We should get a team like dietitian on it. I don't even know if that's the way it is anymore. I didn't really have a ritual. I would just eat what appealed to me. Like if they had chicken, I would eat chicken. If they had salad, I would eat salad. I didn't really have a pregame meal that was my go-to that I recall. I think if they had an omelet station, I would get an omelet, get a couple pancakes, usually for a 1:00 game. That's the one thing that's weird. People don't know. You have to be at the stadium at least 3 hours before the game, which means the pregame meal is usually around 8:30. So you have breakfast at between like 8 and 9 a.m. You don't eat again till after the game. That's a long window. 9 to 4:30. If you're an NFL offensive lineman, you're usually starving after the game. Absolutely starving. So that's something you might not know, Connor. My pregame ritual is I would go on the field with just shorts on, not my game pants or whatever, and I would try to go through every one of my steps that I would do in that game. So in my head, I would think of every play, pull to the left, pull to the right, pass block this, screen pass, at left guard, center, and right guard if I was backing up. If I was starting, I would only do it the position I was starting at. But that was my thing. Before I put the game pants on, you start to feel a little tighter, a little more constricted. I wanted to go out there and feel agile, feel athletic. So that was my deal, Connor. Good question. Shout outs to Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. Make sure you check out the Fantasy Feast podcast today with Joe Dolan. Even Money podcast with Jastrzemski yesterday was amazing. Make sure you listen to that one. Other than that, I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
It's the Ross Tucker.
Guess who's back again. Dream Stream back. Tell a friend. All right, that's enough for now. Matt LaMarca, Tom Carroll, we're back for the 8 o'clock sim. Miami Dolphins, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Should be a fun one, I guess, right? I mean, there's stuff to like about these teams. Two good defenses, that's for sure. We still got 1 minute until lineup lock, but and there it is. Lineups have locked. Tom, why don't you tell us how you're approaching this game?
Sure. So every time I have the Bucs, who I haven't had in a long time, I put Chris Godwin in the captain spot. I feel like he's good value there. He's always doing things, 14.5 points a sim. So I got Godwin in there for $12,600. I also got OJ Howard in there. Gotta have him. OJ Howard. Gotta have him. Runs the ball, catches the ball. Gotta have him. $1,800. Ultimate punt play. Has an impact on these sims. Almost 6 points a game at that number. So pretty good stuff. Then I got Brady, Beretta, Parker, and Uncle Lenny. I had almost, $7,600 left. So I felt like, okay, $7,400. Uncle Lenny.
We'll get Uncle
Lombardi Lenny. Why not?
So I went a completely different direction.
Okay.
I have Gesicki at captain with Tua, Devontae Parker, and you can call me Al Wilson. I always play Al Wilson.
You have a Dolphins stack, huh?
Yeah, 4-man Dolphins stack, because why not? And then I went with Gronk and Godwin.
Okay. So we have some crossover. You have Godwin. You have Beretta, correct? Or did I just make
No Breida.
Parker. You have Parker.
Got the Parker.
You have Godwin. Those are the two.
Yes.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see who wins this one, LaMarca. I'm predicting that you finish higher. I just have a weird feeling about my lineup. Haven't had the Bucs in a while. Dolphins are pretty spotty for me. Although the highest I've ever finished, second place, was with the Dolphins. So
maybe you're due.
Maybe I'm lucky with the Dolphins.
Or Miami Dolphins, as you would say.
Miami.
We got some people in the chat talking about the Hoops game. Bucks with a 2-point lead in the first quarter.
I'm focused on puck.
Obviously, a lot of takeaways from just one quarter of basketball. The biggest one being James Harden, injured, went to the locker room, appeared to be clutching his hamstring. So that's the same. Oh, as we get a Mike Gesicki fumble on the first.
Wow,
play.
Bad start for your Capitan.
Oh boy. Anyway, Harden hamstring. That's the injury that cost him to miss all those games during the regular season. So something definitely to monitor there. I thought that the Bucks played really well. They got some good looks. They worked the offensive glass. I liked what I saw out of them. And then Brooklyn had to work much harder for their shots. But when you have Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant, like a shot that looks like you have to work hard for, just isn't that hard. Those guys just make those routinely. So I expected a competitive series at the beginning. I'm calling 7 games, and nothing that I saw in that first quarter changed anything.
Man, you have a lot of faith in the Bucks. I think the Bucks are better this year than they were last year. If Harden's healthy, I think they win it in 6. I really do. As good as the Bucks are, I think it's all dependent on Giannis, man. And I just think the Nets have too much firepower to for the Bucks to keep up with over a 7-game series.
Entirely possible, right? There's a reason that they're favored. But yeah, I don't know. I think that we did not see the best of this Bucks team during the regular season. I think that they were saving it for the playoffs, and now that the playoffs are here, I think we're going to get it. So
yeah, they looked good against they look really good against Miami, I should say. But they didn't play Brooklyn at full force this year, too, right? Like Milwaukee played well against Brooklyn, but it was never with their big 3. Granted, not many people did get to see their big 3 all together. What was it, like 7 games together or something ridiculous?
God, The play that just happened on this sim.
Did Lenny catch that?
Yeah, it was like deflected into the hands of the linebacker. Looked like it was going to be an easy pick. He botched it, and it landed in the hands of Lombardi Len.
Wow. Who's having a great drive, by the way. Totally missed that one, but he's been shaking dudes off. He's been carrying dudes. He deserves the tud here. If they're going to score, Lombardi Lenny deserves it. What a redemption story for that guy to close out the year, right? I mean,
yeah.
By mid-season, he was sort of like, oh, I guess he's just going to be like a rotational back the rest of his career. As there you go, he gets the first. And that maybe is what he's going to be. But just to have the postseason he had after, getting laughed out of Jacksonville and sort of just getting picked up by Tampa and not really being a huge factor all season long, looked awesome in the postseason, man.
Yeah,
Good
I
for
mean,
him.
not even his role. How about just the fact that he got cut from basically the worst team in the league and ended up on the Super Bowl champion?
Like, it just probably didn't even have to move. How lucky is that? Stayed in the same state.
So I've got the hoops updates covered tonight, Tom. I know you're focused on your Boston Bruins. What's
right.
Anything cooking there in NHL?
Touchdown, Chris Godwin cooking, my captain, also in your lineup. What's up? Yeah, my Bruins taking on your Isles. Bruins up 2-1 in the series. Pasta missed one of the most wide open nets from point blank I've ever seen, and I really hope it doesn't become like a momentum thing for this game. But it's knotted up at 0 apiece. It's been getting a little scrappy in this one. We had some spats. You know how when you have a fight and then like multiple fights happen at the same time? We had one of those. There's like 3 or 4 at once going on. These teams getting to get under each other's skin, which I like to see in a playoff series in hockey. You want to see dudes not like each other. It's fun to hate the team you're playing against in hockey.
Yeah, Super Bowl baby 67 agrees with you. He says, anybody watching Bruins and Islanders go at it? The intensity is cranking up.
Yeah, these teams, man, they're both good. Like, the Bruins are playing so well right now. They've been sort of an inconsistent team this season. Obviously, since they got Taylor Hall, things have taken off. What a strange career that guy's had. I hope he stays in Boston for the long haul. He's awesome. But the Isles, man, if they are to beat the Bruins, I will be really upset, obviously, but it'd be really cool for the Islanders to go all the way. Back at Nassau Coliseum after their residency in Brooklyn for a few years. I think that would be really, really cool.
I can dig it.
Look, I mean, obviously you're an Islanders fan. Of course you can.
Stop.
Okay, I know you're really
Stop pushing
not,
this narrative.
If you were, let's say the Islanders win the cup somehow, would you not go out and buy an Islanders Stanley Cup champion shirt?
The odds of that happening are 0%.
Why?
Because I just don't care.
I mean, you gotta be happy for your
fan.
people. You got to be happy for your people, LaMarca.
Most of my people are Rangers fans.
Oh wow, okay. But where would the parade for the Islanders be?
And I've always said that if I'm anything in hockey, I'm a Devils fan because that was the first game I ever went to, was a New Jersey Devils game.
Ah, okay.
But I'm not a hockey fan.
Where would an Islanders parade be? Would it be on Long Island somewhere?
Maybe the Long Island Expressway.
Would they do the whole state?
They'll just walk down the Long Island Expressway for a little bit. Maybe head over to Jones Beach. Drew says at Belmont. That would be that'd probably be a good spot for it. So,
just a huge rager, and they're just doing laps. That would be cool.
They just circle the track like the horses.
The Islanders in the 80s, I believe, early 80s with Dennis Potvin and that squad, they won 4 straight cups, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So I wonder, did they have parades in New York City for the island? Like, that's probably where it would be, right?
Probably.
Even though
I
it's
don't know.
for the island. The other
We haven't
island.
had a parade in New York in a long time.
Yeah, it's been what, since 09?
I guess the Giants probably.
2011. Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, I kind of try to block that out.
No, I get it. Totally get it. But yeah, those are usually in the city down the Canyon of Heroes.
I'm gonna look this up right now. Where would a Islanders Cup parade be? I bet there's a Reddit thread about this.
Probably.
Uniondale, New York.
Oh, the Uniondale. Okay.
The Islanders proudly host a Stanley Cup parade and were hailed by crowds of fans along the parade route that stretched down Hempstead Turnpike in Uniondale, New York. That's
Yeah,
from...
that's kind of by Hofstra, which is like a local college.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know. I applied to Hofstra.
Well,
Didn't
there
go.
you go.
It was it's good media school. Didn't go. I got in, didn't go. Hofstra Pride. Shout out Wayne Corbett.
Shout out Marcus Colston.
Yeah, that's right.
And on the NBA side, Speedy Claxton.
The football team no longer exists at Hofstra. Shout out Willie Colon, Hofstra.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've just had some guys.
Willie Colon is the man. I don't know if you've ever run into him in your day, but that guy is an absolute beast.
Is he in my house? Is he at Dunkin' Donuts? Then I haven't met him.
I don't know. Good dude.
A lot of people in the chat lamenting James Harden. I don't know if we have an official update on his status. We do. Malika Andrews says Harden has been ruled out for the rest of Game 1. Wow.
You know, that's one of the things that people said about this Nets team when they came together. If they're healthy, then they'll be unstoppable. But you got dudes in KD and Kyrie that haven't been healthy for a consistent amount of time for a lot of their career. And then Harden's really the most durable of that three. And now he's dealt with his issues this year. A lot of people attributing that to him coming in not in shape and using the season to get in shape. That's why he's had these types of soft tissue injuries. So maybe he'll learn his lesson and come in shape next time.
Again, this is going to mean nothing coming from me, but I'm not a professional athlete. James Harden is fat. He's a chubby boy.
Yeah, he's thick. He's got multiple C's.
He's got a gut.
Yeah, for sure. He has a dad bod. James Harden has a dad bod.
By the way, Tom, I don't know if you've seen our intro got the Smash Lanta treatment on Twitter.
With the Eminem. Nice.
Correct.
I like when Smash Lanta does these.
Oh yeah, gotta.
He's great. A valued member of the DK Sim fam.
Totally valued.
Super Bowl baby 67 reminding us Marquise Colston went to Hofstra. I think you hit that.
I did.
Do you hit up any Hofstra hoops games?
I've seen them play my alma mater, Stony Brook, a couple of times.
Okay, there you go. What conference is that?
Stony Brook is in the America East.
Oh, okay.
Which is the same conference as UMBC, who made history by being the first number 16 seed to win in the NCAA tournament.
Vermont, also American East.
Correct. Yes, they usually are the team that runs that division.
The Catamounts.
The Cats. A lot of oldsters at Vermont. You go to a Catamounts game, and it's 65 plus in there, man.
Oldsters.
A lot of oldsters.
What is a catamount? We'll talk about it on the other side.
Some sort of cat. Tom Brady doing Tom Brady things. 7 for 8 with a touchdown. Tua, 4 for 6, 66 yards. On the rushing side, Uncle Len, 3 for 16. Matt Breida with a 6-yard carry. McCoy chipping in 5 yards on the ground.
I'm in 12th.
You're in 12th. Nice. That's pretty good.
I'm not mad about it.
Receiving, Tyler Johnson leading all players, 3 catches for 13 yards. Breida, 2 for 22. Gesicki, 1 for 7. And the fumble, of course. Godwin, Evans, your guy, O.J. Howard, Al Wilson, and McCoy, also with catches.
Drew over on our Slack letting us know that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service says there is no evidence that the catamount is still roaming in the Northeast, and the federal agency has officially, and then the little thumbnail for it cuts off. So I don't know. I don't know what else it said there.
I would say going off the extinct, going off of the
so the catamount's an extinct cat. There you go. We got there.
Jungle cat.
Yep. Lenny.
They've had some players, though.
Oh, that was McCoy. Yeah, Coppenrath.
The Catamounts, of course, knocked off Syracuse one year in the tournament. Got that epic Gus Johnson call.
Yeah, from the parking lot. Incredible.
So
the guy that hit that shots from Rhode Island. I forget his name, but shout out to Rhodey.
Yeah, their big guy that year was Taylor Coppenrath.
Coppenrath, baby. He had wild hair.
But he wasn't the guy that hit that shot. That was a guard, and his name escapes me. And this year, they had Anthony Lamb, rookie, who got some run with the Rockets at the end of the year. So
you love to see a UVM dude in the league doing things.
Oh, I loved it. I got to play him in DFS a couple times. It was fun.
Did Lenny just sneak that in? That was sneaky.
He got in.
Uncle Len, baby.
Reaching it out over the goal line and now breaking out a jackhammer celebration, I guess.
Could have been a lawnmower.
The old jumping lawnmower technique. Producer Drew says the guard that I'm thinking of is TJ Sorrentine.
Yes.
That's the correct name.
That's who it was, the guy from Rhode Island.
Sorrentine from the parking lot.
Anytime Syracuse loses in the tournament when they're a high seed, it makes me happy. Because so many people in the media business went to Syracuse. So they're all like, wearing their orange proudly. Look at me. I went to the same school as Bob Costas.
Yeah, that's Glash's alma mater right there.
Yeah, and Koff.
And the Koff man.
There's so many people like that around the biz. And you just love to see them not happy around tournament time. Northwestern. Remember when Northwestern was good for a few years, getting to the tournament every year? I was working at ESPN at the time. A lot of Northwestern grads just wanted to barf every single day. We get it, guys. We get it. Northwestern's in the tournament.
You can't get mad at these people for having some
don't make it the story though. Just because all of you guys went there, that doesn't mean this is what we should be talking about.
It was a story. It was their first trip to the tournament.
Get out of here. Barf.
You're just a hater.
I'm a hater.
What flavor Haterade you drinking over there? The yellow? That's my favorite. Yellow's my favorite. Damon Ariel talking about just fair food. Says he likes corn dogs. I don't think I've ever had a corn dog.
That's insanity to me. How is that possible?
We don't really have fairs down here.
How old are you?
31.
Okay, you're 31. You haven't had a corn dog?
I haven't.
What? How have you not stumbled into a corn dog in 31 years?
I mean, listen, I'm sure I've had opportunities. I've just never had a corn dog.
That's wild. I'm shook right now. Corn dogs are fantastic.
We talk all the time about how much we enjoy hot dogs on the barbecue and stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna have hot dogs for dinner. Not gonna lie.
I actually had a bacon, egg, and cheese for dinner. It was delicious.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, corn dogs are fantastic, man. You got to change that. So Long Island, not known for their fairs, huh?
Oh no, we're not a fair people.
What a play by Tua. Finding his man, cross body, cross the field, 28 yards. I believe he's in your lineup.
I do have Tua and Al Wilson.
A-dub.
You have any hopes for Tua this year? Any expectations?
I'm in on Tua. I think that I bought up all of the Tua stock that people were selling towards the end of the year. I think he's young. He's got the full off season as the CEO of the franchise now. He's getting healthier. He's getting more confidence. The Dolphins have great infrastructure in place. I think Brian Flores is an awesome coach, awesome culture down there. I think Tua is great. I think he's going to be really good. I think he's going to be the second best quarterback in the division this year.
All right, I mean, that's a pretty low bar.
Well, I've been having conversations with other sim broadcasters that believe he's going to be the worst quarterback in the division.
Okay. I mean, it's got to be the worst quarterback division in football outside of Josh Allen.
Yeah. I think you're dead on there, no question. But regardless of outside of the division talk, I think he's going to have a good year and take a big step forward.
Marcus, no, I'm sorry. Damon says, do y'all have a boardwalk in Long Island? No boardwalk. I mean, we have plenty of beach. No boardwalk for the most part.
We got another.
I do get the boardwalk experience, though. Every year my family does a reunion in South Jersey.
You go down to the shore? Is that where the Jersey Shore is? I've never been to the Jersey Shore.
A more family-friendly version of the shore.
Gotcha.
So the shore is long, right? Jersey's whole...
The whole shore.
Yeah. So we go to a more adult, family-friendly version of the shore. But yeah, that's where we go, and there is a boardwalk there. I enjoy the fried Oreos if I'm going
So next time you go, you got to get a corn dog.
All right, I'll see if I can find me some corn dogs. I'll see if I can find a corn dog spot, and I'll indulge.
Andrew also saying on Slack doesn't recall ever having a corn dog. There's a place here in St. Louis that has mini corn dogs as an appetizer. Delicious.
I'm in on almost anything that's mini.
That's a very good take. A miniature version of anything is good. Sliders.
Because you're you're taking it and you're shrinking it down. So, like, let's take a mozzarella stick, for example, right?
Mozzarella.
Instead of having one big stick, let's say you have 4 mini sticks. You're going to get more of the breading texture per, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I'm in on mini
I'm right
stuff.
there with you. No, anything mini is better. Not better, good. Like whenever you're at a wedding and they have like sometimes you'll have like the mini little quesadilla things. Delicious.
That's another thing that is surprisingly regional. Our weddings.
Like what types of stuff you have at them,
or how, like, I'm trying to put these in the correct words. Like,
okay,
Long Island weddings are insane.
So I went to one 2 summers ago. I was a groomsman in one. I'm still full probably from the happy hour.
Full happy hour, like cocktail, like
the stations are insane.
Stations, right? And when I've done out-of-state weddings, they're not nearly the same. It's more.
No, it was over the top.
But it's people walking around with trays and stuff like that.
Yeah. No, the stations where it was like a full dinner right before dinner.
Yes. I've always said that if I was going to have a wedding on Long Island like that, I would not have a dinner. No dinner. We do a happy hour, straight into dancing, and then we have a little late night buffet station set up.
Yeah. Just basically just run it back type of thing.
Exactly.
Same stations. That's a good call.
No, Marcus, you're right. It sounds amazing. I don't know how I've avoided the corn dog so long.
It's shocking. It's honestly blown my mind. I don't know if I can focus the rest of the game. Sean McCoy with the spin
their
move.
dominance here a little bit.
What's the score?
They just took an 11-point lead.
Congo Cab saying, got OJ in my classic. Let's go. All right, let's see if OJ Howard can get a little vulture score here.
He's in range.
I'm feeling Godwin again.
This sim is turning into potential blowout territory, and there is Mike Evans. The other guy to make it 20-0. Field goal pending. Evans approximately 45% owned, 10% in the captain spot. So I'm sure that's going to make it a lot of people happy right there.
The Batman, Justin Craven, saying, we always called White Castle sliders because of what they did on the other end. Makes me laugh that the term has changed. Is that really true? Is that why people called them sliders?
No.
I don't think that's the case.
It's not, but it is fitting.
It's a good joke, though.
It's a good joke.
When my sister was in town a couple weekends ago, she was blown away by the fact that there's White Castle like locations pretty frequently throughout the St. Louis area, because they're not really that common in the Northeast. I think the closest one to like Boston or Providence, where we're from, is in Yonkers, like all the way out in New York.
That makes sense. I mean, we have a couple on Long Island, but there are some that are closing. So
yeah, White Castle's pretty prevalent out here. I think it's because it started in Kansas, so it's only one state over. So there's lots
that
of
makes
White
sense.
Castles.
What are your
cool.
thoughts? Do you guys have Steak and Shake?
There's a ton of Steak and Shakes out here. They're starting to close. They went through some financial issues with the pandemic, but there's a few that have remained open. The line, you know how Chick-fil-A is always known for having crazy lines all the time?
Yes.
That's what it's like at Steak and Shake all the time. It's a huge thing out here. Morgan loves Steak and Shake. I'm sort of lukewarm on it, to be honest. But people love it out here.
I did my
Very
one
average,
semester.
yes.
One semester at Indiana University.
Okay, Bloomington. I've
And,
heard Bloomington's nice.
Yeah, it was. I had too much fun, which is why
Yeah.
I only had one semester there. But there were a lot of late night trips to the Steak and Shake. Justin, I think you're looking for Tom Carroll. I'm Matt LaMarca. He's Tom Carroll. You're kind of smushing our names together a little bit.
I like it, though.
Matt
Carroll's my first cousin.
Definitely a very common name.
Yeah, for sure. He's my cousin. He's sort of on like the first cut list for the wedding. I mean, I hope he's definitely not listening. My grandma, who's listening, probably will laugh when I say that. But yeah, Matt Carroll.
Hey, Tom's grandma.
Grammy.
I can't
What's up,
believe she
Grammy?
listens to all of these.
Every single one.
I mean, you know what? That's adorable. But grandma,
Admit it,
like
baby.
we gotta find you something else.
No, this was she reads and she puts this on in the background. She's a big reader, voracious reader.
We gotta get her in the YouTube chat.
Maybe when I'm home at some point in the next few months, I'll teach her how to hop on the YouTube chat. I don't want to ruin her routine though. Occasionally she'll text me after my last sim of the night when she's done, having to have her phone be used for YouTube.
And say, great job.
Or she'll just comment on something. She'll be like, that was crazy, lol.
Grandmas are the best. I one time was on SNY as part of a DraftKings broadcast, which is like local.
Yeah, it's like Netson.
Right, exactly. It's the New York equivalent, or one of the New York equivalents of Nesson. And my grandma watched and called me afterward. And she was like, oh, you did such a good job. You were so good. Like, oh, thanks, Grandma.
That's why grandparents are the best.
Yeah.
Shout out to Happy Gilmore.
Hi, Grandma.
Is that your boy Gesicki?
Yeah. He's not my boy anymore.
Yeah, he's not doing great for you. Let me check where I am in the contest.
All right, Milwaukee closed it a bit before the half. They're down 5, 3.3 seconds left, and they'll have a chance for a last-second shot. So they could potentially cut it to a one-possession game going to the half. And, too late. Didn't get it. Oh, nope, they're going to call a foul. Lopez will get to the line for 2 shots. So he'll have a chance to make it a 3-point game here with going into the halftime. So it's going to be a good series, Tom. I'm telling you, man.
You think it's going 7?
I do. But I will say I have a soft spot in my heart for the Bucks. I seem to pick them. I've picked them like each of the last 2-3 years or so to win the title, and I'm just stubbornly sticking to it. They're my team.
That's what you got to do. You can't abandon your take at this point, you know?
I'm not afraid to abandon the take.
Oh, you'll jump ship.
But I'm not doing it on this one. So, okay. Looks like your Bruins scored, Tommy.
Hey. Marchand, baby. Oh, no. Krejci. There we go. Krejci. Making it 1-0 over your Isles.
Speaking of cutting the deficit before the half, we've got a touchdown here in virtual Tampa Bay as Jakeem Grant gets on the board. So I saw a couple people asking who the vulture of this sim is going to be. Jakeem Grant, not a true vulture, but don't think he was very high owned.
He's vulture-y.
24% roughly, 23%. Marcus says Suns are winning the finals.
That'd be tough.
You can get pretty good odds on that, I think, Marcus.
I mean, look, taking down the Lakers, definitely not something to, ignore, but they didn't have Anthony Davis. So it's just, you got to take it with a grain of salt to some degree. I would say that they could win the West, but I don't think in a 7-game series they are beating Brooklyn, Milwaukee, or even Philadelphia.
Well, Philadelphia is the big wild card right now. Because who knows how effective Embiid is going to be.
Yeah, what do you think's going on there?
Well, he's got a partially torn meniscus.
Right, but they're acting like it's not as big a deal as you would think a partially torn meniscus.
Well, they're acting like that because it's the playoffs and he's going to try to play through it. But it is a big deal.
I think so. Like, that's typically like a month plus injury.
Right.
You know? So that's a guy that's never going to be healthy for a full season, right? At this point, can we say that confidently?
I mean, yeah, sure. It's
just never going to happen.
That big is not natural.
No. And being that big and that athletic at the same time, like we've seen big men, be durable over the course of time, right? But they don't play the way Embiid does.
And Joel is bigger than a big man.
Yeah.
He's I don't care what he's listed at. He's listed at 7 foot. He's taller than 7 feet.
Totally. These guys, like it's now the new trend to list yourself shorter for some reason, right? Like Kevin Durant famously lists himself at 6'10", but he's really like legit 7'1", right?
Yeah, I don't know about 7'1", but he's a 7-footer. It's
But
just
he's
these guys
tall
want
as
to
hell.
play small, you know? They want to play small, so they list themselves small. It would be weird. I want, like, if we ever get another, like, Shaq. You know, like, Shaq is a natural 7'3", 350. Like, will we get another guy with a Shaq-like body who's going to come in there and be jacking up threes? It's going to be weird.
Yeah, you know what? If a guy looks like Shaq these days, they're gonna try and teach him how to shoot threes. That's the thing.
It's
Like,
gonna be weird,
I don't
man.
think we see Shaq again. I don't, because they're gonna be too focused on their jumper.
So here's a good account. Fun size Hercules. That fits what we were talking about. Love anything fun size, anything mini. Count me in. Says the Lakers don't have any role players. Stop LeBron and AD and you win. I mean, yeah, all you have to do, Tom, is stop 2 of the 10 best players in the league, including maybe the greatest player of all time, and you win. It's that easy.
I don't know why
I do
anyone,
get what you're saying, though, fun size Hercules.
I don't know
Hey,
why no one thought of that last year in the bubble.
you know, I just think it's one of those things that's easier said than done.
Yeah. I saw something like I'll have ESPN on the background when I'm doing work, muted, and I saw one of the lower thirds on First Take was like, or it might have even been SportsCenter. What do the Lakers do now with LeBron? Nothing. Let him play next season under contract? This was a weird season. They had like a month and a half off between winning the title and starting their next year. They were injured. He's played more minutes than like any guy ever. Relax, he'll have a full season, and he's still LeBron James. Like, he was an MVP candidate at one point this season.
Yeah, I mean, LeBron, the plan was never for him. You know what? Let's table that, and we'll come back to it. Stats from the first half. Tua is 11 for 18 with a touchdown. Brady, 13 of 15 with 2 touchdowns. Both quarterbacks right at around 125 yards. Fournette, 5 for 25 on the ground. He found the end zone. McCoy with 4 for 29. Nothing to speak of for the Dolphins in the rushing department.
McCoy doing more than I thought he would in the first half.
He gets work as that,
Scat back.
like shotgun back, essentially.
Yeah.
Jakeem Grant, 3 catches with a score, 36 yards. Gronk has 3 for 37. Tyler Johnson, 3 catches. Breda with 3 through the air. Gesicki has the 3 catches, but only 17 yards and that crucial fumble. McCoy, 2 catches for 17. Evans has a receiving touchdown. Chris Godwin has a receiving touchdown, I believe. That was his only catch of the game. Been a lot of players involved in this contest in the passing game.
Yeah, a lot of dudes
players
with
catches.
like 3, 2 catches. I'm in 55th, so that was not a good quarter for me. Your Isles tying it up here, 1 goal apiece. Palmieri putting it in right at
former
the
Devil.
top of the crease.
Former New Jersey Devil.
That's your squad. That's your real squad.
Like we were saying, the plan was always for LeBron to take it easy this year, and then Anthony Davis got hurt, and that kind of changed things. And so LeBron was like overworked a little bit going into the playoffs. He was not fully recovered from his own injury. I have no concerns that the Lakers will be back next year.
I agree with you. LeBron with a full off season doing LeBron James type rest and recovery while also being LeBron, he's going to be fine. I saw no regression in LeBron's game. No one has. You can't sit here with a straight face and tell me LeBron James isn't still one of the 10 best players in the NBA. And if Anthony Davis is healthy, it's really hard to beat that team because that dude is special too.
Yeah, I mean,
he's just never healthy.
Up until 3-4 months ago, I still would have said LeBron is the best player in the league.
Yeah, you could have made that argument easily. And honestly, it's sort of an anomaly that Anthony Davis didn't get hurt in the bubble. Like that screams injury territory, just the way they were running that whole situation for Anthony Davis. Like,
yeah, as somebody pointed out, the fact that the teams took like a couple month break in the middle probably was a good thing for him.
Yep. No question.
So
he's never made a true deep playoff run. His teams were never good, but full regular season with a real playoffs, he's never had to do that. So that is a variable for sure to consider with the Lakers next season.
And man, I am really like, I'm not a huge Clippers guy. I mean, I love Kawhi Leonard. I think he oftentimes gets forgotten about when we're talking about the best players in the league.
Yeah, because he's quiet and he's repped by New Balance.
Is there a more on-brand partnership than Kawhi and New Balance?
I love it so much.
They need to win that Game 7.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't beat Dallas in Game 7 at home, they're going to have to do something. They're going to have to make...
Paul George is kind of a fraud. He's really good, but he's never been the guy that can close it out. Not with Indiana, not with OKC.
I mean,
and now with the Clippers.
I think you're discounting his Indiana years. I mean, he took the Miami Heat to 7 games when LeBron was at his apex.
True. But he didn't win, Lamarca. Scoreboard.
I can't argue that. He did not win.
Yeah, the Clippers, it's super disappointing the amount of talent they've had over the past decade, and they just haven't been able to get it done. It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about the Chris Paul teams, but
yeah. You go right from that into the Kawhi, Paul George thing now. We're in year 2 of it, and it's just...
And that situation still has the potential to be an absolute disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Clippers gave up so much draft capital to get Kawhi and Paul George. It was to trade for Paul George, but they weren't getting Kawhi unless they traded for Paul George. So it was essentially a package deal for both players.
Yep.
Which is why they felt comfortable enough to give up, 4 first-round picks and 3 pick swaps or whatever.
And I think I may have said this to you. I wouldn't be shocked if Kawhi isn't with the Clippers in a couple years.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They need to win, or else those guys are going to leave, and those picks it's going to ruin that team.
You know what doesn't get enough credit is Toronto. Just, they knew he was coming in. They said, hey, it's a 1-year thing with Kawhi. Hired gun. Let's finally win a title. We've been close so many times. Came in, won the ship, and said, all right, I'm gone. And they said, okay, see ya. They knew he wasn't staying long. That doesn't get enough credit because that never works out. The 1-year rental thing never works.
I think it was a good situation for them to take that risk because all they really had to give up was DeMar DeRozan.
Right.
Who was an older player.
A worse version of Kawhi.
Right. So, it made a lot of sense. I would love to criticize Danny Ainge for not being more aggressive and going after some of these stars when they became available. But, he would have had to have parted with
Jaylen
Brown or Jason Tatum to make that happen.
Who are still good.
And then giving one of those players up for a rental would have ended up being a mistake. Giving up DeMar DeRozan for a rental, who cares?
He's still good, but he's not what he was 4 years ago. DeRozan's still a decent player. I think he made the All-Star team this year. But, yeah, no. Declining.
Yeah, a lot of hate for Paul George in the chat.
People agree with me. Paul George kind of soft. Playoff P.
You guys are judging him exclusively off of the bubble series. I think you guys are forgetting some of those Indiana years where he took that team to the playoffs.
Weak Eastern Conference, LaMarca.
I mean, yeah, sure, but like anybody who goes toe to toe with LeBron in a playoff series,
Apex LeBron too.
That means something to me, and he did that. You know, there are some people saying, "Oh, he wasn't a great teammate" or what. Like, I don't know anything about that. But like, the second best player on that team was like Lance
Roy
Stevenson.
Hibbert.
Oh, right, Roy Verticality Hibbert.
Yeah, Lance Stevenson is a good call by you. Danny Granger wasn't even like a part of those deep Pacer runs. He was already kind of done being good at that point.
Rich Sharp says, wasn't that like 15 years ago?
Yeah, kind of. It feels that way.
It's closer to 10, but yeah, it was a while ago. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I am holding on to the past with Paul George a little bit too much. I mean, the guy was really good this year, for what it's worth, during the regular season. Shot over 41% from three, 46% from the field, career high in terms of shooting efficiency. Averaged 23.5 points per game. Like, I get it. He's the number 2 behind Kawhi Leonard, so life's going to be a little bit easier for him. I still think he's one of the better number 2 players in the league.
Paul George is your quintessential number 2.
Sure.
Like that guy.
I'm fine with him.
He is, you know who his ceiling is? Scottie Pippen. That's Paul George's ceiling.
I mean, Scottie Pippen, we're talking, you know, like a top 20 all-time NBA player.
That's what I'm saying. His ceiling, Scottie Pippen. And I think he's probably already past the point of where he could get to there. But if you play Paul George's career 10 times, I think 5 of them he's Scottie Pippen, being the second best player on championship team.
Okay.
Long,
I will
can
say
guard
that
multiple positions, good defensive player.
I've said that Chris Middleton is comparable to Paul George, and I've gotten some pushback on that. Like, Paul George is clearly better than Chris Middleton. But maybe the DK Sim fam chat would be more receptive to that comp. I think they're pretty comparable players.
I tend to agree with the guys that have said, "Oh, what are you, crazy?" But I'm not gonna like really dog you for it, because Chris Middleton, I believe, is underrated. But I think of him more as a shooter, and I think of Paul George as being a better overall player on both sides of the ball.
Okay. I mean, Middleton's
great shooter though, and he's a decent defender.
He hit the game winner against the Heat. Like, he's the guy when things bog down. He's the guy that has to score the ball for them.
Yep, and he does.
So,
like, Middleton, underrated, totally underrated. I agree. One of the best late round draft picks ever.
Tate K, as usual, dropping his pearls of wisdom in the chat, says, dude has 2 first names. He needs to pick one, and he'll be better in the playoffs. Mark my word.
McCoy with the score. Shady. Brad Wallace saying, let's not forget that he had that horrific injury. Yes, true. He does deserve some credit for coming back from that.
Yeah,
and I do think that
if
that doesn't happen, maybe his career looks a little different. Maybe he does reach that Pippen level.
Yeah, listen.
Rich Sharp, I agree with you, saying Scottie
Neither
Pippen
of us
is
are
way
comparing
better.
him to Scottie Pippen.
I'm saying that was his ceiling.
Maybe. I'm not even sure if I'm willing to go there yet, but he has the potential to be an elite sidekick.
Rich Sharp, yeah, you'll catch up at some point. I have addressed your comments. Papa Herb also not understanding the points.
$28-7 in this game. 3 touchdowns.
I think you called the blowout, didn't you?
Well, when it went 21-0, I said we're on blowout watch.
Anytime you make that person is that guy's ceiling comment, it always falls kind of on deaf ears. That guy is nowhere near that guy. It's like, yes, I know. But we're saying if he was playing the top level he could play, that's who he would be.
Yeah, I mean, Paul George definitely in his prime was a great defender. So it's not the most egregious comp I've ever heard. I tend to think Scotty gets pretty undervalued. You know, we think of him as like a second banana, but he is an all-time great NBA player. I don't know if Paul George ever had the ceiling to be a top 20 all-time NBA guy like Scotty, but certainly he could have been like a better version of himself.
Yeah, I mean, basically 10 years in the league, 7-time All-Star, 5-time All-NBA, 4-time All-Defensive player. I mean, very, very good athletic, long dude that can guard multiple positions.
Right, and has developed into a really good three-point shooter.
Very good shooter. People forget how good he was defensively before he came to the Clippers. It was like up until he flashes with LA too. Like when he was in OKC, I think he was he made an all defensive team. It was like a defensive player of the year candidate.
Yep. All right, so there you go, Tom. Brad Wallace agrees with you. He says,
"Thank you, Brad. Thank you." Pareto with the move. Ooh, there we go. Yep, 2 hands on the ball. Nice run.
Hold on to that ball, Petey.
First down. 6 rushes for 52 yards is a nice little clip there as we head into the fourth.
Not a bad YPC, as they say.
If it was halftime, I'd like my chances for the B word.
Alas, it is not.
It is not. So you mentioned the AFC East earlier, LaMarca.
Yep.
Do you feel confident that the Bills are going to dominate that division over the next few years? Or do you think Miami can make some noise?
I don't know about dominate. I feel like dominate might be a touch strong. Like, outside of the Patriots and very recently the Chiefs, I wouldn't say that any team has, like, dominated their division recently.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough to do. I guess the Saints have kind
I was
of
going to say the Saints, but if you look at the past 10 years of the NFC South, they've had, like, a different champion almost every year. It's kind of crazy.
So I will not say that I feel confident, but I expect them to be contending for division titles for the very foreseeable future.
Packers have kind of dominated the NFC North.
Even that, the Vikings have won that division a couple
Sneaky,
times.
yeah, sneaky.
Anyway,
sneaky.
Tom Brady, 19 for 23, 194 yards, 2 touchdowns. Tua's got 126 and a touchdown through the air. Breida picking it up on the ground, 8 for 59. McCoy, 39 yards and a touchdown. Fournette, 35 yards and a touchdown. Tua adding 6 yards on the ground. In the pass-catching game, we have had some touchdowns to speak of. Chris Godwin has a score. Mike Evans has a score to go along with 4 catches for 58 yards. Jakeem Grant has a score. Mike Gesicki leading the Dolphins with 3 catches. Unfortunately, he does have that big fumble. That was a early turning point in this game.
3 catches for 17 is a tough average. For sure.
It's a rough average. He could find himself earning some hardware at the end of this
I think
game.
he's trending towards it. I'm having a hard time figuring out who I'm going to give the wooden nickel to as we head into the fourth. I don't think anyone's really standing out. Honestly, I think Jakeem Grant with 3 catches and a score might be up there. McCoy as well.
I'm leaning towards McCoy, I think. At the moment.
But McCoy. I think McCoy's up there as well because he's got some catches. He has a score. But no one's really like dominant to the point that they are the no-brainer wooden nickel guy, which is weird because the Bucs are blowing out the Dolphins.
Right, they're spreading the love. There's Jakeem, I believe, with another catch.
Okay, here's a
question.
question.
Oh no, they're not
going
to give it to him.
Oh wow, 4th and 3. Okay, so we got 3 Florida teams. 2 of them we're watching right now.
So Mr. Nick wants to know, Tommy, you put Peeps in the microwave for Easter. Will you put fireworks in there for the 4th of July?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Oh, going for it on 4th down.
Seems like a poor decision to put fireworks in your microwave. And Tua just misses what was a pretty easy throw to make. Bucks will take over in great field position, looking to add to their lead.
So here's the question, LaMarca. 3 teams play in the state of Florida in the NFL. 2 of them are on our screen right now. If you had to pick one franchise to become a fan of today for the next 5 years, who are you picking and why? Dolphins, Bucks, or Jags?
Oh, Jaguars. It's a cool time to get in on the Jags, I think.
You want to be early on the Trevor train?
Hell yeah.
So you believe in Trevor?
Guys like that, you know, like we have a lot of quarterbacks enter the league, but we have very few that people consider can't miss. You know, like the people that evaluate the talent, they all seem to say that this guy is a can't miss prospect. He might not become a star, but he is going to be a good NFL quarterback for a long time, I believe.
So, you know, all these draft guys have him ranked up there with like Peyton Manning, John Elway, Andrew Luck, big gainer here for Chris Godwin. All of those guys were ranked really high in their drafts, and all were really good pros.
Yep.
So I feel kind of the same way that you do. I think Trevor Lawrence is going to be awesome. I know the Jaguars stink, but if you have all of these dudes that have evaluated millions of hours of college football tape saying this guy is in that echelon, and they really don't throw out those comps every year. I know people like to joke about that, but if you really like pay attention, they don't say that every year. They'll comp a dude to like Kirk Cousins. I remember we had Kurt Warner on our podcast, and he was talking about how he's kind of afraid to give comps on NFL on the draft because he got yelled at during a commercial break by a producer at the NFL Network for comping a dude to Kirk Cousins a few years ago. They're like, you can't do that, Kurt.
Oh, we got a
pick.
House
6.
call.
That's a house call. They were like, Kurt, you cannot touchdown here for Miami. You cannot comp dudes to Kirk Cousins. You need to make it more interesting. But like these analysts they don't want to get burned, right? They don't want to come out and say every guy's going to be Peyton Manning because it's their record on the line, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a problem that most people have with sports talk media.
Right.
Is you have to make, you know, ridiculous comps to stay interesting because it's all about the ratings. This is why Skip Bayless is on TV. And I think, again, if we put Skip Bayless on a lie detector test, the vast majority of what he says, he does not believe.
He's such a king, man. When it comes to it can be such an obvious, awesome thing that's happening, and then Skip Bayless will just send out a tweet that's just so not what everyone should be focusing on at the moment, just because it's like he's got to be firm with his takes, you know? It's great. I routinely send Skip Bayless tweets to my friends during like big events where it's like, why is he focused on this right now?
Because he's getting paid, my friend. He gets paid to be a hot take artist.
Lightning rod.
Hey, you're willing to pay me Skip Bayless money? I will say whatever you want.
Same. Dude makes like $7 million a year.
Literally whatever you want, I will say it into a microphone. I'll look into a camera and say it, and I will be dead serious looking the whole time.
Yep. I'll wear whatever you want. I'll eat whatever you tell me to eat. Just as long as the check clears.
Right, as Drew says, quoting the immortal George Costanza. Remember, Jerry, it's not a lie if you believe it. All-time great television quote.
Love Seinfeld.
It's so funny how something comes up on every sim that brings it back to Seinfeld.
It's because Seinfeld's a show about nothing, man. Everything relates to nothing. Tate saying that DK has Ducey doing what Skip Bayless does for a lot less. Yeah, that's true.
James Smiley says he needs a Scotty Too Hottie sighting. Good reference. Old school WWE reference right there, Tom. I don't know if you are familiar with Scotty Too Hottie.
I am not. There's a Scotty Too Hottie that pops in this chat every now and then, though. Maybe that's who he's referencing.
No, I think he means Scott Miller. Scotty Miller.
Oh,
but
okay.
Scotty Too Hottie
just
was
caught a ball.
Part of a tag team duo back in like the late 90s, I want to say. Maybe the early 2000s.
Right on cue. 29-yard catch for Scotty Too Hottie.
There it is. Ask and you shall receive.
That was a guy that I was telling people heading into the Super Bowl. Look out for Scotty Miller props. I think he's gonna have a big game. I was way off. I'll wear that one.
Bob Daddy says, what's my Yankee stack doing today? Not much so far. They have a 2-run homer from Gleyber Torres, and that is all.
What's the score in that one, by the way?
3-2 Sox heading to the bottom of the 6th inning.
Sox. Obviously, I got my B's on the TV right now. Not focused on baseball at the moment. Playoff hockey takes precedence.
You got to make choices, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Still a 5-point game in Brooklyn.
Got some Scotty Too Hottie info there in the Slack for you. Gronk with the grab.
Yeah, Destiny Flores knows it. Scotty Too Hottie, Rikishi, and Grandmaster. It was Grandmaster something, but I can't remember it. Or maybe just the Grandmaster.
Too Cool, originally known as Too Much, was a professional wrestling tag team and a group active in the World Wrestling Federation between 98 and 01, and for a short time in 04 and 14. The group contained members Grandmaster Sexay, Scotty Too Hottie, and Rikishi. Sexay.
Grandmaster Sexay. And Rafiki. And Rikishi's move. Rikishi's move was literally he would get you in the corner with your head on a turnbuckle and just drop his badunkadunk in your face.
Yeah, honestly, disgusting. I've seen that in memes before or GIFs. Just gross. Just a terrible thing to do to someone.
Oh, Fun Size Hercules says they're all related to The Rock.
Oh, that's an interesting tidbit. Apparently, Scotty Too Hottie is a coach now, according to one of our producers, Andrew, one of the Drew Stackers.
Grandmaster Sexay. Destiny, you got to keep in mind, Tom Carroll's a young man. How old are you?
I never did the wrestling thing.
What are you, 25, 26?
I'm 20. I'm 28. I turned 29 in June.
Oh, all right. You're not that young.
But
you went into the wrestling.
I just didn't do the wrestling thing.
Gotcha.
Yep, I'm a 92 baby, LaMarca. June of 92. Got the B-Day coming up in about 20 days. Exactly 20 days, actually. 25th.
I have a sister born in 92 and another born in 93.
There we go.
And I
shout out to the LaMarca clan.
Yeah. So this is winding down. 35-14. Dolphins just trying to save face, score a little bit for pride.
Destiny's saying that she's 24 and she knows shame on me. Destiny's clearly a big wrestling fan.
I feel like I grew up in the golden age of wrestling. I got to see the very tail end of like Shawn Michaels and Kevin Nash, aka the Diesel.
Great nickname.
All of Stone Cold and all of The Rock. And then that was kind of like where I tailed off. Like right as John Cena was coming into the picture.
You can't see me. John Cena, great walk-up song. Damon Ariel graduated college in 1992. James Smiley, I think they're saying that they're 77 years old. That'd be old to be on the Dream Stream. I'm not saying that that's you shouldn't be here. I'm just surprised you're like up with the tech to be in here commenting.
There's no way he's 77. Brooklyn back up 10.
Isles about to go on a power play.
Make another little answer. Oh, there's Breida breaking a tackle.
Man, the wooden nickel's going to be tough today, buddy. I don't know.
Luckily, that's your decision and not mine.
Oh, I don't know.
Destiny says the best matches I witnessed were the Dudley Boys Edge and Christian and the Hardy Boys tables, ladders, and chairs match. 100% agree. Those were the greatest matches ever.
Just hitting each other with tables and chairs.
Right, because that was the thing. Like, the Dudley Boys were famous for, they did this move where they put somebody through a table. Edge and Christian were famous for hitting people with chairs.
Imagine the Hardy being famous for that.
And the Hardy Boys thing was jumping off of high places. So they were like, well, let's just put those three things together. And it was like a ladder match where there was a belt, hanging. But it was a 3-team tag team, and there were ladders and tables. It was crazy.
Sounds incredible. It's kind of surprising and impressive that there's not more injuries in wrestling. I know that everything's choreographed, but like they're still getting hit with these things.
For me, it's the distances that they're falling from.
Yeah, here we go. Devontae.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no.
Jakeem Grant times
I think
2.
Jakeem Grant just secured himself the wooden nickel, folks.
A lot of people saying Devontae Parker for the Mount My Kid. And as somebody who rostered him, I can agree with that. He doesn't have a catch.
Yep, we're going to go ahead and give that to him as well.
My man is catchless, which is why
That's
I'm
very rare for a Dolphin sim.
This is my worst showing in a long time. I'm in a 106th in a 110-person contest, and one of the people that I'm beating didn't submit a lineup. So I'm beating 3 people at the moment.
I'm in 76th. Parker killed me.
Triggs is at the top. Triggs, I'm too old for this, Triggs. He's
Parker
got Mike
absolutely
Evans in
killed
the
me.
captain spot. Tom Brady, Breida, Godwin, Jakeem the Dream, and LaShawn McCoy. That's about as good a lineup as you can have, I think, right now.
Jealous.
We'll see if anything changes over these final 20 seconds. The Dolphins are going to try to onside it. I don't know if I've ever seen one of these be successful, and we will not see it today.
Nope. Brady going to come out for the victory formation, or do they send out Blaine Gabbert?
I don't know if the computer will send out Blaine Gabbert. That would be awesome if they did. Though.
The Giraffe King saying, I'm 51 and I've always been a slacker. Well, there you go, Giraffe King. Apparently, that's how you say DraftKings? Giraffe King?
Yeah, I kind of just, the first letter is J, and it sounds like a G sometimes. I don't enunciate my D's, DraftKings.
Enunciation is difficult when you're just talking in conversation, you know?
I mean, I feel like my Long Island accent is not super thick. I think I do a pretty good job with it, but there are some things that you just can't help. And, I kind of let words roll out of my mouth sometimes.
Your Long Island accent is just like Salt Bay salt on the top, you know? It's just like a little taste, just a little
flavoring.
hit. Yeah. Just right down the forearm, some salt petals.
All right, and that's going to do it. Brady kneels it out. So we're giving our player of the game to Jakeem Grant.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And our babysitter Billy is going to be Devontae Parker.
Yeah, thanks for not showing up, bud. Appreciate that one.
So we'll run through all the stats real quick, but those are our awards there. We'll get those out of the way. Brady, 2 yards shy of the bonus, 298 with 3 touchdowns. He did throw a pick, but otherwise was pretty impressive today.
The runner-up for the wooden nickel, Tom Brady.
Tua with 201 yards and 2 touchdowns. The work on the ground was split pretty evenly for Tampa. Fournette had 47 and a touch. McCoy had 39 and a touch. Breda had 8 for 59 with the Dolphins. Jakeem Grant, 7 catches, 83 yards, 2 touchdowns, and he was super cheap. That's why he's our player of the game. Gronk had a touchdown. Mike Evans had a touchdown. Chris Godwin had a touchdown. Overall, just a good day for the Bucs pass catchers, which tends to happen when your quarterback throws for nearly 300 yards.
When Tom Brady's your quarterback, a lot of dudes are going to catch balls.
So that's it for me tonight. I'm done. This guy, Tom Carroll, will be back, though. 10 o'clock p.m., Madden After Dark, and he's got Cough in the building. That should be a good time. It's going to be the Packers at the Bengals, so make sure to check that out. But first, we've got Pat Mayo, and he's coming back with some NFC East talk. I'll catch you guys on the flippity flop.
Mayo Experience.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience, presented by DraftKings. Today, we're doing it. We're getting into the full-fledged 2021 fantasy football season, team-by-team breakdowns. Which guys are going to be fantasy relevant this year? Which guys should you draft from these teams as we go through division by division? And then hopefully I'll be able to use all the information once we get through all of the teams in order to make my rankings. And I'll make those special shows where me and a guest will go through each of the players and actually put them into tiers, and then I will cobble together my top 150. Then all of a sudden we got a great big show, and then drafts are coming up, and I just enjoy the kickoff to fantasy football season, but I'm not losing yet, and I'm still winning. Jake Seeley from theathletic.com is joining me to break down each of these teams. What's your favorite point of the fantasy football preseason? Because week to week, it's like a grind. It's a real job. But right now, like, everything is possible in terms of fantasy football. There are bad predictions, but nothing is wrong as of yet, which is great.
Everything's great. And, I see the potential for, drafting super early, like people right now. And because you know more than most people and you get that advantage of values in the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th round. And then the counter argument to it is, well, then you don't have injuries that could pop up or cuts or situations that we didn't expect. So I see both. But my favorite part, and this isn't just because of like the flex leagues or whatever, it's that first week of August. It's that first weekend where it's the Hall of Fame game that we don't really care about, but we know it's the kickoff the preseason. it's August. We're starting to draft. That's really kind of still early for drafts, but it's that initial August starts, and it feels like it's that first day of summer. It's the first day of winter for Christmas coming. That type of. It's just that first moment of like, hey, it's here. We're finally made it, and it's all the excitement. And then the entire month of August is fun.
I have a gigantic announcement coming soon related to fantasy football season. Actually, I have like 3 giant announcements. One is bigger than the rest. One could be something that involves you, the viewer out there. If you've ever wanted to get into the fantasy football space and host a show like the Pat Mayo Experience. Now, it wouldn't be the Pat Mayo Experience, but I might have some opportunities arising for football season. So you're going to want to stay tuned to that. Some people know what it is already because they listen to like a past show on the Corona Cast where Davis and I talk through what the potential plan is. I should have some more details towards the middle of June as this goes along. It could be a Bachelor style show, Jake. What do you think about that?
Do I get to be the Bachelor? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I mean,
it's the only way I would get a date.
Maybe that's the only way you get a date. But in this realm, maybe it's more like The Voice. I don't know, or American Idol. Maybe you could be one of the judges.
I wouldn't have no problem doing that. I think the people in America's Got Talent are too soft, letting all these joke acts through. Honestly.
I don't know. Maybe you're too harsh to be a judge. I don't know. Anyway, I have an awesome, put it this way. If you like projections and you like customizable projections where you can really dictate what you want to do with each of the games and what do those numbers end up telling you, you have nothing to worry about because Pat Mayo's got you covered on this front. So a huge announcement coming very soon. So follow me at the PME on Twitter and you will find it all up there. Let's jump into this. Dallas Cowboys. Who you got? NFC East is where we're starting. Dak Prescott is back after not playing most of last year. He was the number 1 fantasy quarterback by the time he got hurt. If you only look weeks 1 through 4, he was number 1 QB if you did points per game. And I think that points per game is probably a better measuring stick rather than total fantasy points for a season. It's like when people use yards per carry as a fantasy stat. It's like, it's not really telling me much, man. You need to tell me more than that.
I just had a huge argument with one of my buddies at lunch on Friday. We were talking about because it started with Najee Harris and that he wasn't a believer in Najee Harris, and I said I put it right here on the table. He rushes for 1,200 yards this year. He's like, how many carries? I was like, it doesn't matter. Like, he was, well, if he only averages 3 yards a carry, I was like, you realize yards per carry is like one of the worst stats to value anybody. Like, I understood where he was coming from, but I'm with you. Yeah, honestly, points per game is. I'm trying to think like of a good comparison. Like if that's almost like the college level. So like high school level is yards per carry. College level is points per game. Well, talking about the actual fantasy points for the season, I should have said not yards per carry. So total fantasy points per game. But I would say like the PhD level, or if people want to dive into it, is like how many times did you finish as an RB1 or an RB2 or a wide receiver 1 or a wide receiver 2? Because, like Tyler Lockett looks great on the fantasy points per game, but he only really had 4 good games, like those kind of things. So like you can even take it to the next step further.
Right now in early projections, I have Dak Prescott with 373 fantasy points, which makes him one of the highest guys. He's going to be a sought-after quarterback. Where do you think that he's going to end up going right now? And when fantasy drafts roll around amongst quarterbacks, it's not because, you might play in a league with like 12 or 11 absolute jamokes, and they're like, first round quarterbacks, let's go. And then Dak's going in like the second round. But in like real leagues, where do you think that Dak should be going? Is he a part of that tier of quarterback who's like a 5th round, 6th round guy, or is he just a pass if he's going at that level?
What's a jamoke? I'm still trying to figure out. I've never heard jamoke before. Like I say mook, and some people haven't heard mook before, but what's a jamoke?
A jamoke is just another term for jabroni, which I was overusing, so I switched to jamoke.
So you kind of took like mook and jabroni and kind of put them together. I like it.
You got it.
I like it a lot. I like that word. I'm going to start using that word. There you go. Look, Dak Prescott, I've actually been in a couple of drafts already, and this, we talked about at the top. This is what we're doing already. And I'm shocked at where Dak Prescott's going because you said it. He's actually going around the 5th, 6th round. And these are your experience, quote unquote, leagues. And he's going after quite a few times after Justin Herbert. And every single time I'm just shaking my head. I understand the injury hesitation, but you mentioned it. Dak Prescott was the QB1 in points per game before he got hurt. He is somebody that we assume, at this point, we're assuming a lot of people are going to be healthy from week 1. Joe Burrow's included. Obviously, we have time to wait. But as of right now, assuming he's ready for week 1, Dak Prescott arguably arguably is the fourth best quarterback, and you could even make a case that he should be a little bit higher. And the only reason he's fourth and not a little bit higher is probably because of the injury risk. Because look at the team he had last year. It's the same offense. It's the same questionable defense. If anything, it's healthier this year with CeeDee Lamb in his second season. So I have a ton of Dak already, and it looks like I'm going to have a ton of Dak this year because in my personal rankings, I have him as the fourth quarterback.
I could see him as high as 4. I could see him as low as 8, depending on how people really felt about him. I, too, like him more than Justin Herbert. I think that there's a sneaky part of this where the Chargers' D just wasn't very good last year, weirdly enough, despite the fact they have so many high-end players. And I think that does change a little bit with some of the moves they make, but primarily the return of Derwin James, if he can stay healthy, that maybe that Justin Herbert isn't asked to throw as much. And then it comes down to rushing, and Herbert's going to run a little bit, but I think the biggest difference between Herbert and Dak, despite the fact that are going to be the rushing touchdowns. Like right now, I have Dak, his median projection in terms of rushing touchdowns is around 19% market share of the rushing touchdowns on the Cowboys, which is right around where he's at almost every single year. People really sleep on that stuff. He's not going to be a guy who's Lamar Jackson and challenges 1,000 rushing yards on the ground. However, he is someone who could sneakily rush for 8 touchdowns if things break right.
Right. And the thing with you go back to Justin Herbert is he actually had 5 rushing touchdowns on only 200 and change yards. A low 200 was 234 yards and 5 rushing touchdowns. Like I expect that more of Dak. If you told me both only ran for 250 yards, I'd put the odds on Dak over Herbert just because of their style and like the options that they have there. But the thing with Herbert too is you mentioned part of the defense. If you look at a lot of his big games, we're talking about 40, 45, 50 pass attempts. And the second part, and I know we're not talking Justin Herbert today, but for the comparison of Dak, I'm going to have, so far I have 0, and I can see just because he keeps going as the 5th, 6th, 7th quarterback off the board, I'm going to have 0 Herbert this year because it's not just what you mentioned, the defense and the pass attempts. It's also I watched all the games, but those last couple games of the season, I know everybody's, I'm not going to even, let's just throw out the Patriots game, although it counts. That was miserable. But even if you threw that out, he didn't look that great against Denver. It felt like teams were starting to figure out how to limit him, not completely stop him. Like, I'm not going to say he's going to be Jared Goff and fall off a cliff where teams figured out what you do to stop Jared Goff is just wait for the headset to click off and he can't figure out defenses for himself. But I did see that adjustment where NFL figured you out. Now it's on Herbert to do the same, to, make his adjustment. But I can see a sophomore, not necessarily a slump, but he doesn't improve. And if that's the point, like I'm taking Dak every single time. Dak continued, 6 touchdowns 4 years in a row or 3 years in a row? He's just going to run from every single time. So, yeah, Dak Prescott deserves to be in the top 5 conversation. The only negative anybody can come up with at this point is just, hey, if you don't want to take the risk that he's not 100% come week 1.
Are you a believer in the Dallas defense whatsoever? Because I'm not, and I think that really works to Dak's favor here.
No, yeah, the Cowboys, assumedly, as of today, are going to have to beat teams like 30-25 and 30-20 and 30. Like they're going to need to score 30 points a game is what I'm getting at. So even with what they added in the draft and even with, there's a lot. They're hoping that Keanu Neal can be anything like he was with the Falcons. You look at it and it's like you see a lot of names on the defense and you're like, ooh, okay, if he's this, but there's like 5 guys where you're just like, is he any good at this point? So I wouldn't be surprised if it's better, but at the same time, I don't think it's all of a sudden going to be a top 10, maybe even 15 unit this year.
Okay, Dak is, he's going to be one of the top 5 guys, top 6 guys at the quarterback position. Then you have Zeke, and I'm really interested on what you think that the snap share between Zeke and Tony Pollard is going to be this year. Because I think I'm not necessarily willing to throw out what happened last year with Zeke. Obviously, he's another year older. We saw the deficiencies in the offensive line. I think people get in their heads with offensive line that like, oh, Dallas's offensive line is just dominating. It's like, yeah, man, that was like 4 years ago. It's been a while since they've had like the best offensive line in the league. It's deteriorating just a little bit, and this is a pass-happy team at this point. And we saw Pollard come in and do some good things, but then you have Dak back there with Andy Dalton and Benedenucci playing quarterback, and yeah, he's not good. It looked like he was hurt for most of the year too, although he wasn't really missing all that much time, but he looked like noticeably slow. So you return Zeke to this right now. I haven't projected for 60% of the rushing market share in terms of carries, but that's not just split with Tony Pollard. It's not 60-40 because I have Dak up around 16% as well. So just amongst running backs, like, is he going to be one of the few guys who still has over 70% of his team's carries? He's going to be involved at the goal line. He's going to get a few stolen from Dak, but whatever. And is he going to be involved in the receiving game? Like, what? It feels like people are down on Zeke this year. Is what I'm getting at. Is he now a nice buy?
Yes. In my opinion, 100%. I will be, if I'm in drafting in the second half of the first round, I'm going to have a lot of Zeke, just like a lot of Dak. And honestly, I'm not scared of having both on the same team. And it's when they're the best options. I don't try to go for that. But that being said, people quickly forget what Zeke was doing at the beginning of last year. Zeke, for the first 5 games, including the one where Dak got hurt, was a top 3 running back. Through the first 5 games, you know how many touches Tony Pollard had? 20. That's including receptions. That was 20 touches through the first. I think it was 11 or 12 carries. Now, do I expect Tony Pollard to be that limited this year? No, because, Zeke's another year older on top of that. But Zeke is one of the few that 20 touches per game, there were people talking about, what's the workload going to do with him? And he was fine. You mentioned the part also that he looked hurt and looked injured for a good point of the season. But the game where he came back healthy, ran for over 100 yards, and then he got kind of banged up again, and then he was, quote-unquote, taking the game. Like, I say quote-unquote because, we don't know how much to believe when somebody says they're not 100% or now he's 100% or whatever, but the point being is supposedly he was 100% for that Philly game, which was the only other time that he ran for 100 yards, and those were both what you mentioned, with the backup quarterback situation and poor quarterback play with DiNucci and Andy Dalton. So I'm still in on Zeke. I still think, Zeke is going to be 26 this year. People act like he's 30 already, and he's still one of the best in the game. So I understand the Tony Pollard thing, but I think this is a rose-colored glasses situation because Tony Pollard, granted, it wasn't 15 carries and 20 carries and stuff like that, but people only remember it's similar like Will Fuller. People only remember the good. People don't remember when Tony Pollard was out there running for, and I know we talked about yards per carry before, but 7 carries for 2.5 yards per carry. Like, he had quite a few games where it was just meh, and it was just meh mixing in. So it's not like Tony Pollard was out there running for 80 yards on 10 carries every single week.
Is he a part of the handcuff tier that is a must-have handcuff, though?
Yes, I will. That's where I will say. And Tony Pollard was one of those situations where, a lot of people are talking about him like, Latavius Murray, great, good comparison. But whereas I think you and I talked about it on the last show or one of your off-season shows where, I feel like James Robinson still has independent value. Latavius Murray, you don't ever want to start using him. You don't want to start him unless Kamara gets hurt. Now, that might change with the Saints saying they want to run more this year, but you don't ever want to start Tony Pollard. But if Zeke was to go out, absolutely. If Ezekiel Elliott was out, like if we said right now, Ezekiel Elliott just tore his ACL in practice, he's out for the 2021 season. Tony Pollard will probably go in the second round. So that's where it comes
you could talk people into making him a first-round pick if you really wanted to. Like, he would go in the back. There would be people who would take him in the back. Fair enough, but people would. That's how much hype he would end up getting.
I agree with you there. Yeah.
Okay. So just looking at DraftKings Sportsbook right now, Dallas is actually the favorite in this division, which actually kind of surprised me a little bit. And they're massive favorites too. They're plus 125 to win the division. And what are their team totals? Do they not have? They do have win totals.
I was surprised by that too.
I was just looking in the wrong. What do you think that their win totals are for the year? Over under wins. Remember, there's an extra game.
For the extra game for Dallas, I would guess it's 9.5.
It is 9.5, juiced to the under. So more money coming in on the under. So I'm really strange that they're so plus 125 to win the division. So is there anyone beyond Pollard in this backfield that we should be aware of, or is it just the 2 guys?
It's mostly just the 2 guys. I mean, even if Zeke got hurt, Pollard, as we've seen, it's only been limited times where it's happened, but Pollard steps in as the guy, and whether it's what's that guy's name? Allah, whatever his name is. What the hell's his name?
Alanulua?
Yeah, Siwu. I should just say his first name is.
Oh, Siwu! I like it. I like where that's going.
And I'm trying to remember who the other one is. There's another one. It's not as crazy as the last name.
It's Rico.
Sounds like a golfer's name.
It's Rico Dwaddle.
Yeah, Rico Dodal.
Yeah.
Dodal.
Yeah, we have we don't have a good enough grasp on these guys' names. They can't be good. Okay.
No, they're replacement. There might not even be replacement level. That's the point. Tony Pollard would be kind of walking into like a Latavius Murray, where it's the guy. And then whatever. Actually, I think C was a little better than Dowdle.
Sure.
Doodle. Whatever.
The Doodler. Wide receivers.
The Doodler.
so here's a really interesting thing right now. How much do you think separates CeeDee Lamb from Michael Gallup in terms of fantasy points?
For 2021?
Yeah.
I will say an entire tier, if not more. I think so. It's funny. I did my breakout wide receiver or running backs and breakout wide receivers I had planned a month ago, and CeeDee Lamb is inside. I do top 5. I'm doing actually top 10 for wide receivers just because there's so many. I was doing top 5 for quarterbacks, running backs, and tight ends, but CeeDee Lamb was there, and CeeDee Lamb is very near the top. And I've been watching fantasy Twitter over the past couple of weeks, and people. I just know that at this point, I should have released the article a month ago because people are gonna be like, "No kidding, CeeDee Lamb," but I say that with this point. I was one of the people. I am one of the people on CeeDee Lamb. I feel like right now you can still get him at a reasonable price. I feel like when we get to August, you're going to be buying him at his peak return value, because a lot of what you see people tweeting about is one of the points I had in my article is that you can have 2 wide receivers from the same team finish as wide receiver ones, a healthy Julio, Calvin Ridley. We can go down the list of the Packers that did it for years on end. There's a myriad of wide receivers. Thielen and Jefferson just did it. So you can talk about all these teams, but because of that, because fantasy Twitter is talking about it, because there's people already writing articles, including myself, about it, you can be on CeeDee Lamb, but also realize that his price is just going to be so prohibitive that he now has to return wide receiver 1 value to even get a return on investment. So I answer your question to say I think there's a significant gap, but at the cost, which is something you talk about a lot, is like with these mixed backfields, you just said, give me the cheapest one, like the Patriots. Just always give me James White because he's the cheapest one. You would do that for years on end. At this point, I'm going to take Gallup at the discount.
So, okay, let me ask you a second question then. How close are Cooper and Lamb?
I could give you right now. Let me go to my rankings. I can tell you how close I had them. I have
do you think it's close? Because projections have them 5 points apart for me, well ahead of Gallup. And that's just what the median projection is if you simulate the season like 10,000 times. Now, when I look at the ADPs for them, Cooper's going as the 15th wide receiver drafted, Lamb the 18th wide receiver drafted, and Gallup the 50th. So, I mean, a stub toe for CeeDee Lamb, all of a sudden, Michael Gallup's like a wide receiver 2, and you got him for free or picked him up off the waiver wire.
You did, and that's why I'll take Gallup at the discount. I'm laughing because my way too early rankings from a month ago, I have Cooper at 15, I have Lamb at 20, and I have Gallup at 50.
And then that's how they're currently being drafted in early drafts. It just seems like a lot of value on Gallup. And I don't think that Gallup is someone that you roll out as your wide receiver 3 every single week, but in good matchups, especially against weaker secondaries, especially deep weaker secondaries, that as a flex play or a flyer play, like if you're an underdog in a matchup, I don't mind having him on my bench to insert in and be like, hey, I hope this is the game where his ADOT is off the charts and it's like 3 for 153 and 2 touchdowns. Like of the guys on this team, he's not going to be the 8 for 88 and 2 touchdowns. That's going to be Lamb. But it feels like Gallup is still like their explosive upside guy.
No, and here's the one thing I'm looking at too is, so let's jump all the way up to wide receiver 31 for me. Chase Claypool. What's the big difference between Chase Claypool and Michael Gallup?
Right now it's touchdowns based off last season, but who knows how that's going to
Boom, that's where I was going to go with it. That's exactly so. I was going to reference last year, 62,873 for Claypool. And for Michael Gallup, 59,843, a 30-yard difference. But you just mentioned that's what I was going to bring up, 9 touchdowns to 5. That difference right there, 30 yards and 4 touchdowns, is the difference between wide receiver 18 and wide receiver 37. So where I was going to say is Michael Gallup, and that's why I love the value, is because these names that are down here, it's just wide receiver. We talked about it last year. We're talking about it again this year. Wide receivers insanely deep. In the 30s, there's guys like Brandon Cooks and Robbie Anderson and Corey Davis, and then even in the 40s is Marquise Brown and Antonio Brown and Devontae Parker. Michael Gallup can finish ahead of all of them if he catches 2 or 3 more touchdowns.
For sure. And even looking at the projected market share that I have right now of targets for them, I have Cooper at 21, Lamb at 20, Michael Gallup at 15.5 with Blake Jarwin, who we'll get to in a minute, down at 10 as a part of that. Plus, there's going to be the running backs. Elliott should probably have around like a 12%. Maybe Pollard gets like 4 or 5%, depending on what it is. And then guys, Cedric Wilson will end up getting himself involved in the mix here. But those are just median projections. Like there is a scenario, yes, CeeDee Lamb is the better talent than Michael Gallup, but if teams are putting an emphasis on him. It's just he's so close to Cooper. I would just so much rather have Cooper, and I don't even like Cooper because I never like having Cooper on my fantasy team. But if you're going to give me the choice between both of them at basically the same value, it's Cooper 100 times out of 100.
We've been doing this together for way too long at the point that that's why I was laughing, because the exact same thing. I never have rostered Cooper outside of trading him for him on the cheap. And I just did a dynasty startup where I took Amari Cooper because he went after CeeDee Lamb, and it's just like, you know what? If you're giving me both, and I even with the age difference, and I understand it's dynasty, but the point being is the cost invested here. If you're going to give me them at the same cost in redraft or at a cheaper cost in dynasty, I'm going to take the guy who is also still, by the way, Amari Cooper's not that old. What is Amari Cooper at this point? Like 25, 26? Not that old. No, he's about to turn 27, but still not that old.
I mean, compared to us, he's not that old. But, you know, that's old for when the rest of your receivers are like 23. He's the old man on campus.
But 27 is not this. You still have at least today's NFL still have at least 3-4 years left. And Amari Cooper's not somebody. It's not like the Julio Jones where you have to worry about his knees breaking down. And how many times has Amari Cooper even missed time? Once?
Yeah, I can't recall off the top of my head when the last time he actually missed a game was. Or
the Raiders, I know he missed
like 2 games in a row.
Yeah, and that was I think that was it.
So tight end, you have Jarwin, and then you have Dalton Schultz. They brought in the sprinkler, Jeremy Sprinkle. You know he's going to catch a touchdown if he makes the team against Washington at some point. That's just bound to happen. Any interest in these guys? Because I don't really. You'd think in such a pass-happy offense where they're going to score so many points that if you could definitively say, hey, Blake Jarwin's going to be the guy who's starting, I guess he could theoretically have value. I don't see him being a top 12 tight end.
No, I think that's where the value would be, is that if we knew Blake Jarwin was going to be the guy, but now I'll go to Tampa Bay, draw the parallel there, is even if he's the guy, someone around Gronkowski, is very touchdown heavy, somebody that probably doesn't, as you mentioned, finishes tight end 1. If he does, it's going to be hard predicting any week when you can actually get that value out of him. So, again, you and I hate everybody's good in best ball, because everybody's good in best ball, but outside of that, that's the only scenario I would, because you're going to try and guess the games. You're going to guess wrong half the time. And it's going to be similar to Tampa Bay, similar to Carolina, where, granted, Carolina's tight end situation was almost irrelevant because of how they were with the 3 wide receivers last year. But when you have 3 wide receivers of this caliber, you're lucky to get a tight end involved. And at this point, Schultz did more than people expected last year, so I don't think he's going to completely go away.
I would say that Dallas is a fantasy offense? Top 5 fantasy offense for everyone involved?
5. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to be
they're
going to be a team you're going to want to own most people from.
Yeah, you have an RB1, you have potentially 2 wide receiver ones, and you have probably, a touchdown or 2 puts Gallup inside the wide receiver 3, if not higher. And then you have a top 5 quarterback. Even if you don't include the tight end, you don't get that on most teams. You could probably say they're a top 3 fantasy offense.
What's up, everybody? Welcome on back. One last Madden Sim to go before we cap a Dream Stream day, and I would have it no other way than being back here today with a guy who's finishing, your third straight, I think, Tom Carroll?
Third.
Man,
Number
you
3.
are a machine. You are an animal. You are putting many of us to shame. You're what many of us once were, really. You are devoted. You are dedicated. You are available. You are so many things, and we appreciate that. I'm Adam Kaufman. Thanks for being with us. One more sim to go, like I mentioned. We'll get into our lineups. We got a couple things that we got to hash out, which is always fun. It's a Saturday. It's late night. We just finished up game 1 of that Bucks and Nets series, so we can do a little instant dissection of that. Not to mention, over in the corner, keeping an eye on that Bruins Islanders game, which is very it's for all intents and
much
purposes,
over at this point.
Yeah, there was just as I was looking up, there was
as you were saying that,
Isles. So yeah, we're gonna call that a 2-2 series. All right,
LaMarcus Isles.
Yeah, I'm sure that he's very loyal to the Isles.
He actually said on the last broadcast that if he had to pick a hockey team, it would be the Devils. So, but it's a fun running bit that I'm trying to force the Isles onto LaMarca, because if they somehow beat the Bruins, I want them to win it all. Their last year in Nassau, I think that's just a cool story, you know.
I'm with you. I'm rooting for the Bruins, but I'm with you.
Same. Yeah, here's one of the things that is like a weird sports fan thing for me, though. If your team loses in the postseason, you kind of want that team to win the title. So then you can be like, well, at least we lost to the best team, right? You know, it's always a nice little excuse you can
that's
jump
never
to.
been a consolation for me, ever.
Oh, look, it's not a consolation, but it's like, oh, well, you know, we lost to the best team, so I can't. We're fine. We're still really good. They just were the best team that year.
Producer Drew, and we got the Drew stack. Producer Drew, our technical director, Cobra K, Tate and Ops. Producer Drew says, yeah, opposite for me.
Oh, so you want them to lose in the next? See, no, I want there to be like a reason.
He says,
the Celtics
spite.
lost to the Heat. I want the Heat to win the title. So then I can be like, well, at least they won the title. Like, yeah, we lost to the best team. Still pretty good. It's good for barroom arguments, you know.
Yeah, by all means. What's your lineup look like?
I got the pack stack, baby. Packers, heavy. Devontae Adams in the captain spot. Aaron Jones, Mercedes Lewis, Aaron Rodgers, MVS, Joe Mixon, the lone Bengal in my lineup for $3,000.
Whoa.
8.4 sim.
Yeah, you can't argue with the value right there. No doubt about it. The Madden After Dark, looks like Tommy's done with NBA DFS free roll.
Yeah, probably.
Among the things for us to hash out, obviously. So I have, in my captain spot, and I do this often when the Packers are involved, Devin Funchess. Bunches of Funchess is my captain, about 18% in that slot, 55% owned overall. Also have the Aaron twins, though they look nothing alike, Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Jones. And then when you pay up across the board for those three, because Funchess is not cheap, you know, the salary has followed Funchess with his performances in Simland. You got to go cheap in order to make the rest of the lineup work. So I have a couple more Packers. You know how I feel about the Packers here in Simland and in real life, for that matter. Yeah, go Pack, go. So I have Mercedes Lewis, I have Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and then I also, because you had to have a Bengal, and I wanted to have a Bengal I felt good about and could afford, Tyler Boyd. So that's
I
what
almost
got.
went that route.
That's what I'm
went
moving
that
with.
route as well, but then rejiggered the lineup because I was like, you know what? I'd rather have more Packers. So did some reconfiguring and ended up with Mixon as my lone Bengal. Yeah, the NBA thing, honestly, Koff, now that it's the postseason and there's like less games to choose from,
you're just not as into it.
I can't. I just feel like it's way harder to build lineups.
Listen, if you want me to stop sending them over the contest,
at this point, probably makes sense.
I'm totally fine with that. I'm not.
Islanders
look,
just put another one away.
It doesn't even matter. I mean, 4-1, game's over. A couple empty netters, it's done. I'm not someone that enjoys the 2-game slate. You know, when it comes to building a classic lineup. It's
just
not,
impossible for me. I'm just what am I doing here? You know,
it's not even that it's impossible. I just don't find it nearly as much fun. I just you know, I like a larger slate. I like more differentiation because especially in head-to-heads, which is what you and I typically do, and a lot of people out there can relate to this, or even smaller GPPs, like we build our, you know, the hashtag Cough Classic, the 75.
I like those. I might still join those when I see them.
And by all means, you should. You know, we still do them. You know, it's still a good time. Unfortunately, you know, I think people were a little bit thrown off by the 2-day, the Friday Saturday Classic, because there was one game yesterday, one game today. That it had like 70 out of 75. Ultimately, it didn't fill, so it didn't run. That was a bummer. But hey, in fact, some people even said, "Oh, I didn't join. I thought it was a showdown." So I get it. It was a little confusing. I understand, but I don't like it because of the lack of the differentiation. You know, especially when it comes to a head-to-head. You know, you might. I played a few head-to-heads for this little 2-gamer here. And it ended up working out well just because people I went against had Harden, and he went out very early tonight and didn't play. So it was a big boon to my success. But, you know, you're more or less, I mean, a lot of, like, you might have 6 of the same players, and then it's just a couple that are, it's like you're playing a little game of 2-on-2. That's
right,
not
exactly
as enjoyable for me. I want to have, you know, 1 overlap or 2 overlaps or no overlaps. That's right. So yeah, my NBA DFS season is certainly, I'll keep doing the contest for the fan, but in terms of playing like 10-12 contests a night, you know, like I was doing in the heart of the season, we're winding down.
It makes
getting
sense.
Into showdown time now.
Right, exactly. So yeah, if you want to stop sending those to me, by all means.
Okay. Rich says, I hope this is the game of the day, Cough and Tom. Good to see you guys.
Heck yeah,
In
baby.
fact, Rich says Tom hasn't even sung us a song yet.
What? Who said I was going to sing a song?
I think they just count on you to sing songs. You're sing-songing.
Okay, if something comes up, I'll start singing. You guys want me to sing something? Throw something in there.
Any suggestions? This isn't a full-on, you know, like competition with LaMarca like that night. We're doing.
Oh, that was tough.
Doing a little Simland karaoke. That's not what we're doing.
Yeah.
But you want him to, you know, hum a couple of bars or something. What do you got?
And honestly, looking back on that, I wish I had been firmer about song choice. Like, we ended up letting the Sim fam choose, and it went with, look, LaMarca beat me fair and square. But with that said, the song that we chose, Don't Stop Believing by Journey, definitely better suited for LaMarca, who can hit the falsetto, where I have more of a deeper voice naturally. So, tough. It was tough.
Tough.
It's tough.
Well, the one Packer it feels like I didn't roster, Mason Crosby with a field goal, first 3 points of this game, and the Bengals will touch the ball for the first time halfway through the opening quarter. Again, virtual Cincinnati. Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, Drew Stack, Cobra K, Tate Knops. There was someone, who was it? Brother Phil, I'm with you, Coffee. I thought Boyd was the logical run back with the pack stack as well. Appreciate you. We'll see how it works out for the both of us. Obi-Wan being Obi-Wan. We skip right over that. Mike Bizzle saying, calling out a little Tommy boy.
Oh, Tommy boy, the pipes are calling from land to sim and Twitch land.
Love it.
I'll always sing
Love
that
it. So good. So good. Robbie Noble says, yo, Adam, you sound great. Thank you, Robbie. I'm on my way. I'm not, I'm still breaking out in occasional coughing fits. Most of those, when I can catch them in time, are muted, and you don't have to endure them, any of you. But, yeah, for the most part, I'm there.
Colds are the worst, man. They just linger.
I appreciate producer Drew, who, as we know, we talk about it all the time. He's the schedule maker. He's the puzzle maker. And, messaged him the other day. I had a couple of sims, whatever day it was, I don't remember, Wednesday, Thursday, something like that. And I was on early. I didn't have the nooner, but I think I had the 2 and the 4. And I messaged him the night before when I could feel it coming, you know, when you just know, like, this is going to happen. There is no avoiding this. And I said, I'm not bagging out yet. but you may want to see if anyone's around just in case. And, just because I didn't want to spring it on him at like 1 o'clock. Hey, I'm not doing the 2, And then doing his due diligence, he checked in with me in the morning, and I said, yeah, it's not going to happen. And Rossi was the hero. Slid on in.
Rossi's always the hero.
Well, I think what we've learned about Rossi is a real credit to him, the flexibility that he has in his regular gig, is that he's sitting at his computer anyway.
Yeah.
So he's just going to put up...
Take a lunch break.
Yeah, he's just putting up a, and I'm like effectively a modern day away message for his real job. He's just like, I'm in a meeting for the next 4 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah, sorry, can't help you.
I'll catch up with you when I get back. I love that. Great.
It's awesome.
In it.
Love it.
It's
I
great.
haven't done a sim with Rossi in a while.
Vital Ways happy about the field goal situation. Yeah, we might get another one. We'll see. 1st and 10, though, from the 49. Minute to go. Opening quarter. Drew says, buckle up. You got a bunch coming, I think.
Yes. Love it.
Now,
Miss that dude.
We have some vacations and stuff coming down the pike. I mean, I guess we do know that Glash is incapacitated or whatever. He's unavailable for the next week. He's not doing any sims. He did a Connecticut WNBA game tonight, and now he's like bound for Florida. He's going south for the summer, which people don't do, but that's what he's doing. So he's not doing anything for the next week. We can joke around and call it a suspension if we want, but I think he's actually taking vacation.
No, this time no suspension.
Although, if it's an unpaid vacation, can you call it a suspension?
No.
No.
Yeah, he's not being paid to be there.
Why don't you go take that time in Florida, Sparky? We'll see you when you get back. Drew, look, you said you have 2 with Rossi.
Yeah, not enough. Give me more Rossi.
More Rossi.
I love working with everyone. I've had a bunch of LaMarcas over the last few weeks.
You got to pay up for LaMarca.
Man. Yeah. Him and I didn't work together for the longest time. And then I think there just ended up being more sims after football season ended because there's less real football. So got a lot of LaMarca pairings. Love it. Dude's
if we were, and maybe it's better for the Drews or Tate, and obviously anyone in the Sim fam, to answer this than the two of us. I don't know which way this is going to go in terms of the answer. If we were assigning value to ourselves in the scope of like building a DFS lineup, I feel like you'd be really compelled to captain LaMarca. Like I think a lot of us would want to captain LaMarca. But are
versatile.
Are you paying up, or are you getting him at a value, which is all the more reason you want to captain him?
Yeah,
I feel like he's a value captain.
Yeah, this is really good. I like this a lot.
Not like steep value. We're not just, like if it's a showdown, he's not $1,000. That's not what I'm saying.
No,
but,
you're talking like he's 6,000 in the flex type of thing.
He's like if we were building a lineup for tonight's Nets and Bucks game, he's like, he'd be like Drew Holiday or Middleton, as opposed to Giannis or Kyrie or Durant or Harden.
Okay, interesting.
Like that kind of thing.
Sure.
Right?
Okay. I like these comps here. So so who's getting like the star treatment? Who are the Jokic's? Who are the Hardens? Who are the Russell Westbrooks of the broadcaster team here? You're giving it to yourself.
As Drew says, you sure you want to go there?
Yeah, you're doing you're doing Glash.
I sure as hell am, Drew. because it's a Saturday night.
I like it. So you're saying yourself, Glash, and maybe Emerson? Are those top level guys?
Well, I mean, I just don't see how in good conscience you could put Emerson anywhere near there if we're looking at like points per dollar. Like if you're looking at it that way, because like how often is he here really?
Yeah, but when he is efficient, very efficient.
Yeah,
high level player.
Yeah, but I guess you just can't count on his availability.
He's like Grant Hill throughout his career. Grant Hill often not on the court, but when he was, all-star caliber player.
So there's a lot. It's not that he's injured, because we know he's not. It's just a load management situation.
8K saying Emerson is
Zim D-Hop.
D-Hop. Yeah.
He's got a lot of great traits and ratings. He just, for whatever reason, you want to fade him all the time.
100%.
He just doesn't show up.
I love that.
Oh, that's too good. Francis Flash roster.
Jordan saying that I'm Kyrie. Wow, that's awful. Never. He's saying that because I went on
that too.
I went on an epic Kyrie rant the other night.
Is that right?
Yeah, it was probably over the top.
Well, I'm here for it if you want to regurgitate anything.
No, it was from the heart. It wasn't scripted or anything. Like I don't even know if I could get there.
Tyre Wood says full fade on LaMarca. He's like the donkey from Winnie the Pooh.
Wow,
Jordan Lawrence
harsh.
is Captain Ducey, and then get everyone who's expensive.
I think Ducey's like MVS, like has the ability to go off, but you can probably get him pretty cheap in your lineup. And sometimes it's just going to be a no-show because he's just hot taking himself to death.
Honestly, and I say this sincerely, it just depends on what you're looking for. Like some people can't take the Ducey rants and the like the yelling and screaming and having an opinion you don't like and ranting on and on about whatever it may be. Like those get the thumbs down, those get the anti-Ducey crowd, the fade Ducey. Like those are the nights to me where he would score the highest. Like that's the Ducey that I want to work with. I love that Ducey.
I think that
Drew says he's Captain Christian, which
I was going to
understand. Yeah,
the Christian thing. I mean, versatile dude, can do everything.
Drew says Jeff also has to make the roster. See, listen, without it, like we can play this sort of like fantasy land game of like he'd be part of my six or whatever, but unless you're actually assigning value, it's like the Chiefs, right? Like let's just pretend we're all great. It's like the Chiefs. You can't roster everyone. You got to fade somebody.
I really don't want to be Sammy Watkins if we're doing the Chiefs. Can I avoid that?
Why? I think you got a better shot of being on the roster.
Hate Sammy Watkins.
Drew says, don't worry. I know who I'm fading. I'm taking that as a direct blow.
You know what, Koff, though? I like this game. I kind of want to hand you the reins on it. Like, go through it right now, like, off the top of your head. Like, just take as much time as you need. Yeah, take as much time as you need.
Shoot, that's hard. That's difficult. Well, I need a point of comparison. So let's see. Let me open up some random contest for tomorrow so I can just look at some price points.
Like, who are the studs? Who are the value guys?
Okay. Well, man, that's difficult. You don't want to hurt people's feelings. When's that ever bothered us?
Hey, look, it's Saturday Madden After Dark.
Sure. Isn't this where like someone like gives the lame like can the producer assign the the studs?
Yeah. Yep. Do this work for me.
No, it's not a do this work for me. That's what Rossi would say. It's a don't make me the bad guy.
Yeah. Yep.
See, Drew wrote a variation of what I expected him to write. He wrote, "Nope, you got yourself into this." What I expected it to say was, "This is your game."
We're here. All right. Before you go into it,
I would love to hear from the people. Like if we just shout out a name, you guys like pretend it's your buzzword or whatever. I'll shout out a name, and we'll just go with the majority. You guys, as Mike Bizzle says, Fry guys by punt play. I love that
as a punt play.
That's such a great.
You can get Bry Guy at such a value. Like he's OJ Howard for me.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he's not always going to be around, but when he is, oh man,
you can get him for $1,800, and he's gonna do things. I was gonna say
that's such a perfect comp.
Yeah, great comp. I was gonna say for myself, like, look, maybe I'm not like a Russell Westbrook level, but I think my value is that you know that you're gonna get your consistent like 20 and 10 from me, right? And I'm not injured. I'm always here.
Sure.
I show up.
There's a lot of value in that.
You know, like it's like it's like Phillip Rivers, right? He never missed a game. You knew you were getting touchdown passes. You might throw some picks, but I'm going to be on the field.
Like it seems a little insane to say he's a Hall of Famer, but then you look at the numbers and it's like, well, maybe he should be in the conversation.
Yes, exactly.
Gotcha.
That's how I'm going to value myself.
I like that. That's good. I do like that. Jimmy says, this is Jimmy and SA. I'm going to assume that's San Antonio. Glash is my captain. Koff, Lamarca, Reed, Zach. Zach's we didn't even mention Zach. Zach comes.
I've never worked with Zach.
Zach's great. Where does Zach come in?
He's got to be like
he's
a Bry guy.
No. He's not he's around enough to not be a punt play.
Oh, okay. I've never worked with him.
Yeah, he's a mid-tier guy, but he just brings so many intangibles.
Ooh, Tater Hater brings a great point to the table here. I love Lamarca, but you can't roster him. He's always questionable due to the sleepies. You don't want a goose egg. It's a great point.
Drew says for Zach, 6K range, but very high floor. I agree with that. I totally agree with that.
Who do you think has the highest salary? And you can say yourself if you feel that way. But you need reasoning.
So, all right. Well, so Glash or I would have the highest salary routinely. But I want to be very clear about this. Just because you have the highest salary does not mean that you always play us.
Correct.
You know, because when your salary is so high up there, your floor is in question, your ceiling is in question.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because you don't want to be CMC, right? You don't want to be a guy that, he's going to average 19, 20 points, but the highs are real high and the lows are real low. You want to be you want to have like a Lamar level of consistency to you, or a Russ level of consistency to you, and that's not easy. That's difficult.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know who I think I've been giving him a lot of love tonight? I think Rossi's a really good captain.
Yeah.
As we get a touchdown here for
MVS.
MVS. Yep. There we go in my lineup. Because Rossi clearly isn't going to have the highest salary, but you know he's going to bring the heat every single broadcast, no matter what. So energy level and just, touches, right? Like when you do a broadcast with Rossi and you're in the 2 chair, you know that he's gonna carry the ball. Like he comes to play every day. So I think he's a really solid captain spot. You could probably captain him for like 12,400, and then you have a lot of room, a lot of wiggle room there. He's like captaining Chris Godwin for the Bucks.
Sure. Robbie Noble says Adam is kind of boomer bust. Where was it? Must be says Glash is Pat Mahomes.
Wow.
That's high praise. I don't think any of us are worthy of that praise. That's high praise.
Oh, Mike Bizzle, great point. Plus, Jeff has value in Canadian currency.
True. That's true. Does he come like even cheaper than you realize?
Yeah.
just because of the exchange rate? Does that apply here?
It's a great point.
Robert says Emerson is overpriced. He's 10K, but will only give you 4 or 5 times value. That's what I'm saying. Like, you want to be able to offer 6, 7 times value on those big nights. But I'm not sure you know, if you're gonna price some of us up to that level, you just can't do it. Like
Emerson is Devontae Parker.
Out of the, I can see that.
Devontae Parker put up a goose egg tonight in our previous sim. High priced dude. When he's good, he's great. But sometimes he's just not going to show up for a while. There are stretches where you just won't see Emerson. But when he's there and he's good, he's great.
Frank says, Cough Captain, Glash, Moose, Emerson, Zach, Lamarca, Rossi's an easy fade. I don't find Rossi to be an easy fade.
No, Sam.
Jordan
Jordan Warren
says
put
about a
me
week, yep.
in his lineup, so I'm going to read it. Captaining Lamarca, Rossi, Glash, me, Cough, and Ducey is the punt play. I don't think Ducey liked to hear he was my punt play. I think Ducey would be mad that people are putting him as his punt play. Yeah, I do.
Michael says Cofield captain. I mean, listen, I know it's her wedding night.
She's a pro.
But, like, how are you possibly going to justify that? She's never even been on the Dream Stream. Like, well,
okay,
that's
but
not
when she was hosting,
she's been on some Sims. She has been on some Sims.
When she's hosting
But
between
like
the Sims,
like when she's, you know,
she's money.
Yes,
she is money when she's hosting between the Sims. Like she gets
right,
you fired up.
Right, but we haven't had that role in months.
Agreed, but we're just looking historically. You know, it's like
right, but that's like saying, like, you remember how good Patrick Laird was in Madden 20? Like,
hey, look.
Like, why talk about things that happened in the past?
But okay, so we're talking like in the it's called the Pro Football Hall of Fame because there's some AFL guys in there. You know, like Jesse's an
you
AFL.
Bring Carol into the conversation for sure. TL is doing Sims now. But
where would you price her?
She's producing. She's on air. In fact, earlier today she did a little bit of both.
Wow.
Not at the same time, but she produced, and then I think Drew started early. Drew's doing like 4 of these today.
So where are you pricing TL?
Well, I feel like I need to ask Mike Bizzle because Biz here says I'm captaining TL. That way I can fit Cough Glash and 2 more of these.
Okay, gotcha.
So where are we pricing her?
So is she priced like a defense?
Yes, that's perfect. I think right now she's in that like somewhere in that like 3,700 to 4,500 range.
Okay.
Depending on the quality of the defense, obviously.
Okay, yeah, gotcha.
I think that's appropriate.
So she's like a Pittsburgh D, you know.
Sure.
Like it's good to have them in your line.
Obi-Wan doesn't have many good ones, but this is good. I like this. Says says Coffers and Mitch Trubisky. Looks good on paper, but sucks at game time.
Hey, the biscuit, baby. Mitchell Trubisky.
Don't you dare insult Madden Mitchell. You want to go after real life Mitch? By all means.
Madden Mitch is a beast.
You clear out. Don't you
Honestly, that's actually probably a good Simland comp for Emerson. Is Madden Mitch. So when he's good, he's really good, but can throw up some even Madden Mitch can throw up some stinkers and just be a non-factor.
And you know he's going to fumble a couple of times.
Yes, 100%. I like it.
This is the best sim ever. The time of my life. You kidding
What
me?
about Reed? I've never actually Reed someone I've only worked with one time on the Simper Bowl.
Well, once again, this is Madden 20 versus Madden 21. Once upon a time, Reed would have been like a real part of this conversation.
He was like a tight end in Madden 20.
Sure. Yeah, but now he's a punt play. He's like
Jared Cook.
He's like Will Disley. He's like the tight end too that you're hoping maybe shows up.
Yeah. Okay.
You know?
I feel that. Todd.
Yeah, like Miguel here is we got a touchdown. There you go. So it was MVS before. Now this time, Mercedes Lewis. I'm in.
Also in my lineup.
All about my lineup, baby. Yeah, like Miguel, even before we start talking about it, Miguel writes punt play, Reed T if he shows up.
I'm now in 12th. Now I'm in 7th. Wow. Climbing. Now I'm in 10th. all over the place.
Mike Bizzle says, update the rosters. So, good job for anyone like me who was thinking pack stack. 17-3 as we near the half right now. And I'm sitting top 15 at the moment. Where are you?
I'm in 10th.
Nice. You're a few ahead of me. I'm 13th.
Yeah. I've still never won.
No?
And I think that's why you can't put me in the elite category.
I hope today's your day.
I still haven't gotten there in the W column. That's why I'm just off the, you got your Brady's and your Mannings and your Mahomeses, and then you have me right there, tier below, because I haven't gotten it done.
I want to be
You
part
can't
of
call me an elite player until I get the dub.
I mean, look, if we're judging this based on whether you've won a Madden free roll or not, Tara Lynn is already doing better than you.
Exactly, that's what I mean. No, I'm like the 90s Jazz, I'm always really good. I'm in the conversation. I'm making deep runs.
You got some Hall of Fame talent.
Never could get the job done. But I'll deliver. I'm the mailman,
Very fair.
Oh, nice sack. Oh, fumble.
Hello.
Scoop and score. Okay.
EST, baby. All pack, all the time.
Break out the cheesehead, baby. The pack stack. Working out all right.
Not bad. Not bad.
Urban the Legend.
TST, but that's excellent.
Urban the Legend on YouTube saying, Freeze Pops, you're like my Trevor Lawrence. That means you're, coming out of retirement to coach me, Urban. So you must believe. You're a believer.
24-3. Boy, this is lopsided. We'll run down some stats.
I don't mind a blowout. I'd rather a blowout than like a 3-0 game,
Well, it gives us more time to talk about the nonsense.
Absolutely.
Which I appreciate.
Love talking nonsense.
Love talking nonsense.
The Nets.
Today, real quick, I was with Moose earlier today, and I don't know who was. I don't know if the Drews and Tate were here for this, or if you were here for this. I don't know who he was with, but I laughed. I laughed out loud. He at one point I popped in just to. This was yesterday. I was working with him earlier today, but this happened yesterday, and I told him about it today that it made me laugh. I just, as I do occasionally, I popped into the chat, and they were talking about whatever, and Moose just goes, "It's a Friday. I'm not talking about the sim." And he had just declared, "End of the week, man. I don't feel like it." And I was into it. It was great.
That's hilarious. So yeah. I actually said this to Jeff the other night because him and I have been doing a lot of Sims together recently as well. But I think every time we've worked together, he's in the 1 chair, I'm in the 2 chair. And I said to him, I go, Jeff, look, I gotta be honest, I've never heard you do a 2 chair broadcast. He goes, oh yeah, I let it fly when I'm in the 2 chair. He's like, I definitely throw out way more snark when I'm in the 2 chair. Like, I've never seen that. I work with the Moose that's very worried about hitting the contests and updating the action.
Polished Moose.
I don't get loose Moose.
That's usually you have to go to the doctor, get checked out. 161 for Rodgers, pacing toward a bonus. Couple of touchdowns for him as well. Burrow just 86, 6 of 9. Nice. We'll see what else the rushing and receiving numbers as well. I tell you what, there's not going to be a ton for Cincinnati to this point. Mixon, for instance, 6 for 13. Aaron Jones, Aaron, 5 for 27. Aaron Rodgers, 2 for 20. Those are your leading rushers at this moment. No touchdowns on the ground. A fumble for Joe Burrow. Can't do anything right. Shame. We'll check out, obviously, the pass catchers as well.
Let's see where I am in this contest here.
4 for 56 for Lewis and a touchdown. 4 for 41, MVS and a touchdown. 3 for 35 for Jones. No big numbers after that, which is fine.
I'm in 15th right now, so I like
that. Must I'm in your vicinity. 17th.
Okay. There
in
we
fact,
go.
a tie for 17th. I have the same lineup as 49er Quest, X Ghost Machine X, and then one other one. So there we go. Fernando De Leon, 13, is in front right now. If you're wondering, here's what a leading lineup looks like. MVS at captain with north of 20 points. Rogers, who already has 17 at the break. Jones, Adams, who has not been good, but good enough, 2 for 16. AJ Green is in this lineup, and then Lewis, who has 15.
There we go.
Yeah.
Mercedes, baby. He's someone I always forget to roster. I'm proud of myself for rostering him today.
He's got to be your early wooden nickel favorite, right?
I would say so. That's who I'm targeting at the moment. I think he's undervalued.
Mm-hmm. I think you might be right. He's boom or bust.
Yeah. He's
Boom or
like
bust.
he's like Emerson.
That was a fun game.
That was good. Good stuff by you, Koff.
Thank you.
Every now and then.
I know, right? Every now
He's
and then.
capable. He's
Stumble
capable.
upon it.
So I was mentioning that the Bucks lost to the Nets in game 1 without Harden.
Correct.
Harden goes down and the Bucks aren't able to take advantage.
Yeah.
What do you think that says about how the rest of the series is going to go? Do you
That
think it
concerns
says
me.
anything? What do you feel like is going to happen after the Nets get game 1 without arguably their best player this season?
I don't see how you could possibly look at it as anything but a missed opportunity for Milwaukee. This is a series that I said earlier that I honestly thought Milwaukee was going to win, and the Bucks still can. It's one game. But when you squander an opportunity, James Harden goes down at the beginning of the game to the point where DK is refunding you money out there. You can see it all over social media. You know, for a lack of James Harden availability tonight, DK is just giving you money back. Congrats to those for whom that applies. You don't have him. Now, you still have 2 superstars in Irving and Durant. But you got a whole bunch of also-rans. You know, like Blake Griffin is not supposed to do what Blake Griffin was able to do in that game tonight, among others. And I realize that the Bucks, Giannis is not surrounded by all the talent in the world or anything like that. You know, the Nets were favored for a reason. They're championship favorites for a reason. You don't have James Harden on the floor, you got to find a way to win that game. You've got to win that game. And as Tate brings up, nothing fell for them. Nothing. They shot 20% or something like that from three-point range. Let me pull up the exact numbers. It was absolutely just, it was one of those, like, you can't find the ocean from the boat nights. Just an absolutely terrible shooting night for Milwaukee across the board. Not just from long range,
Which is very out of character for them.
So 6 out of 30 for 3 is what I'm seeing. Drew's giving me a different number. Yeah.
As you look for that, Jordan Warren with a good comment.
He's got the Nets. Yeah. Nets.
Emerson would be a pocket passer QB. You got to stack him with wide receivers or fade him. That's a good one, Jordan.
So, I mean, the Bucks, like, overall, I guess, didn't shoot poorly considering they were 20% from 3, 45% overall. But, I mean, just looking at it, like Middleton, 6 for 23, 13 points. I mean, Giannis was incredibly efficient. You know, he had a double-double, 34 points. He was 16 of 24.
That's what Giannis does, baby.
Holiday, you know, generally was solid. Like, he didn't shoot well from 3, but 7 out of 19, whatever, you'll take it. You'd like to go for 20 plus. They got nothing from their bench. You know, they got maybe, I'm not adding it up, but maybe 20 total points from their bench. It was not, 15, somewhere in that range. It was not a good night for the bench. You got to get something out of Connaughton in his 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's also a anomaly for that team. They're a deep
you got to
team.
get something out of Connaughton. You got to get something out of Portis. You got to get something out of Forbes. It was a missed opportunity. So I'm that much more confident if I'm the Nets. I'll tell you that right now. I don't necessarily believe what some are writing on social media, which is like, this just shows the Bucks that they're really not on the Nets level. They can't even win without Harden. I don't believe they're not on their level. They had a terrible shooting night. But in terms of my feeling good about them winning the series, I don't feel nearly as good as I did, 5 hours ago. You?
I 100% agree with you. I actually think that we could see the Nets win this thing in like 5. I think that this is the type of game that the Bucks needed to get to really set the tone. I think that, Harden. Oh, Andrew, yeah, haha. But I hate Kyrie, but I kind of feel, I look, it's one of those things as a kid with the championship thing. Look, if your team loses to a team in the playoffs and they go on to win the championship, then you can say to your buddies, hey,
so I'm not like you or Drew in the sense that I don't feel strongly one way or the other. Like, I don't have a rule of thumb about, like, you lose to a team, you want them to lose right away, or you lose to a team and you want them to win because you lost to the best. I don't feel it. It's so dependent for me. And in this case, I promise you I want the Nets to go down in 3. I want them to go down
so much. I hate Kyrie. Oh, I hate him so much. No, I just think that
like half the job's already done, man. Lakers are out. Now let's just get the Nets out and I can enjoy the playoffs.
I 100% agree with you. I hate Kyrie so much. Hey guys, Morgan's home.
Hey,
everyone
Morgan.
say hi to Morgan.
Did you bring home groceries?
She does have a bag in her hands.
No, she brought the bag home.
Oh, it's some leftovers from Jordan's, her sister.
I was going to say, it's the furniture store.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay,
Here's a
nice.
cushion.
There's some snacks in this bag. There's a cooler. Wow, good stuff being brought in here.
Here's an end table. Didn't need it. Showroom was full.
All right, good stuff. Good stuff. Multiple types of goldfish. All sorts of good snacks.
Drew, watch your language. 24-3.
I said earlier that I like blowouts as opposed to 3-0 games or 6-3 games, but can the Bengals get a stop here and do something?
It's doubtful. Hey, this might be this might be Chat VP. Mike Bizzle has been very involved in this conversation about evaluating commentators' salaries and whatnot. This is, I don't know if you saw this one. This is a strong one. Sherrod might be the vulture. 0 Sims in 2021, but you never know.
That is a great call. Absolutely great call.
You never know. I love that.
He's like the backup quarterback that's always super highly priced, but not to roster them. But hey, maybe you got to throw Ryan Fitzpatrick in there.
Aaron says, cough-wise, DK refunding money. Deals with James Harden, has nothing to do with DFS, and you can check out the DraftKings Twitter account for more information on that. I think it was the DraftKings Twitter account. DraftKings Sportsbook account. So there you go.
Lewis?
Touchdown!
MVS? Who was it? Lewis!
Lewis! Second of the day! Lewis!
Yay!
If only the Packers had a Clark, we could say Lewis and Clark, they blazed a trail.
Ah, Lewis and Clark Museum in St. Louis. That's where they started their journey from. Did you know that?
I felt like it was worth shouting out for Drew. Drew stands out to me as like knowing what I know of Drew and all the things I don't know of
Drew.
Drew, producer Drew.
Okay.
And this taking nothing away. Maybe this is true of technical director Drew. I have no idea. Producer Drew seems like a historian to me. Says hell yes.
I didn't necessarily get that vibe, and that's no diss at producer Drew. There's nothing of any interactions I've had with him that would lead me to think he's a historian or not a historian, But But apparently you hit the nail on the head. Big historian.
Varder, here's a solid observation from Varder. Kaufman's been here for what, a year and a half? I don't think anybody on here knows his wife's name, and we really don't care.
Okay.
Because I've never mentioned it.
So that's interesting. Because when I would refer to Morgan as my fiance, people would get mad that I wouldn't call her Morgan. So now that I've started calling her Morgan, people are mad that I use her first name. Let's make up our mind, people.
No.
You want me to call her fiance? I will. You want me to call her Morgan? I will.
Well, eventually, it's going to be wife.
Someday it's wife.
Just don't call her wife. I don't think she'd respond well.
No, that'd be a. But you say my wife.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm not gonna just call her wife like
Or roommate.
Ducey calls his girlfriend woman.
Yeah, exactly.
Disrespectful.
It is disrespectful.
No, but
That's
like-
right. Thank you, Morgan, or my fiance.
But Ducey has he is shouted out, as I like to call her, the Uber driver's name. We all know Priv. Like Sarah's been in the chat. Emerson mentions Meg. I think Reed has shouted out his lady. I'm gonna say Christian has always said lady friend. I don't think he has ever name dropped there.
Emerson with Meg Muffin.
Yeah, I mean, Zach for sure has never mentioned his wife's name. These are just these. I don't think it's nothing to do with like preference from the chat one way or the other. I think it's the personal preference of the commentator. That's all.
I mean, for the longest time, I was saying fiance a lot because I was trying to train myself into saying fiance. Because when we first got engaged, I was still referring to her as my girlfriend. You know, that's like a tough switch to make.
It is. Let's see. What we got here? Checking out you guys in the chat for a sec. All right, some stats. 209, a few touchdowns for Rodgers. One shy of a Bundy. 105 for Burrow. We'll look at the rushing and receiving in this lopsided 31-3 game. Jimmy. Jones 11 for 68, 2 for 20 for Rodgers. Just a pitiful rushing game all around.
Yeah, not great. Not great.
Robbie says Emerson is really proud of Meg. I mean, that follow him on Instagram. You'll see exactly how proud of him.
I think he has said on Instagram that he would like to be an unpaid intern for her.
Right. He is touting
That's
her
commitment
as a
right there.
now, and he would like to be her intern, which makes sense. I mean, cheap labor.
Right, absolutely.
I mean, he already lives with her.
Hey, Mercedes, baby.
Resume. 8 for 99, and a couple of touchdowns for our guy, Mercedes.
I wish I had him in the captain spot.
Right? Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Next time I do the Packers, I'm putting him in my captain spot. How about that?
Where are you hanging out here? You got to be in the.
I'm in 14th.
Okay, and I'm 17th. We got a two-way tie for first. Ross 635 and Dream Crusher. We're running away with this thing because they do have Lewis in the captain spot.
If Devontae Adams has a touchdown this quarter, it'd be a big help.
Dude's got 45 points. Rodgers, Jones, Funchess, Ross, and MVS.
So Mercedes Lewis has 45, and he hasn't even hit the B word yet. Still a yard away.
You're a B word guy, are you?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You're afraid of the.
You don't want to jinx it.
Don't want to jinx it.
You don't want to be that guy. We already get blamed for enough on here. We can't be getting blamed for jinxes.
Sure. I was out in the sun all day, and I'm just looking at myself on YouTube here.
Yeah.
Starting to get that tan. Just a little bit.
Oh, is hot cough coming back?
Hot cough summer. Getting ready to return. Out at baseball, t-ball, and soccer all day.
What was that? There was a picture you sent or a video you sent where you looked incredibly tan.
Yeah, it was
it
was on Glash's TV room.
Oh, that's what it was. It was you sitting next to Glash. Glash looked like a completely different person, and you just
ghost.
You looked like 6 years younger with a Italian man tan.
The pandemic has aged me deeply. It has done nothing for my maturity, however. In fact, may have gone in the wrong direction.
Yeah, now you're just deeper into like your nerd obsessions and movies and binging TV shows. That I feel like that's happened to a lot of people.
Rich says, Koff, believe it or not, I went back, did my homework. I looked at the last time these guys played, and that's how I picked my lineup.
Wow, look at you.
That's what our guy, Professor Z, does. Zach Thompson's big on doing that.
That's why he should be someone you want on your roster. You could probably get him at about $6,000.
He's all about that research when it comes to the lineup building. I love it. Bizzle says, truly a great energy in the sim. I'm glad to see us up over 200 likes.
I think ZT's like Eric Ebron.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, you would wanted to discuss that.
Oh yes.
That fine mention I received from you on the old Graham earlier.
Yeah. So I saw the DraftKings Twitter and Instagram share this.
Which, by the way, what was that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, when did that become our brand?
Unclear, but
I was very confused by that tweet.
Helpful for us for some cross promotion here.
Absolutely.
So yeah, check out the DraftKings Twitter account or Instagram account for this post. It was pick one, and they put 3 different things on there for covers of shampoo bottles. One was Squeeze, one was Pump, and then I don't know if you have it in front of you, Koff. 2 of them were pretty similar.
And Push, right?
Push,
oh no,
okay.
No.
Here, I'll pull it up.
It was Squeeze, Pump, and you're gonna pull it up?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up here. So it was like one of them is like a squeeze, but the whole cap comes off.
Right.
And one of them is a squeeze, but it's just like you hit the back of it, like an indented top. Okay, thank you, Tate.
That's considered to be the that's the squeeze, is the indented top.
Okay.
And then the one where you flip the cap up and you turn it upside down, it pours out.
That's also a squeezer, though, for me.
It is, but they called it a shaker.
Okay, shaker, got it.
That's what they called it. And then obviously the pumper is just, pushed down in the little.
So your buy stream trash for those 3 for the shampoo cap are what?
Well, before I thought you were about to say it. So did you notice? Here's what a dope I am. This is just so perfect to the whole concept of buy stream trash. So you put this out to me on both Twitter and Instagram.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure you saw it.
And I appreciate that. Did you happen to notice, though, that I responded, I don't know, hour or 2 apart on between the 2?
I did, but I didn't look at your Instagram response.
So I responded however long in between, and I responded differently.
Oh, okay. So you changed your mind, or you just weren't paying attention?
No, I think it was like in that moment I felt one way, and the other moment I felt the other way.
So how do you feel now?
So here's how I feel now. I think we can all do this together. By all means, let's hear from the people. I most commonly use the like my shampoo is a squeezer. The shampoo is a squeezer. The shaker is absolutely going in the trash. I have no use for a shaker. Get the heck out of here with the shaker. And the pump, I mean, yeah, the pump would be my preference for body wash. Here's the thing. Like if it's body wash, the squeezer becomes a big pain in the bum.
Yep.
Give me the pump for the body wash. But if I'm shampooing, it's a quick one and done. Squeezer. I'm good with that.
Okay.
Now,
Drew says. So you're buying the pump, or you're buying.
So I guess I
squeezer?
would stream the pumper, and I would buy.
Pump.
It just feels filthy to even say these things. To be perfectly honest.
All right. Yeah. Let's all get our minds out of the gutter.
But Drew says your Twitter answer is the only correct one. Thanks. I'll hang up and listen. Well, now I need to see what I said on Twitter because I honestly don't know. All right, so I wrote, I'm going to buy the squeeze, I'm going to stream the pump, and I'm going to trash the shake. So yeah, okay. Then that's what I just said.
Okay. So here's what I think.
Okay.
I'm buying the pumper for any type of shampoo, body wash, conditioner. Pump all the way, baby. Because it's versatile, right? You can hit it with your fist. You can hit it with your palm. You can pick it up and kind of lean it against your body and just like slowly tap a small amount. You can lay down on it and get a large amount in there. Like, the pump gives you lots of versatility on a lot of levels. So I'm pumping, and I'm pumping hard all day, every single day. Give me the pump at all times. I am doing the I am streaming the squeezer, which is that little indented top. I'm streaming the squeeze. I'm squeezing that way before I'm shaking it. So I am streaming the squeezer, and then the shaker can get out of here. Because here's the thing: if you're shaking too much, the little cap can pop off, and you don't want your little cap thing to pop off there. So you can't be shaking too much, or your cap is gonna just fall off, and then it's a disaster of a situation. You're gonna have shampoo flying everywhere all the time. So I'm pumping, then I'm squeezing. So pump by, stream squeeze, trash the shake.
Tears.
The rest of my case.
Tears running down my face. Oh.
Thank you, DraftKings Twitter.
There is a heaven, and it's this broadcast, top to bottom.
There we go.
Tommy Freeze pumps. Multiple people, including our guy Tate.
That's how it is, man.
Tom's microwave says that's a hell of an explanation. I honestly, as soon as the sim is over, I'm going back and listening to it again. Maybe on half speed to really soak it in.
Yeah,
I want to experience that and have it take twice as long.
I'm passionate about it, man. I'm passionate about my pumping.
No, that came through loud and clear. Oh, God. Please.
Well, that's going to do it here, folks.
Please give out your awards.
Blowout. Mercedes Lewis gets the wooden nickel. Congratulations to him. The Babysitter Billy Award, I think I'm going to go Aaron Jones. Is that a fair place to place this award? I mean, not really doing a lot rushing the ball.
No, Aaron Jones,
long.
he was fine. He had 15 points. How about Tyler Boyd, who was in my lineup and had a goose egg?
See, Tyler Boyd, we can go there because of the goose egg.
No.
You
know who it is? You know who it absolutely is? It's Devin Funchess.
Yeah, bunches of Funches.
2 for
did
21.
Did not have a bunch of Funch. Not a bunch of Funch on this one.
Just disgusting. Oh, yuck. Absolutely awful.
We'll give it to Funchess.
I mean, after
Aaron
all this,
Jones hit 86. That's good. He had a good fourth quarter. It helped him out.
Got to clean it up.
Hey, I shower before every broadcast I do with cough, so he can tell me I smell terrific. And I use a pump when I do that.
Man, we finished so close. You're 16th and I'm 17th.
Ah.
No, but you won. I mean,
I know, but I wanted to be top 10, cough.
I get it. Ross 635 and Dream Crusher co-winners with Lewis at captain, about 45 points. Rogers, Jones, Funchess, Ross, and MBS. I can't stop thinking about your explanation. It was just, I mean, that's Emmy award winning.
Madden After Dark, baby.
Yeah. We need some Madden After Dark at some point. Yeah, Yvonne says, now this is Madden After Dark. Vital Ways, he's got the heavy hands. The squeeze is out of play.
The squeeze, you can't be going with the squeeze.
Can't do it. No, squeeze in the trash.
Need the pump.
Oh, you guys are great. Rich says, Goff, finally got my first win, buddy. Great night.
Wow.
Thanks, guys. You rock. My favorite pairing. I'm here for Rich and everyone else. You guys are, smash the like button for that X. I haven't laughed that hard since we got like the Moose tell you how to hit the like button explanations, which are there's a real common thread between the two of those I've discovered, but that's okay. I'm here for both. Just great. Oh man, that's awesome. All right, here's what we got coming up tomorrow. A lot more Tom, and
yes,
and I will be around as well. So ironically, I don't think we're together though. So I'm with Rossi for the nooner for the Broncos and Steelers. That's coming your way in 13 hours on the nose. Bears Raiders Madden matinee with Moose, Jeff Ulrich, and that guy Tom Carroll right here. And then it will be those two again for Browns Chargers. That's at 4. The early bird special. Then happy hour sim at 6. Giants Cowboys with Tom and LaMarca. Get those two again. Awesome. I will be with Saxman there. Niners Cardinals for 8 o'clock. Little primetime action. And then Bills Chiefs. Madden After Dark to wrap things up. LaMarca and Tom will come at you. So should be a good time. Looking forward to it. And man, what a time to be alive. We really we covered it all here in this one. This was great. Never has a blowout been so much fun. 31-3, Green Bay victorious in Cincinnati. So thanks to Morgan for making an appearance here in this one. Thanks to the Drew Stack, producer Drew, and Drew, our TD, Cobra K, Tate and Ops, and all of you out there, especially Rich, coming away with a victory. Let's do it again tomorrow, baby. We'll see you soon.